Chapter 421. Reporting to Commander. According to the real-time filtering data, the energy second equivalent of the Northern Defense Line is rapidly decreasing. In the Southern Hemisphere Federation Command Hall, a staff officer picked up the results that the central computer had just calculated a second ago and reported excitedly. The so-called energy second equivalent in the Federation's command system was a chaotic simulation term. This indicator, which was calculated by the Federal Central Computer at high speed, represented the energy difference in the monitoring area. Although the numerical value was not very accurate, it could clearly determine the strength of the Empire's firepower. Very good. Lieutenant General Nelson rubbed his white hair and looked at the tragic north-south boundary line of the planet on the giant holographic screen. The Federal Army's third defense line had finally succeeded in resisting the violent attack of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. It seemed that the current ammunition base of the Imperial Expeditionary Force could no longer continue such a crazy offensive. The most important thing was that the land-based missile base in the Northern Hemisphere should also be in the stage of exhaustion. The situation on the planetary battlefield was developing in the Federation's favor. Until now, the Federation officers in the hall who had been silent for a long time finally breathed a sigh of relief. They switched the satellite image of the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge to the main holographic screen. They had been silently watching the situation over there, but no one took the initiative to mention this point. Because the federal military could not transfer any forces to support the Iron 7th Division, leaving the Iron 7th Division to face the Imperial Moonwolf Group alone, the command center was worried, but helpless. Naturally, it was inevitable that they would remain silent. However, who would have thought that the Iron 7th Division not only perfectly blocked the surprise attack of the Moonwolf Group on the Wachio spaceport, but even looked like they were about to eat the enemy. It seems that we still underestimated the role of the MX Mecha. Lieutenant General Nelson thought of the solemn instructions of Director Zhou Lingxing a month ago. Thinking of Commander Zhong's advice, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He knew that the command center's battle plan was indeed too conservative. Send a telegram to Teacher Xiaoqing. I will ask for a reward for them. Lieutenant General Nelson rubbed his slightly wet white hair again. Looking at the battlefield full of flames on the screen, he said with a smile, "Ask them to stay where they are. As long as they can hold off the last assault brigade of the Imperial Expeditionary Force for another 2 hours, the headquarters will be able to transfer a large number of troops from the dividing line. Victory will definitely belong to us." These were very appropriate words, and Nelson was very satisfied with them. However, a moment later, the senior staff officer standing in front of the command platform turned around and said awkwardly, "The Iron 7th Division has activated a strong electronic suppression on all channels on the battlefield. The frequency interference is too strong. The satellite signal can't enter the division headquarters, so we can't contact them." Lieutenant General Nelson's expression darkened. What was the Iron 7th Division doing? Could it be that the troops in the mountains didn't need to be commanded at all? He immediately thought of a few hours ago, that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, who was in charge of escorting Ms. Jian Shuier away, also took the initiative to cut off all communication with the command center. Then he thought of his teacher, Xiaoqing, who had cut off all electronic communications. What a pair of lawless fellows. As the commander of the Federal Army, he was naturally annoyed by the appearance of two undisciplined people in the war zone. However, he had to admit that in tonight's battle, it was because of the stunning performance of these two people that the Federation was able to continue with that plan. At this time, the satellite image on the command center's widescreen was zoomed in. A black MX Mecha of the Federation was moving across the mountainside, moving between more than 10 Imperial Mecha. It was like a wave of wind, swaying in all directions. It was skillfully performing dangerous, yet exquisite evasive maneuvers. The officers in the command center stared blankly at the screen. Looking at the black mecha that zigzagged back and forth like a bullet, their hearts were filled with shock. This was also the first time they had seen the newest generation of the Federation's MX appear on the battlefield. Even though they were mentally prepared, they still didn't think that this new generation of mecha would be so powerful. What was even more powerful was that pilot's operation. In a countless split second of time, the Black Mecha was able to perform so many complicated operations without a single mistake. It was like a tiger or a lion among the Imperial Mecha, roaring and moving like thunder. Although the mecha's movements were not standard, they were exceptionally precise. There was a sense of sharpness in the smooth style, such a powerful level of control. How fast did one's hand speed have to be? Lieutenant General Nelson, like Du Shaoqing, easily guessed the identity of that pilot. He thought to himself that the people personally selected by the war god were indeed more monstrous than the other 0.5 minutes ago. During the peak period, the effective commands per minute had reached 240, and the average command output value had stopped at a terrifying 150. If it was converted to universal data, Su Li's current hand speed had long exceeded 150. Perhaps some ace pilots who had undergone special training and were physically and mentally strong could reach this level, but they would never be able to reach 240 at the peak of their hand speed. This was because only the control stick and touchscreen were used to output commands. Even if there were 17 speed buttons on the control stick, this value had already exceeded the physiological limits of the human body. It was a value that could only exist in an illusion. Su Lu could because his mecha control method was a triple compound method. In addition to the common methods of normal mecha, there was also a simulation system tightly bound around his body. It accurately captured and magnified every movement of his body, converted it into a data stream, and entered it into the mecha's central control system. However, he was not as relaxed as the Federation officers of the Iron 7th Division and the headquarters thought. The half of his face that was exposed under the helmet was extremely pale, and his body that was suspended in the air began to tremble slightly. It was not because of the strange technique taught by the uncle, but because the accumulated creatine content in his muscle fibers had almost reached its peak and was affecting his body and nervous system. Outside the valley, he silently turned around and instantly killed the Empire's 4th-generation mecha, according to Du Shaoqing's request. He looked silent, cold, and confident, but in reality, he had paid a huge price. In order to defeat and kill the Empire's ace pilot, Su Lu had pushed his mental strength and control to the limit in those 4 seconds. The peak continuously exceeded 240, and the consumption was huge. Commander Love, who was piloting the Empire's 4th-generation mecha, was one of the few ace pilots in the Expeditionary Army. If he had not thought of the terrifying maneuverability of the Federation MX under overclocking, he would not have been caught off guard by Su Li's thunderous attack. He would not have been able to last for only 4 seconds before exploding and dying. Su Li knew that he was very good at piloting the mecha, but he also knew that if he had been piloting the M52, he would have had to go through a tough battle before he could defeat the opponent. Even if Mad Manly had fought him personally, it would have been difficult for him. Not to mention, there were still 9 Empire's 3rd-generation mechas rushing over. After the 4th-generation mecha had exploded, the Black MX did not move. It looked unusually cold as it faced the 9 3rd-generation mechas. In reality, it was only Su Lu in the Black Mecha who was tired and needed to rest. However, if the enemy did not move, he would not move. If the Black Mecha did not move, the 9 Empire's mechas that were shocked like statues did not dare to move either. A Black MX versus 9 Empire's mechas. In the quiet night outside the valley, an absurd scene played out. After a while, Su Lu heard the sound of cannon fire from the valley in the distance. He knew that the Iron 7 Division had launched a fierce attack. However, he did not know that the Iron 7 Division was also equipped with more than 20 MXs, so he felt a little strange. At this time, he had already completed the mission given by the Iron 7 Division. Even if he took Jian Shuai and left the 9 Empire's mechas behind, there would be no problem. The Iron 7 Division would only thank him and would not ask for more. However, Su Lu looked at the 9 Black MXs in front of him through the near-vision screen. As he breathed rapidly, a thought burned like a flame that could not be suppressed. Go back to the valley? Beside him, Jian Shuai seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. A glimmer of hesitation and courage flashed through her big eyes. The girl clenched her fist tightly and said softly, "Give it a try," as expected of a descendant of the Lees of Philadelphia. In such a tragic battlefield, she did not show the slightest hint of fear. Instead, she seemed a little excited. "Okay, let's give it a try." Hearing the girl's suggestion, Sulu quickly took a few deep breaths. His hands quickly swept across the control stick and the touchscreen. At the same time, his body that was suspended in the air suddenly froze. With a whoosh, the black mecha rushed towards the 9 third-generation Empire's mechas. Like a cruel lion king, it was ready to pounce and bite the jackals that invaded its territory to death. The black MX turned into a stream of light and knocked down 2 of the nearest third-generation Empire's mechas in the shortest amount of time. The cockpit of one of the Empire's mechas was directly cut open by the Black MX's sharp alloy knife at high speed. Sparks flew all over the sky. The other Empire's mecha was sent flying dozens of meters away by the Black MX. The mecha's engine armor was covered with spider web-like fragments. The mecha's engine died abruptly, splashing mud all over the sky. In fact, in the post-battle statistics, the pilot of this Imperial mecha who had been knocked out by the Black MX was the only survivor of the Moon Wolf mecha team. The Black MX moved, and so did the Empire's mecha. These 9 black and green mechas had long been shocked by Sulu to the point that they had lost most of their will to fight. Thus, when they moved, they did not hesitate to turn and run madly towards the valley. Although the Empire's mecha pilots were brave and cold, this Black MX was already like a black demon in their eyes. It carried a tinge of fear and terror. This was especially so after the tragic defeat of 2 of their companions' mecha, which deepened their perception of the Empire's mecha. Thus, a very strange scene took place at the edge of the battlefield. The 7 black and green Empire's mecha began to turn and run madly. Behind them, only a lone Federation's mecha was madly chasing after them. Previously, it had been more than 100 Empire's mecha chasing after a single Federation mecha. Now, it was a single Federation mecha chasing after a group of Empire's mecha. It looked like some kind of childhood game where you put your arm over your shoulder and said that it was your turn to chase after me. Then, you would laugh and run away. However, how much blood and danger was hidden in the pursuit of these mecha? Just like this, the chase continued. The Black MX chased the 7 Empire's mecha pathetically into the mountain path, into the valley, and past one of the battalions of the Iron 7th Division that had just arrived at the preset position, but had not yet had the time to set up a concentrated artillery formation. All that was left were the shocked gazes of the Federation's soldiers, as well as a particularly enchanting black shadow. Chapter 422. With the old geezer keeping an eye on everything happening in the Southern Hemisphere for him, Sula knew even before the Federation HQ did. At the weak point of the Iron Curtain dividing line between the North and the South, the Imperial Assault Group, with nearly 20,000 soldiers, was moving at high speed towards them. Although he already knew that it was the Iron 7 Division who carried out the ambush mission in the valley, and although he and the Iron 7 Division had a complicated, insignificant, and vexing relationship, and this kind of relationship even sometimes hit a kind of hostility between life and death, he still could not watch the Iron 7 Division be besieged by the Imperial Expeditionary Army. Because those young soldiers were his fellow countrymen, young men just like him. The powerful electronic interference that covered dozens of square kilometers made it impossible for him to contact the officers of the Iron 7th Division through the battlefield command system. But when he thought that the HQ should have notified Du Shaoqing, Sulu relaxed a little. But he didn't know that the Iron 7th Division had more than 20 MXs in the valley, so he was very worried. These worries turned into a ball of fire. Following the hesitant but encouraging words of the young girl beside him, the invisible fire spewed out from the back of the Black MX and directly shot him back into the valley battlefield. With this chase, his Black MX chased all the way to the center of the battlefield. This was the area with the most terrifying firepower. Countless streaks of light flashed across the top of the mech's head. The smoke and sound of explosions enveloped the sky and earth. The bullets fired by the mountain howitzers were like violent men tearing apart the clothes of weak young girls, tearing apart the dark night sky with a sizzling sound. Of the 7 Imperial mechs that were chased back to the battlefield by the Black MX, one was destroyed on the way back, and the other 2 fled in fear. Only 4 were left. But Sulu didn't even have time to rest. The SCC monitoring system sent out an alarm. In the area where he was, 4 Imperial mechs were charging at him at high speed. For +4? How many mechs were there? This was not a problem in mathematics, but rather a problem in the heart. Sulu made use of the little bit of bravery that had been stirred up on the battlefield tonight to charge back into the battlefield in silence. The Imperial mecha, who had been fleeing in all directions under the powerful attacks of the MX fleet of Iron 7 Division, suddenly saw this Black MX with clearly different controls. It was as if the Imperial mecha had sunk into despair, as if they were a pack of wounded wolves that had been chased to the edge of a cliff by a pride of lions, only to suddenly see a lion suddenly appear in their midst. If he could bite this lion to death, even if he died, it would be more pleasant and meaningful. Every Imperial mecha pilot who saw this Black MX felt a fire ignite in their hearts. This sort of desperation before death and the strong psychological effect of suicidal thoughts caused the Empire's 3rd-generation mecha to suddenly unleash a powerful burst of power. Ignoring the serious damage they suffered, they forcibly broke away from the powerful attack range of the Iron 7th Division's MX mecha. They supported and covered each other as they moved to surround Su Li's Black MX. There were no communications or orders. At the same time, many Imperial mecha also made this crazy choice. At this time, the battlefield command system of Iron 7th Division had temporarily been disabled. The Federation pilots operating the Black MX mecha obviously did not understand the intentions of the Imperial pilots. They were slightly stunned and could only watch as the Imperial mecha in front of them retreated without any regard for their lives, rushing down the valley. The Iron 7th Division pilots were very surprised. How could the Imperial pilots be so heroic in their escape? And where could they run to now? They did not know that the Imperial mecha were not running away, but were trying to drag down the person at the bottom before they died. And this person was Su Lud. Don't blame the soldiers of the Imperial Moon Wolf group for being so excited when they saw Su Li's Black MX as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. It was just that his mecha piloting skills were too easy to recognize. This Black MX did not have any long-range firepower. It only relied on its insanely powerful mecha piloting skills to sweep through the wilderness. It was so eye-catching in the smoke of the night, so enchanting. It was the culprit who killed Captain Love and led the Moonwolf group into danger. After 4 mecha piloting, for more mecha piloting, and 4 more mecha piloting. As far as the field of vision could see, all the Imperial mecha piloting the Black MX did not need any orders. They rushed madly towards the Black MX at the bottom of the valley. Knowing that they were going to die, these Imperial pilots only had one thought left, and that was to drag this Black MX into the galaxy of death. On the screen, the Imperial mecha piloting the Black MX 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 mecha. Although there were not many of them, their momentum was extremely frightening. Su Li's face turned even paler. He did not have time to blame the Iron 7th Division's mecha battalion for their slow reaction speed. He already felt an unusually clear sense of danger. If he could reduce the pressure on the Iron 7th Division's mecha battalion, he believed that this mecha battle would end faster. Su Lu rushed into the battlefield with this thought in mind, so he did not mind attracting the attention of 4 mecha, even if there were 8 third-generation Imperial mecha circling the valley at high speed. However, what was shocking was that he alone had attracted the attention of 16 Imperial mecha. Su Lu and his Black MX were very strong, but he was definitely not stupid and naive enough to think that he was really fierce, violent, and invincible. Killing a 4th-generation Imperial mecha in one hit did not mean that he could ignore the siege of 16 third-generation Imperial mecha. Moreover, His piloting style was much more taxing on his body and mind compared to the average pilot. At this time, he was already extremely tired. The most important thing was that although the MX was a machine, it was also worn out. CLK, 84 points. CLS, 17 seconds of overload. The emotionless alarm of the central control system rang out in the dull cockpit. These two data clouds were the most important comprehensive calculation values of a mecha. They were used to evaluate the overall operating condition of a mecha. The latter would usually break through the peak earlier than the former. If both were to break through the peak at the same time, then many of the MX mecha's components could be affected. The most obvious point was that the onboard ADS adaptive suspension system would inevitably enter an active state of wear and tear. The former had already exceeded 84 points, while the latter had exceeded the peak by 17 seconds. As one of the designers of the MX mecha, Su Lun naturally knew how unstable the mecha's condition was now. However, this cannot be blamed on the mecha. It should be known that at Cat Peak, Little White Flower was still able to hold on for so long after entering the overclocking state. It was just that tonight's battle situation was too tragic. The moment the Black MX entered the overclocking state, it began to continuously receive Su Li's high-speed commands. All three systems were in overload. The MX was really suffering under his piloting. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't be able to kill Lav in one hit and chase after the 9 mechas of Empire. He wouldn't be able to do such a weird dance while being surrounded by 16 mechas of Empire. With a whoosh, the alloy blade at the front end of the Black MX's right mechanical arm slashed down fiercely, creating a deep gash on the left shoulder of one of the Imperial mecha. At the same time, the thick mechanical leg's hydraulic system suddenly compressed, shattering the rocks on the ground. The heavy body of the mecha drifted to the right like a fallen leaf, dodging the 3 high-speed cannon fire from behind. The Black MX's speed did not decrease at all. Like a shadow, it swept past the 2 Imperial mecha in front of it. The huge body of the mecha completed an unimaginable twisting movement in mid-air, dodging the attacks of the 2 Imperial mecha that had been charging up for a long time. However, another round of cannon fire came from the side. The Black MX could not turn around and destroy the 2 Imperial mecha at all. Every second, an Imperial mecha would fearlessly pounce on the Black MX. Gorgeous cannon fire would explode. Danger was constantly singing a heart-stopping ballad beside the Black MX. In just a few short seconds, another 2 Imperial mecha were stripped of their combat power by the Black MX's strange and trembling steps. However, at the same time, another 3 surviving Imperial mecha rushed over. In the stuffy cockpit, only the sound of Su Li's heavy breathing could be heard. Beside him, the girl's cheeks were flushed red. Nervously pursing her lips, she seemed to have forgotten to breathe. The pale-faced youth's hands quickly swept across the control stick and touchscreen. His movements were so fast that they seemed to have turned into a series of afterimages. In this moment of life and death, no one knew what kind of peak his hand speed had reached. Moreover, most of the orders were still transmitted through the simulated reality system. Even he did not know how he had passed these 10 seconds of trepidation. In that split second of time, he had completely relied on his innate battle instincts and his intimate understanding of the mecha to subconsciously operate the mecha. In front of the frenzied Imperial mecha, Su Lu was still calm. However, his trembling body and hands had already gone crazy. The Black MX followed his precise orders and made one after another incredible, unimaginable, and unimaginable evasive maneuvers. In the darkness of the valley, the Black MX was as swift as a ghost, as swift as a knife. If the pilots of the Imperial Moonwolf Group were facing a situation where they were completely wiped out, or if it was because of the death of Captain Love, they had become obsessed with the Black MX as if they had taken an aphrodisiac of death in the cockpit. Jian Shu'er had already entered a state of absent-mindedness. Her thin military uniform and short skirt were soaked with sweat, and her slender and white thighs were smeared with light. The scent of a young girl on her body, to Su Lu, was similar to an aphrodisiac. Was this also related to the fact that he could continuously perform so many peak-level maneuvers? More than 10 seconds later, the valley battlefield gradually calmed down. Sulu alone attracted almost 20 Imperial mecha. The pressure on the Iron 7th Division mecha was suddenly reduced. They ended the surrounding battles early and then silently and urgently rushed to the rescue at high speed. At this time, they had already appeared on the gentle slope. The gentle slopes that could be seen everywhere in the Yellow Mountain Ridge and the Lonely Mountain Ridge were actually trenches created by the flow of the planet once every 3,000 years. In this lonely trench, the last 12 surviving Imperial mecha stood alone. Right in the middle of them was the Black MX. The final desperate plan of the Imperial mecha to surround and kill the Black MX had finally come to nothing. The surviving pilots of the Moon Wolf Brigade looked at the Black Federation mecha in the middle and truly fell into despair. The self-destruct system of the mecha was an internal destruction system. At this time, even if these 10 Imperial mecha surrounded the Black MX and collectively self-destructed, they would not be able to destroy the Black MX. Chapter 423. Attitude decided everything. This was just a very sportsmanlike slogan used in sports competitions. Although sports competitions were known as wars in the era of peace, compared to a real battlefield, it was just a game of house. On this blood-fire planet at the edge of the universe, where bullets were always more powerful than logic, the only thing that could truly decide everything was power. More specifically, in tonight's ambush or assault in the southwestern part of the planet, what could decide everything was the performance of the mecha. Imperial Expeditionary Force, Maple Forest Alliance, Special Moonwolf Group. This was a very long list of names. The length of the name often represented its importance. These words could help to confirm that these Imperial mecha pilots were very good at controlling their mecha, definitely better than the Iron 7 Division's mecha battalion. At the very least, it was impossible for them to be weaker than them. However, more than 100 third-generation mecha from the Imperial Federation were defeated miserably in the face of more than 20 new mecha from the Federation. There was no way they could fight back at all. The sounds of battle and explosions around them completely stopped in a very short amount of time. Iron 7 Division quickly cleared the outer battlefield. In the entire mountainous area, only a dozen tattered Imperial mecha remained. They were heavily surrounded by Federation mecha groups and heavy firepower units. The usually strong and heavy black-green mecha were now so weak and tired. There was no way for them to break out of the encirclement. The war between the Federation and the Empire was a war of life and death that had been condensed for decades. The lives of tens of millions of people were used as bargaining chips. The pressure was so cold and hard that the hearts of both sides were as cold and hard as iron. In the eyes of the people of the Federation, the people of the Empire were wild beasts. In the eyes of the people of the Empire, the people of the Federation were hypocritical and cruel mutants. A deep trench had long been drawn between the two races that could never be filled up. After several decades, the encounter between the two neighbors had long since turned into a bloody race war that fought for the small space of survival in the vast universe. Humans would not surrender like pigs. This was a very simple principle, so the people of the Empire would not surrender to the Federation either. The 10 or so third-generation Moon Wolf mechas that were already at the end of their rope launched their final desperate and frenzied attacks amidst the ear-piercing sounds of grinding metal. This final attack was still aimed at Su Li's Black MX mech in the middle. Even further away, 20 or so Black MXs from the Federation charged forward at high speed from all sides of the gentle slope. This was a picture of a big ring within a small ring, but it didn't make people feel that it was ridiculous or funny. There was only the coldness and madness of death, and the desperation that was clearly transmitted to every speck of dust in the valley. Tragic was a phrase used to describe the final frenzy of the last mecha of the Empire. Loud metallic clangs rang out incessantly as explosions occurred one after another. More than 10 small green-gray mushroom clouds rose up from the gentle slope from time to time. Sulu slowly took off his helmet and quietly looked at the last first-generation Empire mecha that had fallen to the ground not too far away. He looked at the explosion in the cockpit of that mecha, and his mood was a little strange. He could understand why the soldiers of the Empire didn't want to surrender, but he couldn't imagine what kind of ideology this group of soldiers, who had spent more than 7 years to come to a foreign country, relied on to shamelessly invade the Federation without batting an eyelid, crazily slaughter the people of the Federation, and finally kill themselves in the end. Could it be that the people of the Empire were really born to be so cold-blooded and heartless? Or could it be that the fanatical worship of the Emperor in the Imperial Society had turned countless people into lunatics? The last 10 or so Empire mecha had already lost their spirit. This last suicidal charge didn't cause too much damage to his Black MX. He used the fastest time to leave the battlefield. He didn't have the energy to help Iron 7 Division's mecha battalion anymore. He could only watch with his own eyes and think silently in his heart. In less than 3 minutes, Iron 7 Division had completely wiped out one of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's mecha battalions. The ultra-strong electronic interference finally stopped, and Du Shaoqing's usual calm voice came through the MX Mecha's comm system. "You've worked hard." Sulu was slightly taken aback, but didn't say anything. His palm lightly pushed on the control stick, and the Black Mecha slowly turned around on the slope. He left the Iron 7 Division's mecha battalion that was cleaning up the battlefield and walked out of the valley silently and heavily. The 20 or so Black Mechas of Iron 7 Division were cleaning up the last of the battlefield. They were trying to find a living Empire soldier in one of the cockpits that had severely imploded, but they found that their efforts were in vain. Right at this moment, they noticed that the Black MX of the Federation, which had played the most important role in tonight's battle, was leaving. The 20 or so Black Mechas almost simultaneously stopped what they were doing. Accompanied by the muffled sound of motors and hydraulic pipes, they saluted the Black MX that was walking down the slope, and then silently watched it leave. Until now, most of the soldiers of Iron 7 Division still didn't know who was in the Black MX, but this didn't stop them from showing their respect to this mecha. There was still an entire regiment in the mountainous area. The heavy infantry and artillery soldiers all walked out of their positions and began preparing for the next battle while smiling as they watched the Black MX leave. There were also many people who watched the Black MX leave, such as the officers in the Southern Hemisphere Federation Command Center, who were extremely far away, were all stunned speechless. On a mountain peak somewhere, Du Shaoqing also took off his sunglasses. He watched the Black MX's heavy and even somewhat clumsy footsteps on the holographic screen in silence. The real-time battle report from the central mainframe was already out. Su Li's Black MX had one-shot one of the Empire's 4th-generation Moonwolf mecha, defeated 5 3rd-generation mecha, and caused 4 3rd-generation mecha to lose their ability to fight. This meant that he had single-handedly taken out 1/10 of the Moonwolf group's combat power. Du Shaoqing's brows furrowed slightly. He abruptly thought of a certain young officer who should be on another planet right now. That young officer was also a lieutenant colonel like Su Lu. In the past 5 years, Madman Li's battle record book had recorded the destruction of more than 100 Empire mecha. This kind of battle record was without a doubt the most insane number in history. However, today, in just 1 short hour, Su Li's mecha could spray out 6 stars. At this rate, perhaps it wasn't impossible to catch up to Madman Li. Of course, Li Feng had basically been carrying out special missions for the past 5 years, and his opponents were often the true masters of the Empire's Royal Special Mecha Battalion. This comparison wasn't fair. What really made Du Qing frown was not the shocking battle record of the Black MX controlled by Su Lu earlier, but the final scene where the Black MX had led the last of the Empire's mecha in circles in the mountains. In the final moments, the Black MX hadn't been able to defeat any more mecha. Instead, it had seemed rather pathetic and dangerous. However, under the relentless pursuit of the Empire's mecha, what the Black MX had done seemed simple, but the fact that it had been able to survive was already shocking. Du Shaoqing's eyes were extremely sharp. He knew very well that if Su Lu had made the slightest mistake in his judgment, or if his operation had been just a fraction of a second slower, he would have been piled up like a pile of leaves by those crazed Empire mecha. Then, regardless of friend or foe, they would have gone all out to burn him. What are this person's nerves made of? To be able to remain as calm as a machine in this kind of situation, not making a single mistake, Du Xiaoqing mused silently. Unlike the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division who were watching the Black MX leave, although this iron-blooded division commander thanked Su Lu for his hard work, he didn't feel any gratitude in his heart. From his perspective, Su Lu was a soldier of the Federation. Tonight, the army needed him. Since he had the ability, it was only natural that he should listen to orders. If it were him, Du Xiaoqing, he would have made the same choice as Su Lu. Division Commander Du Xiaoqing was a standard Federation soldier. Although he loathed Su Lu, he still abided by his duties as a soldier. He would never do anything shady on the battlefield. However, as he watched the Black MX gradually disappear into the night, a strange thought suddenly welled up in his mind. If one day Su Lu became an enemy of the Federation, if he was inside the mecha, how many people would I need to capture or kill him? A battalion or a regiment? Or the entire Iron 7th Division? At almost the same time, the invisible old thing on the surface of the planet and the Federation's command center told Su Lu through different channels that the road to Luo Chio spaceport was very safe. The main forces on the north-south dividing line were conducting a high-speed maneuver deployment. He and his Black MX could take a break. Su Lu was slightly startled. He took off the thin but heavy simulation system with great difficulty. Once his mind relaxed, even this small movement made him clearly feel the intense soreness in his muscle fiber bundles. This kind of soreness was an unbearable pain. He couldn't help but purse his lips tightly and let out a muffled groan. The accumulated sweat flowed down his naked body like water overflowing from a pool. It flowed out from a simulation system and wet the entire lower half of the cockpit. It added a lot of unpleasant smells to the stuffy cockpit. Luckily, the MX mecha was waterproof both inside and outside. Su Lu thought self-deprecatingly as he dragged the black box with difficulty and took out his clothes. He wiped his body carelessly and then hurriedly put them on. Just these few movements made him groan in pain several times in succession. An unhealthy blush appeared on his pale face. Su Lu took a few deep breaths. He felt sore, tired, and hungry. These adjectives were about to knock him down. However, Luo Chio spaceport was still very far away from the pocket of his military uniform. Su Lu took out a pack of 37 brand cigarettes that had long been crushed out of shape. With trembling fingers, he lit one up. He greedily inhaled deeply and then sprayed it into the sealed cockpit. Only then did he remember that the person he was supposed to protect, the nation's maiden, was still sitting beside him. Running for thousands of miles, mecha chasing and escaping, fighting in the valley, exploding to kill the enemy. Tonight's scenes had already caused Jian Shue'er's small face to turn pale. Especially the exquisite mecha piloting skills Su Lu had displayed. It made her eyes light up, and she was mesmerized. Although the maiden was brave, she was after all not a man made of iron. She was a professional soldier who had been through a lot. Her body was already extremely weak. Right now, she was clutching at her chest, feeling nauseous. Suddenly, she saw the red dot on the lips of the young man beside her. She subconsciously reached out her hand, and after a slight stiffening, she carefully took it off. Her slender fingers were trembling uncontrollably. Her action of holding the cigarette was unfamiliar. In order to hide her panic, she took a deep breath and then coughed violently. Chapter 424. Hearing the coughing beside him, Su Lu was slightly startled. He took the cigarette from her hand and asked, "You haven't smoked before?" Jian Shue's purple hair, mixed with perspiration, stuck to her pink cheeks. She nodded lightly. No matter how calm she appeared on the surface, after this night, there was still some lingering fear in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of testing the strange taste of the cigarette. If you haven't smoked before, then don't smoke. Su Lu held the cigarette in his mouth and said vaguely. The half-burnt cigarette stuck to his cracked lips and trembled with his words, as if he was fishing. The cockpit of the mecha was oppressive and the communication system was silent. Su Lu could roughly imagine that the Iron 7th Division in the valley should have already started preparing for the upcoming second bloody battle. However, He and this black MX were already exhausted to the extreme. He wanted to kill the enemy, but he couldn't turn around. He could only use his fingers to push the control stick and slowly drive the black MX on the military road to Luoqiao Airport. Not bad. At this moment, a white symbol flashed in the vision of Su Li's left eye. He had already taken off his special helmet, so these words naturally didn't appear on the holographic screen, but in his mind. Of course, only that old bastard could create such a mysterious scene. This black MX mecha that had been carefully modified by Shang Xiao and the Nutshell Engineering team had maximized Su Li's operating ability to the extreme. However, it wasn't designed with autopilot. Su Lu stared at the symbol in his left eye and suddenly had a strong urge to squeeze the old bastard's strength. If the glory of a charter was a mountain of treasures, then today Su Lu had been sitting on the edge of this glittering mountain and eating his meal. He had to eat as much as he could. Otherwise, before he ran out of treasures, who knew if the charter computer would go crazy and come crashing down on him? I'm very tired. Help me drive this MX to Luoqiao Airport. Su Lu chuckled, silently saying this in his heart. Then he let go of his hands that were controlling the mecha and leaned back tiredly but comfortably into his special seat cushion. Maybe you'll feel better after sleeping for a while. I'm already impressed that you didn't throw up. He carefully untied Jian Shu's tightly bound clothes, allowing the girl's body, which had been restrained for a long time, to welcome a temporary release. When the soft bulge under the military uniform returned to its original shape, it was a soul-stirring and graceful scene. The dark short skirt was no longer pulled up by the shy rope, and the two slender, smooth, and tight legs could finally be covered by the dazzling spring scenery. This process was even more seductive than the previous scene. If it had been in the past, every inch of Jian Shu's youthful body would have made Su Lu open his beady eyes wide to explore the beauty within. At this moment, however, he was already so tired that he could not speak. Seeing Jian Shu close her eyes tiredly, he naturally closed his own eyes as well. The glory of the charter, which freely traversed the atmosphere of the universe and planets, and the federal central computer, which was at the core of the light, after hearing Su Li's request, did not express any more opinions. Neither the Federation nor the Empire had developed the technology to remotely control battleships or mecha. This was because the structures of battleships and mecha were abnormally complex, not as simple as the miniature surveillance aircraft commonly used by the Empire. The current computing power of the computers in the universe could not support remote control. Even the extremely powerful Federal Central Computer, the federal military had never attempted to allow it to complete this kind of remote, autonomous control. Firstly, they did not have the authority to do so. Secondly, in their opinion, although the Federal Central Computer's computing power was amazing, it was ultimately just a cold machine. It could be imitated as much as it wanted, but it could never truly support the extremely complex operations. In addition to data calculation and environmental monitoring feedback, it also required intuitive judgment operations. However, at this moment, in the dull cockpit, a young man and woman fell into a deep sleep. The heavily damaged black MX mecha, under the condition that no one was controlling it, gradually began to increase its speed. It smoothly and accurately crossed the mountains, the mountain roads, and the fields, heading towards the Luoqiao spaceport in the distance. At this moment, the black mecha was really like a black ghost. The low and powerful roar of the engines shattered the silence of the night. Countless heavy Imperial armored vehicles and the 14 third-generation Moon Wolf mechas mixed in with the Vanguard mercilessly crushed the fertile soil on the planet's surface. The engines that used hydrogen fuel did not have a bad smell, but the high-speed advance of such a large force still left behind an unpleasant smell of engine oil in the air. The last reorganized force of the Empire's Maple Forest Alliance, the Reserve Assault Brigade, had already arrived at the area very close to the front line of the Yellow Mountain Ridge. After a continuous night of large-scale air and ground joint transport and a mechanized rapid march after breaking into the Southern Hemisphere, The Empire soldiers in the fields as dense as the grassland felt a wave of fatigue. The establishment of a brigade in the Empire was larger than that of a division in the Federation. Not to mention, this assault brigade was the last trump card of the Maple Forest Alliance. Its soldiers were close to 20,000 people, and its armored firepower was also the strongest in the Alliance. The highest commander of this assault brigade was Major General Hughes. Under the puzzled eyes of the staff officers, the 40-year-old general ordered all the troops to slow down the speed of the advance. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the image he had just received. He fell into deep thought, and the wrinkles on his forehead piled up particularly heavy. 10 minutes ago, when he lost the coordinates and information of the Moon Wolf Group, Major General Hughes knew that something must have happened in front of him. However, military orders must be obeyed. In addition, after confirming that there was only one division in the Yellow Mountain Ridge area, he only asked the electronic troops to increase the anti-interference force and began to build a temporary position command system. He did not ask the troops to slow down the speed of the advance until the few remaining miniature aircraft of the Empire sent back a few still images. There were not many miniature surveillance aircraft scattered in the southern hemisphere like locusts, and these few surveillance aircraft had no way to get close to the Yellow Mountain Ridge area. They could only take a few pictures from an extremely long distance. The pictures were very tragic. Those familiar black and blue mecha tragically collapsed in the valleys on the ground, burning and deforming. Major General Hughes's face was like iron. He could not understand how a single division in the Federation could eat an entire mecha brigade led by Love. However, the pictures in front of him told him that this was the truth. What should he do now? Sitting in the command armored vehicle, he slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened them, and a trace of ferocity flashed through his eyes. His assault team was already stronger than the Federal Division to begin with. In addition, although the Federal Division had wiped out the entire Moonwolf Mecha clan, they must have paid an extremely heavy price. He had a very good chance of wiping out the entire Federal Division. Then, he would directly attack Loachio Spaceport, then take a detour to the north and threaten the Federation's vital military depot. From there, he would write the most important chapter of the North-South War on the planet's surface. He must continue to attack. Suddenly, Major General Hughes's expression froze, because in the Imperial New Moon command system in front of him, an old voice rang out. Retreat. The Imperial armies had strict hierarchy and discipline. Although Major General Hughes was disappointed and even angry, since this was the command center, it was old General Umbree's order, he had to accept it. In the shortest amount of time, he issued the order to retreat to the entire assault brigade. However, at this moment, Major General Hughes made a fatal mistake. He left behind the Mecha Brigade and the Heavy Mecha Brigade, and tried to use mechanical cooperation and shoulder-launched electromagnetic beam bombs to deal with the Federation's most mobile Mecha Brigade. From a standard military plan, this arrangement was not wrong. The Imperial Brigade had to retreat without firing a single shot, so they had to retreat completely. In his opinion, as long as they could choke the Federal Army's fastest mecha squad to death, there was no way the Federal Army would be able to catch up to the fully mechanized Imperial Brigade that had not suffered any losses in the wilderness that stretched for 200 kilometers. At the exit of the valley, Shimanjin took off her earpiece and said to Du Xiaoqing, "The enemy is preparing to retreat." When the Moonwolf Group was wiped out in 3 minutes, the 3 mecha clans of the Iron 7th Division secretly withdrew from the mountain area. Under the cover of the night, they advanced towards the north and set up an ambush circle in the forest. However, before the two sides came into contact with each other, the Empire forces retreated first. This did not shock Du Xiaoqing, because any possible changes in the battle situation were within his tactical calculations. In fact, he had long been prepared for the decisive retreat of the Imperial troops. Under his calm and clear command, the entire Iron 7th Division left the valley. It looked like they were preparing for an ambush, but in reality, they were already prepared for a high-speed pursuit. This outstanding Major General of the Federation slowly put on his sunglasses and said, informed the troops to keep chasing. Even if we chase to 30 degrees north latitude, we cannot lose them until we chase these Empire forces off our land. The first to clash fiercely, the first to light up half of the night sky, was the Mecha Battalion of the Empire forces, the heavy infantry branch, and more than 20 of the Federation's new MX mechas. The Empire forces originally wanted to use the mechas as a distraction, but the heavy infantry carried universal launchers and fired concentrated electromagnetic beam bombs to eliminate this group of Federation mecha that were clearly at the front. However, they found that they had made a fatal mistake. The unparalleled weapon used to deal with mechas on the battlefield, those concentrated electromagnetic beam bombs, could not hit the Federation mechas at all. After the electromagnetic beam bombs exploded, the blue arcs of high-voltage material gushed out, spreading out such a large effective attack radius. But it still could not lock onto the Federation mecha in an effective area. The mobility of these Black Federation mechas was too strong, and their speed was too fast. The Empire's heavy infantry division fired these electromagnetic beam bombs 4 out of 5, but in the end, only 3 of the Black Federation mechas were destroyed. What was even more frightening was that while the Empire's soldiers were still adhering to the inherent rules of teamwork, fighting and retreating at the same time, the Federation's Black mecha had long abandoned all of those rules and regulations. Relying on their powerful firepower and performance, they launched a high-speed group charge. Like an extremely tightly clenched heavy metal fist, they smashed viciously into the Empire's final line of defense. Like a knife piercing through a piece of paper, the Black Federation mecha broke through this line of defense and chased after the Empire's armored brigade in the field not far away. Behind them, the Iron 7th Division's armored vehicles roared and roared, also increasing their speed. Chapter 425. On the huge screen, red arrows were rapidly expanding from south to north. These red arrows represented the Iron 7th Division. More than 10 kilometers ahead of the Iron 7th Division, the Blue Imperial armies were trying to escape from the battlefield as quickly as possible. However, the mixed mechanized platoon they left behind to stop them had long become some kind of sacrifice for the Iron 7th Division's fierce offensive. Now, they could not complete their mission of retreating at all. The Imperial Assault Group should have been defending and waiting for reinforcements at this time, but the military intelligence they received from the Northern Hemisphere Command was very bad. The situation on the north-south dividing line had fundamentally changed. 2 divisions of the Federation were rushing in from the northeast. If the enemy blocked the 20,000-man army south of the dividing line, what awaited them would be a crushing defeat. Therefore, this automated platoon could only try their best to retreat as quickly as possible. The Iron 7th Division attacked from 3 directions, crazily pouncing out from the Mayan plains and chasing after the enemy across the mountains and plains. When they were about to reach the rear of the Imperial Brigade, the 3 iron streams suddenly split into countless low-level combat platoons and stabbed toward the rear of the Imperial Brigade. On the screen, the crimson blocks that represented the Iron 7th Division suddenly split into many lines. They did not care about the coverage of the enemy's firepower at all and rushed forward fearlessly. There was no division or encirclement, and there was no roundabout way. There was only the most direct of straight lines. And when these straight lines that represented a battalion or even a company bit fiercely into the Imperial platoon, the ends of the lines suddenly opened up again and cleverly began to divide the firepower, and then bit down on the Imperial platoon in an orderly manner. Clouds of smoke floated in the wild night from time to time. In the dozens of square kilometers of combat area that was stretched into the shape of leaves, there were blinding lights and explosions at the same time. Specific orders were sent out from the electronic command system of the Iron 7th Division headquarters, passing through the pungent air and the dust of the explosions, and transmitted to every single combat platoon. Sometimes, orders were even directly issued to platoon-level combat units, calmly and skillfully commanding the federal forces like countless sharp knives, cutting the Imperial armies into bloody pieces. The commander of the Iron 7th Division was Du Shaoqing. This famous general of a generation, who had never been on a real battlefield, finally demonstrated his commanding ability and terrifying mental fortitude in the smoke of this planet. He was like the most brilliant conductor in the universe. Waving the stick in his hand softly, he had the complete control of an enormous and complicated ancient music orchestra in his hands. Even the tiniest change in tone or the smallest movement of the performers could not escape his eyes. But Du Shaoqing did not arrogantly try to personally command every single battle on the battlefield, because he knew very well that he was not a charter computer with superhuman computing power. He was only following the tactical calculations of the General Staff Department. At this time, the countless parameters given to him by the glory of the charter allowed him to judge the situation and adjust the general direction of every battle at any time, thus winning the final victory for his Iron 7th Division. The Imperial Assault Group was the trump card of the Expeditionary Army to begin with. Even though they were being chased by the ruthless and relentless attacks of the Iron 7th Division, they still did not panic. The soldiers of the Empire still fought bravely and valiantly, but when faced with the 20 or so black MX mechas that were like tigers in a flock of sheep, they found it extremely difficult to deal with. An hour later, in a certain valley that was still a considerable distance away from the north-south dividing line, the retreating Imperial Brigade could no longer endure the incessant attacks of the Federation mecha and the incessant attacks of the retreating Federation mecha. The entire army instantly spread out on their own initiative and began to fight in small squads. They increased their speed and avoided the attacks behind them as they sprinted towards the northern hemisphere at high speed. At this point in the battle, whether it was the retreating Imperial Brigade or the pursuing Iron 7th Division, it was very difficult for them to maintain their formation. Like countless balls, they began to run wildly across the plains. Sometimes, a Federation battalion would be sandwiched between two Empire battalions. Sometimes, a small Empire battalion would find themselves despairingly surrounded by more than 400 Federation tanks. The pursuit turned into a chaotic battle. At this moment, the accurate monitoring of the battlefield by the central computer of the Federation and the commanding ability of Du Shaoqing and the officers of the headquarters, who could not have been calmer and more meticulous, finally played their biggest role. In the darkness of the night, the Imperial Brigade that was like an axe had long been turned into countless fierce and wild pieces of metal. The Iron 7th Division that was like a machete had also been broken into pieces. However, they were like countless sharp knives. It seemed chaotic, but in reality, there was order amidst the chaos. Every company that was in the midst of the complex terrain clearly knew their position, their mission, and still maintained a fierce attacking posture. In the Southern Hemisphere Federation Command Center, Commander Shaoqing, you really live up to your reputation. As a high-ranking military officer in the West Woods, Lieutenant General Nelson did not have a good impression of Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7th Division. However, today, after personally witnessing Du Shaoqing's command and the valiant military quality of the Iron 7th Division, he still felt a sense of admiration. Although the Empire's Assault Brigade showed no signs of truly collapsing, at this rate, by the time the Federation's two divisions that went to reinforce the Empire's Assault Brigade in the south, victory was already set in stone. Scenes like this on the battlefield were constantly happening in the narrow area at the northern end of the southern hemisphere of Planet 5460. The Empire's Maple Forest Alliance, which had forcefully launched a surprise attack in the south and successfully killed its way to the Federation's third defense line, was like a high-speed cannonball that had shot through countless layers of alloy baffles. At the moment of exhaustion, the tide-like offensive was contained, and the Federal Army, which had been pressured to the point of suffocation, began to gain a rare moment of respite. Then, under the orders of the Federation Command Center and the guidance of the glory of the Charter, the Federal Army in the Southern Hemisphere began a counterattack. The cold charter computer could not completely dominate the war on this planet. It only provided the most terrifying battlefield data and real-time comprehensive monitoring for the Federation Command Center to formulate a plan. At the same time, the powerful computing power of the charter computer also began to carry out the most detailed tactical deduction for the counterattack. However, this magnificent counterattack did not achieve as great a result as the Iron 7th Division on the front line north of the Yellow Mountain Ridge. On the one hand, the Federation's main force was under the continuous and terrifying attacks of the Empire's Maple Forest Alliance. Their own morale and equipment had been greatly depleted, so it was difficult for a hasty counterattack to display their might. More importantly, before the Federal Army began their counterattack, those roaring, cold-blooded Imperial Expeditionary Force that had been continuously attacking suddenly seemed to have received some kind of order and instantly began to retreat. These Empire's troops attacked like a tidal wave and retreated like a tidal wave. When they attacked, they did not care about the fact that they had all died in battle. When they retreated, they were silent to the extreme. Only in the 300 square battle zones on the north-south dividing line were countless corpses from both sides, as well as tens of thousands of tons of dirt and charred chariots and mecha wreckages that filled the field of vision. Umbori, you're really ruthless. But what exactly are you thinking? Lieutenant General Nelson's white eyebrows furrowed together. Looking at the receding Imperial Expeditionary Force on the light screen, his heart was abnormally heavy. No matter the cost, they had thrown away more than 40,000 corpses, moved out their family assets hidden in the glaciers, wasted so much ammunition, and finally reached the Federation's last line of defense. In the end, with one order from the command center, the bloodthirsty Empire's soldiers retreated without hesitation. They did not linger in the battle, nor did they lament as a senior commander. Lieutenant General Nelson knew very well that such a large group retreat on the front line proved the terrifying military quality and discipline of these Empire soldiers. Countless chariots rumbled across the planet's surface that was riddled with holes. The great battle of hundreds of thousands of people was played out in the darkness before dawn. The entire planet was playing out one magnificent and eye-catching scene after another. The 15 main divisions of the Federal Army set out to attack the Northern Hemisphere. This had already entered the third phase of the Ministry of Defense's plan. Under the guidance of the glory of the Charter, they chose the route to advance at high speed. Once they entered the Northern Hemisphere, they would lose this advantage. No one knew that the Federal Central Computer, which was busy guiding the planetary battle, was actually doing something else at this moment. That was driving for people, or in other words, turning on the engines. A wisp of white willow appeared at the edge of the sky. The faint light shone on the Ochio airport, illuminating the heavy firepower weapons with a charming metallic luster. A tremor came from the distant night forest. A severely damaged black mech walked into the base under the aim of countless heavy weapons. The officer of the airport, who had already received the information, drove a ladder car to the front of the tall mech. The hatch of the black mech slowly opened. Sulu, whose face was pale, carried the still unconscious Jiansha out of the mech under the shocked eyes of countless Federation soldiers. After waking up, Jiansha was taken to the living area by a female officer to take a bath. Sulu, however, asked an officer to take him to the cafeteria. Although he had already eaten 4 high-density energy bars in a mech, those things could not satisfy his extremely empty stomach. The second lieutenant in charge of leading the way looked at him with admiration and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Sulu, the food will be here soon." Sulu nodded and suddenly said, "Can you lend me your phone for a moment?" "It would be my pleasure," said the second lieutenant sincerely and happily. In addition to this excited second lieutenant, there were many officers of the airport watching from a distance with curiosity and excitement. In today's military, Sulu was no longer just a name, but a celebrity. Not to mention, at this time, many officers already knew about this young lieutenant colonel's outstanding achievements in today's Federation attack and defense battle. Sulu had just dialed a number when a large pile of plates was placed in front of his table. He stared at the plate of ugly, red food in front of him and was stunned. 5460 Rivers Special Crab, high in protein. "You should need it right now," said the second lieutenant nervously. Sulu stared at the crab on the plate and shook his head. "I don't like to eat this. Please give me a bowl of noodles, preferably a big bowl." Chapter 426. Jian Shui'er took a shower very quickly. When the cook in the airport cafeteria brought the carefully cooked noodles to the table, she also came here and sat quietly and obediently across from Sulu. From this point of view, she didn't look like a big star who was popular all over the universe. The girl who had just taken a shower was wearing a dark green military shirt. The collar was tight, but because it was too loose, it always made people want to explore the scenery under the shirt. The fluffy and playful short purple hair was now smooth like a purple satin, sticking to her cheeks. There were a few drops of water at the end of the hair that were crystal clear. She was like a beautiful lotus flower lying on the quiet surface of the water, painted with a layer of strange color by the strange light. Her whole body was oozing wet like the morning fog, moving people. Sula looked up and asked, "Do you want to eat some?" Jian Shuai tiredly shook her head and said, "I've vomited so much that I can't eat anything. I don't know how you can still have such a good appetite." After saying this, she put her head on her arms and rested her head on the table, looking at Su Li's side face with a trace of curiosity and interest. The young girl's face was slightly pale at this moment, but it also carried an unhealthy redness that was caused by the heat and running around. However, her sharp chin rested on her arm, forcibly turning her delicate and tired face into a bit of pure beauty. The pink cheeks around her lips were squeezed until they were slightly puffed up, like a cute little bun, making people want to take a bite out of them. Su Li's hand that was holding the chopsticks slightly froze. He suppressed the surprise in his heart and awkwardly stopped looking at her. He clumsily took the pepper bottle on the table and mechanically poured it into the bowl of noodles. He forced himself not to think that this national girl was staring at him. Relying on his instinct, he began to bravely attack the noodles in front of him. He ate a column of noodles with his chopsticks and drank half a bowl of soup with both hands. The spicy smell of pepper mixed with chili rushed into his nose, making him very comfortable. Sulu ate until his forehead was full of sweat. He was so satisfied that he actually forgot a lot of things, such as the battlefield last night, the smoking corpses in the wilderness and mountains, and Jian Shuai, who was sitting next to him and staring at him seriously at this time. A bowl of noodles was finished. Another bowl of noodles was finished. No one came to disturb the officers of Luochio Airport. The empty hall was quiet. Only the two of them sat in a remote corner by the window. Only the sound of wind sweeping away the clouds sounded. The morning light outside the window gradually crossed the mountain forest and shone on the surface of the building. The slightly white light penetrated the floor glass and reflected on Su Li's sweaty face. Jian Shuai tilted her head and opened her big eyes to look seriously at this ordinary face in the morning light. She knew that this student of her father's would often have an incomparably natural and friendly smile on his face. However, in the cockpit of the Mecha, at certain moments when his smile would disappear and his face would become serious, there would always be some kind of wonderful light between those ordinary eyebrows. Last night, during the thousands of miles of escape during the Mecha battle in the valley, she had been sitting quietly and obediently beside Sulu. She had been shaken to the point where it was incomparably painful. However, most of the time, she had been seriously looking at the screen in the Mecha, watching Sulu wearing a helmet, watching him do many, many things. The more she saw, the more she naturally knew, and the more curious she became. For a woman, curiosity was often a very fatal emotion. However, our nation's maiden had a calm enough heart under her cute and playful appearance. Thus, she was not like the daughter of an Anxiang family, who might ruin a person's life the moment she saw him. Until now, she was still just curious. Who knew what this emotion would develop into in the future? Sulu put down the third empty bowl and rubbed his abdomen in satisfaction. He used the sweaty sleeve of his shirt to randomly wipe his sweat and mouth. Jian Shuai suddenly opened her mouth and asked seriously, "Who did you learn from?" Sulu was startled, but immediately understood what she was asking. In terms of mecha piloting, he had many teachers. For example, by Yulan, Zhou Yu, and even Li Feng, who he had sparred with before. He would never let go of any opportunity to learn and improve himself. Back then, He had relied on that strange mecha battle room in Lihua University and that thin and weak young master of the Tai family to learn the basics. However, in the end, he only had one teacher. It was that teacher who had taught him how to discover, get used to, and use the trembling heat in his body. "It was Uncle who taught me," said Su Lu very seriously. Jian Shuainer's face showed a trace of peaceful sweetness and pride. She said, "So that father of mine is also very strong." Su Lu smiled. On the beach outside the Golden Star Hotel, the young girl in front of him had not asked more about Uncle. Now, it seemed that those curiosity and doubts about her birth father had been hidden in her heart all this time. Uncle is a very impressive person. He gazed at Jian Shuaier and thought silently to himself that in this part of the universe, probably only that great military god could be a match for Uncle. Right at this moment, the phone beside his hand beeped. Earlier, when he had entered the cafeteria, he had made a call. However, this planet was too far away from the capital ring, so the call took too long. Furthermore, that second lieutenant's authority was too low, so the call was only officially connected after he had finished his noodles. However, it had to be said that the speed at which he ate his noodles was comparable to a hungry ghost about to be reincarnated. The time delay of in-universe instant communication could not be solved. After all, that involved a deeper level of research in quantum physics. Even Professor Shan was unable to touch upon this somewhat mysterious boundary. Sulu held the phone and listened to a woman's voice from afar. A woman wearing glasses and greasy work attire appeared before his eyes, but it could not hide her youthful face and great heart. He smiled slightly and said sincerely, "Shang Xiu, I received your note. Thank you for adjusting that guy for me. It's very useful. Without this MX, it would have been very difficult for me to complete this mission. When I get back, I'll treat you to a meal. Right? I've introduced a Chung Fengsher to you. He has some very interesting things in his hands. See if you need them." In terms of mecha, Shang Xiu, the first-level technical supervisor of the Nutshell Engineering Department, was unquestionably a genius. Although this genius girl was gradually getting older, other than her youthful appearance, her talent in mecha design had not fallen behind at all. Su Li's gratitude was very sincere because he had been very comfortable controlling the Black MX that night. He knew very well that Shang Xiu and those colleagues in the engineering department must have put in a lot of effort in order to modify this mecha. Especially since they did not have their own control data, the amount of calculation required was terrifyingly large. Leaving a note in a mecha. If this was made into a movie, it would definitely be a battlefield romance that would attract countless young girls, said Jian Shuaier, looking at him with a smile. Sulu scratched his head. He really did not know how to explain it. There was indeed an indescribable sense of chemistry between him and Shang Xiu. Although the two of them had only been able to communicate remotely this past year, whether it was in the development of the MX in the past or in the creation of mecha tutorials later on, this pair of stunningly talented engineering man and woman had always been able to easily understand what the other wanted, thus forming a close collaboration. However, this was definitely not the love between a man and a woman. It was just a natural attraction between living things that shared the same magnetic field. Su Lu thought so, but when he thought of the exaggeratedly soft breasts that had appeared in his mind earlier, he felt that he was lying to himself. He did have a good impression of Shang Xiu. Right now, he did not have to think about the black-rimmed spectacles wearing Zhang Xiaoming, but he would occasionally think of the spectacle-wearing Shang Xiu. Su Lu gripped the edge of the table tightly, gazing somewhat uneasily at the morning light outside the window. Suddenly, he thought of a young lady of the Southern Prime Minister family who had courageously expressed her love for him in the Wood Valley Manor. He thought of the warm, peaceful, and comfortable feeling that beautiful girl had brought to him. Suddenly, Su Lu came to a conclusion that made him panic. Could it be that he subconsciously liked all girls who were worth liking? Then what was this? Amorous or universal? Promiscuous or lustful? Had he been led astray by that hooligan Mr. Sher? The morning light was a little blinding. Su Lu quickly turned his head, and then saw Jian Sher, who was looking at him curiously with her head resting on his arm. He saw that incomparably enchanting little face, that short purple hair that had always existed in his dreams. He could not help but feel confused and even panicked. He quickly stood up, prepared to get as far away from this national girl as possible. Jian Shui opened her ink-black eyes and looked at him in confusion. She asked, "What's wrong?" Su Li's voice was slightly hoarse. "I'm going to rest for a while first, and then I'll fix my mecha. In the next few days, I'll definitely have to go out on missions." Jian Shui was shocked. She pointed at the white salt stains on the back of his military uniform and asked hesitantly, "Aren't you going to take a shower first?" The afternoon sun shone warmly into the bedroom. Jian Shui was nestled in bed, eating seriously with a bag of coarse grain biscuits in her hand, while looking at the TV screen on the wall. She looked like she was at home, completely different from the scene of war that was going on everywhere on this planet at this time. The Federation's army was fighting a bloody battle, and Jian Shui was not in the mood to live such a leisurely life. It was just that the Imperial Expeditionary Force's surprise attack plan had been foiled by the Federation, but the entire Luochio spaceport was still in the highest alert state, under strict military control. Although she and Su Lu enjoyed the best military treatment in the spaceport, it was still very inconvenient if they wanted to go out for a walk. Not to mention that the news on the TV was particularly important at this time. On the screen, at the large gathering site of the Charter Square in the Capital Special District, President Pabre, dressed in a black suit, was reading an important announcement to thousands of ordinary citizens of the Federation under the sun. Dozens of years ago, the President of the Federation once said that this is a shameful day. Today, I want to announce to the entire Federation, and even the entire universe, that today is a day that is worth remembering for the rest of our lives. Speaking of this, the dark-skinned President Pabre paused for a moment, as if he was recalling the heavy history of the past. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face, and he looked particularly confident under the sun. Chapter 427. Under the sunlight, President Pabre looked at the camera calmly and said, "The codename of this military operation is Victory, because we will definitely achieve the final victory." The Charter Square was filled with jubilation, but there was also solemnity amidst the jubilation. For tens of thousands of years, the humans of the Federation had floated alone in the dark universe. In the colonial galaxies and the newly developed space zones, they did not find any relatives. Gradually, they lost their obsession to find extraterrestrial life. With a hint of sadness and a hint of pride, they confirmed that they were the only crystallization of wisdom in the universe, the leader of all things. However, in the last few years of the last constitutional era, people were shocked to discover that on the other side of the Night Scorpion Nebula, intelligent life that was extremely similar to them actually existed. Although the political systems of the two parties were different from the perspective of biology and natural selection, the people of the Federation and the people of the Imperium walked on the path of carbon-based life with their heads held high. There was no essential difference at all. Some anthropologists even began to boldly suspect that before the unknown catastrophe, the human societies on the two sides of the universe were vaguely connected. The people of the Federation might not be orphans in the first place. Where did we come from? Was it the same place? They lacked evidence, only sunny and optimistic inferences. Unfortunately, such inferences did not have the time to develop into movies, novels, stage plays, or even the warmth of universal diplomacy before they were directly turned into smoke by the flames of war that year. As a result, what might have been a comedy of distant relatives holding hands and weeping together became a tragedy of flowers and silver trees blooming in the sky and blood flowing on the yellow soil once they met. From the day the flames of war began, the competition between the Federation and the Imperium was painted with a layer of thick, hellish ink by blood and death. No one ever explored the endless stories between the two civilizations that were so similar that it made one's hair stand on end. The negative emotions of anger, sorrow, pain, and darkness, as well as the impassioned words of revenge and resistance, flooded into the lives and emotions of all the citizens of the Federation. At this point, the stars shone brightly. There was no other choice but to completely defeat the Imperium. In the words of George Carlin, one of the few people who talked about the empire, it was that every citizen of the Federation had to be a natural anti-empire. In the last few days of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, the West Woods border, which had been peaceful on the surface for the past 10 years, started to fight again. The Federation, which had been waiting patiently for 10 years, started to move. Tens of billions of citizens of the Federation were excited, cheering, and talking nonstop. After the gathering at Charter Square, the news channels of major TV stations began to mobilize all their resources to report on the biggest event of the decade. On the other hand, the Federation News Channel, which occupied the most authoritative position, had even canceled all of its routine news programs. Instead, it began to use text, pictures, and video to broadcast live the battle at the border of Scillin continuously. The Federation mobilized 94 divisions in the early hours of this morning to launch the final general attack on the remaining invaders of the Empire on the 3 planets at the border of the West Woods. With a solemn expression, the female news anchor with delicate features lowered her head slightly. She quickly flipped through the electronic text prompt screen and said at a very fast speed, "According to the latest battle reports sent by the Department of Defense, we can now confirm that the main force of this victorious military operation came from the West Woods military region. The one responsible for the interstellar military force transportation is the Federation's Second Fleet." At this time, a video provided by the federal military appeared on the news screen. In the vast and dark universe, a fleet of more than 40 Federation giant warships, which stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, was heading toward a certain inconspicuous galaxy in the distance. The light of the stars on the right rear shone on the majestic fleet, making the hull of the space warship shine, making the scene look extremely magnificent. The female news anchor held a digital pen in her hand and asked in a sincere and respectful tone, "Professor Lee, President Pabre has declared war on the Empire. According to your calculations, how long will it take for the Federation to complete the first phase of the plan?" Lee Jae-do, the Vice Dean of the 1st Military Academy, replied with a smile, "The Imperial Expeditionary Force's supply of troops has not been interrupted, but as long as the 2 space channels are in our hands, the first phase of the attack should not be too big of a problem." As the only son of the military godly Pifu, Lee Jae-do had always been taciturn and low-key in the federal military and political circles. The people of the Federation did not know much about him. Originally, he was not willing to appear on the news program, but the Federation government had to ask him to appear in order to explain the war to the people for so long. After all, he was a member of the Lees of Philadelphia, so the people of the Federation would definitely trust him more than the spokesperson of the government. In fact, he knew very well that the image shown on the news was from 10 hours ago. At this time, almost all of the mechanized troops of the West Woods military had probably arrived in the sky above the 2 planets and were in the midst of a forceful landing battle. In the studio, a white-haired war strategist frowned in confusion and asked Director Lee, "Director Lee, as far as I know, the fleet of the Imperial Expeditionary Force has been cautiously wandering around the periphery of the region. That is the desolate region. The Federation has not been able to obtain an accurate star map. This time, the Second Fleet is cruising at full capacity at high speed. Once that fleet launches a surprise attack, the flames of war in the West Woods region rose again. The military scientists in the Capitol Ring were most vigilant and puzzled about why the Department of Defense dared to use the Second Fleet to carry out the full-capacity transportation plan. After all, the Imperial Expeditionary Force fleet that was like a ghost whose location could not be determined was really a big problem. The fleet of the Empire is currently in the 5460 system. Lee Jae-do was not used to sitting in front of the camera. He smiled and coughed twice before saying, "But I believe that they will never be able to return to the star system they are familiar with to be ghosts." The news immediately shocked all the staff in the studio and the countless viewers in front of the TV. Director Lee Jae-do suddenly remembered the mission that Mr. President had given him and said to the camera, "The goal of the first phase of the plan is to drive the people of the Empire away from the 3 resource star systems." According to the host question, "According to my judgment, It will take the Federal Army at most 1.5 years to complete this historical mission. The female host suddenly opened her eyes wide and asked an extremely unprofessional question that hit the nail on the head. The military operation is codenamed Victory. Does it have anything to do with the National Girls Victory Concert? Resource Star System? Did they really want the public to believe that there were only mines and military bases there, but no Federation citizens? Jian Shuier looked at Rong Pingjing's cousin on the TV and frowned slightly. A hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. Including 5460 in the 3-star systems that have fallen into the hands of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, there were close to 2 million Federation citizens who had been trapped under the iron hooves of the Empire for several decades. Meanwhile, the Federation government had always ignored them for the sake of the greater strategic arrangements, hiding the truth from the public. However, this was ultimately a decision that the government, parliament, and military had no choice but to make many years ago. This time's Federation government was at least correcting the mistakes that the Federation had made in the past. Doing some propaganda and embellishing was understandable. Jian Shuier lowered her head slightly as she thought to herself. A moment later, she raised her head and watched the replay of President Pabre's speech on the TV. A trace of a smile appeared on her face. A mature president or politician should announce the start of war before the midterm elections or the next term of office. On one hand, this would increase the chances of success and reduce the risk. On the other hand, it would also help them gain more electoral support. However, President Pabre had ignored the collective opposition of his staff when a new MX Mecha had just been equipped to the army. He had used his superb political skills to unify the opposing views in Parliament and forcefully pushed through the military deployment plan of the Ministry of Defense despite the objections of the masses. This kind of decision might seem a little radical, but hidden within this radical was a certain political philosophy that was worthy of respect. Under Mr. Pabre's tanned and simple face, it was precisely this respectable way of thinking that was completely different from most politicians that allowed him to win the recognition and respect of many Federation youths, such as Tai Ziyuan and Su Lu. Just like many people, Jian Shuier also greatly admired this Mr. President who had come from a poor background. Because of her family background, she vaguely knew some of the inside story. This Westwoods war plan was completely proposed and single-handedly pushed forward by this charismatic Mr. President. For this matter, the president had even made a special trip to Philadelphia. The TV began to play the second video released by the Ministry of Defense. She carefully watched the federal fleet on the screen as if they were transporting a flock of birds. They used the air-to-ground transport pods to deliver the heavy equipment and soldiers of the landing force to the two unfamiliar planets. Looking at the explosions that continued to erupt from the two planets, the hands hanging by her waist gradually tightened. The national girl Jian Shuier was the fuse of this war. It was hard to believe, but this was the truth. Furthermore, she was a top student from the 1st Military Academy's Warship Command Department. Her family background allowed her to hide an intelligent military sense under her cute appearance. Seeing this, she roughly understood the federal military's grand plan. She was the bait, and even the Federation's attack in the southern hemisphere of 5460 was just a disguise. From the very beginning, the federal military's plan was to transfer the last fleet of the Imperial Expeditionary Force to this star sector, and then begin to attack the other two planets with a thunderous force. Those two planets had been completely occupied and operated by the Imperial Expeditionary Force for many years. The situation was completely different from the situation on 5460. In order to tear open a hole in such an environment and establish an outpost for the Federation's counterattack, the Westwoods military region had to complete a sudden landing raid in the shortest time possible. And this, first, they had to transfer the last fleet of the Empire away. A light flashed through Jian Shuiyer's ink-like eyes. Her delicate lips opened slightly, and she let out a sigh of admiration. This was a simple military plan. Although it had successfully deceived the people of the Empire and even many of the Federation's participating troops, no matter whether it was the reaction of the Maple Federation, the mobilization of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, or the advance arrival of the federal fleet. As long as there was an unexpected situation in one step, this plan could not be carried out. The person who made this plan had calculated all of the Empire's countermeasures without a single mistake. It was a simple and light placement of chess pieces, but it landed in every place where the enemy would definitely advance and retreat. What kind of realm was this? This was a terrifying realm where one had grasped every gust of wind on the battlefield in one's hand and grasped the reactions of people to the extreme. Thus, it appeared to be at their fingertips, at ease, and with great complexity, as simple as it was simple. Jian Shuier thought in surprise. The old man had already retired. Why did he come out of retirement this time? Chapter 428. I'll get straight to the point. I haven't updated today. I'd like to report to everyone that the deposit for the house has been paid today. My supervisor and I both confirmed that the sales lady was really pretty. Then, countless things piled up on me, and I felt like I couldn't handle them all. Like I said the other day, the 1,000 words I forced myself to write just now were even worse than some paragraphs. Although the spies' plots had been on the right track recently, there had been some problems with their rhythm. This was because there was a problem with the rhythm of my life. Like today, it wasn't difficult to squeeze out plots to sell for money. I could always get some word count with a little bit of effort, but that's a fake product. I don't think that's right, so I can only not write. I can't write. It's not that I can't write, it's that I don't want to, because you have to spend money for these words, and I have to be responsible for my own face. I've never asked for leave, and I've stopped updating twice in a week. It's very annoying, but compared to writing shit, the latter is more annoying. So I sincerely asked for leave. I asked for leave because I can't help it, because I'm too busy to talk about it. I don't dare to promise that I won't ask for leave in the future. After serious self-reflection and calculation, I think that starting in March, the speed of the spy should return to how it was at the beginning. In the next 1.5 months, I'll do my best to write the spy well. In fact, in the outline, this should be the stage I'm most concerned about. I sincerely ask that after tomorrow, although you won't be reading the forbidden book in the snow outside the window, you can still read the spy slower than when it was 3,000 words. Because I want to write more carefully so that the amount of information and the things you feel will be richer. The spy has been laying the groundwork for the past few days. If it's 6,000 or 9,000 words a day, this kind of groundwork can actually be seen beautifully. But if it's all groundwork for 3,000 words a day, it will only appear dull and clumsy. So, I want to spend more effort on the details. I hope that after your reading rhythm is ruined, you could be merciful. After thinking about it seriously again, I still need to adjust the time of the update to the afternoon so that I can adjust my work state. It's best if I can finish writing in advance every day, then send it out at the right time. That's more appropriate. Tomorrow, I'll write 2 chapters. From the day after tomorrow, I'll try to write 1 chapter every day at 4 p.m. Wind can't blow, rain can't hit. Because I actually like this story. Because the later parts of the story were all interesting and murderous things that I really wanted to write. Please give me and the spy more patience with this story. That invincible, great, and diligent tomcat, who didn't need to take a wedding break and only cared about renovations, would finally tear apart its fur and reveal its brilliance. It would appear in front of your fresh eyes every day in a slow-motion running posture. Although it will be written more slowly, it will definitely be written more straightforwardly, so that we and Sulu can travel in a straight line through the universe with infinite glory. For the next 2 months, I definitely won't be soliciting monthly votes. I can just do whatever I want with recommendation votes. Anyway, the guests will definitely be good in the future, so I definitely have some confidence in this aspect. 1,000 words on the note should be able to prove that what I said was true. In my opinion, not updating while asking for leave is a sign of responsibility. I am still narcissistic. Bow and leave the stage. See you tomorrow. Chapter 429. Jian Shuier could be cute and innocent in front of her family, but she could also be youthful, adorable, charming, and witty to the point of being natural. She could make countless members of the opposite sex fall head over heels in love with her and be willing to live a life of poverty for her. This kind of natural ability probably had some kind of indescribable mystery to it. This was the real her, but it was not the entire her. The other part of her was unwilling to use the intelligence and ability she had developed at First Hospital and her home in Philadelphia to figure out the dangers and complexities of the human world. However, right now, she could not get rid of her doubts. They were like clouds that forever covered the night sky, blocking out the thousands of stars that scattered down from the universe. It made it difficult for her to keep her heart pure and clear even if she wanted to. At this moment, she needed to discuss the heavy and deep doubts in her heart with someone close and trustworthy. And on this planet, there was no doubt that there was only that small-eyed man. After going through a complicated authorization check, she was brought by the female officer to a large warehouse in the depths of the underground base of the spaceport. The National Maiden looked at the scene in front of her and covered her slightly gaping mouth in shock. The underground warehouse was very large and spacious. A large black MX mecha of the Federation hung on a platform suspended in midair. The heavily damaged outer shell on the left side of the mecha had already been dismantled, revealing the dizzyingly complex mechanical structure inside. It looked like a human skeleton specimen from medical school, except that it had a faint metallic glow. Also, because it was too large, it gave off a strong sense of oppression for the people in the warehouse. On the left side of the black MX, a simple automatic assembly line suspended 5 meters in the air was moving in many parts with a clatter. Below the assembly line, 6 officers were recording something with serious expressions on their faces. In their hands, the electronic repair records kept flashing rapidly, recording in detail every movement seen with the naked eye. The dark blue patch on their left shoulders indicated that they were Federation repair officers. One of the officers wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the guy on the black mecha who was silently climbing and jumping like an ape. He said in shock, "I always thought that my repair skills were already not bad at all." Sulu stood on the tall mecha. After a night of battle and thousands of miles of travel, even the newest generation MX mecha of the Federation, under the frenzied pursuit of the Empire's Moonwolf Mecha Brigade, had still ended up riddled with holes in certain areas, with some systems extremely fragile. Sulu believed that the Department of Defense would give him a new dangerous mission. Therefore, after 2 hours of light sleep, he went to the warehouse. He wanted to fix the black MX in the shortest amount of time possible. Pulling out a very long data cable, he narrowed his eyes as he stood below the black mech. His fingers lightly touched the control panel on the terminal to remove the outer armor of the MX mech. He didn't really care about the gazes of the 6 mech technicians behind him. In truth, those who had the authority to enter this warehouse naturally had the right to get close to the MX mech. Sulu climbed to the platform below the left shoulder of the mech. Reaching out, he pulled out 2 data cables, broke them with force, and connected them to the workbench. Accompanied by the sound of motors, the light silver automatic repair arm rose from the mech. Shang Xiao had made many modifications to this black MX. In her opinion, all the long-range firepower systems that Sulu needed had been completely removed. However, she had forcefully kept the automatic repair arm installed on the mech. This was because she knew that for a genius mechanic like Sulu, a standardized automatic repair arm was more important than anything else. The light alloy mechanical repair arm was lifted off the roof of the warehouse by a crane. Sulu rubbed his hair, narrowed his eyes, and grunted. Both his hands grabbed the clasp of the repair arm and pressed a button. Bright electric sparks shot out from the top of the mechanical arm. The components that had been prepared beforehand were meticulously placed into the damaged interior of the mech. Then, one by one, they were quickly welded together. At this time, Sulu was wearing a dark green singlet. His muscles, which were usually hidden, were clearly defined because he had to operate the extraordinarily heavy mechanical arm. They were filled with a sense of power that had yet to be unleashed. He wore sunglasses and quickly and accurately carried out the repair work. At the same time, he requested parts from the 6 mechanics below him. Standard loop shock absorber. Number 3 ball joint transmission rod. You don't have it? M52 knee joint transmission rod. Please grind it down to a diameter of 3 centimeters. He stood tall on the mech, holding the mechanical repair arm, spitting out sparks. He was like the most courageous warrior of the Federation, holding a Darlin rotary machine gun, firing continuously. Every operation he made, every part he requested, would make the 6 Federation mechanics below him tremble violently in their hearts. This was because they had never seen anyone carry out this kind of mechanical repair. Every micro-operation that the young officer on the black mech did was so precise and appropriate. No one would have imagined that one person carrying a heavy repair arm could actually do so much repair work so quickly. Moreover, not a single action was superfluous. What made these mechanics even more fearful and worshipful was that, in the beginning, they simply did not understand the intention of Su Li's repair actions. It was not until half a minute later that the embryonic form gradually came together that they more or less understood this kind of exquisite repair train of thought. They could not help but admit that Su Lu, who was repairing the Black MX, had long surpassed them in terms of mechanical repair skills. No, he had surpassed the skill level of most of the mechanics in the Federation military by too much. The legend of one person repairing a mech, which was usually unimaginable, seemed to be slowly becoming a reality at this moment. Therefore, that mechanic was so shocked that he could only repeat a certain sentence over and over again. The mechanics beside him also silently felt the same way. One of them stared with his eyes wide and pursed his lips. Looking at Su Lu, who had taken out a small knife and was cutting open a certain sealed circuit, he said in shock, "Can this kind of parallel serial circuit be replaced by a triple overlapping circuit? There's no such thing in the textbooks. We don't understand, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Don't forget, the MX was designed by him in the first place." The voices of the discussions were very soft, but Su Lu, who was climbing up and down the black mech, heard them clearly. He turned his head and said, "We don't have the materials now, so we can only make do like this. Do you have any solidifying gears here?" "Yes. I'll go look for them immediately," said the officer loudly. The mechanics in the underground warehouse had long been dumbfounded by Su Li's miraculous mechanical repair skills. They actually did not notice the arrival of Jian Shui'er outside the door at all. If it had been any other time, these soldiers would have probably fainted from excitement upon seeing the nation's girl suddenly appear by their side. However, at this moment, they had long been completely focused on the mechanical repair skills displayed by Su Lu, completely forgetting about everything else. Jian Shui'er had a military uniform draped over her shoulders. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest as she leaned against the door, watching the scene in front of her with great interest. She had already remembered that Su Lu was originally an extremely talented mechanic. Her earlier shock gradually faded, but at this moment, seeing the fanatical worship in the eyes of those mechanics, for some reason, a faint sense of pride actually grew in her heart. Yesterday, Su Lu had escaped for thousands of miles and returned to the mountain for a surprise attack. Su Lu had left an incomparably deep impression on this nation's girl, but it was very strange. At this moment, Su Lu was wearing a tight-fitting military singlet, sweating profusely and holding the repair arm like he was holding a large gun. This scene really did give birth to some indescribable emotions in her heart. His figure is quite good. Jian Shui'er looked at Su Lu, who was busy on the mech. Although not very muscular, the lines of his muscles were clearly defined, and subconsciously thought of this. Immediately, her cheeks reddened slightly, and she shrugged her shoulders in self-relief. The Black MX's damage was not too serious, but because Luoqiao Airport lacked most of the specialized parts, Su Lu could only use some common parts as replacements. This method of doing so would definitely cause the MX's combat power to decrease by a lot, but the fact that he could use those unimaginable ideas to make this Black MX stand up and run again was already very incredible. After a phase of the repair work was completed, the 6 mechanics officers left the warehouse. Su Lu wiped the sweat off his forehead, exhaled softly, and climbed down from the tall mech. He was very different from the average mechanic in the military. It was not because he understood this MX mech too well, but more because of the repair philosophy that Uncle Feng Yu had imparted to him back then. Whether it was a battleship or a mech, they were actually just tools used by humans and were no different from household appliances. Adhering to this philosophy, Su Lu did not have any fear when repairing the mech. He dared to fill in any kind of random replacement equipment, whether it was self-cleaning equipment or household appliances. In any case, he only wanted this mech to be able to move. It had to be said that it was precisely because of this difference in philosophy, the perception of treating gold as dung, that Su Lu could do whatever he wanted without fear. As a result, the mechanic beside him was dumbfounded and worshipped him from head to toe. After climbing down from the mech, his body and face were full of black engine oil. Behind his hips hung heavy tools like a teenager, clanking and clanking, looking quite pathetic. Just at this moment, he turned around and saw a head of purple hair. Jian Shuier looked at him with a smile. In a spacious warehouse, it seemed that some crisp sounds of metal clashing could be heard, like wind chimes. You said that back then, Father liked to carry a lot of tools behind him. Was it like what you're doing now? More or less, Su Lu said with a smile. He subconsciously scratched his head. The black high-density mech on his hand was all over his face, smearing it black. Jian Shuier covered her mouth and giggled. After a moment, she regained her composure and asked seriously, "Does the Ministry of Defense have a new mission for you?" "Not yet." Su Lu opened a workbench and began to arrange the tools. In a low voice, he said, "But I think they definitely won't ask me to send you back to the capital ring again. No matter what mission the Ministry of Defense gives me, I still have to fix my MX first. After leaving this mech, there's actually not much I can do." Jian Shuier was silent for a moment. She understood what Su Lu meant. Whether it was the Special Mecha Battalion or the normal field forces, whether it was the Federation or the Empire, all pilots would have their own personal mecha. It was just like those warriors in ancient myths who rode their horses onto the battlefield. "This is your mech. In a few days, you'll probably paint a lot of stars on it." She smiled and said, "Have you given it a name?" This was a tradition of the federal military. Every time a mecha warrior killed an Empire mecha, they would have the right to paint a golden star on the left leg of their mecha. From last night until now, Jian Shuier knew very well that Su Lu had the right to paint at least 6 golden stars. Su Lu thought seriously for a moment. Then he raised his head and smiled. The white teeth on his dirty face were distinct. "I'm going to call it Little Black Flower. He really doesn't know how to come up with names." Jian Shuier thought silently. Chapter 430. The Nutshell Engineering Department's first prototype MX Mecha was silver-white in color, so it was called Little White Flower. This MX was black, so it was called Little Black Flower. It sounded natural, but there was really nothing new about it. Jian Shuier found that Su Li's ability to come up with names was on a completely different level from the mecha repair ability he had displayed earlier and the mecha control ability he had displayed last night. However, looking at this face full of black motor oil, looking at that mouth of ridiculously white teeth, looking at that pair of eyes that were not big but appeared exceptionally clear and sincere, without a single trace of impurity, Jian Shuier narrowed her eyes. They were like the 2 crescent moons in the sky above the capital. She felt that at this moment, he really did look like a little black flower. Using a classifier like flower, using a noun like flower to describe a man, especially such an ordinary-looking young man, made Jian Shuier feel slightly embarrassed when she woke up. Her eyes shifted slightly, and she changed the topic. Pointing at the enormous black mecha behind Su Lu, she asked, "This MX has been modified? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful?" She shrugged a little embarrassedly and continued, "I only know that cars can be modified." This sounded a little like the stage of finding topics to talk about before a date, but Su Lu was slightly taken aback, and then replied earnestly and honestly, "There were some minor modifications, but as for how it differs from the fitted MX, if I didn't learn this, I really can't say for sure." This was the truth. In order to match Su Li's control characteristics, Shang Xiao and the Nutshell Engineering Department had decisively abandoned most of the long-range fire control system of the Little Black Flower. It was difficult to avoid any loopholes in the mecha's assembly system. Other than characters like Su Lu and Madman Li, even the best ace pilots of the federal military would find it very difficult to get used to operating this Little Black Flower. Some serious problems might even arise if they tried to operate it. Hearing this honest statement, Jian Shui's expression was somewhat unnatural. She shrugged cutely and pursed her pink lips self-deprecatingly. She grew up in the lees of Philadelphia and was doted on by thousands of people at the age of 12. Such a background and experience gave her a sense of pride in the Federation. However, this kind of pride had always been hidden deep in her bones, and she would never show it in front of ordinary people. However, although Su Lu wasn't familiar with her, they had been together for such a long time. Furthermore, he was her biological father, so he couldn't be considered an ordinary person. From her point of view, Su Lu was clearly using the enhanced maneuver platform. Why'd he have to hide it from her? He even said that it was some kind of simulation system. Now that he could not explain it clearly, the proud national girl naturally did not want to continue asking. Yes, I thought you were still resting. You must have worked hard last night. Su Lu felt the change in Jian Shui's mood. He nervously wiped the oil on his hands onto his overalls and asked. Jian Shui came back to her senses. She didn't understand why she felt a little uneasy because of Su Li's concealment. She rubbed her hair a little angrily, raised her small face, and spread out her hands and said, "There are some things I want to ask you." The two walked along the deep underground corridor and walked out of the warehouse. At this time, there were countless warships and military aircraft taking off at a high density in Luoqiao Airport. Most of the Federation soldiers were busy in a state of war, so no one paid attention to them. In the space, only the clear footsteps of the two people and the crisp sound of the wind chimes behind there could be heard. I always thought that I had been in Channel 23 for too long, so everyone felt close to me. The script of the TV series was well written, and the character of the female captain was very cute. Other than that, I'm just a very ordinary person. Other than being a little good-looking, there is nothing to be proud of. Jian Shui was draped in a light blue Federal Fleet officer's uniform, with a soft light gray thin jacket inside. Her hands were clasped in front of her body, and her picturesque eyebrows were slightly furrowed. The tenderness in front of the girl's chest was squeezed more clearly by her arms. Su Lu turned his head and looked at her. He was silent, but in his heart he thought that for a girl to be as beautiful and moving as you, that was already her greatest strength. I don't even know how to wear clothes. You used to mock me. Jian Shui stopped in her tracks. She crossed her arms and tilted her head to look at him seriously. I'm not even very competent as a celebrity. Su Lu thought of the concert stage last night. The girl's tight red dress that made the soldiers fall into a frenzy, and that dark uniform that couldn't be any shorter. He thought of the smoothness in the mecha and still remained silent. But in the depths of his heart, he whistled to express his amazement. In any case, I think we should all be very clear that I'm not some big shot. Su Lu suddenly turned his head. The dim lights in the underground corridor shone on her beautiful face, making him suddenly have some strange thoughts. His eyes gradually narrowed, and he asked slowly, "What are you trying to say? I don't understand." Jian Shui's eyes flashed with a puzzled but determined light. Why did the Department of Defense use me as bait? Why did the Empire's people really come after me? Can you understand? I can't. You're here too? Su Lu looked at her and asked. Jian Shui lowered her gaze and said softly, "Don't forget, I'm also a soldier." Su Lu fell into silence. Jian Shui's puzzlement was actually also his puzzlement. Last night, he had been continuously killing until the early morning. During this rare time of leisure, this puzzlement had already made him feel extremely strange. He knew that he was just an insignificant part of the vast battlefield, and he didn't have the ability to guess the grand scheme of the Federation's government and military. However, the fact that Jian Shui was Uncle's daughter, in the end, made him feel uneasy. He didn't know how the military god made the judgment, why the Empire's people launched such a fierce attack as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. Could it be that His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire gave a random order, and then the expeditionary army in the north used this matter to vent their anger? It was hard to explain. Probably only Marshal Li knows about this matter. Su Lu looked at Jian Shui and said with a serious expression. Jian Shui looked straight into his eyes and said, If I ask the old man, do you think he will tell me? Su Lu shook his head. She was silent for a moment and then suddenly asked, could it be related to that father of mine? Her father, her teacher, was a first-class wanted criminal of the Federation, the traitorous mechanic Euphone. In this war between the Federation and the Empire, it couldn't be ruled out that this background played a strange role. Just from the puzzlement in her heart, she was able to grasp certain things clearly like snow. It had to be said that the bloodline of the Lees of Philadelphia was indeed extraordinary. Hearing this judgment, Su Lee's heart slightly tightened. After a moment of silence, he said, I don't know, but I'll try my best to find out. The investigation of this matter was too difficult. According to his judgment, if it really was Jian Shuayer's background that made the military god Li Pifa draw up such an inconceivable plan, then this secret might not be known by anyone other than the military god himself. Thank you. Jian Shuayer expressed her sincere gratitude. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Su Li's answer was very formal, but if one carefully listened to every word, it revealed the complicated yet simple, distant yet close relationship between him and the national girl in front of him, from Donglin to the West Woods. Did you see the news just now? I saw it. Those two planets are under the absolute control of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. The Federation's electronic surveillance network didn't leave behind a single bit. The West Woods military is going to have a tough nut to crack this time. Those two planets are definitely more difficult than 5,460. Jian Shuayer explained to him. It seems like Commander Zhong is personally commanding at the front line. Su Lu suddenly thought of something and looked at Jian Shuayer. He frowned and said, Madman Li, you must be there too. Jian Shuayer's beautiful brows slightly furrowed as she replied softly. Originally, Su Lu thought that he was about to embark on a journey full of blood and smoke, so he didn't have time to rest. He was in a hurry to repair Little Black Flower's mecha, even ignoring the fact that Luochio Spaceport was severely lacking in standard MX mecha parts. However, after an entire day, the Federation's command center didn't give Su Lu any new tasks. They just let him rest in the spaceport. The second day, there were still no orders. They just let him rest. The third day was the same. On this planet, the flames of war were everywhere. Every second, there were people dying. There were bombs blasting through rock formations, sending up clouds of dust. Luochio Spaceport was also absolutely busy. Even the 6 mecha operators with red eyes didn't have time to record his repair process. They were all transferred to the front line. However, he and Jian Shuayer had nothing to do. They were just idling 24 hours a day, waiting for death. This kind of feeling was a little strange. That night, after Su Lu conducted the third assembly test on Little Black Flower, he dragged his tired body back to his room. During the day, he had already contacted by Yulan and found out that Group 7 had followed the mobile battalion back to the base camp that night. They would probably have to wait at least until the current phase of the war ended before they could reach Luochio Spaceport by land. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, Su Lu laid on his bed with his hands behind his head. He watched the Federation's news on the television in a daze. The Federation Army's attack on Planet 5460 was going smoothly. The battle on the other two planets was as fierce as expected, with the West Woods Military District as the main force, plus the 13 divisions of the 1st and 2nd Military District. A total of 73 divisions were all deployed on the two planets. However, under the crazy firepower of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, the Federation had only managed to establish 7 bases on the surface, and they had paid a terrible price for it. The images broadcast through the news were all very heroic. It seems that the Westwoods Tigers have really encountered a tough nut to crack this time. Although Su Lu had never met the fierce man from the Zhong family because of his wife and little watermelon, and because the man had stood up for him, he had a very inexplicable sense of closeness to him. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to this commander. As for the crazy war machine Madman Li, he wasn't worried at all. Chapter 431. In the days of the war, there were brave Federation soldiers dying every second, and the 3-star systems at the edge of the West Woods had long been engulfed in blood and fire. The relevant government departments were definitely not stupid enough to allow the major TV stations to continuously publish the names of the fallen soldiers in black. On the contrary, the news was filled with victory reports and commendations that were constantly appearing on the news. And the name that appeared the most in these battle reports and commendations was the Federation's 3rd Military Region's 7th Mechanic Division. The war suddenly broke out, and the Federation's propaganda machine launched a simultaneous and intensive attack. In just a few days, the Iron 7 Division, which had been gradually forgotten by the public of the Federation, appeared in front of the entire universe with an unstoppable momentum. It had to be admitted that the performance of the Iron 7 Division in this victorious battle was definitely worthy of the glory that they were enjoying at this moment. On planet 5460, the Imperial Expeditionary Force brazenly invaded the South, and the Federation's 3 lines of defense were on the verge of collapse. It was the Iron 7 Division's blockade at the front line of the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge that fired the first shot of the Federation's counterattack and set off a frenzied invasion of the North. This force completely annihilated the Imperial Moon Wolf Group in the Mountain War Zone and then immediately pursued the Imperial Assault Group, which had nearly 20,000 soldiers for thousands of miles. However, what the Federal Military and Division Commander Du Shaoqing did not expect was that the 2 Federation divisions that retreated from the south of the demarcation line did not arrive at the designated location at the designated time. However, the Imperial Assault Group had already regained their senses and launched a fierce counterattack on the Glacier Plateau, trying to nail the Iron 7 Division's pursuit to the Red Plateau soil. Du Shaoqing, wearing sunglasses, silently raised his right hand and pointed to the north like an arrow. The arrow was already on the string, and it had to be released. The Iron 7th Division was exhausted, but they were still silent and valiant. They charged toward the Imperial Assault Group, who were trying to regroup and organize a counterattack. The valiant soldiers of the Federation and the soldiers of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, whose willpower was tempered by ice and snow, once again clashed with each other on the Red Plateau. The formation that had just been formed was once again disrupted. The Iron 7th Division still coldly continued their crazy and fierce pursuit. This desperate chase lasted from late night to early morning and from early morning to dusk. It was unknown how much blood was sprayed into the sky, making the sunset incomparably bewitching red that night. When the red clouds were as red as blood, the Iron 7 Masters obtained the final victory. However, they also paid an extremely disastrous price. The Imperial Expeditionary Force's strategy of defending and waiting for reinforcements, which had been maintained for decades, suddenly melted like ice and snow, just like the once every 3,000 years flow of this planet. The Maple Forest Alliance's many years of savings were all used up because of His Majesty's reckless order and because of old General Ambry's ruthless and even somewhat desperate decision to leave his homeland. All of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's heavy weapons, secret land-based missile bases, electronically controlled micro-aircraft hangars, military deployments, and even the most real strength of the troops were all exposed in front of the Federal Army. With the Iron 7th Division's tragic victory as the starting point, the Federation began a rapid counterattack from the south to the north. Whether it was the command center, the West Woods Military District, or the Department of National Defense far away in the Capital Ring, none of them would let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity to plan for the results of this battle. The Federation had a total of nearly 3,400 M52 mechas, and more than 300 of them were thrown on the north-south border of this planet. Like countless cold iron protrusions, they mixed in with the automated mechanical troops and advanced towards the north. There were also dozens of strange black MX mechas appearing and disappearing in the mountains and wilderness. The Maple Forest Alliance retreated decisively like a tide, and the Federal Army chased after them fiercely like a forest fire, until the planet turned into a sea of fire. The Imperial Expeditionary Force's Maple Forest Alliance was made up of 9 Army brigades and 1 mecha brigade. Including the logistics and related officers in the base, they had a total of more than 218,000 people. When they retreated to the safe zone of mid-range missiles in the northern hemisphere that was covered in ice and snow, they had already left behind more than 60,000 corpses on the ground in the south. The Maple Forest Alliance took 17 mecha clans from the army brigades and took on the task of attacking on the front line. In the end, only 5 of them were able to retreat with their formation intact. What was more fatal was that under the attack of the Federation's air power and concentrated long-range missiles, it was very difficult for the Imperial armies to move their heavy firepower equipment into the warehouses hidden by the glaciers. The protracted battle was cut in half at the waist, and it was very difficult for them to continue. The plan of the Federation's Ministry of Defense was 1/3 complete, and the Imperial Expeditionary Force was holed up in the ice and snow of the Northern Hemisphere, without any signs of life. At this point, the general situation of Planet 5460 was set. The military commander of the Empire, Old General Ambly, was not inferior to his counterparts in the Federation. In fact, he did not make a mistake. Although he did not think that this was a trap set by the Federation in the beginning, he was prepared to break the trap. However, he did not expect that the Federation would silently send another black noose into this big trap. As the saying goes, a big ring encircles a small ring. The old general of the Empire lost because of the source, because of His Majesty the Emperor's random order. Old General Ambly's old face was as cold as the ice and snow around him. His sparse eyebrows were mixed with ice shards as he stood on the top floor of the base covered in ice and snow. His old hands continuously patted the steel railings, and his heart was filled with endless emotions and shock. How could the Federation have guessed His Majesty the Emperor's random order? Or could it be that the Federation spies had unbelievably infiltrated the core of the Empire? Unlike the fireworks of the victory of Planet 5460, the remaining 2/3 of the Ministry of Defense's plan did not go so smoothly. The main fleet of the Federation had to be stationed at the Gary Corridor and the Night Scorpion Nebula. Even if they had to wait for 100,000 years, they had to be on guard against the appearance of the Imperial fleet. That was the scenario that the Federation feared the most. The Ministry of Defense's plan was to use Jian Shui as bait to ignite a local war, then use the local war to trigger a planetary war. Using this planetary war, they would then use this planetary war to lure the only fleet of the Imperial Expeditionary Force to leave the Barren Star field. Once the Imperial fleet was lured away, the Ministry of Defense would then secretly prepare for a large-scale landing on the other 2 fallen planets. They would be able to obtain the precious and safe outer space environment. There was nothing wrong with this plan, except that the Federation did not expect that Old General Ambly would directly use the Federation's plan to start a tragic planetary war. Except that they did not expect that the Imperial Expeditionary Force would actually spend decades to set up such dense and violent stratospheric firepower on the 2 fallen planets. On these 2 planets at the border of the Scylan region, although the Federation's offensive could not be said to be gloomy, it had sunk into a kind of chilling stalemate. Every moment, there were countless Scylan native soldiers whose names were marked with black boxes, signifying their death. On the news, the Senate had just passed an order of commendation for the Iron 7th Division. At the same time, the commanders of the 2 divisions that delayed the military flight were immediately removed from their posts and sent back to the Capital Ring Military Court for trial. Sula narrowed his eyes, then turned off the TV and began to think about some problems with his eyes closed. The 2 divisions were directly under the command of the West Woods Military Command. The Iron 7th Division was constantly on the news and receiving commendations. Sulu did not find it strange. Although the troops led by Du Shaoqing were the first to go to the front lines, they had displayed a fierce iron will and outstanding military service, so it was natural for them to receive commendations. The problem was that the 2 fallen planets of the West Woods Military Command that were the main offensive force were unable to break through the situation. Thinking of the rumors that Zhong Laohu of the West Woods had been suppressing Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7th Division, and the 2 West Woods commanders who were arrested, Su Lu felt a little strange and thought about it. Although the son of the Zhong family in the West Woods was really stupid, and those powerful relatives of the Zhong family were really annoying, Sulu still sat on the side of the West Woods Zhong family, because that was the home of Little Watermelon and Mrs. Zhong. Sulu fell into a deep sleep as he thought about this without a clue. Outside the spaceport, from time to time, the roar of battleships taking off and landing, the noisy sound of engines exploding, and the orderly and solemn footsteps of soldiers could not wake him up, because this was a beautiful dream. However, when he turned around, he saw a young girl in a white dress standing by the window. The light from the sun shone in through the window, illuminating the young girl's youthful body and revealing her curves. What moved his heart the most was the pair of slender, tight, and smooth legs that did not match her height. They were somewhat exaggerated. The girl did not answer, but in the dream, Sula knew who she was because she had short purple hair. Sula felt that he was blaspheming an artist's oil painting. He reluctantly turned his head back, but he saw that the Shangqiu under him had become the beautiful daughter of the Nan family. Nan Xiangmei, who was being pressed down by a strong body, was wearing a dark blue turtleneck imitation sweater. Her eyes were closed tightly, and her black eyelashes were slightly trembling. She seemed to be awake, but refused to open her eyes, as if she was expecting something. Her cheeks were full of shyness, and there was a touch of purity in her gentleness. However, in front of this purity, he was a little violent and excited. He grabbed the hem of the dark blue sweater and pulled it up, exposing Nin Xiangmei's white jade-like upper body to the air. Sula only felt that it was warm and soft, and the fine particles on her creamy skin were shivering. It seemed that the air was a little cold. A little cold? It was indeed a little cold in the gatehouse, and the pear garden outside the window was still snowing. He looked up in excitement and confusion and saw the pair of black-rimmed glasses. However, the pair of eyes under the glasses did not have any sense of righteousness, only incomparably seductive and pure. The girl was also wearing a pair of red devil horns on her head, like a clumsy elf imitating a little goblin. Sulu, who was sweating all over, suddenly woke up. He sat on the bed in a daze for a long time and looked at his hands in a daze. Then he walked into the bathroom dejectedly, turned on the tap, and began to wash his clothes. Chapter 432. Drying his wet underwear on the heater rack, he turned on the switch and let the cold water droplets fall from the sky. Sulu rubbed his skin hard until his back was red. He took a longer shower than usual. In the cold water, he raised his hands in front of his eyes in a daze. Looking at the white skin on his fingertips, he thought to himself that his hands should be used to operate a mecha. Although a mecha could indeed shoot down a plane, he didn't understand why he had this wet dream. Thinking about the romantic fantasy that flashed through his mind a few days ago, he couldn't help but be shocked at how much his moral standards had dropped while the level of testosterone in his body had increased too much. However, he completely didn't realize that in reality, the war and death on this planet itself was a supreme weapon that stimulated lust and shattered all spiritual rules. Holding the cold porcelain basin with both hands, he looked at the somewhat unfamiliar young face in the mirror. There was no steam in the bathroom, so there was no fog on the mirror. He didn't need to use his hands to wipe it away. But why did that face look so unfamiliar? The straight eyebrows were still resting peacefully above his eyes, like two unsheathed flying knives. The fine hair between his eyebrows hadn't been shaved for a long time. The two thick black lines seemed to connect together, but there was no sense of valiance. Matched with the pair of small eyes below, it made people feel that this face was very trustworthy. But it was still unfamiliar because that pair of eyes seemed too calm. Sulu looked at himself in the mirror and thought about a few years ago, after he scared off that person on Donglin's Clock Tower Street. He had also been silent and nervous in the bathroom mirror. That person was called Bao Longtao, right? How come he was almost forgetting his name? Sulu found that after he escaped from Donglin, he had become more and more silent and calm. However, this silence and calm, to him, was somewhat similar to an undesirable aura. He didn't think this was his nature, and he didn't like this kind of outward change, so he stared at himself in the mirror in a daze. He didn't understand what the Federation's plan was. Jian Shaer said that the West Woods military's main attack on the two fallen stars was very difficult, and that the days of the Zhong family's tiger were very difficult, but he didn't understand. He didn't understand the Empire's ferocious attacks and the resolute retreat, nor did he understand the Federation's meticulous and wondrous military arrangements, nor did he understand the art of war command. At the end of the day, he was just an insignificant character in the grand galactic war. He could only silently turn back to repair his mecha and then travel through the forest at high speed. This was his greatest reliance. However, he had already begun to kill his enemies. Those Imperial mecha that had exploded in front of him and behind him, those corpses that had died with their eyes wide open, their twisted bodies constantly stimulating his brain. When he was in Eastwood, he had no knowledge of the people of the Empire. It was only when he saw the black tombstones on the graveyard in Macklin that he had a direct understanding of the people of the Empire. Sulu had killed a lot of people. When he was a child, blood dripped from the tip of the hydraulic pipe in the garbage dump, a gun barrel in the underground parking lot of Lynn High, and corpses were everywhere in the Foundation building. He was a good person, and good people could kill without blinking, let alone someone from the Empire. However, it was too easy for people to die on the battlefield. Life was too cheap here. In the middle of the night, Sulu, who was hit hard by the atmosphere of war, felt a little lost in his youthful state. He walked out of his room and listened to the chaotic and nervous noises outside the spaceport. He silently lowered his head and walked towards the end of the quiet corridor. Little Black Flower's mecha was quietly waiting on the other end. In the cold, dangerous, and complicated web of war, no matter how strong an individual's strength was, they were just an insect that was stuck in the web. They could be swallowed up at any moment. There was no chance of survival. He had to repair his personal MX. That way, he would have an extra set of armor and a few more sharp knives. When he struggled in the web in the future, he would be able to make a bigger commotion. There was a military satellite phone in the quiet corridor. Sulu silently thought for a moment. He turned his head, picked up the phone terminal scanner, and placed it behind his neck to scan it. After passing the authorization, he pressed a string of numbers. It was Shi Qinghai's phone call. The call was picked up very quickly. From this detail, Sulu knew that he had already arrived in the West Woods. His mood couldn't help but become heavier. "How's your job as a liaison officer?" Sulu leaned against the cold wall and smiled at his friend on the other end of the phone. "The overall situation here is not a problem, but there are still some dangers. But the Department of Defense hasn't sent any orders, so I'm just waiting for death in the spaceport." Shi Qinghai's bright and charming laughter came from the other end of the phone. Sulu smiled and began to talk about his feelings when he was on a battlefield for the first time. His tone was slightly heavy and worried. The war between the Federation and the Imperium was like a fight between two rock giants. Every heavy punch might not hurt the other party, but the falling pieces of rocks would definitely kill the other party. After a short pause, Sulu thought of the dream he had. His cheeks were slightly hot as he talked about it. Then he nervously asked in a hoarse voice, "Should I be in a relationship? But how can I like 4 people at the same time?" Shi Qinghai on the other end of the phone suddenly asked, "Have you been stimulated by a woman recently?" Sulu shook his head. Strangely, Shi Qinghai on the other side of the planet seemed to have seen his movement. He said in a slightly mocking tone, "Although I'm busy now, I still watch the news. The scandal between you and that national girl is so big. Although you're wearing a pair of Toad sunglasses, do you think you can hide it from my lightning-like eyes?" Sulu was silent. Shi Qinghai on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. Then he said seriously, "I think you should find a woman." Sulu replied, "Don't they mean the same thing? Falling in love doesn't mean that you can sleep with her, but you might have to get married. You definitely won't get married, but you definitely have to sleep with her." Shi Qinghai said sarcastically, "These are 2 very different things." "You mean venting?" Sulu held the phone and lowered his voice. "Is this really that interesting? If it's not interesting, then why are you dreaming? I'm just asking. Why are you so angry?" Sulu was a little annoyed. He looked at the remaining time on the phone and suddenly said seriously, "You have to take care of yourself." The anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain were officially part of the government forces. They came to the front line of the West Woods to fight. Presumably, these soldiers would join the battlefield after some time. Sulu was very clear that there would be a lot of dangerous and complicated compromises and exploitation. Shi Qinghai's role as a liaison officer was very dangerous. Shi Qinghai, on the other end of the phone, was silent for a while. Then he said, "You also take care of yourself. Overly high-profile morality can only cultivate hypocrites. In my opinion, although our young leader has never put the word morality on his lips, he has always put it above his head, and he can't wait for everyone to see. Is this a big lie that looks real, or is it real gold and silver?" The flames of war had spread to the glacier forest in the Northern Hemisphere. The long-range firepower of the Imperial Expeditionary Force was suppressed to the brink of collapse. This road that passed by the front line of the Huangshanling Lonely Ridge returned to silence. At this moment, a motorcade composed of dozens of military and civilian vehicles slowly drove over. The roaring sound of the engines broke the silence. In the back of a military vehicle, these extremely sarcastic words were even more harsh than the sound of the engines. Bai Yulan lowered her head and dozed off. She couldn't stop Lan Xiaolong from nagging. Her delicate eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. Lan Xiaolong was smoking a cigarette. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the blackened sparks on the mountain outside the window. He looked at the scattered metal wreckage and secretly assessed the extent of the battle that happened that night. His lips moved, but he didn't stop his sarcastic remarks. That old man is good. He took the nation's girl and ran away. He saved that camp. Isn't it cool? Isn't it glorious? But what about us? We didn't fire a single shot when we went to the front line. Although we didn't become deserters, we became leftovers and were thrown back to the headquarters by him. The cigarette on Lan Xiaolong's lips swayed up and down. He looked very interesting. The sarcastic expression on his face was full of sarcasm. The 7th Combat Team didn't fight a single battle. They're about to be transferred back to the Westwoods. Speaking of which, all the battles were fought by our supervisor alone. Of course, we can only follow behind him and watch the show. What are we doing here? Traveling? In the carriage, Xiong Linquan had been carefully maintaining the heavy rotary machine gun. When he heard Lan Xiaolong's words, his face became a little ugly. The rest of the soldiers of the 7th Combat Team felt the same. Of course, they didn't have any opinions about Supervisor Su Lo. They just thought that since the war had started, they, who were originally very fierce, couldn't do anything because they had an even fiercer supervisor. It was really a little frustrating. "You're not originally a member of the 7th Combat Team." Bai Yulan finally spoke softly. "I don't understand why the division sent you here." Lan Xiaolong threw the cigarette out of the window. The cigarette landed on the charred platform of the grenade launcher, creating a small spark. He said, "Of course, it's to protect the Federation's treasure, our Lieutenant Colonel Sulu." Bai Yulan frowned. Damn it. How could they send a major to protect a lieutenant colonel? Furthermore, this guy's military skills were quite average. However, he had been in the port city's 83-84 unit for many years, so his military style was quite obvious. Lan Xiaolong ignored him and said to the men of the 7th Combat Team who had their heads lowered, "Our supervisor is on a mecha. Of course, we can't follow, but you have to think about it. He's already a lieutenant colonel. He can't be using an MX to pretend to be a soldier and kill everywhere. In the West Woods, in the Empire, in the mountains, in the grasslands, constantly killing in and out, playing the hero 7 times in and out, and finally dying of exhaustion and walking to the end of the road? Bullshit. He has to be the commanding officer of the unit, like a regiment commander or division commander. However, we all know that although that guy has been studying commanding teaching materials every day for the past few months, when it comes to commanding, he doesn't have much of a future. He's a few thousand streets behind someone like Du Xiaoqing. When the time comes, what do you think we can do for him? Gu Shifeng, Lu Jiao, Xiong Linquan. You all need to think about it carefully." Lan Xiaolong was like a hooligan as he gestured around. Bai Yulan, who had her head lowered and remained silent, suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She thought about how the Department of Defense had directly transferred this guy from the 17th Armor Division to her team. She thought about how her 7th Combat Team couldn't get rid of the background of the 17th Armor Division. Bai Yulan gradually understood what was going on. Her eyes, which were separated by thin strands of hair, suddenly shone brightly. Chapter 433. The light in by Yulan's eyes gradually dimmed. She lowered her head and listened attentively to Lan Xiaolong's incessant nagging. At this time, she already had a certain judgment in her mind. Listening to Lan Xiaolong's seemingly roguish and decadent literary tone, she was getting more and more suspicious. The famous people in this universe, the big shots, often started to build their own team when they were lonely, unknown, or at the bottom level. Now, the subordinates of Du Shaoqing, who was famous in the Federation when he first joined the Iron 7th Division, had grown into his most loyal partners and executors. The subordinates trained by the god of war Li Pifu in several wars had now become the heroes of the military. Even President Pabre, who was deeply respected by everyone, was now an officer in the Secretary's office. In this year, the Federation government, the Lees of Philadelphia, and Minister Zhou of the Department of National Defense re-established the 7th Combat Team and sent this amazing team to the training base. Without a doubt, they were trying to let Su Lu have a team that belonged exclusively to him. However, what made Bai Yulan feel slightly sad was that Su Lu didn't seem to have much interest in building a team and expanding his influence in the future. Although the core members of the 7th Combat Team had already recognized the young lieutenant colonel's ability and temperament after the graduation day military drill and these few months of interaction, he didn't have the self-awareness to become a leader himself. On the contrary, it was this strange Major Lan Xiaolong who had been supporting Su Lu for the past few months. He inspired the self-awareness of the members of the 7th Combat Team on behalf of the young lieutenant colonel who was like a rock. He subtly influenced this team to be under Su Li's influence. A faint smile appeared on Bai Yulan's face. She took out a cigarette from her jacket pocket and stuffed it into her slightly dry lips. She took a deep breath with great enjoyment. Boss might be the commander of the 17th Division in the future, but what would he be in the future even further? A new marshal? As long as the members of the 7th Combat Team could return to their hometown alive from the battlefield, they would definitely have a very good life. The fleet drove into Luoqiao Airport. The performance team and the broadcasting team of the Federation TV station, who had experienced the baptism of the battlefield, saw the large warships taking off and landing. Before they had time to relax, they were controlled by the strong impulse to leave the battlefield of life and death and return to the rear. Some female staff members were so excited that they even shed tears. For Sister Tong, not being with Miss for nearly 100 hours was something that had never happened in the past 7 years. Her mood had long been nervous to the extreme. Towards Su Li's action of taking the young Miss away, without her consent, she was extremely angry. However, when she saw the young man and woman and man walking together in the barracks, the anger in her heart instantly became a faint sense of loss. Jian was wearing a light-colored short windbreaker as she nestled beside Su Lu like a docile little bird. Her expression was calm and peaceful. Looking at this scene, Sister Tong uncomfortably confirmed that the escape that night had already caused the young miss to have absolute trust in this small-eyed officer. What would happen when a man and a woman were alone in a small cabin? Sister Tong didn't want to think about it, and she immediately remembered that they were originally a blind date, the core of the Federation scandal. Without any rest, everyone boarded the warship specially dispatched by the Ministry of National Defense and left this planet full of blood and fire. Su Lu, wearing sunglasses, stood by the wide porthole and narrowed his eyes to look at the colorful planet floating in the black universe. Thinking of the smoke of war and the soldiers who died on the battlefield that night, he slightly pursed his lips and believed that he would be back soon. Bai Magnolia walked behind him and handed him a cup of freshly brewed green tea. She said softly, "I just received the order from the company to escort Miss Jian to the main planet of the West Woods. Then, the 7th Combat Team will rest here and wait for the next mission." Whatever he thought of, it came. Su Lu took the teacup, thanked her, and smiled bitterly. He was about to say goodbye to Jian and the real battlefield in the stars was waiting for him and the men of the 7th Combat Team. The indicator light above the porthole rang, and the deck of the hull was ready to close. The light warship began to accelerate in preparation for entering the twisting passage of the Huiming corridor. The flowing light outside the window was pulled into a strange light circle like leaves. Sulu retracted his gaze and looked down at the green leaves floating in the green tea in the glass. He was silent. Sunset State, the main planet of the West Woods, Changfeng military base. Countless spacious landing platforms were densely packed in the wilderness like lakes. The warship that the Victory concert team took when they first arrived in the West Woods was docked in the Changfeng military base. However, the base today was much more tense and busy than before. The war had begun, and countless weapons, ammunition, and resources sent from the capital ring had to be transported to the front line through this largest military base. Su Lu still wore his sunglasses and stood behind Jian Shui, vigilantly looking around. His gaze swept past her shoulder and looked at the fleet that was driving out from under the warship, especially the black car that belonged to him. Today, they would be staying at the Venus Hotel for the night. Then, Jian Shui and her team would return to the capital ring, and the two sides would officially separate. Su Lu did not have too many feelings of sadness in his heart. Because of the uncle, there were too many stories that needed to be told between them and too many unknown possibilities. Her bright purple hair was as smooth as silk. Jian Shui looked ahead calmly. She didn't turn her head, but she knew that the man behind her was looking at her from the corner of his eyes. She thought about how he was her father's only student and the blind date arranged by her family. She thought about how he had watched her grow up and how he knew her age, birthday, and even her private data. She wanted to laugh, but her beautiful cheeks blushed just as she was about to turn around and have a serious conversation with this very interesting guy. A bouquet of very bright roses came to her and interrupted some of the inexplicable emotions that had just arisen. The Zhong family of the West Woods indeed had an unimaginable power and status in this region. Zhong Ziki, the nephew of Commander Zhong, who was deeply doted on, could easily enter the security area of the military base at such a tense time of war. I have a pass. Zhong Ziki, who was holding the bouquet of flowers, did not say anything to Jiansha, who had a slightly stunned expression. Instead, he said to Su Lu, who was behind her, "You have a bright future ahead of you. I don't want to offend the person favored by the old man, but I'm just here to give you a bouquet of flowers, so I'm sure you won't mind." As soon as the Zhong family's fleet appeared in sight, the armed members of Group 7 had already prepared security measures. However, Su Lu did not say anything, so everyone remained calm. Zhong Ziki looked at Su Lu and said, "Last time at the hotel, Mad Manly already helped you regain your dignity. This time, I've decided not to give you any chance to slap my face." These words were said very sincerely. Ever since he found out about Su Li's background, Zhong Ziki had already given up on the thought of seeking revenge on him within a short period of time. However, when he saw the rumors about Su Lu and Jian Shui spreading like wildfire on the news, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed 300 times with a knife and 2 jars of sea salt had been needed. It was so unbearable that he couldn't say it out loud. Therefore, he came with sincerity and grace today. "I want to compete with you fairly." Zhong Ziki smiled. His face could be considered handsome, but because of his slightly wrinkled nose, he looked a little repulsive. He only knew that Su Lu was a person he could not afford to offend, but he did not know Jian Shui's background. He said gently and politely, "Miss Jian Shui, please accept my flowers, and please don't misunderstand that I am harassing you. You must know that Master Schiller once said, 'I love you.' What does it have to do with you?" Jian Shui playfully raised her eyebrows, looked at Zhong Ziki in front of her, and asked, "Are you sure you love me?" Zhong Ziki's brows furrowed. After thinking for a long time, he said, "I can't say that now. In the past, I only felt that you were a treasure, and it would definitely feel good to have you in my arms. But now, I like you with respect." From these words, it could be seen that the secret of the Federation's Department of Defense's successful military operation had not been hidden from this young master of the Zhong family. Now that he admitted that he did not love her, the anger in Jian Shui's heart subsided a little. The girl smiled sweetly and said, "Since it has nothing to do with me, Then what does it have to do with me? At this time, the black car silently slid to the side of the group. Lan Xiaolong pushed open the driver's door and walked behind Su Lu. With a trace of mischief, he said softly, "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, I've always thought that you should learn how to be jealous and act like a spoiled brat." Seeing that he did not respond, Lan Xiaolong shrugged and said to Bai Yulan and the others behind him, "If he doesn't know how to do it, then you should help him." Bai Yulan lowered her head, thinking to herself, "We're soldiers, not henchmen who are going to kidnap innocent women for the young master." At this time, Jianshe very seriously said to Zhong Ziki, "I allow you to secretly like me from afar, as long as you don't let me know." These words were said very calmly and indifferently, but there was a very subtle and very sharp mockery in them. Zhong Ziki's face gradually turned pale. Although he did not act out because of Su Lu behind the national girl, the anger in his heart would probably continue to burn for a very, very long time. Su Lu had been silent because he was thinking, looking at the countless battleships and transport ships that frequently took off and landed in the Changfeng base through the lens of his sunglasses. He naturally thought of the smoke and blood on planet 5460 and the tragic landing battle on the two fallen planets. At such a time of war, people like Zhong Ziki actually had the leisure to play the drama of jealousy and chasing after celebrities. At this time, under the battleship, a few minutes of tit-for-tat fighting, there were probably many Federation soldiers on the front line who had fallen on the battlefield and could never stand up again. This strong contrast made his mood a little heavy and annoyed. Was he going to play the kind of drama where you don't know who my backer is, so I bully you? I just watch with a smile, then I use my backer to bully you back. Then a bystander will pull out an even more powerful backer to bully everyone and have fun. This was a good way to pass the time and lengthen the length of the boring story in his boring life. However, he was not willing to live such a life. Chapter 434. He had never been valiant. He had only silently swept past the battlefield, seeing a few clumps of smoke and a few spots of mangled flesh. It was not enough to shake or change Su Lu, this Donglin rock, too much. It was just that his rock-like heart had long returned to Donglin after he had truly gotten used to life and death. When he was hanging out with a group of orphans on Clock Tower Street, who had any family background, it was just a competition of whose knife was faster and whose brain was more nimble. At this time, he looked at Zhong Erlang through the flowers. A man's heart was not as strong as iron, but his eyes were like iron, cold and tough. It was as if the wide sunglasses on the bridge of his nose were going to crack. Zhong Ziki was angry at the national girl's mockery when he suddenly felt this pair of eyes and felt a chill all over his body. A moment later, he slowly raised his head without showing any weakness and coldly looked straight into Su Li's eyes. In the eyes of many people, and even in his own eyes, there was no doubt that he was the only heir of the West Woods Zhong family, because of the favor of the tiger of the Zhong family. This identity gave him too much right to be proud and arrogant. That day at the Venus Hotel, even a real lunatic like Li Feng did not dare to shoot him, let alone this young lieutenant colonel in front of him. After that day, Zhong Ziki carefully investigated Su Li's background and confirmed the secret relationship between him and the Lis of Philadelphia. However, he was not afraid. Moreover, he had the Zhong family's direct security forces by his side today. 7 stern-looking bodyguards in black silently stood behind Zhong Ziki. They were all retired special forces from the West Woods military region and were exceptionally strong. With such a group of powerful bodyguards by his side, Zhong Ziki was not worried about his own safety. Instead, he was a little ashamed that he had been shocked by Su Li's cold gaze. He stared at Su Lu with a slightly heavy expression and said coldly, "Lieutenant Colonel Su." Su Lu did not listen to him at all. The light in his narrowed eyes gradually faded. He stepped forward and held Jian Shui's hand, turned around, and walked toward the black car. Zhong Ziqi's expression changed drastically. The humiliation of being disregarded had reached a level that he and his family could not bear. After opening the back door of the black car and letting Jian Shui in, Su Lu turned around and looked at the young master of the Zhong family behind the bouquet of flowers. He slowly took off his sunglasses and said in a serious tone, "If you dare to harass her again, I will beat you until your uncle can't recognize you." Sulu was a person who pretended to be cool. He did not purposely force these words out of his mouth. His tone carried the air of the Sunset State. He was simply stating a principle, and because of its simplicity, it was exceptionally believable. People have names, just as trees have shadows. If it was an ordinary lieutenant colonel of the Federation who said such a sentence, Zhong Ziqi would only find it extremely absurd. He would wantonly hold his stomach and laugh out loud. Then, with a serious expression, he would beat up this lieutenant colonel until his life or death was unknown. However, the person who said this sentence was Su Lu. Therefore, this extremely vulgar and uninteresting vulgar threat was spat out from his thin lips. In an instant, it turned into an extremely cold wind of 5,460 degrees Celsius. It whistled past the spacious landing pad, making everyone feel an endless chill. Sulu had the combat strength to contend with Madman Li. He also had a notorious reputation for not following the rules like Lin Banshan. The reason why the leaders of the 1,000-year-old families in the capital ring did not want him to come out of the Black Dungeon, and why they were so wary of this lone figure, was none other than the fact that he dared to kill. He could kill. Clearly, this world had not forced him to the extreme, but he dared to kill without reason. After hearing this threat, Zhong Ziqi, whose expression had changed drastically due to anger, suddenly turned pale. This was because he knew that Su Lu would definitely do what he said. Even those powerful bodyguard from the West Woods Military Special Battalion, who were silent behind him, could not help but change their expressions when they thought of the deeds that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu had done. They carefully and cautiously approached Zhong Ziqi. A strange blush appeared on Zhong Ziqi's pale face. He stared at Su Lu beside the black car and said, "Good, good, good, but I have to remind you of one thing. This is the West Woods. This is not a world where you can make a living with your fists. I have already given you enough face," he said in a deep voice. "Since you're not willing to give me back my face, then I will also put my words here. As long as she is still in the West Woods, I will pursue her. If you think this is harassment, you can come and beat me." When he said this, Zhong Ziqi did not back down. He took 2 steps toward the black car and said mockingly, "In fact, I am going to continue to harass you. I want to know how you will beat me." The black-clothed bodyguards behind him also walked up, vigilantly watching the combatants of Group 7 around them. A few of them had already reached their hands into their black suits. Their movements were very natural and relaxed, as if they were reaching for a cigarette. Everyone present knew that these people were definitely not touching cigarettes, but sharp killing weapons. However, they did not deliberately hide it. They just did it expressionlessly. A strong enough deterrent force gushed out from the simple action of reaching into their clothes. The Federation strictly controlled firearms. Except for local tyrants or warlords like the Zhong family in the West Woods, who would dare to openly use guns in the military base. Everyone in Group 7 had a solemn expression. They stared at these experienced professional soldiers and silently waited for the follow-up development. Zhong Ziqi's confidence was based on this. Although he was angry, it was impossible for him to openly mobilize 2 battalions to kill Su Lu on the spot. However, the fierce character that grew up in a military compound made him have the impulse to pull out a gun in front of Su Lu. He looked at Su Lu coldly. His expression seemed to say, "Come and beat me, come and beat me." It was not Su Li's fist that came, but a delicate military knife. A delicate hand gently held the streamlined knife, handle made of black, fragrant wood, as if it was holding a flower. Suddenly, it cut the air of Changfeng Base, which was full of the sound of wind, and brought a more shrill wind sound. With a sound, the blade flashed and cut the flower petals in front of Zhong Ziqi. Then the blade twisted and gently rested on his throat like lightning. What a fast blade! The faces of the bodyguards of the Zhong family in the West Woods changed dramatically. They pulled out their pistols with a jaw-dropping speed and aimed at the person holding the knife. However, they did not pull the trigger because the delicate knife had been quietly placed on the artery of Zhong Ziqi's neck, and it did not tremble at all. The blade was very stable, and not trembling at all was actually scarier than not trembling at all. The chopped red flower petals rustled and fell down. The sound of guns being loaded rang out all around them. The clear sound was mixed with endless solemnity. The men of Group 7 had already raised the Qian light machine guns in their hands and coldly surrounded the bodyguards of the Zhong family. The barrels of the guns were pitch black, revealing a chilling, killing intent. What was more terrifying was the buzzing sound. Xiong Lingquan stood outside the crowd, and his two muscular arms were holding a heavy Carlin rotary cannon, aiming at all the people of the Zhong family. Bai Yulan's right hand gripped the delicate knife, while her left hand gently brushed away the strands of black hair in front of her eyes. She looked at the Zhong family's bodyguard who were aiming their guns at her and said softly, "At least for now, we have more guns. I advise you to put down your guns." Group 7 was equipped with heavy firepower used on the battlefield. With a casual round of bullets, these well-trained professional soldiers of the Zhong family could only end up in a pool of blood. Zhong Ziqi's face was pale, and he raised his head without saying a word. Since the death of his father, his head had always been held high, never falling. But at that time, it represented his dignity and the glory of his family. But now, it represented humiliation and fear. The fear came from the cold and delicate knife on his neck, from the sound of guns being loaded, and from the high-speed rotation of Dalin's soul. He couldn't understand. These mercenaries clearly knew who he was. Why did they still dare to raise their guns? He couldn't understand. Why did this quiet man in front of him, who looked like a girl, dare to point a sharp knife at his vitals? "Kill me if you have the guts. We are carrying out a military mission. If you continue to harass Miss Jian Shuier, I will kill you with my own hands." Bai Yulan deepened Su Li's previous threat. He quietly looked at Zhong Ziqi's pale face, and after saying this, he didn't speak again. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that Su Lu had already closed the door. This delicate man's lips curled up into two beautiful arcs, and his fingers slightly tightened. A streak of blood appeared on Zhong Ziqi's fair neck. The blood vessels that had appeared on the surface of his skin due to his anger and fear were immediately forced back under the skin by the cold and pain. His legs were somewhat weak, and his lips were sore and numb. He was simply unable to say anything. Bai Yulan slowly put away the knife and put it back into his pocket. He didn't even look at the Zhong family soldier who was pointing a gun at his forehead. He gently reached out his hand and pulled the gun away, and then walked back to his military vehicle. What a good show. Lan Xiaolong smiled as he looked at this scene. He thought that the guys from Group 7 finally understood what kind of formation they had to put on in order to stand up for their boss. And those big shots from the Department of National Defense would definitely like this slightly cliché show. Retreat. He calmed himself down and smiled as he saluted Zhong Ziqi. He waved his hand and signaled the members of Group 7 who were holding numerous large guns ready to fire at any time to leave. The smoke and dust dispersed in the wind. Zhong Ziqi covered his neck and stared blankly at the convoy that was leaving. His face was pale as he thought of those men holding guns and the knife that was on his neck. He could clearly feel that if there was a conflict earlier, that knife would have really cut open his carotid artery, and those Qian machine guns and Dailings would have really dared to open fire. Countless small cold beads appeared on young Master Zhong's back, and he couldn't help but shiver. The original anger and vengeance in his heart was shattered by that cold feeling. Chapter 435. In the luxurious suite on the top floor of the Golden Star Hotel, a few minutes after the sparse splashing sound disappeared, Jian Shi tied her wet hair behind her neck. Wearing a pink and white bathrobe, she lowered her head and wiped the water droplets as she walked out. Under the bathrobe, her bare feet gently stepped on the expensive carpet, leaving a few wet footprints. Su Lu stood up from the sofa. His eyes swept over the girl's jade-like little feet. He picked up the automatic dry bag and handed it to her. Then he turned around and stubbed out the cigarette, but Jian Shi naturally took it and put it on her head. It looked like she was wearing a small hat. With her clear face and beautiful facial features, she looked very beautiful and cute. There was no one else in the suite. The two of them were alone. They silently handed over the things and looked very natural and intimate. There was a faint feeling of being part of the C family. And in the eyes of many people, they were already a couple. Even Sister Tong was not in the room. Jian Shui sat on the sofa, curled up her legs, tilted her head, and gently dipped a cotton bud into the water in her ear. She said softly, "I know you have a close relationship with the Zhong family, but it's not good to offend the future heir of the Zhong family." When the soft pink cotton swab entered and exited, it would occasionally touch the girl's soft and tender earlobes, causing them to tremble slightly. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he watched, and many inexplicable emotions welled up in his heart. The national girl in his dreams back then was actually able to show her most private side in front of him like a family member. This world's affairs were truly somewhat lamentable. Listening to Jian Shui's slightly worried words, he smiled and did not explain anything. In fact, he was worried that after tomorrow's separation, the young master of the Zhong family in the West Woods would harass Jian Shui relentlessly. That was why he was so tough in the Chongfeng military base today, especially when Jian Shui was not willing to let the world know her real family background. To deal with a possessive playboy with a strong family background, Sulu could only use the absolute threat of death to suppress his ambitions and desires. Seeing that Sulu did not care about her words, Jian Shui sighed softly. A trace of sadness appeared on her beautiful little face. She looked at him and said, "The Ministry of National Defense will escort us back to the capital ring. You don't have to worry about anything." Sula nodded. Jian Shui took off the small hat-like dry hair bag and rubbed her fluffy purple short hair. She was like a cute little lion that shook its head vigorously in the sun after crossing a clear stream. There was a kind of beauty that was full of vitality. Without warning, suddenly, she leaned against the sofa, held her chin, looked at Sulu seriously, and said, "I have something that I need your opinion on." Sulu was stunned and looked back at her on the sofa. He knew that when this national girl was 12 years old, she was determined to leave the lees of Philadelphia. Even if she fought a long-lasting lawsuit, she still forced the military godly Pifu to make a concession. Such a determined girl had her own plans for everything she did. What did she need his opinion on? "I plan to grow my hair long and then dye it back to black." Jian Shui blinked and said, "What do you think?" Su Li's heart relaxed. It turned out to be such a small matter. However, immediately after, he had a strong feeling in his heart. This bright purple hair was the collective memory of many Federation citizens. It was the trace of his past years. She actually wanted to dye it black? It depends on what you like. He awkwardly scratched the black hair on top of his head and said, "If you want to ask for my opinion, of course I like the color of your hair now." After saying this, Su Lu was suddenly stunned. He immediately thought of something else and looked at the girl on the sofa with astonished eyes. Jian Shui smiled slightly and looked at him quietly. In fact, she also did not understand why she wanted to ask for Su Li's opinion before she made this decision. Was it just because he was her father's only student, so she felt close to him? Or was it because she had gotten used to trusting him after this period of time together? And at this moment, Su Li's reaction made her confirm that under his sincere face, there was indeed an intelligent heart. "This is my last concert. My contract with Department 23 is about to expire. I will not continue to act in that TV series." The national girl, Jian Shui, was about to end her acting career. In this period of time that was full of news about war, it was presumably the most shocking news. And Su Lu, other than herself, was the first person in this universe to know of this news. Su Lu looked at her in surprise and was speechless for a long time. "When I was young, I left Philadelphia for the capital because I wanted to live a different life. As a star, I could play different roles and live many lives. But later on, I found that I could not live any kind of life." Jian Shui cutely stuck out her tongue and said, "I can't play a bad woman. I can't act in kissing scenes. I can't act in nude scenes. Even if I wanted to, the TV station and scriptwriter would not dare to write it." Su Li's eyebrows twitched painfully. He thought that, not to mention the influence of the old man in Philadelphia, If the scriptwriter really dared to write it and the TV station dared to broadcast it, he and the countless audiences in the Federation would be too scared to watch it. Even if they watched, they would cover their hands and open their fingers. They would be extremely shy. He bitterly smiled and said, "Last time, I said that you have graduated from the Battleship Command Department, but you know that the old man will never allow you to go to the front line. If you go on a battleship, all the operators will only look at you, and it will be easy for an accident to happen. Let's not talk about this." Jian Shui'er slightly lowered her eyes. Her long eyelashes covered her delicate white skin, and a long bath towel covered her delicate white legs. "You have to be more careful in the front line. As for the things we talked about last time, if it is not easy to investigate, you don't have to." Su Lu was silent. In Luoqiao Airport, he and Jian Shui'er needed an answer to the doubts in their hearts. However, at present, it seemed that the answer was only in the mind of the military god Li Pifu, or the emperor of the empire. It was indeed very complicated to find the answer. "When we were there last time, I didn't ask about my father." Jian Shui'er slowly raised her head and looked through the floor-to-ceiling window in the direction of the Silver Beach, where the sound of waves came from in the night. There was a trace of sadness and longing in her big eyes. There was a touch of coldness and disdain on her sharp chin that was probably unique to the Li family. However, after a while, this sadness and longing merged together and turned into some kind of determination. She looked back at Su Lu with squinted eyes. She was not cute, but persistent. She said seriously, "I really want to know the real story of my father. I really want to know why he became a traitor. Do you want to know? I want to know more than anyone else." Su Li's eyes also narrowed. "Don't worry. If one day I know these things, I will immediately inform you, as long as I'm still alive." The next day, the entire Victory Concert team came to the Chongfeng military base again. Although the fierce battle of the front line was now in full swing and the Army's mission was very heavy, the federal military was very clear about the importance of this national girl and this concert in this victory military operation, so they specially held a small farewell ceremony. Because of the news incident last time, Su Lu did not stand next to Jian Shui'er. Instead, he quietly hid in the crowd. He looked at the beautiful figure of Jian Shui'er bathed in the flash in front of him and the submissive by Magnolia behind her. His heart moved slightly. He hoped that the young master of the Zhong family would behave for a few days under his threat and by Magnolia's sharp knife. Military reporters had sharper eyes and deeper information channels than ordinary journalists. The war that broke out in 5460 seemed to have some hidden relationship with Jian Shui'er. They absolutely did not believe that the federal military's victory military operation and this victory concert only had the same name. Countless loud questions sounded on the base landing platform. Flashes lit up from time to time. However, under the control of the West Woods military publicity department officers, no one dared to ask too many questions. Therefore, Jian Shui'er could use her signature invincible girl smile to silently block these questions. A natural star, if not a star, what else can you do? In the crowd, Su Lu silently looked at the lively scene. On one hand, he thought about the girl's trustworthy announcement last night. On the other hand, he was secretly glad that no reporters discovered his existence. The light battleship on the landing platform had already completed the preparation for takeoff. The unique, low, buzzing sound of the crystal engine gradually covered the questions and noise in the field. At this moment, Jian Shui'er, who was surrounded by the crowd, suddenly flashed an inexplicable smile on her face. She was beautiful and lively with playfulness, which attracted the attention of many reporters. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the national girl turned around and walked into the crowd. The crowd naturally separated to form a passage. Wearing a light-colored windbreaker, she walked to the front of Su Lu and gently hugged his stiff body. She gently pressed her face against his chest and said with a smile and a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Don't forget that we are on a blind date. I have to explain to the Feiqing family." The reporters and the crowd looked at this scene in disbelief. In an instant, someone reacted and shouted, "It's Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu." So he was hiding here. Su Lu lowered his head and quickly took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on his face. However, in the next moment, countless flashes lit up around him. It was like countless suns trying to evaporate every drop of water in his body that was as stiff as a rock at this time. Jian Shui'er smiled and hugged him. She leaned on him and said softly, "Bear with it. The next time we meet again, maybe I will already be a reporter." Su Lu was stunned. He looked down at the beautiful face of the girl in his arms and couldn't speak. "Help me take care of Li Feng on the front line." Jian Shui'er stood up straight and gently held his hand. She looked at him and said seriously, "My nephew is very pitiful." At this time, Su Lu could no longer hear the questions of the reporters around him. There was no flash in his eyes, only the beautiful face in front of him. His face was extremely stiff and was even about to twitch. Chapter 436. Just like in the legends, he went to the front lines at the age of 12, piloting a mecha and starting a blood-soaked game. He slaughtered more than 100 ace mecha pilots at the edge of the Bermuda Triangle and the outskirts of the space passage, earning himself the reputation of being invincible in the military. His personality was violent and arrogant to the extreme. With his solid battle results, he was promoted to become the youngest lieutenant colonel in the history of the Federation. Su Lu really could not understand what madman he had to take care of. What was so pitiful about him? This question perplexed him all the way until he took a bath. Dense droplets of water sprayed down from his head and face, but it was unable to wash away his doubts. This was because he knew that Jian Shui'er was not as lovable and cute as she appeared on the surface. Every word that the young girl said naturally had its own reason. He turned on the tap, picked up the towel, and rubbed his face forcefully twice. He rubbed his face until it was slightly red. He raised his head to look at the bathroom and confirmed that there should not be any surveillance equipment here. So he slowly closed his eyes, lowered his body slightly, and squatted into a standard horse stance. In the midst of the fog, he began the practice that he had long been accustomed to. The tremors at the edge of the Eastwood mine had already pierced into his skin. No one could see the strange traces under his tight skin. Only he could feel the clear, burning lines slowly moving along those lines that he did not understand. They squeezed out energy from the friction between every pair of muscle fibers and even every cell wall, gradually spreading to every part of his body. In the hot fog, Su Lu closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. He used his biological clock to confirm that the time for the horse stance was up. His right foot left the ground and placed behind his left knee like a sheathed sword. At the same time, his two hands left his body and spread to the sides, forming a W-like shape. The center of gravity of his entire body was placed on his left foot. However, his movements were so natural and casual. The muscle lines under his skin were faintly discernible, hard and elastic. After maintaining this posture for 5 minutes, he changed his posture. He put his head down, his right hand on the wet ground, his left knee slightly bent, his left hand bent behind his back to support his waist. At the same time, he lifted his right foot back, and his entire body became a straight line. This posture looked very normal, but to maintain it for a long time was exceptionally difficult. After another 5 minutes, Su Lu began to change his posture again. Su Lu completed the 10 postures that he had learned when he was a teenager one by one, without a second of delay. Every movement was done to the extreme according to the uncle's requirements. The muscles and meridians in his body were twisted to the limit that the human body could bear. Back then, it was a huge problem for him to complete these 10 strange postures beside the mine. However, after so many years, these postures had become a part of his body's instinct, and they were exceptionally smooth and natural to him. After completing the 10 postures, he lightly exhaled a mouthful of foul air, and besides feeling slightly sore and numb from head to toe, he felt a wisp of refreshing and natural feeling. Su Lu looked at his blurry face in the mirror and scratched his head. Suddenly, a trace of worry appeared on his thick black eyebrows. He did not know if there were geniuses in this universe, but at least he knew very well that so-called geniuses were just hard work that exceeded what normal people could bear. Since he was very young, as long as time allowed, he had never stopped practicing these 10 postures. Being able to have the personal strength that shocked the 7 great families, being able to use the simulation system to control a military mecha and kill everywhere, was actually all due to his silent and determined daily training. However, this time, the battle on planet 5460, the weakness and hunger in his body at the end of the battle reminded Su Lu of the many times he had risked his life to kill. He found that his ability had a very difficult flaw to solve. That was every time he relied on the strange power in his body to split mountains and cut seas, his strength would drain very quickly. As a result, he would only shine for a moment before finally falling into a predicament where he could not continue. This was not difficult to explain. As a mechanical engineer who believed in scientific principles, although Su Lu could not explain those mysterious abilities that the uncle had taught him, he could easily explain this phenomenon. Energy was always balanced. In an extremely short period of time, he had exploded with an extremely large amount of strength, or rather energy, then his body would definitely quickly fall into a weakened state. In normal life, jealousy, fighting, causing trouble, and killing people was not a big problem. At most, he would just roll up his sleeves or take off his clothes to have a good time and then ignore it afterwards. However, now that he was on the front lines of the West Woods, facing those cruel and terrifying Imperial soldiers, this problem was a bit of a headache. He could not just insta-kill several mecha on the battlefield and then wait to be beaten to death, or wait awkwardly for his subordinates or allies to come to his rescue. How could he solve this problem? Su Lu narrowed his eyes and stared at his slightly pale self in the mirror, unable to find any answers. Perhaps he could go and ask that old master, or perhaps Li Feng, and perhaps he could find the root of the uncle's strange ability. However, the old master was too high up in the hierarchy, and Madman Li did not have a good impression of himself. The hot fog in the bathroom was gradually sucked in from the ceiling, and the air returned to normal. Su Lu turned on the cold water and slowly rubbed his face. He calmed his heart and forcibly suppressed this hidden danger in the deepest part of his heart. After a moment of silence, like a psychic, he opened his mouth slightly and silently said to the depths of his brain, "Old thing, help me keep an eye on Zhong Ziqi's movements." The battle was in full swing. The Federal Central Computer was responsible for the specific calculation and suggestion process of the front lines. Because he was afraid of disturbing the Central Computer's intense work, he had not taken the initiative to contact that great being for a long time. However, this time, he had to make an exception. A string of pure white characters flashed across his left eye. Su Lu held the sync with both hands and lowered his head in silence. As long as the old thing kept an eye on Zhong Erlang's movements, he believed that he would not have the opportunity to disturb Jianshui. Walking out of the bathroom, Bai Yulan, who had been waiting outside the door, handed him a soft cotton towel. Su Lu rubbed his wet hair hard and asked, "The Department of Defense still hasn't planned to come?" They had been in the Venus Hotel for 2 days, and the surrounding reporters had already retreated out of boredom. However, the Department of Defense had not issued any new orders to this wonderful team. Bai Yulan shook her head and walked to the window to make a cup of tea. Group 7, along with Su Lu and Secretary Bai, a total of 20 combatants, were very clear that they had to stay in the West Woods to carry out the special orders of the Department of Defense. However, this order had not arrived for a day, and they had no confidence in their hearts. Su Lu took the teacup and said thank you. Bai Yulan looked at him and suddenly said, "The person in the villa in Xiaoming Mountain is the young master of the Li family." Su Lu had just sat down on the sofa and was silent for a moment when he heard this. Li Xiaozhu, the heir of the Li family, was pursuing Jianshui. Of course, this was a top secret to the general public. However, Group 7 had been responsible for protecting Jianshui for so long, so they were very clear about this matter. The question was, what did this have to do with him? Bai Yulan leaned against the window, lowered her head, and whispered softly, "There probably won't be any problems between you and Zhang Xiaoming, but what about Minister Zhou's daughter? I don't know the truth, but if someone wants to do something, maybe this will be a problem." Su Li's thick eyebrows rose. He understood what Bai Yulan was trying to remind him of. Most likely, in everyone's eyes, the nation's maiden had already cast her heart on him. Although he knew that was not the truth, he could not stop those who cared about him from caring. He didn't know what to say or how to handle the situation. He didn't even know what kind of joke Zhou Yu's extremely beautiful wife would play with the reporters after being bored in the snowstorm in Linhai province. He didn't even know what kind of joke Zhou Yu's extremely beautiful wife would play with the reporters to mock the existence of the nation's maiden. So he put down his teacup and stood up. He told Bai Yulan honestly, "I'm going to repair the Mecca." Bai Yulan was stunned, but then obediently took out the black workbench box and followed behind him, walking towards the heavily guarded underground warehouse of the hotel. After an entire night, the iris mark has been confirmed. Bai Yulan rubbed her sore eyes, looked at the miniature screen in her hand, and nodded. Then she raised her head to look at the tall black MX Mecha by the wall and said softly. Standing outside the cockpit of the Mecha, Sulu, who was in the middle of a data connection, whistled softly. Then he frowned and looked into the distance. Because at the entrance of the warehouse, a group of military officers was walking in. Lieutenant Colonel Sulu, a major general wearing the uniform of the West Woods military, looked warmly at the young man in the Mecha. Sulu nodded. Because of your outstanding performance during the victorious military operation, the Department of Defense has awarded you the Purple Gold Medal Level 2. The Major General took out a medal from the box of his subordinate beside him and smiled at him, who had just climbed down from the Mecha. He lowered his voice and said, "You also know that this is a secret operation, so the award can only be done in secret." Sulu lowered his head and looked at the glittering medal on the left side of his military uniform. He silently thought that he had already received a Purple Star Medal, the highest grade Purple Dawn Medal, and now he had received a Purple Gold Medal. However, besides the lowest grade Purple Star, it seemed that the rest of the medals could only be left at home to admire. This situation was a little unpleasant. As if guessing what he was thinking, the Major General of the West Woods military reminded him, "At least on the surface of your exclusive Mecha, you can paint 10 gold stars. Destroying an Empire Mecha was equivalent to painting a gold star. This was the greatest glory of the Federation's Mecha warriors." Sulu was slightly stunned, and then he realized that his battle record on 5460 had already been confirmed by the Department of Defense. Before he could say anything, Bai Yulan, who was standing at the foot of the Mecha behind him, had already thrown away the cigarette in her mouth. She smiled and raised the blowtorch in her hand and began to carefully and attentively paint the gold stars one by one. Perhaps at the same time, on the front line of the faraway West Woods, on the fallen administrative planet filled with black fog and sky, full of anti-aircraft artillery fire, between the mournful forest and the wild wilderness, on the Rocky Mountain in front of the largest landing base built by the Federal Army, the latest model of the Federation's Black MX was slowly retracting its blood-stained alloy chain knife. The base had just repelled a wave of the Empire's ferocious assault, and countless soldiers were staring at the Black MX with fervent and worshipful gazes. This was because in the previous battle, this MX had ruthlessly and incomparably destroyed 11 Empire's mechs. Chapter 437. Most of the Federal Fleet's landing force came from the West Woods Military District. The first 3 divisions that landed were supported by the extravagant laser cannons of the space battleships. After paying a heavy price of thousands of Federation soldiers, they finally managed to hold off the crazy attacks of the Imperial Expeditionary Force on the surface of the planet. Panting heavily, they found a place to rest. The Federal Army had built 7 landing bases in the hills southeast of the planet. The Imperial armies would never allow these 7 landing bases to blossom like plum blossoms on their abdomen. Otherwise, when the main force of the Federation waiting coldly in space used these landing bases to land on the surface of the planet, the isolated Imperial Expeditionary Force would definitely meet with failure. Therefore, in these few days, these 7 landing bases received unimaginable and terrifying attacks. The West Woods transport ships that forcibly landed in the face of the Empire's missiles continuously replenished their soldiers and weapons. However, even so, they could not keep up with the rate of casualties of the Federal Army. The Empire's Moonwolf third-generation mechas covered the hills and plains. The whistling of the mid-range missiles covered the sun. The 7 landing bases of the Federation were repaired and destroyed, destroyed and repaired again. Death and rebirth, blood and corpses. The natural hills surrounding the bases were shaved off by the Empire's firepower. It was obvious how intense the war was. The Chilean base looked very simple. The steel fortress built by the 47 giant engineering mechas was damaged and burned everywhere. Even with continuous repairs, it was still impossible to make every part of the fortress in perfect condition. This place was at the forefront of the 7 landing bases, receiving the most powerful attacks of the Imperial armies. In just 10 days, the soldiers' losses had reached a terrifying 40%. There were many times when the Empire's mecha groups had already broken into the base. Just as they were about to lose, they had a chance to catch their breaths because of the fleet's main cannons in space. There are 17 giant deep holes in front of the base. After the molten magma solidified, they became densely woven lines. They were still steaming in the cold evening air. These were the traces left behind by the main cannons of the Federation's battleships. The Empire's Black Sang Alliance's Mecha Brigade has retreated. It is estimated that they will attack again in an hour. A Westwood staff officer stared at the display on the radar and reported loudly. The commanding officer of the base had the rank of Major General on his shoulder. In reality, it was rare for a general to be at the front line, especially at a front line like the Chilean base. However, he had no choice but to come. The Federal Army and the Imperial Expeditionary Force both knew what the 7 plum blossom-like landing bases meant. The commander was already outside the atmosphere of 3,320 and was looking at him coldly from the battleship. As a general, he had to be at the front line, the very front line. He did not know how long the main cannons of the fleet could last, and he did not know how long the lunatics of the Imperial Expeditionary Force would attack without caring about their own lives. Did they not know to admit defeat? The Major General's expression was determined as he stared at the metal gap above the base. He looked at the black mecha bathed in the setting sun and thought to himself, if he hadn't been here, if he hadn't kept the morale of the army high, perhaps this base would have been broken through long ago. There were many people who had the same thoughts as the Major General. After the battle, the smoke had yet to disperse. The 300M52 mechas and 10MX mechas started to clean up the battlefield. The staff officers below the base started to assess the damage. The engineering mechas started to hum as they repaired the metal base. The medics focused on sticking the wounds of the injured soldiers on the medical table. However, all of these people would occasionally raise their heads to look at the gap in the setting sun. The eyes of the Federation's soldiers were filled with shock, admiration, fanaticism, and so on. The dense missile attack from the Imperial Expeditionary Force had blown up a gap in the northwest corner of the base. The mechas from the Black Sang Alliance were like a black dragon, roaring as they tried to charge in through the gap. The sound of metal colliding with the ground was so clear that it was shocking. Right at the most dangerous moment, the arrogant black mecha that was painted full of golden stars led its mecha battalion to the gap. The moment it arrived, it stood there, not willing to retreat even an inch of ground. It was like a steel wall that couldn't be moved by the wind or broken by the waves. The black mecha that seemed to have some kind of magical power attacked, dodged, and shot crazily. It was so strong that it actually blocked the Empire's mecha group. Every time an Empire mecha was destroyed and an Empire pilot was killed, a shining golden star could be painted on one's mecha. If an Empire mecha was completely destroyed, but the Empire pilot in the cockpit survived, then the outer line of the golden star would have to be a virtual line. This was an unspoken but extremely powerful habit of the Federal Army of the 37th Constitutional Era. In the countless smoke-filled front lines of the West Woods, proud mecha warriors could often be seen bathing in the sun, showing off the eye-catching golden stars on their mecha. This was a very direct display of battle results. The more golden stars on a mecha, the more battle achievements the owner of the mecha had. Most of the Federation pilots would think of ways to cover up the golden stars on the surface of their mecha when they were on a real battlefield. This was because the more golden stars on a mecha, the more Empire pilots they had killed. When the Empire soldiers saw these mecha with many golden stars on the battlefield, it was as if they had seen their nemesis who had killed their father, stolen their wife, and white face. They would have a desperate urge to kill no matter the cost. The Federation pilots would not be afraid, but they also did not want to be confused and wrongly killed by an absolutely wasteful missile attack from the Empire because of pride. In the past 20 years, there were not many mechas who dared to step onto the battlefield with a body full of stars, arrogance, and disdain for the Empire's fiery gazes and focused attacks. This was like a completely naked young girl rushing into a military camp that had not seen a sow for 3 years. It was too dangerous, so dangerous that there was a terrifying possibility of being ravaged at any time. It was rumored that a certain commander, surnamed Tion, from the Special Mecha Brigade of the West Woods military region, was such an awesome person, and he was the only one who could survive the battlefield in such a flashy manner. And now, there was another person who dared to stand in the twilight with golden stars all over his body, coldly looking at the Empire mecha without retreating even half a step. Because he was the grandson of the god of war, he was Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng. Because he was the young madman who was said to be invincible in the military, in a dark corner of the base, the cockpit of the heavy black mecha slowly opened with the sound of jets. Li Feng jumped down and heavily patted the thick and cold mechanical legs of the mecha. He did not even look at the 3 exclusive mechanics who surrounded him, and walked into the temporary base with a dark face. The black mecha behind him was painted with golden stars all over its body, like blooming flowers. It was still very eye-catching in the dark, and for a moment, it was impossible to count how many golden stars there were. "Uncle Zhong, I'm a soldier. My mission is to fight at the front lines." Li Feng's body was tall and sturdy like a big tree. His handsome face had a hint of childishness, but there was more arrogance between his eyebrows. He frowned and said into the communicator, "I'll be careful of my own safety, but I can't leave Chulin." The war in Chulin was very dangerous. Although he was the strongest warrior on the front lines of the West Woods in recent years, he also had a well-known identity. That identity gave him the right to maintain a secret connection with the highest commander on the front lines of the Space Fleet as a battalion commander of a mecha battalion. However, this identity also made this mecha prodigy feel a little suffocated because none of his direct superiors dared to put him in the front lines, the most dangerous place. To let the only grandson of the god of war die in his own army, and possibly let the Lees of Philadelphia die without descendants. Who dared to bear this responsibility and the anger of hundreds of millions of people in the Federation? Only Commander Zhong, the true tiger of the West Woods, dared to use Madman Li. However, even he, after personally witnessing the fierce battle on the planet's surface, seeing the scene of Madman Li's mecha almost being annihilated by the crazed mecha of the Empire, also had the thought of transferring him back to space. Turning off the communicator, Li Feng pressed his thin, rosy lips together, wanting to laugh but habitually remaining silent and cold. Only Commander Zhong dared to use him under great pressure, daring to send him to a truly dangerous front line. He was very clear on this point. So he was very grateful to this uncle who took care of him and watched over his youth on the battlefield. Ever since he was sent to the front lines by the old man, when he was 12 years old, he had always lived in the Zhong family's mansion at number 36 Latitude 2 District. From a certain perspective, he was single-handedly trained by that tiger of the Zhong family. However, this was something that even his biological father, who was the dean of number 1 hospital, might not have a deep understanding of. In the Chulin landing base, which covered an area of 7 square kilometers, the most important thing was the large transport ship landing platform. The Federation soldiers on the base were bathed in blood as they faced the attacks of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. They didn't even have the time to close their eyes, so naturally, they didn't care about any basic necessities. However, Madman Li was special after all. He had his own room and a bathroom with recycled water. Letting the cold, underground water wash his tired body, Li Feng lowered his head and leaned against the wall, his body slightly trembling. After so many consecutive days of extreme fighting, his iron-like body felt that it was reaching its limit. In the water, the muscles on the young lieutenant colonel's strong body were well defined. Every muscle seemed to contain an inhuman explosive power, which looked extremely exaggerated. Compared to his body, his head seemed a bit small. After taking a shower, he looked at the time and confirmed that there were still 20 minutes left. Without hesitation, he took out his own pressure box, connected it to the power source, and stuck the electrode to his naked skin. The electric current flowed into the young man's body. He let out a muffled groan. Sweat poured down like a waterfall. The endless pain stimulated the thick veins and blood vessels to the point that they were about to drill out of the copper paper-like skin. Every muscle in his body began to be passively squeezed and rubbed. The pain and soreness followed a certain path and continued to extend. Since he was very young, Mad Manly had been practicing like this. If he didn't have the willpower to endure the rare pain in this world, how could he obtain the rare power in this world? How could he paint his mecha with dazzling golden stars? He was like this, and so was Su Lu. Those with great willpower were bound to achieve great things. Chapter 438. The reason why Su Lu lived so bitterly and persistently was very simple. It was because he wanted to live. He wanted to widen his small eyes and see all the injustices in this world, so that it would be convenient for him to dig up and kick at any time. And the reason why the youthful and violent Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng lived so bitterly was not only because of his own so-called ideals, but more so because he had to maintain the glory of his family. He was the only son of the Lees of Philadelphia. When he came to the military camp at a young age, his life on the battlefield was already fixed within a certain range. He could die, but he could not lose, and he could not escape. The powerful pulse current was like countless small knives scraping at his periosteum and teasing his muscle fibers. The soreness, pain, and bitterness reached a terrifying level. However, this kind of extreme physiological stimulation allowed him to more clearly grasp the traces of the mysterious power in his body, and also allowed his brain to become clearer. Li Feng sat by the bed in silence, numb. His body trembled violently. Blood seeped out from the corners of his thin lips. That pair of eyes that were usually full of violence had a few drops of tears. After all, it was still painful. After all, he was not a real steel body. After all, he was only a young man who had not yet reached 18 years of age. However, the pain and weakness would always be in his own private quarters in the darkness. When the time was up, the pulse current equipment in the press box automatically shut down. The young lieutenant colonel took a deep breath and wiped away the slight wetness at the corner of his eyes. An expression of self-loathing appeared on his face. The strongest young pilot in the Federation knew very well that he had absolute talent in mecha piloting. However, it was a pity that he did not completely inherit his grandfathered ability in cultivation. He stared blankly at his thick and strong arms, looking at the strong muscles under the copper skin. He thought to himself that the abnormal ability of his family in cultivation seemed to be getting weaker and weaker as his bloodline faded. In fact, his father, Director Li Jae-du, did not feel anything in this aspect at all. That mysterious power was the true reason why the god of war Li Pifu had never lost a battle. It was also the reason why the Lees of Philadelphia were proud of the world and looked coldly at the 7 great families. If all the soldiers of the Federation could learn this ability, then what were the people of the Empire? However, Li Feng knew very well that this was impossible. If he had not been stimulated by the electric current since he was a child, perhaps he would not have been able to find the burning power in the deepest part of the human body like his grandfather. He vaguely knew that there were some truly powerful pilots in the Empire's royal family who also possessed some extremely powerful abilities. However, there were very few of them, and they were of noble status. They had to stay on Tianjing planet to protect the royal family. Therefore, as the strongest warrior in the Federation, he did not have the chance to see them. Thinking of this, Li Feng's eyes burst out with a trace of light. His lips were tightly pursed, and the air around his body condensed, giving birth to a strong fighting spirit. Those true experts of the Empire, that princess of the Empire who was rumored to be as talented as him, who had reached level 6 at such a young age. Could she stand a chance? The air defense alarm in the Chilean base sounded. He looked out of the window, and the light in his eyes gradually faded, turning into some kind of doubt. At this moment, he thought of a person. He had to pay such a huge price to learn the secret martial arts passed down in his family. His uncle. How'd he manage to teach that guy? Thinking of Su Lu, Li Feng's emotions became somewhat complicated. He stood up and began to tidy up his military uniform. He was silent, but in his heart, he was a little envious of that guy's story all these years. That guy was not a professional soldier, so he could do whatever he wanted. This freedom to do whatever he wanted was so enviable. Up to this point, Li Feng had long wanted to kill Su Lu, not because he called him uncle, not because of the legendary uncle, and not because of the relationship between Animu Zi and Su Lu. It was because of a feeling called hypocrisy. After all, in the universe of the Federation, only the two of them had certain abilities and secrets. However, Li Feng thought of the words his grandfather had said in Qingqing prison. He couldn't help but frown and shake his head. Dragging the suitcase, he pushed open the door and walked toward the black Mecca painted with golden stars, while Madman Li was being tortured and then thinking and preparing for war with doubts. Su Lu was also thinking and preparing for war with doubts and then being tortured. He stared at the hundreds of soldiers scattered around the military camp. Those two thick, knife-like eyebrows of his finally couldn't help but furrow. He didn't understand why the Department of Defense would throw this dog shit in his face. He also didn't know if this was the arrangement of his convenient father-in-law, Minister Zhou, or the old man's sudden idea. The existence of him and the 20 men of Team 7 at the front line was somewhat strange. Nominally, they were mercenaries under Nutshell Company, but Su Lu, the leader, was an active-duty lieutenant colonel of the General Assembly Base. Even the West Woods Military District couldn't give them orders. They directly received orders from the Department of Defense of the Federation. However, this latest order from the Department of Defense was really a bit of a mess. 3 days later, Su Lu would lead his team into Fallen Planet 163 to complete a complicated and dangerous battlefield mapping mission for the Federal Forces. For Team 7, who specialized in special operations, and Su Lu, who carried the hopes of several big shots in the federal military, they were already mentally prepared for the danger of the new mission. However, they didn't expect that in such a tense time for war, the Department of Defense would throw hundreds of pieces of dog shit in front of them and ask them to take this pile of dog shit with them on the road. How to go on the road? Go on the road peacefully and send these guys to their deaths one by one? Not only did Su Lu think this way, but the always quiet Bai Yulan, the outspoken Xiong Linquan, and all the men of Team 7 also thought this way. He and Team 7 were still in the Sunset State on the main planet of the West Woods, but they had already moved out of the Golden Star Hotel and arrived at a military camp in the mountains. Symbolically, here, Shipeng, here. Beside Su Lu, Bai Yulan was softly calling out names. In front of them, more than 100 soldiers answered weakly. These soldiers didn't know how to sit properly or stand properly. Some of them were so fat that they could crush mechas if they gained a little weight, and some of them were so fat that they could be blown into space by the wind of the planet if they lost a little weight. Some of them were delinquents with pale faces, and some of them were unscrupulous uncles who had been in the army for many years. These soldiers were active soldiers from the 83-84 unit of the Garrison District of the capital planet. The Department of Defense arranged for them to come to the West Woods to support Team 7 as peripheral combat personnel. However, when they saw the lazy and rascally appearance of these guys, Su Lu and the men of Team 7 couldn't help but wonder, were these people here for a vacation or what they were here for? The 83-84 unit was a unit with a glorious tradition. Its predecessor was the 17th Armored Division that was single-handedly created by the god of war Li Pifu. Ever since the god of war retired, the Federation moved the 17th Division back to the capital planet in order to ensure the continuity of this glorious division. They placed the 17th Division on the banks of the largest city in the Federation, Harbor City. It was originally with good intentions, but unexpectedly, after more than 10 years, the bustling night scene of Harbor City eroded their bones and stole their souls. This Iron Division was worn down until only the name of the past was left, and today's pink and dull bodies were left. In fact, the men of Team 7 were all from the 17th Division, but they had been transferred to the Whitewater Company a long time ago. Now, they had become the trump cards of their respective units. They looked at these juniors in shock and couldn't help but feel a little scared. If they had stayed in Harbor City all these years, would they have become the same kind of shit? After the roll call ended, Sulu stood at the front without saying a word. He silently looked at these new recruits that belonged to him. Most of the soldiers leaned limply on their chairs. They didn't care about the so-called military discipline, and they didn't even put him, the highest-ranking officer, in their eyes. Some of them had even started smoking, and behind the crowd, there were a few fierce-looking soldiers staring at him coldly. Their eyes were filled with cold arrogance. Sulu looked at these people silently. He didn't reprimand them. He lowered his military cap, adjusted the sunglasses on his nose, and said to Lan Xiaolong, who was behind him, "I remember when we were at the training base, you said that the old man really hoped that I would lead the 17th Division back to its former glory. But I never would have thought that the old man's unit would become like this. Just a long trip on a warship, and they're so tired that they're paralyzed like dogs. I'm not a professional soldier, but I know that this kind of unit can't be considered to have any combat power. How do you think I can lead them? Also, is there something wrong with the heads of the Department of Defense? Training these guys on the battlefield will only kill them. How can they be turned into steel? Can I not accept this?" Major Lan Xiaolong, who is usually sharp-tongued, was especially silent today. This was because he was the only active duty officer of the 83-84 Division in Group 7. Looking at these old soldiers smoking, chatting, cursing, and even picking their feet, he felt very embarrassed. He smiled bitterly. It should be known that Sulu had always been very good at controlling his emotions. But today, he was so angry that he said such a long paragraph. This was very telling. Bai Yulan put away the electronic notebook and looked at the soldiers in front of him. Even he couldn't help but say coldly, "How did the division become like this?" He was also a member of the 17th Division. Lan Xiaolong shrugged and sighed. Although the garrison officers are very happy to be in Port City every day, their combat power and discipline shouldn't be so bad. According to my understanding, the people sent by the Department of Defense this time are also the best of the 83-84 Division. He took Bai Yulan's electronic notebook and pointed at it softly beside Sulu. Especially these guys, including Song Xiang and Shi Peng, whom Yulan just mentioned, and a few others. As he spoke, Lan Xiaolong pointed at the soldiers in the barracks. The soldiers he pointed at had cold, arrogant, and provocative expressions. There's also a hint of anxiety and anger, as if they didn't care at all about what he was saying to the lieutenant colonel wearing sunglasses. "What do you mean?" Sula asked. Song Xiang, the son of the principal of Yue University. Shi Peng, the nephew of the deputy speaker of Xi'an. Lan Xiaolong replied, seriously, "Among these 100 people, there's a son of a governor, 5 sons of state senators, and 2 sons of federation senators. I have to remind you, this is very difficult to deal with." Sulu was stunned. He didn't expect that the young man who was smoking and cursing was the son of the old principal. He also didn't expect that the curly-haired young man who was sprawled out on the chair like a hooligan and looking at him with provocative eyes was the nephew of the deputy speaker of Xi'an. After a moment of silence, he looked at this group of real young masters with great backgrounds and asked, "Is this the legendary old master soldier?" Chapter 439. The weather in the West Woods was a little gloomy today. The air pressure in the camp and Su Li's voice were a little gloomy. Lan Xiaolong lowered his head slightly and laughed bitterly, tacitly agreeing to this unpleasant name. Behind the lazy old soldiers, there were 7 or 8 fellows with clearly different temperaments. These people were clearly not beaten down by the fatigue of the long journey, and were currently displaying their skills on the training equipment, as well as the exaggerated, bulging muscles of every part of their bodies. These people played with the heavy training equipment vigorously as they coldly stared at Su Lu and the members of Team 7 in front of the crowd. Although their nostrils were not blowing white smoke into the air, Their unruly and slightly provocative gazes were enough to show that these strong soldiers were howling in the depths of their hearts, preparing to do something to pass the time. Looking over there through his sunglasses, Su Lun narrowed his eyes and asked, "Then where are these guys from? Are they bodybuilders from the Ministry of National Defense?" "They're also from our 17th Division." Lan Xiaolong shrugged and said, "The sons of the big shots love to enter the 17th Division, but after all, this is the division that the old man single-handedly brought up, so the Ministry of National Defense still picked out a few elites and stuffed them in." "It's 8,384. Bai Yulan softly interjected from the side. It was obvious that this delicate but deeply incisive man was absolutely unwilling to admit that these old soldiers or those muscle-bound idiots in front of him were the juniors of his division. Lan Xiaolong ignored him and looked at Su Lu and said, "These guys are specially used to represent the division in the various assessments of the Ministry of National Defense. Now, the 17th Division is relying on these people to make a name for themselves. Plus, no one is controlling them, so these guys are a little arrogant and irritable. Yes, they know me, otherwise they would have already made a scene by now. If they were not old soldiers with great backgrounds, then they were undisciplined soldiers." Sulu suddenly felt that his eyebrows were a little itchy. He reached out his right index finger and lightly scratched it. Looking around the camp, to everyone's surprise, he turned and walked back to his room without saying a word. The 100 or so soldiers from the 17th Division couldn't help but feel a little surprised when they saw the lieutenant colonel, who was obviously their highest-ranking officer, turn around and leave just like that. There wasn't a storm of reprimanding as they had expected. Song Xiang, who was slumped in his chair, had long prepared himself to be scolded by his superior and then take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Who would have thought that all his psychological preparations would hit a wall of silence? Instead, he felt a little uncomfortable from being stifled, and his slumped posture became a little stiff. Other than the 4 major military academies in the Federation, Yue University had the deepest relationship with the military. It was the only school that had the right to conduct mecha education. As the only son of a principal, he had been given preferential treatment ever since he joined the military. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act like this, not giving his superior any face. "What the hell is going on? All I know is that we are on the front line in the West Woods. But why are we here? What kind of troop was this? When can we go back?" he asked his companion, Shi Peng, angrily. Shi Peng was the nephew of the vice chairman of the Federation Management Committee. Logically speaking, any secret transfer by the Ministry of Defense should not have escaped his eyes. However, at this moment, this young master's face was also filled with confusion and resentment. This batch of 100 or so old soldiers were actually feeling abnormally depressed, angry, and confused at this moment. Otherwise, they would not have purposely acted in such a disrespectful manner when their superior called them out, because they had no idea why the Ministry of Defense would send soldiers like them from the garrison district to the terrifying and bloody front line about half a month ago. These soldiers of Unit 8384, who had been living a life of drunkenness in the outskirts of the port city, were suddenly urgently transferred to the military spaceport by their superiors. At the same time, all of their communication devices were confiscated. Then, they inexplicably boarded a warship, and after more than 10 days of dizzying high-speed space travel, they arrived in the West Woods in a daze. "I want to go back." Shi Peng gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "When I find a phone, I'll call Uncle immediately." Is the Ministry of Defense crazy, sending us to the front line? Don't they know that people will die here? In the past tens of thousands of years, the status of the military in the Federation society had never been high because the Federation did not have any powerful enemies in the universe. At that time, the political structure of the society, other than the Supreme Court of the Federation, was mainly the checks and balances of the Federation government, the Management Committee, and the 7 families hidden in the shadows of history. However, with the appearance of the Empire's invaders, after countless crushing defeats, tragic victories, and life-and-death situations, the status of the federal military was blown by the wind and skyrocketed in a short span of 60 years. Whether it was the lofty image in the hearts of the hundreds of millions of people in the Federation, or the needs of survival in reality and political needs, it all made the military the most special and important part of the Federation society. The Federal Army expanded greatly, its status rose, and its power increased. According to the Constitution, the president who commanded the Federal Army naturally became more powerful together with his government. In comparison, the Federation Management Committee and those families without military power gradually lost their shine. Under such a background and climate, the Federation formed an atmosphere of pride in the military. Whether it was the politicians or the economic tycoons, they all did everything they could to establish a relationship with the military. Even one of the 7 families, the Iron Calculator family, had been working hard in this regard, not to mention other people. However, the big shots in the upper class of the Federation were not really willing to let their families and their children bleed and sacrifice for the survival of the Federation. What they needed was to go to the military camp and leave a beautiful page in their resume files. The 83-84 unit stationed in the suburbs of the port city, this security force that had been created by the god of war but had never been to the front line again, had undoubtedly become the first choice of these big shots. As a result, the invincible 17th Armored Division in the past had become a shady army filled with the mediocre and lazy aura of the rich and powerful. Through Lan Xiaolong's introduction in a low tone, Su Lu roughly understood some of the historical background, but he still did not understand the real intention of the Department of Defense's arrangement. He knew that he was not a suitable role to lead an army. It was not difficult for him to single-handedly kill 7 people. This kind of courage and boldness was not difficult for him, but to turn a pile of dog shit into flowers was completely inconsistent with his personality. However, from the experience of the past year, it seemed that the old man in Philadelphia was determined to watch him fail. He had to make up his mind to bring these guys from Group 7 out. On the one hand, it was because he could not be like the uncle who took in these guys and ignored their future. The more important reason was that although Group 7 had never had a chance to show their real combat power on the battlefield, after a long time of getting along with them, Sulu had seen their training and knew their professionalism, discipline, and the sense of honor of real soldiers. As for those old soldiers, he sat alone in the room, turned on the workbench, and found that there was a reply from Shang Qiu in the military encrypted mailbox. He wasn't in a hurry to reply, because in the past half year, he had often communicated with Miss Shang Qiu about mechanical repair. He lightly tapped on the touch keyboard and began to write a letter to Zhou Yu, who was far away in Linhai province. Half an hour later, the beep that represented a reply sounded. In the past 2 years, whenever there was a need for political analysis or calculation, Sulu always habitually thought of this beautiful girl who liked to wear bright red. This habit began in the Wangdu apartment and had not changed since then. This was because Su Lun knew very well that his genius brain was more suited for machine language and was not good at the complicated politics between humans. His friend Tai Ziwan definitely had an absolutely trustworthy mind, but he did not want this to be mixed in with their friendship. The most important thing was that this prince often went missing. Zhou Yu's reply was very quick. This young mother very calmly used very simple words to analyze the situation Su Lu was facing and the real reason why the Department of Defense used him as a knife. The war between the Federation and the Empire had begun. Other than the shock and excitement of the Federation, there were still inevitably anti-war cries. This was especially so for a group of George Carlin supporters who had split off from the Medellin Youth Army. Through some unknown means, they had obtained the personnel list of certain military logistics units and published it through the Capital Special District Daily. The people of the Federation were shocked and angry to find that these logistics units that did not need to go to the front lines were actually filled with the descendants of Federation politicians and rich people. In the email, Zoe used a very sarcastic tone to mock the big shots of the Federation. She did not even spare her own father, because the current Federation Minister of Defense was actually the real head of logistics for the Federation in recent years. Under the full suppression of the Federation government and the upper echelons of society, this news was suppressed. However, President Pabre ordered the Department of Defense to conduct a sample investigation. He angrily instructed that they must find out whether the danger level of the Federal Army was inversely proportional to its wealth. Perhaps it was because of this background, or because the old man in Philadelphia could not bear to see the current state of the 17th Division anymore. That was why there was this space trip that frightened and angered the young masters, and that was why there was this scene in the Westwoods military camp today. The soldiers of the common people were sacrificing their lives on the front lines in the Westwoods, while the young masters of these big shots were hiding in the suburbs of Harbor City, leading a drunken life. After reading this email, Su Li's narrowed eyes did not become cold, but instead calmed down. He had long known that the Federation had collapsed to a certain extent, but he did not expect that some of the big shots would try to use him as a knife to cut the rotten meat. In his silence, he did not notice that Zoyu had used an angry emoticon at the end of the email to ask the hooligan to stop harassing her. Su Lu walked out of the room and came to the military camp under the gloomy sky. Looking at the old soldiers who looked like mud, he put on his sunglasses and said, "Assemble." There was no scene of no one listening to him, because this was a military camp after all, and he was the highest military officer here. It was just that the speed of assembly was a little slow, and those young masters who came to the military camp for gilding seemed to be suffering from cartilage. Sulu looked at the more than 100 soldiers in front of him and clearly saw the so-called sense of superiority and fearlessness on many of their faces. Chapter 440. Sulu looked at the people in front of him through his sunglasses. His expression was calm and composed. Compared to these young masters of the upper class, he was just an orphan from Donglin. He was born poor, and it was impossible for him to have a golden spoon or precious jade in his mouth when he was born. However, he had great strength and a strong backbone. In his mind, he had always been entangled with the oldest and greatest old man in human society. Even when facing the revered god of war, Li Pifu, he could still stiffen his neck and remain composed, showing a sense of superiority in front of him. That was a joke. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said to the people in front of him, "Perhaps many of you are still wondering why the Department of Defense sent you to the Westwoods. In fact, I am also very puzzled by this question, because I don't know where to start training you. You are just a pile of dirt. Even if you are smelted in a high-temperature furnace for a few years, you will only become brittle and useless ceramic pieces. It is impossible for you to become the steel material that the Army truly needs. The material you are made of determines your possibilities. If you're a pile of dog shit and pee your pants after going to the front line because of the Empire's roaring bullets, then you'll become a pile of diluted shit. If you stick to the pants of our Group 7, it will make me very uncomfortable and very angry." In the S1 training base, Sulu, who wore sunglasses, had already played the role of a cold instructor many times. He was already very familiar with this set of actions. Those truly outstanding people of the Federal Army had all turned red under his harsh humiliation. They were angry and irritable. Not to mention this group of old soldiers from the 17th Division in front of him, this group of young masters who had never been humiliated like this in their lives. Dog shit was still diluted. Dirt could not be smelted into steel. The soldiers listened to these extremely humiliating words and looked at the taunting and bullying of the lieutenant colonel at the front of the line, whose face was mostly covered by sunglasses. Their expressions had already become extremely ugly. Many people showed resentment in their eyes. Some people began to discuss with gloomy expressions. Sulu ignored these obvious violations of discipline. He looked down at the list in the electronic notebook and said, "But since the Ministry of National Defense has handed you over to me, and since Mr. President trusts me, I have to do something. To tell you the truth, in 10 days, we will be parachuting to Planet 163 to carry out an extremely risky mission. Believe me, after this mission is completed, the chances of you surviving are not high." Apart from a few powerful ruffians, most of the soldiers' expressions changed drastically. If it was said that Su Li's previous words had made them angry, then the revealed mission made them feel endless fear. Sulu wasn't lying. According to the analysis in Zoyu's email, the Federation government had to do something in order to silence the George Carlin faction and the Green Dragon Mountain faction that was preparing to take advantage of the situation. Regardless of whether it was because of his anger or because he wanted to appease the anger of the people, President Parable had to let these people go to the real front lines and accept the real test of blood and fire. And he was the sword in President Parable's hand. Recognizing this fact clearly, Sulu didn't feel too heavy or angry. He had always admired Pabre. This what Mr. Sure called his own president. This president had rescued him from prison. The president had always displayed a moral integrity that was completely different from the politicians. The president was an exception in the political history of the Federation. He was an exception that deserved the sincere protection of people like Sulu, so he was willing to work hard to complete the mission given by the president. As for the sons of these important figures in the Federation, if they wanted to live, they had to change their attitude towards life. If they died, Sulu believed that he wouldn't have too many tears to shed. He looked at the few powerful ruffians in the back of the crowd who didn't hide their cold, arrogant, and wild expressions. His brows furrowed. These bodybuilders of the 17th Division looked as cold and callous as douche-shouching soldiers, but they hadn't learned the iron 7th Division's sense of discipline at all. It was truly a bit annoying. Yin Bing Yin, Lu Ching Song. He called out the names of those people and said, "You guys stay here. The rest of you start running laps until I tell you to stop." This was in order to half disperse. At this moment, the soldiers who had fallen into shock, panic, and anger didn't follow the order to run. Instead, they stared at Sulu with eyes that were about to spit fire, as if they wanted to melt the cold sunglasses on his face. "We're not going," someone shouted loudly. Shi Peng said coldly, "We demand freedom of communication." The son of another senator shouted angrily, "Why do we have to go to the front lines? Since when can the garrison area fight in a foreign land? You have to give us an explanation, or else we want the Ministry of Defense to give us an explanation." As soon as the son thought of going to war with those beast-like Empire people, his face turned pale with fright. He pulled at his hair in pain, completely unable to understand what was happening before his eyes. He couldn't inform his father, family, or girlfriend. Did he have to go to the front lines in such a muddled manner? Under the influence of all kinds of emotions, the crowd began to become agitated. They protested loudly and angrily. They had no intention of leaving at all. Instead, they surrounded Sulu and the members of the 7th Division. They were not real soldiers of the Federation in the first place. Suddenly realizing that they were about to face an iron-blooded war, the desire to survive, the fear of being forgotten, and the hatred for Suli's attitude mixed together and turned into a kind of tide of excitement. Bai Yulong glanced at Sulu, using her gaze to ask if they needed to suppress him. Sulu shook his head, used his index finger to push up his sunglasses, and walked toward the back of the crowd. The old soldiers didn't run laps after disbanding, and those few strong soldiers he had named also didn't stay behind as ordered. Instead, they returned to the training equipment without any discipline. They began to flex their muscles again, silently and disdainfully spraying the smell of hormones as a silent demonstration and protest. The heavy training equipment collided continuously, producing dull metallic sounds. The muscular men in the tight singlets were drenched in sweat. They looked at the approaching Sulu, but had no intention of getting up at all. Among them, the second lieutenant named Yin Bingyan looked at Sulu provocatively with a mocking smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His smile wasn't sunny at all, but fierce and ruthless. Yin Bingyan, the 17th Division's record holder for many training events in the past 3 years. For this monster, running 10 kilometers with weights was as easy as taking a stroll. Right now, the weight displayed on the electronic positioning weight training equipment he was using had already reached its peak, but he was still able to easily reveal a hint of mockery in his smile. When the soldiers beside the training equipment heard that they were going to the front lines, they weren't as panicked as the old soldiers. Instead, they were faintly excited. It was just that they were used to being undisciplined in Hong Kong, and more importantly, they were a little aggrieved by the National Defense Department's ruthless methods and angered by Su Li's attitude, so they were exceptionally tough. I didn't ask you to stay behind a train with these weights. Su Lu looked at the guys beside the equipment and said, "Are you kids who want to play? Or are you guys male prostitutes who specialize in bodybuilding and then flirt with rich ladies? Otherwise, why can't you leave these things for even a moment?" With a muffled thud, Yin Bingyin came down from the equipment with an ashen face. The heavy weight landed heavily on the receiver, and the steel handle, which was about 3 fingers thick, shook up and down. The rest of the strong men also came down from the equipment and stood behind Yin Bingyin, coldly looking at Su Lu and the people behind him. "Sir, I think it's best to take back those words." Yin Bingyin stared into his eyes and said, "Of course I don't dare to threaten you, but to say that the equipment used by the military is the means of a male prostitute, I feel that this is an unacceptable humiliation. Of course, you may not be good at these things." Yin Bingyin looked at him with a hint of mockery. "But I think that no matter what army, the strong should always receive a certain amount of respect." "Very good. Respect the strong. At least we have one thing in common." Su Lu looked at him and suddenly said, "De Xiong, let this strong man try hold of your weapon." As the gunner of Group 7, Xiong Linchuan's strength was unparalleled. Even in the entire federal military, he could be ranked at the forefront. Hearing this, Bai Yulan and the others instantly understood what the supervisor wanted to do, and their lips curled up slightly. Initially, Xiong Linquan had been the one who disliked Su Lu the most, but after interacting with him in the training base, after graduating from the Japanese academy, he had become the one who admired Su Lu the most. After hearing the order, he ran back without hesitation. Half a minute later, he carried his favorite weapon. The strong men beside the training equipment looked at the heavy Darlin rotary cannon in Xiong Linchuan's hands, and their expressions turned ugly. In the Federation's military camp, there were many fierce people who could use the Darlin rotary cannon, which was specially used for mecha and fighter jets. In fact, every one of them could be said to be a legend, but this guy in front of them was actually carrying it so easily. Could this really be his standard weapon? "Don't force yourself," said Xiong Linquan sincerely as he carefully handed the heavy machine gun in his hands to Yin Bingyin. Of course, he wouldn't sympathize with the guy in front of him, wondering if his wrist would break with a snap. He was only worried that this seemingly tough guy would break the equipment he used to make a living. Yin Bingyin's expression was ugly, but also serious and stubborn. He took a deep breath, and the muscles on his arms bulged as he took the Darlin rotary cannon. Being able to lift the Darlin rotary cannon with one hand showed that this ace soldier of the 17th Division indeed had extraordinary strength. However, his face was slightly red, and his right shoulder was trembling. If he wanted to use the Darlin rotary cannon to shoot everywhere on the battlefield, it would obviously be impossible. From this point of view, he was much weaker than Xiong Linquan. 2 seconds later, Xiong Linquan snatched the Darlin rotary cannon away, shook his head, and turned to leave. Yin Bingyin's face was still red. Other than using too much strength, he was more embarrassed. However, he wasn't convinced because in the military camp, strength wasn't everything. Sulu didn't need to look at the strong man's expression to know what he was thinking. He extended his hand to Bai Yulan and said, "Give me your uniform." Bai Yulan took off his uniform without hesitation. Sulu walked over to the weight training apparatus that Yin Bingyin had previously used to train and carefully rolled up Bai Yulan's uniform onto the pure steel handrail. He glanced at the maximum weight value displayed on the apparatus and knew that it was left behind by Yin Bingyin. He remained silent. Everyone present thought that he was going to show off his strength. The men of Group 7 began to shrug their shoulders, but Yin Bingyin and the people behind her had a suspicious look on their faces. They always felt that although this lieutenant colonel was a little too young, it was impossible for him to have so much strength just by looking at his body. Chapter 441. There was a very soft cracking sound. Almost at the same time, there were 2 more cracking sounds, so that most of the people present did not hear the first sound. Only Su Lun knew that it was definitely not the sound of his own metacarpal bones breaking. There was a large hole in the right armpit of his military uniform. The layers of Magnolia's military uniform that were wrapped around the steel armrest were also torn into 2 pieces. Su Lu retracted his palm and lowered his head to look at the damage on his right armpit. He said to Magnolia, who was beside him, with a bitter smile, "Both uniforms seem to be damaged." Magnolia nodded and did not say anything. However, she was just as shocked as the people around her. She and the men of Team 7 had long been accustomed to Su Li's extraordinary strength. Of course, they knew that his palm strike was not just for the two uniforms. His target must have been the pure steel armrest wrapped under the uniforms. The problem was that was a pure steel armrest that was nearly 3 fingers thick. Su Lu had chopped it with his bare hand. Did he really think that his palm was made of super alloy? Although Yulan and the other members of Group 7 had absolute faith in Su Li's abilities, they still couldn't hide their shock when they saw this scene. They were even more curious about what had become of the pure steel armrest under the tattered military uniform. Yin Bingyin and those bodybuilders did not understand the shock on these people's faces. They stared at Su Lu. They did not understand why this young lieutenant colonel would do such a thing. Could it be that he had a hobby of smashing iron with his own flesh? Su Lu looked at Yin Bingyin and these people and said calmly, "The training I have arranged for you is to stand at attention for 4 hours. After that, you will have to do marching and formation training. Because of your serious lack of discipline, even I, a guy who has been in the army for less than a year, can't stand it anymore. The training program will start in 5 minutes." Yin Bingyin snorted and was about to say something, but Su Lu ignored her and said, "You said that the strong should be respected. As long as you can do what I just did, I'll allow you the freedom to practice bodybuilding every day." Yin Bingyin and the others were stunned. They didn't understand what he was trying to say. However, at this time, Su Lu and the members of Group 7 had already left the equipment area. Lan Xiaolong and Xiong Linquan couldn't help but look back at the military uniform wrapped around the steel armrest. Their eyes were filled with intense curiosity and excitement. It was precisely because of these gazes that the valiant soldiers beside the apparatus could not help but turn their heads to look at the weight-bearing apparatus. The close combat expert named Lu Qingsong finally couldn't bear the strange, silent atmosphere and the doubts in his heart. He stepped forward and tore off the military uniform wrapped around the armrest. As the last layer of military uniform was torn off, his right hand suddenly froze. Looking at that place, the expressions of the strong guys beside the equipment suddenly became extremely interesting. Yin Bingyin's pupils shrank, and her face revealed an expression of disbelief. The scene in front of her made her eyes twitch rapidly. The pure steel armrest about the thickness of 3 fingers was connected to the equipment at both ends, but the middle part was broken horizontally. The hard steel rod, at this time, looked like a soft and bleak willow branch. It seemed to be constantly shaking in the breeze of the military camp. A human hand broke a steel pipe, and it was the solid kind. Had such a scene appeared in the army before? Yin Bingyin and Lu Qingsong looked at each other with a pale face and saw the shock and fear in each other's eyes. It seemed that the 4 hours of standing at attention and boring marching training were inescapable. Yin Bingyin thought so in her heart. She subconsciously looked up at the sky, wanting to confirm whether this was a real world. As soon as she looked up, she saw the dark clouds dispersed and the scorching sun in the sky. The training later would be extremely difficult. It broke. It broke. Fuck, it really broke. Lan Xiaolong looked at the movement over there and excitedly patted Xiong Linquan beside him. He lowered his voice and said excitedly. Xiong Linquan looked at Su Lu in front of him and felt that his scalp was a little numb. He was a fierce warrior who lifted cement boards and smashed people. However, after following Su Lu, he found that this well-proportioned and not strange director was the real fierce one. Yulan followed beside Su Lu. She didn't look back, but she already knew what was happening behind her. Her slender eyes that were faintly discernible through her black hair flashed with a trace of shock. Facing a solid steel pipe that was 3 fingers thick, the boss actually dared to use his bare hands to chop it. This was a completely crazy realm and confidence. Su Lu listened to the shocked discussion of the men of Group 7. The thin corners of his lips slightly curled up, showing a trace of pain. He rubbed his red and swollen palm and thought to himself, I was a lunatic who dared to step on Mecca, let alone a steel pipe. But the steel pipe is really hard. My hand hurts. The old soldiers of the 17th Division didn't run laps. They stood in front of the military camp and protested loudly. Meanwhile, the young masters of the big shots, including Shi Peng, were moving their eyes quickly, trying to find a way to communicate with the outside world in this enclosed military camp. These young masters firmly believed that as long as they let the elders of their families know what kind of humiliation and danger they were enduring, they would definitely have a way to interfere with this inexplicable and crazy action of the military. "Why don't you run laps?" Sulu walked in front of them and asked, "You should know the rules of the military very well. I don't want to take measures to punish you on the first day." The young popinjays stared at him angrily and didn't say a word. They didn't see the scene that happened by the equipment just now, so they didn't know what kind of terrifying strength this lieutenant colonel with sunglasses had. On the contrary, they habitually used the ability to judge people that they had honed in the upper class of the capital ring to place most of their attention on Su Li's age. Through the wide sunglasses, they seemed to be able to confirm that this lieutenant colonel was very young. To become a high-ranking officer in the military at such a young age, this person definitely had a great background. It was unknown whether or not being transferred to the front line by the Ministry of Defense would involve some hidden storm in the political world. However, if it was a competition of family background, these popinjays definitely didn't need to admit defeat. Shi Peng didn't answer Su Li's question. With a gloomy face, he said, "We were kidnapped. Before we know the reason, I refuse to obey orders. At the very least, you should let us have the freedom of communication that every citizen and soldier should have. Why don't you run laps?" Sulu didn't seem to see this person's face. When he heard this person's words, his eyes were hidden behind the sunglasses as he asked in a soft and dull voice. Not getting any response, Shi Peng's face became even uglier. Instead of running, he slowly sat back down on the chair. He stretched out his hand and waved it in the air. A few people followed his lead and sat down in a bold and decisive manner. They wanted to embarrass Sulu and the men of Group 7 in front of the crowd without any words. After 10 seconds of suppressed silence and tension, no one answered Su Li's question that was repeated for the second time. He glanced at the popinjays who were sitting on the chairs, turned around, and whispered something to Bai Yulan. Bai Yulan's soft eyebrows instantly raised. Like the flowers in spring, there was a hint of awkwardness and solemnity in the gentleness. Hearing Su Li's order, even someone as cold as him felt a little surprised and troubled. These old soldiers in front of him were completely different from the bodybuilders beside the machines. Their fathers were all famous big shots in the Federation. Even the Ministry of Defense couldn't completely resist the pressure from these families. Group 7 was undoubtedly the best among the mercenaries, but when faced with the pressure from the capital ring and the anger of those big shots, they were just ordinary soldiers. How could they resist? Bai Yulan put his right hand into his trouser pocket. He knew very well that this matter involved President Pabre and the government of the Federation, or even the old man in Philadelphia. However, their target was the politicians and tycoons that made up the Federation. The matter seemed to be very complicated. However, the little boss's order was so simple. Bai Yulan's face was gloomy and uncertain. He deeply felt that his supervisor, this man named Sulu, seemed to be the best at simplifying complicated things. So he slowly walked forward. The popinjays sat on the chairs with cold expressions, humiliating Su Li's order. However, they looked at the handsome man who was getting closer and closer. They seemed to be able to feel a terrifying aura spreading. They couldn't help but feel a little confused and panicked. Shi Peng stared at Bai Yulan's right hand that was in his trouser pocket and asked, "What do you want to do?" Bai Yulan silently walked forward and took out the delicate military knife from his trouser pocket. Without any warning, the delicate military knife flashed with a beautiful light, cut through the air, and easily pierced into Shi Peng's right shoulder. With a puff, blood spurted out. Shi Peng didn't cry out in pain. His face was pale as he looked at the delicate knife on his right shoulder in shock. He seemed to be so shocked by this ridiculous scene that he didn't know what to say. Someone dare to stab me? That person stabbed me? Someone actually dare to stab me? A scream sounded. The popinjays looked at Shi Peng, who fell on the ground with pale faces and trembled. A few of the braver ones rushed over and hugged Shi Peng in their arms. At the same time, they glared at Bai Yulan and Su Lu and screamed, "Are you crazy? If you don't listen to the order, you will also die if you go to 163. Su Lu looked at the bleeding Shi Peng and naturally thought of the big shot that he had met at the flowing wind slope. He said softly, "I'll give you one more minute. If you still don't want to run laps, I don't mind letting this secretary stab you 2 more times." Song Ji tightly hugged the bleeding Shi Peng. He was trembling with anger and fear. He stared at Su Lu fiercely and shouted, "I'm going to complain to the legal department. I'm going to send you to the military court." Su Lu was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "I forgot to tell you, this is the 7th combat team of the Shell Corporation. We are mercenaries, not federal forces. The military court can't control us." The popinjays' faces were pale. Shi Peng was desperately covering his bleeding wound. He stared at Su Lu and roared, "Who the fuck are you? Lan Xiaolong, tell this son of a bitch who I am." Lan Xiaolong quietly hid behind Su Lu. He glanced at the chaotic scene with the corner of his eyes. His heart slightly twitched. He really didn't understand why Su Lu dared to do this. However, at least at this moment, he knew that the baby of the deputy speaker would definitely not be able to get back his face. Yin Bingyin and the other strong men beside the equipment in the distance had already begun to do standing training under the hot sun with ugly expressions. Su Lu looked at these young masters who were gnashing their teeth in anger and fear. After a moment of silence, he took off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "I don't care who you are, but I think I should let you know who I am." Chapter 442. It was still that Federation proverb. A person has a name, a tree has a shadow. Su Lu, this name was extremely ordinary, the slanted shadow behind him not all that austere either. However, when these hedonistic soldiers here heard these 2 words, saw the ordinary face that was revealed along with the sunglasses on his fingertips, they immediately felt a wave of extremely cold aura envelop the military camp, crushing down on their usually proud and reserved hearts. From a certain perspective, Su Lu was already a great celebrity in the Federation. The people didn't know how many people he had killed, how many great things he had done. The Ministry of National Defense's propaganda department cooperated with the news media, but with the help of the scandal with the nation's young lady, they placed him in front of the spotlight and magnifying glass. Now that this name was spat out from his thin lips, it would no longer be as light as a feather. Once it landed on hard ground, it would definitely forcefully smash open several large craters. The hedonistic soldiers here finally understood why this ordinary-looking fellow was already a Federation lieutenant colonel at such a young age. They finally understood why in front of these people's sense of superiority and family background, he could still be so calm and ruthless to the extent where he was even a bit more ruthless than they had indulged in imagining. It was because he was Su Lu, the young genius that military god Li Pifu and President Pabre both held in high regard, a target that the federal military focused on nurturing. Regardless of whether it was a competition of background, willpower, strength, or methods, this Federation lieutenant colonel wearing sunglasses, at least in this isolated military camp that was far from bustling life, he had an overwhelming advantage. Shi Peng and the few young masters closest to him weren't those hedonistic sons who drove a few sports cars and whistled a few times just because their fathers had several $100 million in assets. Instead, they were the true young masters who were truly at the top of the capital ring. So they just so happened to know some inside information regarding the name Su Lu. That was why their reactions were even more intense than others. Shi Peng, whose right shoulder was gushing with blood, suddenly had fear in her eyes. Shocked by this name, she fell backwards with a resolute manner, bringing along her group of friends whose faces instantly turned deathly pale. They fell onto the ground in an extremely miserable manner, becoming a mess in the luxurious and exquisite upper circle of the capital ring. The old and rather shrewd middle-aged bigwigs had a publicly acknowledged evaluation of Sulu, this person who suddenly rose to prominence. This was a calm madman. He had once smashed the Nutshell Research Institute with his peace axe, and then quietly helped the Nutshell Research Institute set up MX. He pulled down the old man from the Federal Academy of Sciences and gave him a few ruthless slaps across the face. In the end, this young man surprised everyone. He left behind the picturesque landscape of Mo Cho Back Mountain, left behind the flower-like path drawn by that respectable lady, and quietly went to S2. He wore sportswear, carried a bag of guns, broke into a certain building, and killed that counselor who caused countless headaches and fears. In the eyes of those bigwigs, Su Li's temperament was calm and cheerful, but he had done so many things that were considered crazy by the rules they were accustomed to, especially the abandonment and killing in the end. This showed that this person didn't rely on a moment of excitement to support his cold-blooded methods. But after careful consideration, he still ruthlessly slammed his head into a certain iron wall. He didn't care if his head would bleed, but he didn't care if he smashed a hole in the iron wall or only left a few traces of blood. He didn't care if he would break his head and bleed, but he didn't care if he smashed a hole in the iron wall or only left a few traces of blood. This kind of person was very frightening. A calm madman was even more frightening than the little Madman Lees of Philadelphia. Even if Madman Lee dared to rush into Parliament Hill and start a fight, he definitely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Based on the evaluation of this person in the upper circle and the legendary death of a certain senator, Shi Peng, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but feel cold all over as he looked at the calm and sincere officer in front of him. Even if the other party was smiling like a flower under the sun and was as calm as water, he could still smell the blood and see the demon's horns. The fact that Macklin was killed by Su Lu and Shi Qinghai together was one of the Federation's biggest secrets. However, as George Carlin once mockingly pointed out, the Federation's information was not equal. The so-called secrets were originally the fruits of the upper circle's harvest. Therefore, Shi Peng knew, and so did the sons of the governors and senators around him. Shi Peng's uncle was a senior senator of the Federation. The current deputy speaker, Shaun, was compared to Macklin, who had died at the hands of Su Lu. Perhaps because of his long experience in business, his hidden strength and connections were deeper and wider. However, on the surface, he couldn't compare to Macklin's once impressive reputation. It should be known that although Macklin had already withdrawn from the presidential election at that time, he wasn't the villain that was hated by the people today. He still had the support of the people and the Federation's government and political circle. Even terrifying existences like the 7 great families had to make some kind of compromise. However, this guy in front of him just so unreasonably and brutally killed him. Su Lu even dared to kill Macklin at that time, let alone Shi Peng, who was only his uncle's nephew. Shi Peng's face was pale, and his eyes were wandering. However, he could still clearly feel the pain from the sharp wound on his right shoulder. He was more and more convinced that if he continued to resist, he was afraid that this delicate and feminine man would really stab him to death. After only 2 seconds of silence, Shi Peng tightly pursed his lips and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. He saluted Su Lu and then turned to walk toward the field. His strong will because of his family background, power, and money instantly collapsed and shattered in the face of the simplest and most direct shadow of blood and death. At least in this military camp, he had to endure, stall for time, and wait for his family's response. Su Lu lowered his head and looked at his watch, calculating the time. The foppish soldiers all turned pale and ran toward the field. Su Lu raised his head, put on his sunglasses again, and said a few words to the people behind him. The outstanding battlefield medic of Team 7, Ho Xiandong, immediately reacted and rushed to the field. He pulled Shi Peng to the shade and began to treat the wound on his shoulder. Bai Yulan's stab was not deep, but the wound was a little long and there was a lot of blood. It looked a little scary. They were the mercenaries of Nutshell Company and did not seem to have to worry about the existence of military discipline or military court. However, no matter how cold and silent Su Lu was, he would not stab his subordinates to death just because they did not attend training. Strangely, however, Many people seem to think that Su Lu was really a terrifying person who killed without batting an eyelid. The foppish soldier running toward the field was the last to follow the symbol. Sula called out to him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't embarrass the old principal." The symbol's face was covered in bruises and bruises. He did not know that his father was the principal of Yue University. At home, he often heard his father talk about the legend of this little gatekeeper in front of him. Su Lu had never received professional training in the military camp. He had never run weight-bearing training. He had only followed by Yulan for a period of time to learn about firearms and standard mecha operation. Those tactical manuals were also just his hobby reading, so naturally he could not be responsible for the training of more than 100 subordinates. In fact, he did not understand these things. After confirming that the breath of these old soldiers had been completely suppressed, he put on his sunglasses and returned to his room. He began to use the military communication system to send frequent technical emails to Shang Xiu, who was far away in Hong Kong. During this period of time, the engineering department of Nutshell Company had begun to experiment with the turbine compression idea that Shang Xiu's Mr. Chung Fengsher had proposed. They were in a state of excitement and anxiety. The engineering department missed him very much, and he also missed the atmosphere of the past. Bai Yulan was fully in charge of the training, with Lan Xiaolong assisting. Those old soldiers with extremely poor military qualities were undergoing a horrendous training on the field. Xiong Linquan held a spiked leather boot and roared, forcing those people to move faster and faster. As long as someone slowed down or collapsed, a few whips would cut through the air, leaving behind a few bloody scars. Fortunately, the Department of National Defense was extremely generous to the point of being extravagant. Dr. Ho Xiandong skillfully and excitedly operated those medical pods, injecting all sorts of medicine into those old soldiers who had fainted from exhaustion. He could absolutely guarantee that these young masters would not be left with any physical injuries. Cured? Continue to train. As the saying goes, if you train hard, you'll be like a dog. Even if you are scolded, you will not bark. This was the miserable life of the 17th Division's old soldiers on their first day in the West Woods. On the other side of the field, Yin Bingyan, Lu Qingsong, and the rest of the bodybuilders or record holders were undergoing military posture and formation training under the scorching sun. The long period of standing still had turned them into wooden dummies. Then, under the scorching sun, they turned into dried corpses. Their skin began to crack and float. You know, the so-called mapping mission is to help the Bureau of Proclamation sneak into the enemy's territory to install the chip. There are only 10 days left before we depart. I admit that your training level is very cruel, but with only 10 days, can you really create a real fighting force for Sula? In the shadows at the edge of the barracks, Lan Xiaolong unbuttoned his collar and looked at the soldiers on the field who were like stray dogs. He frowned and said, "Boss just wants them to have fewer deaths on the battlefield. At least when they are escaping, they need to be able to keep up with the speed of the 7th Division." Bai Yulan took a puff of her cigarette and answered softly, "Why did you stab him? That guy is the nephew of the vice chairman of Xin." Lan Xiaolong looked at the field and said worriedly, "You should be very clear about the background of these old soldiers in the division. Su Lu has the background of the army god and the appreciation of the president, so he shouldn't be afraid of anything. But you're just a slightly more powerful, stinky soldier. If these big shots want to crush you, they only need to move their little finger." Bai Yulan took a puff of her cigarette and knew that Lan Xiaolong was telling the truth. Even the Ministry of National Defense didn't dare to touch these old soldiers. Although these guys were suppressed now, who knew what would happen in the future? But he still remained silent. Lan Xiaolong was silent for a moment. He turned his head and stared at the pair of slender eyes through the black hair. He said very seriously, "You keep insisting on calling him boss. Are you really going to sell your life to this guy?" Chapter 443. Bai Yulan took another puff of her cigarette. Her face, which was covered by her black hair, did not change in the slightest because of Lan Xiaolong's sudden question. She said softly, "The ministry gave Group 7 a mission. Originally, they only had 3 days to prepare. In the morning, The boss made a call to the West Mountain compound. After an angry argument over the phone, the 3 days became 10 days. The ministry has to give him face. I stabbed him because I want him to be more efficient during the 10 days that he fought for. If too many of the children of these big shots die in the hands of the boss, even if Fei Chung and the minister want to protect him, there will be too many problems. Lan Xiaolong looked at him and continued to ask, "Why did you want to risk your life for him?" Bai Yulan pressed the cigarette against the wall, leaving a deep black mark. The flame went out, leaving behind a trace of heat. That year, the new Mecca failed. President Sieg was furious. The Bureau of Proclamation started to investigate Nutshell's illegal activities. Group 7 was thrown out as a scapegoat by some important people. In order to protect Xiong Linquan and the others, you shouldered all the responsibility and were sent to the military court. Although you were lucky to get away with it, you were expelled from the army forever. From that day onwards, you quit smoking. You swore that you would never smoke again. You said that you wanted to be healthy and live a long life. Lan Xiaolong looked down at the cigarette between his fingers and said, "But after you started following Su Lu, you started smoking again. We know your personality and what it means to break your oath. Before we left the capital ring, Ning He came looking for me. He felt that your personality had become too calm and cold, like a crazy demon. It was after Ning He's wedding that Su Lu stabbed Bai Yulan in the back." Thinking about that time, Bai Yulan narrowed his eyes, as if he could still feel the pain in his back. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "In the past 6 months, you've been brainwashing the people of Group 7 every day. You want to make Xiong Jiaozi and the others worship the boss so much that they have the urge to hug the boss to sleep. Didn't the Department of Defense send you here to help him gather Group 7 first, then slowly gather the 17th Division? Since your mission is to put the lives of many people in the hands of the boss, what's wrong with me doing my best?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Lan Xiaolong, who was used to mocking the Federation with a sarcastic tone, froze. Uneasiness and worry gradually spread out of his eyes, but the words that came out of his mouth were still as sharp as ever. "Our genius manager is destined to become a big figure. Lord War God, the Department of Defense has been paving the way for him for the past year, and I'm the coolie who sprinkles the cement. The problem is that there has to be a limit to any decision. As the guy at the bottom of the pile of materials, if we work too hard, we can only become countless crushed stones in the future, embedded in the cement and paved on his golden path. When he steps on the road with his shiny military boots, his path is straight, and he won't think about the crushed stones under his feet." Bai Yulan lowered his head and leaned against the wall. His fingers let go of the cigarette, and his right leg bent to push against the wall. He answered quickly and directly, "I joined the army when I was young. In this life, I've killed many people and seen many things. Assassinating Bermuda merchants for the government, smuggling for the young masters in the military, robbing pirate ships. I've done many bad things in my life. I don't have any respect for morality or self-pity. I can't say that I have a heart of stone, but I'm very indifferent." He continued, "Group 7 has always been the most arrogant and powerful combat team in the nutshell. As the combat manager, on one hand, I did some shady things for the government, and on the other hand, I did some dark things to earn money. I always thought that I had a good life. However, when I started working as Su Li's secretary, I gradually realized that this kind of life was the happiest. The year when I went back and forth between the capital and Hong Kong was the most relaxing and comfortable life of my life." Bai Yulan raised his head and used his slender fingers to lift the black hair in front of his eyes. His gentle and quiet face was full of a relaxed smile. "I originally thought that following Su Lu was just a way to earn money. However, after he got into trouble, I suddenly found that my life was very unpleasant. I was even more surprised that a cold-blooded person like myself could have such unhappiness and uneasiness. Maybe it's because this young guy once inexplicably gave me some trust that I didn't expect." Bai Yulan narrowed his eyes like Su Lu and looked at the soldiers running on the field. He shrugged his shoulders like Lan Xiaolong and said, "On the day of Ningyi's wedding, He stabbed me, but I felt much better. It's not that I'm cheap. It's just that I know that I can go back to those days that made me feel relaxed. He looked at Lan Xiaolong and said in a soft but firm voice, "Working with Su Lu gives me a strong sense of being grounded. I feel proud that my spine can always be straight and I don't have to be afraid of being killed." The things we used to do were not strange, or arrogant, but they were very, very hard as steel. We were not afraid of gossip, and we were not afraid of asking ourselves. We could straighten our backs and report the results of our work to our parents who were lying in the hospital. If possible in the future, we can look back proudly on our children when we are old. There is no one or thing that is always right. But following Su Lu and doing things that we think are right, this kind of feeling is very good. Lan Xiaolong listened in silence. He understood what kind of feeling Bai Yulan was trying to describe in his soft voice. However, he increasingly felt that Ningyi's worries were reasonable. Bai Yulan did not worship Su Lu, but he was immersed in the pleasure of a madman. This kind of situation was quite dangerous. Do you know? On the day Medellin died, I was on the mountain outside the foundation building. Bai Yulan's slender eyes flashed a trace of sharpness. He said softly, "At that time, I had a strong impulse to go crazy with him. In fact, I was ready to go crazy at that time." Lan Xiaolong's face changed dramatically. He could not believe his friend's words at this moment. "Unfortunately, I received a call on the mountain at that time," Bai Yulan said bitterly. The image of a middle-aged woman appeared in his mind. She didn't look extraordinary, but her face was full of majesty. Immediately, he calmly raised his head and said, "That's why I didn't go crazy that day. I didn't have enough fun. Now that I have a second chance with Su Lu, I don't want to miss it." Lan Xiaolong sighed softly and no longer tried to persuade him. Bai Yulan patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "Like the boss, I am a small figure who struggled at the bottom of the society. As George Carlin said, we are naturally revolutionary. Dealing with the young masters of these big shots will produce a certain kind of pleasure from the bottom of my heart. Your family background is different from ours, so naturally, you can't understand." After saying a rare, long, psychological analysis, the delicate man put his hands back into his trouser pocket. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. The delicate lady lowered her head and walked toward the old soldiers on the field. Lan Xiaolong looked at the back of the figure. Thinking of the countless dead souls under the delicate knife of his friend and the sinister means hidden in his body, he could not help but shiver. He sympathized with the children of the senators, governors, and tycoons. It had to be admitted that as a personal secretary who did not make the bed but served tea and water for a long time, Bai Yulan had a very good grasp of Su Li's mind. In the following days, the more than 100 old soldiers from the capital ring were miserably dealt with by Yulan, Xiong Linquan, and the others. From day to night, this remote and quiet military camp in the West Woods was filled with miserable howls, cries, screams of despair, and even more desperate cries for mercy. Running with weights, shooting with weights, and then running with weights again, whipping, kicking, drugs, and obviously illegal black market stimulants. Blood and snot were smeared on the tattered military uniforms. Bruises and ulcers were constantly rubbing against the sand. Occasionally, someone would fall, and some would be so weak that they would vomit bile. The sun and moon in the West Woods witnessed countless tragic scenes. Medic Ho Xiandong stared at the piles of hemostatic tape and more than 10 empty adhesive bottles in the room. He also stared at the unconscious soldiers in the healing pods. Even though he was a professional and calm military doctor, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. But their commanding officer, Manager Su Lu, who was a genius in Group 7 but was also calm, kind, and optimistic, had allowed this to happen. However, contrary to Bai Yulan's description of George Carlin's theory, Su Lu did not have any hidden pleasure or displeasure in the torture of the old soldiers of the 17th Division. He was only doing things according to some strict engineering logic. Moreover, he was so busy that he did not have the time or mood to enjoy the mental world of a sadist. Under the white energy-saving lights, Su Lu closed his eyes and adjusted the blueprints stored in his mind. After a moment of thought, he slowly opened his eyes and sent the completed email to Shang Xiu, who was billions of miles away. Miniaturizing the turbocharger system into a mecha was an extremely difficult task. Cheng Fengshi had proposed a whimsical design concept. After the even more talented Shang Xiu had obtained the materials, she had immediately erased the hydrogen fuel foundation in the original design. The Nutshell engineering department worked at full strength. In just a few short days, the project had achieved a great breakthrough. In the past few days, Su Lu had been in constant email contact with his colleagues in the Nutshell engineering department. The main reason was that he was anxious to make his own contribution to the problem of the leaf absorption interference before he went to the front lines. Standing by the window, he rubbed his eyes and silently watched the old soldiers struggling on the field like sick dogs under the moonlight. He knew that these people had been tortured to the brink of despair and collapse. What comforted him was that under such strict training, none of the 100 or so soldiers tried to use self-harm to escape. Perhaps it was because these young masters did not have the courage to harm themselves. He looked at those extremely weak subordinates of his, watching as their eyes grew brighter and brighter, filled with a certain kind of hatred. He felt rather satisfied. Right at this moment, his phone rang. Sula picked up the phone and listened quietly. His expression gradually became serious. The endless pressure from the upper echelons of the capital ring had finally arrived. Chapter 444. With the level of technology of the Federation, it was easy to create a wall that did not allow even a trace of wind to pass through. The Department of Defense secretly sent military police to escort more than 100 old soldiers of the 17th Division onto the warship and blocked off any means of communication. Quietly, like thunder, they were sent to the front lines of the West Woods. It was done flawlessly, but in the end, it could not escape the eyes and ears of everyone. The identities of these old soldiers were too sensitive. When the big shots of the upper echelons of the Federation were shocked to discover that their sons were missing, even with the strict discipline and execution of the federal military, it was impossible to stop the anger of these big shots and their efforts to find out the truth. These politicians and tycoons used their network of contacts throughout S1 to touch upon the truth of the entire incident in a very short amount of time. Faced with the measures taken by the President and the Department of Defense to quell the anger of the people, these big shots of the Federation knew that their influence was limited. Because they lacked a solid moral foundation, they were unable to operate in an open and above-board manner. Naturally, it was difficult for them to break through the iron wall of the Federation military camp. However, the cries and curses of countless family ladies made the big shots ponder. After some contemplation, they began to exert their powerful influence in certain areas in an attempt to bring those young masters back before they entered the truly bloody and cruel front lines of the West Woods. This was a magnificent rescue operation. The Federation press did not catch a whiff of the news. The ordinary people, and even the majority of the people within the military system, did not feel the scent of anxiety hidden in the night conversations on the radio. Federation senators, state senators, governors, chairmen of large enterprises in Hong Kong. These big shots were the cornerstones of the upper echelons of the Federation society. Once they were angry and collectively exerted pressure, how terrifying would that be? Under the silent statement of Minister Zhou Yingxing, the Department of Defense withstood part of the pressure, but it was also somewhat hard-pressed. As for the specific implementation of this plan, Nutshell Corporation, they had already felt the arrival of the storm. Without a doubt, Nutshell Mobile was the most powerful existence in the Federation and had a transcendent status. However, this largest megacorporation of the Federation was owned by the Federation. In many aspects, it was subject to the checks and balances of the Federation Management Committee. Once those big shots found out that their precious son was currently trapped in a strange unit called Team 7 of the Nutshell Corporation, all of the pressure poured down on them. The first call that Su Lu received was from the president of the Nutshell Company, whom he had not seen for a long time. The change of the president of the Federation did not affect the president's position. With the support of President Pabre, the president calmly and powerfully controlled everything in this giant corporation. However, This call showed that even he could not withstand the power of the Capitol Rings rescue operation. The Federation's parliament is about to conduct a spring financial audit. Every year, I have to attend that damned hearing. The parliament members all want to take a bite out of our bare shell. And I'm saying if those sons of the parliament members really die in Group 7, I really don't know what will happen in the parliament. Sula held the phone and said, I understand. The president of the Nutshell Corporation's voice was a little tired. He said, Can you apply sick leave for some of them? Sula did not spend time thinking about what the president meant. He looked at the young masters who were enjoying their miserable lives under the moonlight on the field and smiled. He showed his white teeth and said sincerely, They're not sick or in pain. The president heard the stubbornness hidden in this guy's words. After a moment of silence, he smiled bitterly and said calmly, I'm not giving you pressure. Just follow the orders of the Department of Defense and do what you want. My brother is now in Group 3320. The things that those parliament members have done are indeed a little ugly. Sula felt a little warm. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the president say, There's one thing that I have to tell you. The fathers of the old soldiers under you already know that they are in Group 7. The Nutshell Corporation is just a corporation. We don't want to take on this kind of pressure for the government or the military, so I've already told these big shots that you are in charge of Group 7. Sula was slightly taken aback. After a while, he said hesitantly, You're expecting me to hold them back? If even you can't hold them back, there shouldn't be anyone in the Federation who can, the president said with a smile on the phone. Mr. President and the war god had both cultivated him. The key was that he had once shown his ruthlessness to the so-called upper class of the Federation. To hold back the Big Shots rescue operation in Group 1, it had to be Sulu. He knew this very well himself. The president had chosen him to be this knife because he had thought things through. You're in the West Woods? Sulu looked at the phone in his hand and suddenly realized. The president replied with a smile, Of course. To provide logistical support for the Federal Army, I have to be here to hold the line. Although you are now a lieutenant colonel in the General Assembly base, if one day you don't want to stay in the active military, you can quickly return to the Nutshell Corporation. No matter if it's the Research Institute or the Engineering Department, you can choose any position you want. The first-class technical director position will always be reserved for you. The Federation may lose the youngest general in the future, but it will definitely gain the youngest independent technical director. For a giant like the Shell Motor Company, the employee who had made the greatest contribution in the past 10 years was, of course, Sulu, who had brought countless glory and achievements to the Nutshell Corporation. However, when he suddenly heard this sentence, he still felt a little warm. He replied to the phone, I'm still an employee of the Nutshell Corporation. Don't forget that I'm in charge of Group 7. As for the independent technical director, he thought of that rainy night in Hong Kong, the middle-aged man who had been bribed by the Li family. He said, I think Shang Xiu is more qualified than me. Just as the president of the Nutshell Corporation said, the big shots of S1 suddenly found that the frontline commander of their son was the legendary Su Lu. The rescue operation suddenly stopped. It wasn't that they were scared by Su Li's fierce background, but they were actually more worried about their son's life. It was just that when the Ministry of Defense and the Nutshell Corporation shamelessly used Su Li's name, the big shots couldn't find a suitable method. Between the picturesque scenery of the back mountain, the villa stood proudly in the mountains by the lake. In the early morning, kingfishers sang in the valley, but it wasn't necessarily because of the villa. It was more likely that the birds looked at the snow on the mountain and were angry that they couldn't find a way to find the fruit. Secretary Shun walked to the balcony with heavy steps and looked at his wife, who was admiring the snow under the skylight. His eyes moved away from the black mink fur coat and said calmly, The confidential secretary of the Parliament Hill office called again. His tone was very anxious. She only has one nephew, and they protect him like a treasure. Now he's been taken to the front line in the West Woods by the Ministry of Defense and thrown into Su Li's army. Of course he would be anxious. Lady Tai looked at the snow valley and said with a frown, I can understand how he feels, but this is after all Mr. President's idea, and Minister Zhou is carrying it out. The shining appearance of President Pabre and Minister Zhou Yingxing in the Federation's political arena had too much to do with this lady in the back mountain. Although Lady Tai's brows occasionally showed a thoughtful expression, guessing the ultimate goal of Mr. President, she didn't want to personally interfere and destroy the political intentions of her allies. They understand this very well, Secretary Shin said. Listening to them, they want to directly talk to Su Lu and ask for our permission. For the upper class of the Federation, although Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, who suddenly rose to prominence in the capital, had some problems with Macho in the back mountain, because of his friendship with the Crown Prince, he was still deeply engraved with the brand of the Tai family. Lady Tai picked up half of the best quality agarwood from the table and gently inhaled it. After a moment of silence, she said, I won't stop them, but in my opinion, wanting to directly persuade Su Lu to save their useless children is just a wishful thinking. Shinli understood that he only needed to relay the first half of his wife's words to the Parliament Hill. He lowered his head and entered the command on the work screen. That little guy is stubborn and doesn't care about anything. Even I can't subdue him, let alone those people. Lady Tai thought indifferently in her heart as she tightened the fur coat on her body and looked at the lonely pieces of ice on the lonely lake in front of the stage. In her opinion, Old Jean was a heartless and heartless person who couldn't be coerced. His only student, Su Lu, walked a completely different temperament path. But she didn't know whether it was fate or this young man with small eyes was really cautious. It was rare that Su Lu could rely on relationships that he could control. If it wasn't the daughter of the Minister of Defense, it would be his own son, or the slick son of an aristocratic family like Li Laoqi. As for the national girl in the scandal, it was even more difficult to control her. Thinking of this, Lady Tai's eyes showed a trace of appreciation and doubt. She thought back to Su Li's life after he escaped from Donglan. She always felt that this life path had a faint shadow of someone, or else there was no way to explain it. Su Lu is very affectionate, but he is careful to avoid contact with ordinary people. If this is really intentional, I seem to have underestimated him. Lady Tai said softly, he seems to be more cautious than you. Secretary Shun, who was standing behind her, frowned slightly. A trace of complicated expression flashed through his eyes. He must love those ordinary lives. He isn't like the sons of nobles or the former emperors who yearn for the rural life and peaceful spring water, because he is an insignificant person created by those places. Now that he is sitting on the throne of power in the Federation, he is still an insignificant person in his bones. Lady Tai turned slightly and said, he is so careful to stay away from the good things. He must live a lonely life, but can prove his perseverance and perseverance. This kind of person who has great perseverance and ruthless means, but has the aura of an insignificant person, is very dangerous. Secretary Shin thought with a slight sigh. Probably only Lady Tai could so clearly and easily understand the heart of Su Lu, that seemingly ordinary guy. Chairman Shin only has one nephew. After a moment of silence, Lady Tai suddenly said, leave this matter to Yuan. He also knows Shipeng. He can't just watch that little guy die. Chapter 445. Secretary Shun's eyes imperceptibly glanced at the piece of top-grade agarwood that was half-burnt yellow. Then, he glanced at the furnishings in the villa that were filled with a mixture of history and power. For some reason, he sensed a trace of stale aura. He had already confirmed it. But today, he particularly clearly felt that Macho, Parliament Hill, those 1,000-year-old families, politicians, and tycoons had formed a stale circle that floated in the clouds in the capital ring. Just like the lady in front of him, who had a noble status but was willing to do some housework from time to time. Her, or their social status, would always stand above the ordinary people. They could work hard to fight for the everlasting existence of the Federation, but the goal of their struggle would always be to let their family gain more benefits through the existence of the Federation. This was a natural attribute of family's instinct. They maintained the existence of the Federation to protect their family's interests, and President Pabre and the Department of Defense had violated this fundamental interest by transferring those young masters to the West Woods. If they could not even protect the lives of their children, then what were the big shots in the upper class of the Federation fighting for? After the call from the CEO of Nutshell, Sulu, who was in the military camp in the West Woods, received a lot of phone calls and video mails. But just as Lady Tai had predicted, the stubborn Sulu did not even flinch in the face of the secret pressure from the Capitol Ring. He did not reply to those emails and hung up on many of the calls that were filled with roaring voices. The action of the big shots in the Capitol Ring to save their precious son pierced through the two iron plates of the Federation government and the Department of Defense and directly arrived in front of the 7 Combat Group. But they were all blocked by Sulu, who was a hard rock. Whether it was threats, temptations, anger, or resentment, the big shots in the upper class were all displayed in front of him, but they were all useless. However, when he found out that the emails and phone calls that were pleading for him included Secretary Jiao and Mrs. Zhong, 2 acquaintances, he could not help but feel a little gloomy. Secretary Jiao was Secretary Zhou Yingxing's most trusted confidential secretary, while Mrs. Zhong was the mistress of the West Woods region. Both of them had a close relationship with Su Lu. In the wee hours of the morning, Su Lu even received an email from the office of the president's official residence. The sender was actually Mr. Breen, the director of the office. He looked at the soldiers who were undergoing cruel training on the field and couldn't help but be shocked by the influence of these guys' fathers. Fortunately, the 3 people who really had influence over Su Lu were very clear about his temperament. They just mentioned a few people's names in the email and tried to sound him out like Mr. CEO to see if it was possible for him to apply for sick leave. When they received Su Li's direct rejection, they never tried again. Secretary Jiao was the Minister of Defense's trusted aide, and Madame Zhong and Director Breen were even more so big shots who could cause storms with just a wave of their hand. However, they still had to live in this society and that circle of the Federation after all. Just like the proud and noble Madame Zhong, they also had to consider the upcoming budget meeting of the Parliament in spring and how much resource aid quota the West Forest region could receive. In the underworld, under the stars, there were always many things that one had to do. Su Lu understood this very well. So after he closed the email system, he only had a few traces of a heavy and bitter smile on his face. He did not have too much resentment. He should have been resentful because this was President Pabre and the Department of Defense's plan. He was just a knife, but now the president's official residence and the Department of Defense had shamelessly thrown him out to fend off the angry means of the big shots to get him back. Secretary Jiao and Breen even turned around and fired a shot. When he returned to the Capitol Ring in the future, how many big shots would he have to bear the anger of when he returned? The reason why he was still calm and firm and had no resentment was probably because from the beginning he did not care about the pressure from the Capitol Ring and the possible revenge in the future. He confirmed that the president's idea was correct, and that was enough. He himself did not have the desire to enter the so-called upper circle. Moreover, life and death on the battlefield were rare and common, and no one knew if they could come back alive. If that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Looking at the moonlight and the stars on the field outside the window that were getting fainter and fainter, and looking at the willow white that was about to tear the horizon apart, Su Lu felt a little relieved that he did not receive the interceding email from the president of Yue University. Although he was not very familiar with the old president, the campus where Yue University was in full bloom was the place where he made his debut, and it was difficult to tear apart their relationship. If the old president was really worried about the life and death of his symbol through the phone, how should he deal with it? The darkness before dawn had dispersed. He looked at the old soldiers who had collapsed on the field and the members of Group 7 who were equally exhausted and the nonstop medical equipment around them. For some reason, he thought of the lecture he had given a few days ago. "I am your highest officer, Sula." 3 years ago, he had stood beside the iron gate of Yue University and said in a calm and confident manner, "I am the gatekeeper." Thinking of his life as a gatekeeper in Yue University, Su Lu could not help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. Now, his identity and status had undergone a great change, but fortunately, his temperament seemed to be the same as before. That night, more than 120 soldiers of Group 7 gathered in the auditorium for a group meal before heading to the front lines. Before the meal, there were no high-ranking officers to provoke the hot-blooded and loud lectures, nor were there any female celebrities with bare thighs to boost morale. There was only silence. The soldiers, whose bodies were exhausted and in extreme pain, and the bodybuilders, whose skin was cracked under the scorching sun, sat at the dining table and each had their own thoughts. A feeling of despair and sorrow broke away from these thoughts and enveloped the entire auditorium. After 9.5 days of hellish training, these soldiers had tasted for the first time what it meant to be better off dead. If it were not for the hope that their parents in the Capitol ring could save them at the last moment, they would not have been able to last so long under the whips of Group 7. In fact, even by Yulon and Xion Linquan, who were in charge of training, were extremely tired and sleepy. They sat silently at the table without saying a word. After the high-energy meal was hastily finished, the soldiers sat with numb expressions. There was no problem with their military posture, but their eyes were filled with the desire to die. Going to Planet 163 for the Bureau of Proclamation's secret mission, everyone knew that it was a path with a slim chance of survival. What made them despair was that they would board the battleship tomorrow morning, but their parents still seemed to have not found a way to save them. Su Lu walked up to the rostrum and put on the sunglasses carefully. When he lowered his head and was about to say something into the communicator, the phone at his waist rang. "Are you on?" He was a little surprised to receive a call from the other party. His fingers that were holding the phone froze slightly. He looked at it silently for a long time before he picked up the call. The two words "a yuan" clearly came out from the communicator. The old soldiers who were full of death did not react at all. Only Shi Peng, who had been nervously clenching his fists, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Like a person who was about to fall off a cliff, he suddenly stood up and looked at the rostrum with ecstasy. Sula held the phone and listened silently for a few seconds. Then he raised his head and looked at Shi Peng. Shi Peng could not believe it. He stretched out his finger and simply hung up the phone. Shi Peng's body tensed up. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. He was instantly overwhelmed by despair. He pushed away the table and rushed to the rostrum. He screamed crazily, "Prince, I'm Shi Peng. Save me." Su Li's thick eyebrows that were exposed outside the sunglasses slightly frowned. Bai Yulan stood up. When Shi Peng rushed past him, he kicked the outer edge of his thigh heavily. This young master of the speaker's family was kicked to the ground. He could not get up for a while. In the past 10 days, many people have called me and the Ministry of Defense. Su Lu stood on the rostrum and raised the military encrypted phone in his hand. He did not want to look at Shi Peng, who was rolling on the ground in pain. He looked at the people below the stage and said, "These calls are from your parents and many important people in the Capitol ring." The originally extremely quiet auditorium immediately became even quieter. It was just that the silence of these soldiers before was filled with grief, indignation, and despair. Now, the silence was more of hope and surprise. Only now did they know that their parents had found out what had happened to them. "You are very impressive. That is because you have very impressive parents." Sula looked at them and lowered his head slightly to look at the phone in his hand that kept vibrating nonstop. He said, "Countless important people have tried to save you. Even the Ministry of Defense could not withstand this pressure and allowed this pressure to reach Group 7 directly." Tai Ziyuan's name was displayed on the black military phone. It kept ringing silently and with great pressure. Su Lu slowly put his hands behind his back and did not look at it again. Naturally, he would not pick up the call. The old soldiers who had endured 10 days of inhumane torture didn't know why Shi Peng had gone crazy. They stared at the stage with countless pairs of bright and pleasantly surprised eyes. In their opinion, as long as their parents stepped forward, what couldn't they do in the Federation? However, what they heard next made everyone's mood fall from the warm grasslands to the glaciers of the extreme north. It was so cold after all hope was extinguished. Su Lu raised his head and looked at these new subordinates below the stage. After pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, "Let me tell you guys a piece of good news. The operation in the Capitol ring to save you guys from the Federation has failed." The entire auditorium was in an uproar. The old soldiers' emotions of fear, grief, and indignation seemed to have materialized and were about to burst through the roof of the auditorium. However, after being tortured for 10 days, they had already developed a deep fear of the members of Group 7. No one dared to stand up and make trouble. The phone kept vibrating nonstop. Su Li's hands behind his back were clenched tightly. He looked at the people below the stage and carefully savored the slight improvement of these soldiers. His confidence increased slightly. After another moment of silence, he said in an extremely sincere tone, "You guys will have a rare opportunity to experience a different part of your life. As members of Group 7 of the Shell Motor Company's Whitewater Battle Group, you guys, know us, will follow the main forces of the Federation with glory and devote yourselves to the great cause of resisting the invasion of the Empire." Chapter 446. The same rice can raise 100 different kinds of people. Although these debauchee soldiers in the auditorium had been raised in a greenhouse by their fathers since they were young, not all of them were really unable to withstand the wind and rain and couldn't withstand a few days of cold. Knowing that the situation was settled, after a few minutes of silence, some of the more ambitious and strong-willed young masters came back to their senses. They picked up the large bowls of liquor on the table that were specially prepared for tonight. After a moment of shock, their faces gradually became fierce, and they drank it all in one gulp. Although some of them were choking, they were choking to their heart's content. They successfully turned the sadness in their hearts into grief and anger, turning despair into a kind of indescribable fierceness. Even Shi Peng, who had been kicked to the ground, silently crawled up after a moment of pain and struggled to return to her seat. Her face was ashen, as if her entire family had been wiped out. He used his trembling hands to tightly hold the big bowl of liquor in front of him. He screamed like a madman and poured it into his mouth. After drinking this bowl of liquor, he fiercely wiped the liquor on his lips and turned to the source of the cries. He fiercely scolded, cried a funeral. These 100 or so old soldiers were all the best of the 17 divisions and were naturally part of the same circle. To have such an incompetent comrade, who could not even show his face in public, especially in front of Su Lu and the veterans of Group 7, made them feel extremely embarrassed. After knowing the possible development of the situation, these young masters accepted the reality with a trace of tragic emotion. They were a little flushed from the liquor, but they were also ashamed of the cries that occasionally sounded around them. At this time, when they heard Shi Peng's scolding, they also began to scold. Obscenities danced in the air as they vented their curses. Finally, those useless young masters' cries were stifled. "Drink! Drink until you die!" Shi Peng grabbed Song Xiang's shoulder. The redness in his eyes had long been covered by the redness on his face. He fiercely scolded, "Since no one cares about us, we have to come back alive." The auditorium was suddenly filled with a fierce atmosphere. It was probably the psychological effect of breaking the pot and smashing it. There was wine in the morning, drink in the morning, and kill a few people tomorrow. Su Lu felt that the phone in his hand was no longer vibrating. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and then his attention was attracted by the scene in the auditorium. The fact that these old soldiers were able to shake off their despair so quickly was out of his and the members of Group 7's expectations. Although these old soldiers looked at him with eyes full of undisguised hatred, these were still the eyes of those who were alive and dared to seek life in the face of death. He glanced at Shi Peng in surprise. Only then did he realize that there was a reason why the aristocratic families condensed their wealth. The young masters of the Capital Ring had been played by the Department of Defense and tortured by Group 7 for 10 days. That was why they were so cowardly. However, when the young people realized that they could not change the situation, they were able to ignite a certain kind of willpower. It had to be related to their family education. Su Lu lowered his head and smiled. He didn't have enough experience or interest to look down on others and feel too much emotion. After calming down a little, he was ready to mobilize for the first battle in his life. However, just as he was about to look at the communicator, he saw from the corner of his eyes a few soldiers carrying miniature cameras and sound receivers walk into the auditorium. Judging from the epaulets of these soldiers, they should be civilian officers. They were probably part of film crew. Lan Xiaolong walked up to the stage and whispered a few words into his ear. Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Only then did he realize that this was the intention of the president's residence and the Department of Defense. In order to quell the anti-war tide among the people, bridge the gap between the social classes, and promote harmonious coexistence between the social classes, the government had specially sent an excellent film crew from the military's Venus documentary film studio to follow Group 7's operation. They wanted to faithfully present the story of the children of these big shots killing the enemy on the front line and sincerely cooperating with the children of ordinary people in front of hundreds of millions of people. This was politics and also propaganda. Su Lu understood that the Federation government was willing to offend the upper class to carry out this mission. Of course, they wouldn't miss this rare propaganda opportunity. However, understanding was one thing. For a moment, he found it hard to accept that these people who dabbled in literature and art would appear on a battlefield where death was happening all the time. They're going to start shooting now. Su Lu frowned and looked at the film crew that was shooting nonstop below the stage. He thought that the scene of these young masters partying to their heart's content wasn't very nice to look at. Can we ask them to leave for a while? Lan Xiaolong looked at Su Li's face. He didn't understand why he was so against the idea that Group 7 was also his opportunity. So he asked tentatively, "Although they are sent by the Department of Defense, you don't need to be so polite. We are just a combat team for nutshell," Su Lu said. "Okay, I understand." Lan Xiaolong put on his military cap, shook his head, and walked off the stage. He took Xiong Linquan and a few other fierce people and unceremoniously kicked the film crew out of the auditorium. He completely ignored the extremely ugly expression and angry protest of the propaganda officer. Su Lu lightly tapped the microphone, and a sharp echo resounded throughout the auditorium. The chaotic scene gradually quieted down. Most of the old soldiers were already a little drunk, and their eyes were a little blurred, confused, and sad. However, after 10 days of torture, none of them dared to show any superiority in front of this young lieutenant colonel wearing sunglasses. Looking at these 120 people and 120 faces, Su Lu suddenly forgot what he was supposed to say. The words he thought of last night to boost morale seemed to have no real power in the face of a real war. The Federation soldiers below the stage were only a company. Of course, their equipment was much more powerful than in normal companies. Group 7's equipment was originally provided by Nutshell, and this time, the Department of Defense had directly bypassed the Westwood's frontline command to provide them with a full set of cutting-edge equipment. Su Lu was now a lieutenant colonel. If he pushed hard, he could reach the level of deputy division commander, and become the regiment commander would be even more justified. However, he was still too young. Other than the mecha battle last time, he didn't have much combat experience. No matter how much the few real big shots in the Federal Army gave Li Pifu face, no matter how much they loved his personality, they couldn't really throw an entire regiment at him for him to lead. Therefore, these 120 people, this company, was the first time he truly had his own unit. What was his own unit? That was, he had to be responsible for the life and death of everyone in the unit. He narrowed his eyes and looked at these familiar and still unfamiliar faces. He knew that no matter if he liked or disliked them, no matter if they were the son of a senator, the son of a governor, or just a very normal citizen, he had to do his best to let them come back alive from the battlefield. However, in the end, he was still a young man who was almost 22 years old. With such a heavy responsibility and burden on his shoulders, it made his words sound heavy and difficult. You should know some of my story. I haven't been on active duty for long, but I have indeed experienced some things these years. In reality, I should have died a long time ago, but I haven't. Su Lu took off his sunglasses and put them in his shirt pocket. He lowered his head slightly and spoke into the communicator. His clear and sincere voice echoed in the auditorium. The soldiers at the tables below the stage looked at him with complicated expressions as they listened to these words. It's the same for your seniors in Group 7. They've done a lot of dangerous and shady work for the Federation, but most of them still managed to survive. Bai Yulan sat at the table. A strange light flashed through her narrow and delicate eyes. It was unknown if she was thinking of her comrades who died on the Bermuda Mineral Star. Sulu lowered his head and continued. If a person is afraid of death, it is actually the easiest for them to die. If you are not even afraid of death, then death will often be afraid of you and will avoid you from afar. I am younger than some of you, but I have experienced life and death. I know that it is indeed not a good feeling. I am also afraid, but after thinking about it carefully, when I rushed to the place of life and death, I didn't rely on the blood rush to my brain. It was an extremely correct instinct, because people will always die in life. This is inevitable, and there are always some things in the world that are more annoying than death. It is not too risky to gamble with the inevitable death. In the past 10 days, after dinner, I have arranged for you to watch the war documentaries filmed by the Department of Defense. Although some of you may have fallen asleep due to exhaustion, you must have watched a few of them. In those documentaries, you should have seen the Empire's invaders slaughtering our compatriots on the fallen stars. You should have seen the white bones and rotting corpses that were not buried by anyone in the ruins of towns and cities. You should have seen how the Federation soldiers who were about the same age as you bravely charged into the Empire's artillery fire until they became broken corpses or martyrs in the end. I know you have seen it. Sulu raised his head and looked at the silent crowd below the stage. He said, I also know that some of you cried when you saw it. I don't want to know whether it is fear or anger. I don't know whether it is fear, but at least you have feelings. If you don't feel, then you are not human. If you're not human, then you should not be afraid of death. This was not a funny joke. Su Li's first war mobilization in his life was just a calm narration with a hint of naivety and sincerity. The auditorium was silent. He looked at the people below the stage and continued softly, I know that many of you hate me, but I believe that on the battlefield, you will not be so bored as to shoot me in the back. Speaking of this, he thought of Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7th Division and the trust in the ambush at the Yellow Mountain Ridge. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm not an excellent commander, but I can guarantee that you will not be a deserter under my command. In the future, when there's a need to charge, I will charge at the front. When there is a need to retreat, I will stay at the back. This is the only promise I can give you. I won't talk about a glorious future or grand words. If I want to dispel your fears with just a few words and make you scream and become iron-blooded warriors, that's not an extravagant hope. It's just naive. He scratched his head and said seriously, but since you have decided to risk your life on the battlefield, why don't you stick out your chest and walk in style? If the ending is predestined, at least on the way to the end, can you put on a slightly more manly posture? You want to return to the capital ring alive? You have to be brave, and I believe that you can be brave. I am in a very low mood. Until now, I haven't saved a single word of the script. I am going home soon. I feel inexplicably gloomy and irritated. However, when I think of the fact that the national football team can also beat South Korea 3-0, I feel that there's indeed no reason in this universe. I feel both happy and happy. I take a deep breath and cheer myself up. After washing the piled-up clothes and socks at night, I will try to work hard again. Chapter 447. The pre-war mobilization ended. Just like what Su Lu said himself, it was impossible for the hundreds of soldiers below the stage to suddenly repent, have a flash of inspiration, and collectively transform into youths like him. However, there was always a portion of people who would have some sort of feeling. Being a little braver didn't necessarily mean that they wouldn't die, but leaving the despair and sorrow to themselves wouldn't increase the chances of coming back alive. The silence in the auditorium gradually loosened as the sounds of tables and chairs moving, coughing, and whispering voices rang out. The film crew of the Venus Documentary Film Studio of the Department of National Defense was finally allowed to enter the auditorium. Su Lu quietly walked out from the side door and stood under the night sky of the West Woods. He lit a cigarette and realized that there were still some words he hadn't said, but there really wasn't much need to say them. The military phone in his hand, that had been silent for a long time, finally rang again stubbornly. After looking at it for a long time, he finally pressed the button to answer the call. Have you confirmed the personnel to go? The prince's calm voice, filled with complex emotions, came out of the phone. Yes, Su Lu replied. You know that I don't have any real friends in the Federation other than you. Even Yuzi, after she grew up, can't be counted as one. Neither can Shi Peng, but I have to remind you that his identity is different. Sula held the phone tightly and didn't say a word. Tai Yuan said faintly on the phone. Speaker Xian's son and daughter-in-law participated in an interstellar exploration of the Federation. Unfortunately, they were martyred. He's the only male in their family now. What is identity? After a long silence, Su Lu said, in the past 3 years, I've always been very proud that I didn't become your subordinate, partner, or anything like that. I've always insisted on being friends with you as equals because I value this term very much. Other than equality, there's also fairness. Including you, the demands made by those big shots in the capital ring are very unfair in my opinion. Every soldier who fights on the front lines has their own story. I'm also the last orphan of the old Su family. In my opinion, the only male in the family of the Federation's deputy speaker doesn't have the right to escape. Not to mention he's a soldier himself. Fair. Tai Yuan's calm and oppressive voice came from the other side of the phone. A bunch of old soldiers who have never received any training are being sent to the front line to die, just because of the political needs of the Federation government. Do you think this is the fairness that you seek? 10 days, Su Lu corrected. Tai Yuan said coldly, is it fair? Shi Peng is the nephew of the vice chairman of the Federation. I suddenly thought of the useless nephew of the Zhong family's tiger. Su Lu thought for a moment and said, he didn't go to the front lines, but you and I both know that about a quarter of the men in the Zhong family in the West Woods died on the battlefield. Without waiting for Tai Yuan to speak, he continued, you were a soldier in S2. You were injured. You were in danger. I know you now on the front lines in the West Woods. You're the young master of the Tai family. The Zhong family is the West Woods warlord in the eyes of the politicians in the capital, but you're not like some big shots who hide in the 17th Division to enjoy glory and avoid danger. It's because of the existence of people like you that I don't think that the so-called aristocratic families and the upper class are naturally shameless. If I'm forced to release these old soldiers back to the capital ring, do you think it's fair to the Zhong family? Fair to you? Fair to the normal soldiers who die on the front lines? After hearing Su Li's words, Tai Yuan fell silent on the other side of the phone. After a moment, he said softly, the Zhong family needs their own sacrifice to obtain military power that they shouldn't have in this democratic society. And I'm only doing this because of my strange nature. Otherwise, I'd be in the capital ring watching the news on TV right now. You have to admit that some people are naturally more important in this world. No. Su Li's answer was simple and clear. There shouldn't be such people in this world. There was silence on the other side of the phone again. Tai Yuan had been worried because of Mr. President's overly aggressive actions this time. As a friend of the knife, he didn't want to speak out because of the pride and reserve of the young master. Now, he was angered by Su Li's stubborn and ungrateful attitude, and his breathing became slightly heavier. After a moment, he said with a hint of mockery and disdain, don't forget, when it comes to equality and fairness, if you don't have the background of the Lees of Philadelphia, the appreciation of the president, and the secret help of the big shots in the military, just based on what you did in the Foundation building, do you think you can get out of prison and become the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation like Madman Lee? Su Li's hand that was holding the phone tightened. He took a deep breath and said with a hint of undisguised anger, I've never thought of myself as a great hero who saved the Federation, because when I went to kill Macklin, I didn't know that he was a spy for the Empire. But after all, I was the one who took his life. I was the one who smashed MX. I was the one who slapped Lin Yuanhu's face. And I was the one who was pardoned by the president. He said into the phone, no matter when, where, or who, if they want to question me with the rank of lieutenant colonel, I'll be as strong as a fucking strong man. After the mockery and angry rebuke, both sides of the phone fell into dead silence at the same time. After meeting in the quiet library for more than 2 years, this was the first time that this pair of young people, who had a huge difference in status, temperament, and ideology, had such a strong conflict under the name of friends. In the distant space of the 3320 planet, Tai Yuan held the phone and looked back at the deep night sky outside the window and the beautiful fireworks that lit up from time to time below. He calmly and attentively tasted Su Li's rare long-winded speech. He was the prince behind the shadow of the Federation. Naturally, he had his own pride and was unwilling to take a step back after the argument. So he kept silent. However, Su Lu on the other side of the phone was also silent. After an unknown amount of time, Tai Zuan laughed self-deprecatingly and gently stroked the hair on his lips with his finger. He remembered that Su Lu did not mention that he had saved his life twice when he was angrily discussing the merits. He understood that this stone stubbornly regarded those as personal friendship and not as righteousness. Thinking of this, his heart softened slightly. He said calmly, "Even Mr. President can't withstand the pressure of a certain class. You are just a small lieutenant colonel. Why do you have to? I don't agree with the radical method that the president and the military chose. Even if this method can temporarily quell the protests of the people, it has already caused some kind of division in the upper class. I'm more worried that he will be so radical as to point his spear at us, the few families that are old but still have a lot of power. The Federation and the Empire are at war right now. If there is a deep structural problem, it won't be a good thing." In the military camp, Su Lu also calmed down and said with emotion, "Mr. President is the political ally that your family chose. I don't understand these high and complicated political affairs at all, but thank you for your concern. But you don't need to worry about how those big shots will deal with me after I return to the capital ring." He raised his head and narrowed his eyes at the starry sky above his head. "This is a battlefield. Countless people are dying every moment. I don't even know if I can survive and return to S1. Since that's the case, why should I be afraid of those old fellows? I should have died in that building S2. In the endless night of the Fox Fortress, I thought that I would die as well. In the military prison of Allure, I thought that there was no way for me to get out alive. But the president, the old man, and those big shots in the military saved me. This life of mine was earned for no reason. It is what I owe the Federation. In truth, I'm also afraid of death, but those people from the Empire have to be driven out, right?" Tai Yuan said calmly, "Yes, this is a truth that doesn't need to be discussed." Sula held the phone and laughed happily, revealing his white teeth. "In the end, we still have a common language." After a long silence, Tai Yuan said with a trace of emotion, "Sometimes I feel that the two of us are just 20 years old. We should be in our youth, but we're forced to think about so many complicated things and go through so many difficult choices. It really doesn't feel good. Think about Madman Lee. You will realize that our lives aren't that bad." Sulu leaned against the wall and then said seriously, "My team members have been training these new recruits hard. They are already very tired, all for the sake of protecting their lives. I won't deliberately push these young masters into the fire pit, and I won't hide them in the Mecha Fortress. In fact, you and I both know that the mission this time won't be that bad." Tai Yuan smiled and said, "You are right. The president and the military only need them to appear on the front lines, not die." After hanging up, he slowly retracted his gaze and lowered his head to think about his only friend in the distance. He thought to himself, where could there be a truly safe mission on the battlefield? A middle-aged man across the long table looked at him with interest and said, "You can't convince that rock. In fact, I really want to transfer him to the West Woods to be my personal soldier." This middle-aged man was wearing the standard military uniform of the 4th Military Region, with stars on his shoulders. Although he was sitting casually, he gave off a strong feeling of a tiger's roar. His chiseled facial features were full of a sense of majesty. "I can't convince you either," Tai Zuan replied calmly. "Mr. President and the big shots of the military all know of your military talent. Now that the war has begun, most of the 70 or so divisions in this star sector are still in the warships, occasionally going to the surface of the planet for a vacation. If this situation continues for a while, I am very worried that it will anger Mr. President. Is this the intention of the Tai family? Or is this the suggestion of my confidential secretary?" The middle-aged general asked calmly. "The latter." Tai Yuan paused for a moment and answered seriously. He controlled all the forces that participated in this war, had the qualifications to anger President Pabre, and dared to make the young master of the Tai family his secretary. In this part of the universe, other than the tiger of the Zhong family, who fought against the Empire alone for more than 10 years, who dared to go against him in the Westwoods. Su Lu hung up the phone and raised his hand to his forehead, as if he wanted to pick the stars in the night sky. At this moment, someone walked over from behind him. Bai Yulan handed over the electronic manual and said softly, "The mission has been confirmed. It is indeed the Bureau of Proclamation's mission to reset the electronic monitoring network. The Bureau of Proclamation official in charge of technical guidance will meet us directly on Planet 163. Xiong Linquan, Lu Jiao, and all the members of Group 7 silently walked out of the auditorium and gathered together. Su Lu took out a 37 brand cigarette from his pocket and began to seriously hand out cigarettes to the members around him. Regardless of whether they smoked or not, all the members took the cigarette seriously and put it on his lighter to light it up. Chapter 448. These veterans knew very well that because Su Lu had brought the nation's maiden to Planet 5460, this secret mission for the Bureau of Proclamation was the first time Team 7 had been sent out on a mission in this war. Therefore, they could feel what Su Li's serious distribution of cigarettes meant. It was the smoke from the battlefield steeped in alcohol. Listening to the noises of the rookies in the auditorium behind them, they became even more silent. They lowered their heads and smoked without saying a word, their expressions firm and calm. Team 7 had a total of 21 members. Before they could finish distributing, the dark blue number 37 brand cigarettes had already been distributed. Bai Yulan smiled slightly and took out her own number 37 brand cigarettes from her pocket. She held one in her mouth and gave one to Lan Xiaolong beside her. Su Lu held the cigarette in his mouth and opened the map of Planet 163 surface from the electronic manual. Through the somewhat dazzling smoke, he looked at the work area marked in green and narrowed his eyes slightly. If the military's air support could be timely and powerful, reconstructing the glory of the charter in this 3,200 square kilometer area would not be a difficult task. At least, his troops would not have to be like Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division, fighting from Yellow Mountain Ridge all the way to the Northern Hemisphere. It was so tragic that it made one's hair stand on end. When can the Westwoods Military District send the 3D topographic map over? They should be able to get it when we get on the warship, Bai Yulan replied. The Imperial Expeditionary Force has occupied this planet for more than 40 years. Although they can't heavily guard every area on the planet, we still have to go deep into enemy territory, which is very dangerous. The most troublesome thing is that the Bureau of Proclamation's lowest level of electronic surveillance network setup is a bit complicated even for a professional engineer like me. These guys in the auditorium have only learned it for 10 days. Can they meet the minimum requirements? From the battle mobilization to the argument with his friends, it was rare for him to talk so much tonight, but he still had to continue. He rubbed his somewhat dry throat and asked. Everyone looked at Gu Shifeng at the same time. This young man with delicate features was the electronics technician of Group 7. These few days, the training in the military camp had been arranged by him. Gu Shifeng adjusted her crooked military cap and looked at Su Lu as she replied, "Reporting to Supervisor, I once did a secret mission for the Bureau of Proclamation. The installation of the electronic equipment may seem troublesome, but it can be broken down into a clear isolation process. During the training, I've already divided the recruits into 6 groups for teaching. All they need to do is to repeat some monotonous laying techniques. If the Bureau of Proclamation officials can meet up with us on the planet, there shouldn't be a problem after a few days of intensive training." Su Lu then looked at Xiong Linquan. Xiong Linquan said in a low voice, "Their physical condition is very bad now. The past 10 days have been too rough, and the acidic substances accumulated in their muscle fibers are too strong. Although they have taken a lot of medicine, they can't digest it in a short time. However, if they can have 5 days of buffer time on the warship, then I can guarantee that when we arrive at Planet 163, these old soldiers will be in their best condition." Bai Yulan softly interjected, "Right now, the space channel is too dense. Even if it's an emergency military mission, it will take at least 5 days to get to Planet 163 from the main planet." Su Lu silently and quickly flipped through the electronic manual. In the end, He raised his head and glanced at Ho Xiandong, the medical officer of Group 7. Ho Xiandong laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "The West Woods has used up all of the stimulants, but it won't be difficult to replenish them. Actually, the quality of these old soldiers is a bit beyond my expectations. Probably because their families are too rich, their bodies that look like they've been drained by alcohol, and women are actually very healthy. It's just that they look a bit miserable. As for Yin Bing Yin and those bodybuilders, they're so healthy that it makes one's hair stand on end. Right, they'll probably be dead drunk tonight, but it shouldn't be a big problem." Su Lu and everyone else laughed. He looked at the haggard and tired faces of his subordinates beside him and knew that they had worked extremely hard these past few days. A faint sense of guilt rose in his heart. If it weren't for his background as a supervisor, the Federation government wouldn't have chosen Group 7 to do this extremely troublesome mission. While feeling guilty, he also felt extremely proud. Looking at these tanned and determined faces, he was very proud that his battle companions were the most professional group of people on the battlefield. Lan Xiaolong took a deep drag on his cigarette, threw it to the ground, and stepped on it to catch his breath. He looked at Su Lu and said with a shrug, "In order to let these young masters survive, we've done everything we can. What happens on the battlefield is something that we can't control. Just do your best. Don't be too stressed. I don't feel any pressure. Life and death on the battlefield is the fairest." Su Lu lowered his head and took a deep breath of the slightly hot smoke. He said with a hoarse voice, just like what Master Schiller said in that traveling swordsman's play, "No matter how many eggs are used, each will kick the rice." Lan Xiaolong shrugged and said with disgust, "I hated that play the most, especially after the male lead was kicked by his junior sister. I sulked in my bed for 2 days and 2 nights, feeling so bitter that my whole body felt uncomfortable." Su Lu looked at him and thought of how he felt when he watched that play when he was young. He thought of those sour eyes that belonged to youth and couldn't help but feel like he knew Xiong Linquan well. But compared to the life and death of the artillery fire in the West Woods, those sour feelings were actually so young and inexperienced. "Rest early. We're leaving tomorrow." Su Lu patted Xiong Linquan's broad shoulder and said, "Our Group 7 can't live so sullenly on the battlefield." The crowd dispersed and the auditorium fell silent. There were old soldiers who were drunk in life and dreaming of death, members of Group 7 who were sleeping on their pillows, people who were quietly sitting by the window and carefully wiping their knives and bayonets, and people who were under the stars in the sky. Su Lu looked at the dazzling curtain of stars in the night sky and blinked his left eye. He said to the old man in his heart with a smile, "I'm going to plant the seeds for you." Then he saw the word "thank you" with his left eye. There was a shiny cobblestone that was washed by the river and shattered into pieces. It was like the most famous spicy hot pot in the capital special district. It was heartbreaking and painful. Then more stones were shattered into pieces. The yellow sand and black soil in front of the temporary bulletproof pit jumped up and sputtered sorrowfully. It sprayed on people's bodies and covered them with a thin but scorching layer. Shi Peng's fingers pinched hard on the soil, mixed with blood in front of him, and quickly and helplessly gasped for breath. Through the transparent helmet in front of him, he looked at the dense, white lines of bullet marks above his head and listened to the sharp screeching sound. His whole body was completely stiff. Although his body was full of strength, there was no way for him to use his nervous system to command his bones and muscles to make the correct response. A second ago, his comrade beside him was hit by a few bullets from the Empire. Blood spurted into a beautiful straight line. At that moment, Shi Peng turned his head in shock and found that, just like in the movies, his comrade's heavy body was hit by a few high-speed bullets and flew back at a high speed. It was like a bag of flour that was hit by a heavy blow and then began to spray flour. Was this a real battlefield? Shi Peng buried his head in the soil and trembled in fear. His eyes began to gradually disperse. He did not see his comrade holding a Qian machine gun and counterattacking with flames, nor did he hear what a veteran was roaring angrily not far away. He could only hear the dense roar of the Empire's guns and cannons. He could only see the churning and sputtering soil in front of him from time to time. He could only see the terrifying and disgusting color of human blood in the soil. After all, he had learned some things from a military camp when he was in that shady 83-84 unit in the Harbor City Garrison Guard District. In the 10 days before he came to this planet, he was tortured by those ruthless mercenaries and was forced to learn even more countermeasures on the battlefield. As the only male in the family of the Deputy Speaker of the Federation, he was without a doubt a real first-rate rich kid. In the prosperous capital ring, in the bizarre world of senses, he had seen blood, drugs, and even death. However, when he came to the front line of the West Woods, he realized that what he had seen before was fake. Between the whistling bullets and the smoke, he was a little absent-minded. He had completely forgotten the tactical manuals that he had learned. He only knew that he was as stiff as a piece of wood and as cowardly as an ostrich under the fortification, not daring to raise his head at all. Wiping the blood on his face with the most careful movements, he looked at half of his finger that was only 10 centimeters away from his lips. Breathing in the scorching air, he suddenly had the urge to vomit. W3 Team, retreat at full speed. A voice sounded in the field infantry communication system. At this moment, on the battlefield that was full of bullets and whistles, this voice was so clear and calm. It was so calm that there was a sense of indifference to life and death. It was like a young lady in a top club in the Capital Special Zone, using an indifferent tone to evaluate the bloody wild beef in front of her. Inside the Silan military camp, Shi Peng and many others were already incomparably familiar with this voice. It was because this voice had once made them roll on piles of shit, blister all over under the scorching sun, and gave them endless humiliation and torment. But at this moment, this voice in their ears was as pleasant as the music that floated from the sky. Yes, W3 Team. In the face of the parallel fire of the Imperium's light armored troops, W3 Team had the best chance of survival by retreating in 2 flanks. Shi Peng felt that she was awakened from a nightmare by this voice. Her right hand trembled as she pried opened the broken finger in front of her and found her gun from the foamy dust. After a few rapid breaths, she suddenly turned around and ran to the back of the camp. The gunshots sounded behind her, louder and clearer than the beating of her heart. With a pale face, Shi Peng ran desperately like a rabbit and crossed a gentle slope behind the simple fortification. With a bang, she fell heavily into the muddy water. The dirty, muddy water flowed down from the infantry's helmet and blocked his vision. She desperately wiped the muddy water off her helmet, but she could only vaguely see the smoke around her. She did not know where to go at all. In an instant, a feeling of despair rushed into her chest, making her legs feel like they were filled with lead. She increasingly felt that the gunshots of the Imperium behind her were like countless rapid, life-threatening drumbeats. She stood at the bottom of the gentle slope in a daze. She seemed to hear the sound of the Imperium's armored vehicles around her, and then she heard a whooshing sound. A palm slapped her hard on the cheek, creating a clear and crisp sound through the hard helmet. Shi Peng was heavily knocked to the ground. Almost at the same time, an Imperium's light guided rocket flew over with a whoosh and burst into flames in front of her. She looked back in shock. Sulu, whose face was full of smoke and dust, panted and said, "Show us the map and retreat to the Red." Chapter 449. In order to win the space war with the Federation for the past 70 years, His Majesty had not hesitated to incite internal strife, squeezing productivity to the extreme, ignoring the 7 long years of interstellar travel, and continuously sending a huge amount of manpower and material resources, millions of Imperial soldiers, and hundreds of millions of tons of supplies to the front line of the West Woods. Despite such great determination and courage, the Imperial Expeditionary Force still could not achieve a decent victory. In the end, they could only hide in 3 planetary systems and linger on with their last breaths. That was because the Federation had the glory of the Charter. With the multi-layer surveillance network everywhere, the Federation could control all the military operations of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. No matter how secretive these operations were, they could not escape the eyes of the glory of the Charter. The central computer underground in the Federation's Capital Special District had unimaginable calculation, or, as it was called, deduction ability. With the help of the central computer, the mobilization of the Federal Army could be achieved to the maximum extent of instantaneous and automatic. It was like a battle between two experts. One of them had a black cloth over his eyes, while the other could see all the movements of his opponent clearly. How could such a battle be fought? The Imperial soldiers had launched several desperate and frenzied attacks, but in the end, they were still forced to retreat under the cold glare of the glory of the Charter. Fortunately, during the last war, they had completely destroyed the surveillance network in the two semi-planetary systems of the Federation, so they had a temporary place to rest and recuperate. These two semi-planetary systems were the 3,320 planetary systems, the 163 planetary systems, and half of the 5,460 planetary systems. The war that broke out at the end of the 1960s of the constitutional calendar was a huge military operation named Victory. The strategic goal that had to be achieved was to drive the invaders of the Empire away from the 2.5 planets that they had occupied for decades. In order to achieve this strategic goal, and to reduce the terrifying investment of military resources and the number of deaths of soldiers as much as possible, the first thing that the Federation military authorities had to do was, of course, without a doubt, to reconstruct the heavy surveillance network so that the glory of the Charter could shine through the darkness at the edge of the West Woods again, so that the Imperial Expeditionary Force hiding on the 3 planets would become a black spot that was not new under the sun. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. Since the flames of war ignited on the 5,460 planetary system, the federal military began to speed up the pace of reconstructing the Charter network. Countless highly sensitive, self-changing orbit satellites were released into space by warships, and countless miniature electronic positioning devices were scattered in the grasslands, forests, and oceans. However, in the decades of war, millions of Imperial soldiers had died because of the glory of the Charter. The Imperial Expeditionary Force had always been extremely vigilant against the Federation's electronic surveillance network. How could they allow the Federal Army to reconstruct the network right under their noses? It was like countless chains strangling their throats. On the basis of the lack of fleets and long-range missiles, the Imperial armies developed powerful anti-surveillance methods and concealment technologies to counter the highly sensitive satellites. They also mastered the method to find and destroy those miniature electronic positioning devices in an extremely short amount of time. Therefore, the federal military needed to lay out the low-frequency band network on the ground, and this required a large number of ground engineering units to complete. In order to avoid the intensive electronic surveillance of the Imperial armies and avoid the unreasonable and crazy destruction of the newly laid surveillance network by the enemy, the ground engineering units could not even mobilize heavy armored units, let alone eye-catching mechas. Before the Federation's main forces landed on the surface of the planet, there were already many such engineering units that took great risks and quietly snuck in. The 7th Team of the Shell Motor Company was one of the inconspicuous units. The 7th Combat Team was not very lucky. After arriving at Planet 163, they immediately threw themselves into the work of repairing the glory of the Charter. Today was the first time they carried out the task of laying out the surveillance network. Temporarily under the jurisdiction of the 3rd Battle Area Command in the West Woods, they left the temporary air transport transfer point in the morning and spent half a day hurriedly completing the installation of the equipment in the designated area. However, no one would have thought that on the way back, less than 10 kilometers away from the light battleship pickup point, they unluckily encountered an Imperial Expeditionary Force patrol unit. The encounter was a coincidence. Presumably, the Imperial Patrol Unit also did not expect to encounter a group of sneaky Federation people in this beautiful landscape. It was already very unlucky to encounter the enemy on the way back from their first mission. However, the 7th Combat Team was even more unlucky because the Imperial Patrol Unit they encountered was actually a light armored unit. Bullets whizzed past the top of his head. Su Lu held a standard precision gun with both hands and leaned his back against the simple fortification above the gentle slope. He lowered his head and did not move. From the corner of his eyes, he saw his subordinates retreating under the cover of the heavy machine guns. His mood was slightly relieved. This was also the first time he had encountered a real battle. In the Yellow Mountain range of Planet 5460, operating a mecha to fight was completely different from just wearing the equipment for individual soldiers. However, for some reason, he narrowed his eyes, listened to the sound of guns and cannons, and smelled the faint burnt smell of gunpowder. He did not feel any sense of panic. It was as if the dangerous battlefield was originally the place that his big heart was most familiar with. He used his left hand to pull a thin rope on the edge of his bulletproof vest. The end of the rope was a video storage device about the size of a fingernail. He gently placed it on the floating soil that was shaken up by the cannonball. Half a second later, the image of the situation below the gentle slope appeared on the small, ultra-thin light screen in front of Shanxio's helmet. There were 11 Imperial heavy-armored tanks charging toward the position at high speed. The ground trembled slightly with the roar. In the middle of the tank formation, there were hundreds of Imperial Expeditionary Force soldiers carrying cold machines. They silently and suffocatingly began to charge. The Empire's light-armored squad. Sulu saw this scene and became slightly nervous. He silently cursed a few vulgarities. He subconsciously licked his dry lips and found that the soil on the planet beside his lips was actually a little sweet. He did not know if it was because it was originally like this or because it was stained with the blood of his comrades. Today was the first time Group 7 had ventured into the side of the battlefield, and the installation of low-frequency surveillance equipment went smoothly. Unfortunately, they were too unlucky. When they were retreating, they accidentally ran into the Empire's patrol team. However, this Empire's patrol team was obviously much stronger than the standard patrol team. How could Group 7, lacking heavy weapons and equipment, block the enemy's charge? When they discovered the enemy, Group 7 immediately retreated and set up a simple fortification in the middle of the slope. Behind the slope was a grassland. If the Empire's armored squad were to take advantage of their speed, the fate of the 100 or so soldiers of Group 7 would be in danger. After a few rapid breaths, Su Li's face became a little pale. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He suddenly half-squatted and continuously pulled the trigger while facing the gentle slope. Within half a second, half of the bullets in the magazine were fired. The gunfire strung out of the black barrel and made a buzzing sound. It looked like he was shooting aimlessly, but several Imperial soldiers hiding behind the armored vehicles suddenly had several bullet holes in their bodies and fell heavily to the ground. The bullets drew scorching white lines in the sky above their heads. They were extremely dense. The crisp and terrifying gunshots drilled into people's ears. There was a clear feeling of the recoil coming from his fingers. He did not have time to observe the result of the shooting. Su Li's left foot deeply stomped on the ground. With a muffled sound, every piece of dirt was shaken to the point that it was incomparably solid. Meanwhile, his body used this recoil force to strangely turn into a gray line and move 5 meters along the simple fortification. He fell heavily to the ground. Almost at the same time, an Imperial armored vehicle's machine gun roared and began to fire at the patch of dirt he was originally on. A dense rain of bullets came whistling and directly turned that patch of dirt into a swamp. At that moment, if Su Lu had hesitated for a moment, if he was excited by the results of the battle and proud of the shooting ability he had learned from Magnolia, he would probably have become a corpse by now. Even if he was wearing the latest soft ceramic bulletproof vest developed by the Federation, under the bombardment of the Imperial armored vehicle's machine gun, only one of his limbs would have been torn apart. Every pair of muscle fibers was extremely tight. Powerful strength filled every corner of his body. With a pale face and bright eyes, Su Lu dragged the machine with his right hand and moved at an unbelievable speed above the gentle slope. He was like a shadow. The Imperial soldiers below could not determine his position at all. Behind a large rock on the western side of the gentle slope, Su Lu wiped the sweat and dust from his face and curled his body into a ball. A few meaningless bullets on the battlefield had just hit the rock beside him and splashed out a few sparks. He poked the gun in his hand out of the rock and began to fire with all his might. Through the vision of the infantry helmet, he could clearly see that most of the bullets had landed on the armored vehicle. Only one of the Imperial soldiers had a few bloody holes in his thigh. On the gentle slope of the battlefield, countless gun barrels began to emit flames and spit out bullets. The members of Team 7 tried to use this wave of bullets to temporarily suppress the Imperial soldiers' charge. After all, the speed of the armored vehicles when entering the gentle slope was greatly limited. Other than the dozen or so veterans responsible for blocking the attack, there were also some rookies who did not have time to retreat to the grassland. They bravely stood up and began to fire at the Imperial soldiers below. However, their actions were inspired by courage or fear. The effect of their shooting was not good, and it was extremely dangerous. However, this wave of counterattack did not achieve the desired effect. The Imperial soldiers' formation was not messed up at all. Their charging speed was extremely fast, and they completely ignored the fallen comrades around them. It looked like they were about to reach the bottom of the gentle slope. Sulu picked up his gun and began to change his shooting location. He found an inconspicuous haystack and narrowed his eyes as he stared at the holographic screen. He asked through the comms system, "When will the air support arrive?" 2 more minutes. Magnolia's calm and quick reply came through the earpiece. 2 minutes seemed like a very short period of time. However, on this gentle slope of the meadow, amidst the rain of bullets, it felt like an eternity. Just as Sulu was silently thinking of a way out while shooting, he suddenly heard an explosive roar from the haystack beside him. Run! Xiong Lin Quan stood up majestically from the haystack, shaking up countless strands of grass. With a loud roar, the Darlin autocannon in his thick arms rotated at high speed and shot out 6 beautiful fireworks. Chapter 450. The year of the tiger is coming, and the wind is blowing fiercely. I wish my brothers and sisters that the men are full of vigor and might, and the ladies be fierce tigresses at home. I don't mean to be derogatory, but I wish everyone's whole family good health, and the elders good health, and a long life. Another thing is to apply for leave until the 5th day of the Lunar New Year to resume writing. 2 nights ago, I spent the night in Harbin. I painfully struggled with myself for a long time, wondering whether I should write or not. The leader took out a coin, and I lost the bet. So, with red eyes, I wrote yesterday's chapter. Yesterday evening, I arrived in Ichang, and it went very smoothly. I thanked the relevant authorities for their support for my return home. After that, I drank some wine and felt very good. When I woke up this morning, without any battle, I very seriously decided to apply for leave from everyone. I will resume writing on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Because it is the Lunar New Year, I need to visit relatives, drink wine, and have some fun. I have always had a dream, for writers like us, to be able to rest for 2 days a week and to be able to take the entire year off with pay. We can't skip the Mid-Autumn Festival, National Day, and so on. Marriage and maternity leave are a must. What kind of realm is this? However, that can only be the treatment of a wife. I do want to, but during the Lunar New Year, I need to take a good rest. It just so happens that the recommendations for the past 2 days have been pretty good. I'm very sorry to the editor, who loves me so much. I bow. Speaking of which, there's a young girl editor in our group called Haixing. I haven't seen her yet. Speaking of which, whether it is the Civica story or the year of the Qing dynasty, I seem to have been resting for the past 4 or 5 years during the Lunar New Year. Right? This is really something. To be able to tolerate a lazy, leisurely, fat, middle-aged man like me, who pretends to be looking for happiness all the time, but is actually a shameless, fat, middle-aged man. For so long, you guys are really great. Chapter 451. Darlin's rotary cannon was a purely mechanical retro design. Its 6 large caliber barrels were semi-automatic, and its weight and ammunition capacity were extremely shocking. Because of its terrifying killing power and the area it covered, it was known as the King of Reapers. Every time it began to roar and spin, countless people would die in front of it. Its power was shocking, and its weight was shocking as well. Even after the highest efficiency of shock absorption, the recoil was still able to shake the earth. Therefore, other than the M-series mecha that used Darlin's rotary cannon as a standard, only all-terrain fighter jets and assault helicopters would use it. Very few ground troops used it. If they couldn't even lift it up with all their might, how could they use it in battle? There were always legends on the battlefield. Sula had heard rumors before that there were some abnormal people in the Federation's military camp who could carry Darlin's rotary cannon onto the battlefield. Only after seeing Xiong Linquan did he know that these legends were right beside him. But at this moment, seeing Xiong Linquan holding Darlin's rotary cannon and crazily spitting out fireworks for the first time, he couldn't help but feel a little shaken. The muscles in his arms were tight. When he fully displayed his strength, they were even thicker than a woman's thighs. The heavy and cold Darlin's rotary cannon continued to roar. Xiong Linquan's entire body trembled along with it, causing the ground to tremble as well. Amidst the loud and muffled gunshots, Darlin's rotary cannon's bullet shells were exceptionally delicate compared to the gunshots. They densely packed and rained down on Su Li's body. His face burned with pain, but he didn't follow Xiong Linquan's instructions and immediately change his shooting position. Instead, he roared, "You're fucking crazy." Xiong Linquan was currently standing on top of the slope like a god, but he was also the most obvious target. Su Li's muscles tensed up, and he was prepared to jump up and push him down. But from the corner of his eyes, he was shocked to see that the dense rain of bullets from the rotary cannon in this man's hands had temporarily suppressed the firepower of the entire Empire's armored squad. Muffled noises of guns entering and exiting echoed nonstop. The entire haystack fell apart. Countless sharp, high-speed bullets spurted out of the 6 barrels that were rotating at a high speed and shot down from high above, hitting the armored vehicles, the rocks in the meadow, and the bodies of the soldiers of the Imperium heavily. It was like the line of an axe that was extremely sharp and chopped down from the west. Da-da-da-da. The rocks were shattered into white powder, and the pond was cut into 2 muddy pieces by the shrapnel. The grass and leaves did not shatter, but were directly blown into fine powder. Sparks flew from the Imperium's armored vehicles, and so did the ground. From the haystack to the pond in the distance, there was a terrifying straight line that was so deep that one could see the bones of the planet. In this perfectly straight line, there were more than 10 Imperium soldiers. Their bodies exploded into countless smoke and dust in an instant, followed by blossoms of blood that gushed out. Then they exploded and collapsed, covering the deep ditch below their bodies with the smell of blood. In the hands of Xiong Linquan's thick arms, the incomparably heavy Darlin rotary autocannon was like an unstoppable axe that could split open the heavens. However, he was still able to valiantly maintain the accuracy of his shots under the immense recoil. This was equivalent to using meticulous brushwork to create a large ink painting of mountains and rivers. How ferocious! Almost at the same time that Xiong Linquan shattered the haystack and unleashed his explosive attack, Bai Yulan's calm voice rang out from the battlefield infantry command system. In the short stream by the pond on the east side of the gentle slope, which had remained abnormally silent throughout the battle, there was no way to discover the existence of people at all. With a whoosh, a shoulder-fired rocket carried a trail of smoke as it blasted towards the Imperium's armored vehicle at the furthest edge. Xiong Linquan's Darlin rotary cannons berserk firing in a straight line, instantly suppressing the majority of the Imperium's armored squad's firepower. Those high-speed shrapnel rained down on the armored vehicles like a torrential rain. The crisp sounds of the shrapnel ringing out were actually shocking to the Imperium's soldiers within the armored vehicles to the point where they didn't dare to raise their heads, forgetting to counterattack. Only the few armored vehicles at the furthest east were outside of the attack range. They were currently calibrating their cannons at high speed, and this silent rocket that seemed to have come from nowhere was precisely aimed at them. That rocket accurately and fiercely struck the armored vehicle, but the officers within the Imperium's armored vehicle coldly continued with their operations. This was because they firmly believed that if the Federation's standard rocket couldn't penetrate the armor and strike the vehicle's engine, then there was no way it could deal fatal damage to themselves. However, what shocked most of the people on and around the gentle slope was that not only did that rocket not destroy this armored vehicle, it didn't even explode. It was like a delicate little knife that was stabbed into the deep, fertile plains, nailed into the armored vehicle's outer shell. It was so strangely silent. About 20 meters away from the short stream by the pond, the dust-covered Gu Shifeng narrowed her eyes. Amidst the smoke and dust, she stared at that proud Imperium's armored vehicle. Her fingers quickly jumped and pressed on the electric contact device beside her, as if she was dancing or playing the piano. The electric contact device made a light beep sound. The outer shell of the rocket sizzled. Metal shrapnel flew into the air. One could vaguely make out some type of device that was quickly shaving off the armored vehicle's outer shell like peeling a potato. Immediately afterwards, the rocket's course separated and the second-level engine at the rear reactivated. With a muffled crack sound, it actually drilled a hole into the Imperium's armored vehicle, and then drilled in. Amidst the hail of bullets and the ear-piercing noise, the quagmire seemed to have become quiet for an instant. A muffled noise sounded. The interior of the Imperium's armored vehicle exploded. It was fiercely shaken off the ground, but after just a short distance, it fell down heavily again. It was like a fragile, dark-colored cardboard box, twisted and deformed by the destructive force within. It was incredibly wretched. Countless strands of light pink smoke poured out from the cracks of this armored vehicle. The Imperium soldier inside should have been completely dead. The previously swaggering vehicle could no longer move, and it died on the spot. At this time, Gu Shifeng had already carefully crawled back under the cover of the hail of bullets from his comrades. His entire body was covered in mud, and he had long blended in with the ground beside the quagmire. Only his fingers were still rapidly operating the area's electric control system. The enemy was too sudden, and the time to set up the defense was too short. He had to use infrared methods to detonate the devices his comrades had hurriedly set up. As he crawled, explosions sounded behind him. A cloud of smoke rose up like a cute mushroom. The handsome man crawled in panic, his fingers moving quickly, detonating the anti-infantry mines that those bastards had irresponsibly thrown behind him one after another. For some reason, there was a happy smile on his face. From time to time, there would be the sound of bullets whistling through the air. From time to time, there would be Federation soldiers poking their heads out from the mud of the simple fortifications, coldly and silently firing accurately. Below them, Imperium soldier would fall to the ground, dead or heavily injured. The berserk Xiong Linquan, the handsome and ruthless Gu Shifeng, and Magnolia Bai, who had been calmly commanding the battle but had never fired a single shot, hid in the environment to preserve the crisp sounds of gunfire that killed the enemy. Together, they formed the Shell Motor Company's 7th Combat Team. This team, which had almost all of its luster stolen by Supervisor Su Lu, had finally displayed its experienced combat strength in today's battle. With his hand on the ground, Su Lu used his naked eyes to observe the situation around the gentle slope. His palm was a bit uncomfortable from the scalding hot bullet shells, but he couldn't bring himself to smile. The 7th Combat Team's hastily set up anti-infantry mines seemed to be very powerful, but their effective killing power wasn't great. They had indeed suppressed the Imperium soldiers to the ground, but they couldn't truly destroy those armored vehicles. Beside him, Xiong Linquan roared as he fired a torrent of bullets. The bullets hit those armored vehicles, and the shells were horrible to look at. However, because the range of the bullets was gradually expanding, they couldn't cause a decisive destruction. Although the 7th Combat Team displayed powerful combat strength, they still lacked heavy equipment. The Imperium's armored vehicles were getting closer and closer to the side of the simple fortification and the quagmire on the gentle slope. There were about 30 members of the 7th Combat Team defending. In the grassland behind them, there were still no signs of the Federation's fighter jets. Instead, what was worrying was that the backs of the soldiers who were the first to retreat were still so clear. Could they hold on for 2 minutes? If the Imperium's armored vehicles were allowed to directly charge past the gentle slope and enter the grassland where the armored vehicles could display their high mobility and power, then the 7th Combat Team would be doomed. The density of the bullets around the grassland decreased slightly. Of course, The heavy rotary cannon in Xiong Linchuan's hand was still roaring. No one could understand how much ammunition this fierce gunner had brought with him to be able to maintain such suppressive fire for so long. Xiong Linquan to the right. Su Li's squinted eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. He noticed that 5 Imperium's soldiers were silently taking a long detour to avoid the violent shooting range of Dalin's rotary cannon. They silently and quickly approached from behind and were attempting to open fire. As the commander of the 7th Combat Team, when faced with an enemy, he did not hesitate to hand over command to Bai Yulan. That was because he had an excellent quality. He knew what he was good at and what he should do. Therefore, when he stood under the rain of bullets, he did not have the intention to stand up and open fire with Dalin. Even when he noticed that there was movement behind him, he only shouted, "Big Bear." "What, boss?" Xiong Linchuan's tanned face was flushed red. The veins on his thick arms bulged, as if they could explode at any time. He had a heavy expression on his face as he painfully maintained the suppressive fire coverage. Even with his physical strength, he was probably reaching his limit. After hearing Su Li's words, he did not even look in that direction. This man ignored the fierce bullets and dust that flitted past him from time to time. He ignored the Imperium's vanguard soldiers that crept over from his side. He continuously pulled on the trigger, his thick lips continuously muttering certain words. ACW, I want ACW. Fuck, I want ACW. ACW. Who can give me an ACW? Xiong Linquan did not respond. Su Li learned one thing in that instant. The battlefield only required teamwork and iron-like military discipline. In order to cover the retreat of the recruits and hold on until the Federation's air support arrived, the suppressive fire coverage of Dalin's rotary cannon in Xiong Linchuan's hands was the most crucial part. Even if he died, this man would probably continue to pull on the trigger. His mind worked quickly, but his body's reaction was even faster. With a whoosh, he flashed out from behind Xiong Linquan and stepped on the dirt of the simple fortification. He crouched down and stuck close to the ground as he charged forward at high speed, pouncing towards the Imperium soldiers that crept up from the side. In that instant, he, who was wearing a gray military uniform, was like a leopard moving unhindered through the blazing wilderness. Chapter 452. No one could use their body to block bullets, not even war godly Pifu. But could that godlike old man dodge bullets? Su Li, who had charged out of the smoke, didn't have the luxury of time to consider this question. When his military boots broke through the mud and rushed down the slope, he already understood that the so-called dodging bullets was actually avoiding the enemy's gaze, arm, and muzzle. Then, closing the distance at high speed, killing the enemy at close range, or escaping in a hurry, theoretically speaking, a single glance could cover tens of thousands of miles. Adding on the fact that the nerve bundle had less than 1 meter of time to judge, the time it took professional soldiers to aim and fire was so short that it was negligible. Moreover, on the battlefield, there was often no need to aim, such as the 5 Empire soldiers who had made their way to the west side of the meadow. Therefore, even though Su Li's movements were as fast as a jaguar, he still put himself in absolute danger. In this universe, there was no one who wasn't afraid of death. Even the heroic and ruthless madman Li and the majestic godlike Li Pifu wouldn't try to use their own flesh and blood to meet the bullets of the Empire soldiers. However, Su Li had no choice but to jump. He had no choice but to temporarily disregard his own life and death. The officer of this light armored squad of the Empire had probably already set his eyes on the west side of the meadow when Team 7 had quickly retreated to set up their defenses at the beginning of the battle. The 5 Empire soldiers who had snuck over had extremely high military attainments. Their movements were too mesmerizing. As a result, the members of Team 7 who were hiding in the meadow were unable to effectively fire at them. However, these Empire soldiers were about to threaten Xiong Linchuan's flank. Something that could make Su Li disregard his own life and death was naturally more important than his own life and death. For example, the life and death of the members of Team 7 at this moment. In order to kill these 5 Empire soldiers, he had no choice but to charge out and jump down. He charged toward the road ahead that might be bloody and bleak, jumping into the pit where life and death were hard to say. "Sulu, come back." A voice that could no longer remain calm came from the infantry system. The soldiers of the Federation who were lying behind the meadow saw that their highest commanding officer had actually rushed out of the fortification like a suicide squad member. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Bai Yulan, who was in charge of commanding the front, was even more furious and frightened to the extreme. Sulu could no longer return. After he rushed out of the construction site, he went straight to the western edge of the meadow, where the slope was the steepest. Instead of slowing down, he quickly turned his feet and stomped on the soft, mossy soil, step by step, rushing straight down. In just half a second, his terrifying speed made his body turn into a gray afterimage. Only by overcoming the human's instinctive fear of gravity could one make such a thunderous attack. One had to be fearless. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The military boots brushed past the floating soil as if they were lightly touching the surface of the water. However, the heavy force transmitted into the ground, shaking out deep footprints and dust. In an instant, Sulu rushed straight 30 meters like lightning and arrived in front of the 5 soldiers of the Empire. The 5 soldiers of the Empire saw him jump out of the fortification, and the moment he rushed towards them, they opened fire without hesitation. Bullets rained down, but in the end, they were still a bit too slow. This was because they didn't expect that the Federation officer, who was either brave or stupid, could actually rush so fiercely and so quickly. While he was still in midair, the Qian light rifle in Su Li's hand had already sprayed out countless sparks. He didn't care about optical precision at all. He just swung his right arm wide, like a big knife chopping down, causing the bullets to fall in an arc within 20 meters in front of him. Amidst the dense sound of bullets falling, the shooting of the soldiers of the Empire was suppressed to the point that it was slightly chaotic. One of the soldiers of the Empire was knocked back with a muffled sound. 7 to 8 bullet holes appeared on the thick bulletproof vest on his body, giving off white smoke. Almost at the same time, Sulu had already rushed in front of this person. The light gray figure of Sulu was actually not much slower than the bullets. At close range, the pale-faced Sulu smashed down with his fist, smashing into this soldier of the Empire whose face was full of fear. He smashed into this soldier's roar of despair, smashed into this soldier's finger that was trying to pull the trigger in desperation, smashed into this soldier's hard brow bone, and smashed into this soldier's hard brow bone, smashed into this soldier's body, and smashed into this soldier's body. With a muffled thud, this soldier of the Empire instantly collapsed on the wet ground like a piece of wood. He didn't even twitch. The moment the first soldier of the Empire collapsed, Su Li's narrowed eyes, which were as bright as jade but tinged with a hint of blood red. The Qian light rifle in his right hand swept horizontally, spraying out all the remaining bullets. Puff, 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 puff. Bullets flew across the swamp below the meadow. It was unknown whether this hail of bullets had hit the remaining 4 soldiers of the Empire. However, Sulu didn't consider this. His body under the dark military uniform was constantly trembling, and his speed was unfathomable like a shadow. He killed his way to the nearest soldier of the Empire. The Qian, which was already out of bullets, let out a crisp sound and knocked away the soldier's gun. The 10 postures that he had painstakingly practiced since he was young turned into an animal's instinct at this moment. He attacked like lightning, and the triangular handle of the Qian light rifle fiercely pierced this soldier's throat. Su Li's legs trembled, and the military pants around his thighs were torn apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. He swept to the other side, and his left hand shot out like a super-strong hydraulic spring arm, supporting the back elbow of the 3rd soldier of the Empire. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The bullets fired by this soldier's machine brushed past Su Li's cheek, and the gunfire soared into the sky above the meadow. The pale-faced Su Lu got close to the other's body, and his knee struck the other's weak lower abdomen. Amidst the cracking sounds, there was no telling how many of the soldier's bones were shattered. He slid to the ground like a broken puppet, but Su Lu grabbed his collar and helped him block a few bullets that were shot from the side. Su Li's left hand took out the V12 pistol from his waist, and with a bang, shot a bloody hole between the third soldier's eyebrows. At the same time, he let out a muffled groan, rolled on the ground, and entangled the fourth soldier like a wisp of smoke and struck him with his elbow. With another bang, this soldier's head and neck were strangely and terrifyingly twisted. His unfocused eyes carried a trace of fear and disbelief, and he died just like that. Charging down the meadow, he smashed one person to death with his fist, cut another person's throat with his machine gun horizontally, shot another person between the eyebrows with his pistol, and killed another person with a back elbow strike. All of this happened in a short second. The crossfire on the meadow continued, and Su Lu had already killed 4 people. His face was mixed with mud and the enemy's blood, and his body was a bit cold. Like a wisp of smoke, like a leopard, he had already pushed his speed to the limit. The bulletproof vest on his body had also suffered several dangerous bullets, but at this moment, for the first time, he felt the cold and the approach of death. Because he saw the black hole of a gun and the shocked and murderous face of a soldier from the Empire. The last soldier of the Empire, under such a ridiculous and terrifying battlefield situation, still maintained an absolutely clear head, displaying the valiant military discipline of the Empire. From a moment Su Lu killed his first comrade, he began to pull away from the periphery. At this moment, there was already a distance of 10 meters between Su Lu and the last soldier of the Empire. This was a fatal distance of 10 meters. Su Lu had previously pounced down like a god, but after all, he was not a real god. He was just a mortal with some strange power. At this moment, he was not exhausted, and when he wanted to jump up and kill the last person, he could not compete with the speed of the bullet that was about to be shot from the muzzle of the enemy. The word "give up" was not in Su Lu's life creed. His face instantly became paler, and his eyes became brighter. His body bounced up from the ground, and with a whoosh he pounced over. However, in such a short time, he could still clearly see that the finger of the enemy that was holding the trigger was slightly white. Was it because the enemy had already begun to use force? When facing death, many people would think of many things, such as the beautiful childhood, the green grass by the river, the first woman they fell in love with, the first warm bed they slept on, the first money they earned. At this moment, Su Lu was just a little absent-minded, a little regretful that he did not have time to look back at his history. His history was indeed quite exciting. The crisp sound of the gunshot was so clear amidst the dense gunfire. His body suddenly shook and fell to the ground. However, what shocked him was that the fatal shot of the Empire soldier did not hit his face, which was not protected by a single soldier's helmet. Instead, it hit his body. The reason was very simple. The moment the Empire soldier pulled the trigger, 2 bullets were shot from a distance and entered his head one after another. This person was so focused on distancing himself from Su Lu that he did not notice that his body was finally exposed to the muzzle of the Federation soldier's gun. The Empire soldier fell to the side of the pond with a loud crash. Blood gushed out from his throat and between his eyebrows. His body twitched slightly, and then he could no longer move. On the meadow, Magnolia's face was pale as he looked away from the 21-26 long sniper rifle. This was the first time he had made a move on the battlefield today, and he had demonstrated the comprehensive qualities of an excellent sniper. The title of Magnolia was indeed well-deserved for him. The battlefield above and below the meadow seemed to be silent for a few tenths of a second. The slightly lower frequency of the whistling of the bullets and the shouts seemed to have been blown away by the wind on this planet. Not a trace of it could be found anymore. This was a psychological feeling. Group 7 and the Empire's light armored squad were both shocked by this scene. Both sides were controlled by a feeling called inconceivable. The 5 Empire soldiers who were hiding on the west side of the meadow were all killed in a short encounter. All of this happened too fast. It was so fast that those people died tragically with their eyes wide open. It was so fast that the Empire's troops could not react in time. It was so fast that the members of Group 7 in the fortification had only time to be shocked, but not enough time to provide support. It was so fast that Lan Xiaolong, who was about to rush out to rescue people, was shocked to find that this bloody and sharp battle drama had simply ended in a flash when his right foot stepped on the soil of the fortification. The dazzling and chaotic battle scene that flashed by at high speed was not enough for the highly nervous people on the battlefield to understand all the details that had happened. Only the 5 corpses of the Empire's vanguard soldiers that were lying haphazardly on the ground were still stubbornly repeating and confirming this shocking story. The people on and off the meadow looked at Su Lu by the pond. They were shocked speechless by the terrifying strength he had just displayed. The man in the smoke, if he was not a monster, then he was a god that had come to the mortal world. Chapter 453. 27 Seconds. Magnolia's cold and quiet voice rang out in the infantry system. His breathing was not rushed, nor did he feel any excitement. It was as if he had not fired a shot just now. In the most dangerous moment, from a distance of over 100 meters, the 2 shots were so accurate that they killed the enemy in an instant. This voice rang out in the headphones of the 7 teams, both old and new. This meant how long it would take for the Federation's air support to arrive. Time could not really be frozen. The silence of a few tenths of a second was just a psychological illusion. Following this voice, all the silence and shock were shattered. The whistling of bullets rang out again, and miserable cries rang out again. The quagmire was still the quagmire, and the meadow was still the meadow. This was still a battlefield where people could die at any moment. The military officer of the Empire on the armored vehicle looked at the surveillance footage on the screen, his face ashen. His tone was unyielding and angry as he issued orders in the command system. The 5 dead soldiers of the Empire were his personal guards. The original plan was to sneak over and get rid of the burly man from the Federation who was carrying the Darren rotary cannon. In the end, no one expected that they would die just like that. The Imperial officer's angry voice directly rang out of the armored vehicle and into the ears of the 7 teams above the meadow. However, many people, including Su Lu, did not understand the Imperial language. They could only feel the anger of the Imperial people. Moreover, they could also see the 3 Imperial armored vehicles, under the dense rain of bullets and anti-infantry smoke, forcefully turned to the west side of the meadow. It seemed that the Imperial people, in their madness, were prepared to use 1/3 of their powerful firepower to overturn the thin western defensive line that only had Xiong Linquan and Su Lu. Hearing the heavy metal components and the sound of tracks tearing the ground, Su Lu, who had just escaped with his life, immediately became even paler. "Boss, run!" Xiong Linquan's panicked roar came from the meadow behind him. The Darren rotary autocannon in the hands of this burly man had already used up all of its bullets. His determination to retreat was not any weaker than his previous bravery. Looking down at the Empire's armored vehicles that were turning around to shoot, he shamelessly and resolutely transformed into a streak of gray light. He completely ignored Su Lu, who was in front of the camp, and madly ran away like a bolt of lightning towards the distance. A chill rushed into Su Li's mind from the back of his waist, like thousands of needles pricking his scalp. After a moment of shock, he sprinted towards the meadow. Multiple explosions rang out in front of and behind him, and the boiling soil was tossed into the air. Panting heavily, Su Lu subconsciously made tactical evasive movements, evading the crazy firepower of the Empire soldiers behind him. Looking at Xiong Linquan fleeing like a fat rabbit, he could not bring himself to laugh at all. He could only think that this bastard actually dared to run before him. The high-speed bullets whizzed past behind him, and the soft ceramic bulletproof vest on his body had countless wounds. Su Lu felt as if all the bones in his body had been broken, but he couldn't help but thank God for giving him the strong vitality and luck of a crustacean. Even with so many bullets, not a single one had hit his head. Flipping over the meadow, he ran to his heart's content. In just an instant, he had caught up to Xiong Linquan, who was already in an extremely sorry state. Xiong Linquan had used the Darlin rotary cannon to suppress the Empire's firepower for dozens of seconds. His entire physical strength had long been exhausted, but for some reason, even in the face of the fierce pursuit of the Empire's firepower, he was still unwilling to throw away the incomparably heavy gun in his hands. Sulu could vaguely understand what the Xiong was thinking. Wiping the dirt off his face, he coughed and shouted, "Give it to me." Xiong Linquan did not react. Sulu snatched the heavy Darlin rotary cannon and continued to run out of the smoke, but the footprints he left behind were even deeper than before. 19 seconds. Magnolia's voice sounded in his earpiece again. Amidst the artillery fire that filled the sky, Su Li's left hand held the heavy machine gun, and his right hand had already grabbed the exhausted Xiong Lin Chuan's neck. Every pair of muscle fibers in his body were grinding and squeezing to the most unbearable point. From time to time, the dirt around him would be lifted up and bullets would sink into the ground. But for some reason, he could not hear the roars and gunfire of the Empire's people. He could only hear his own increasingly heavy breathing and footsteps. 10, 9, he never knew that running could be such a painful thing, especially when every step could lead to death. This kind of torture really made people feel endless fear and despair. 7, 6, how long would it take for the air support to arrive? Would he and the people in Group 7 be able to hold on until that moment? Why did dozens of seconds, even dozens of seconds, seem so slow? Why was Magnolia still able to be so calm at this time and count down so softly like it was the New Year's Eve? An Empire's standard wolf-tongue bullet shot into the ground 10 meters behind Sulu and then exploded 10 meters away. The ground shook violently, and the powerful force threw Su Li's body into the sky. The sky was not quiet either. There was a rain of bullets and smoke. Sulu squinted his eyes and looked over. Finally, he saw more than 10 Federation fighter jets flying over at high speed. In the face of the Federation's reinforcements that had the absolute advantage in air power, the Empire's light armored formation had no way of resisting, and there was no way for them to hold on until their own reinforcements arrived. The fearless Imperial Expeditionary Force soldiers launched their last desperate charge after more than 10 armored vehicles were all turned into mushrooms in the flames. Then, they became corpses on the meadow. Group 7's combat members that were responsible for the rear met up with the members that retreated 6 kilometers behind the meadow. Under the protection of the Federation's fighter jets, they boarded the light battleship. The entire team did not enter the space base to rest. Instead, they moved to the ground base. In the evening, the faint red light from the horizon slanted over, adding a bit of warmth. However, when it was rushed by the steel mechas in the twilight, the warmth was instantly mixed with the smell of blood. The diamond-shaped base was located in the southeast deep land of planet 163. Many temporary barracks were built with high-strength plastic inside the huge base. The barracks near the northern latitude were divided into living and medical areas. At this time, the whole place was filled with the pungent smell of medicine. The low humming of the negative pressure treatment cabin mixed with the screams coming from behind the curtain, making the faces of the people around a little gloomy or ugly. Those wrinkled facial features seemed to be stuck with medical glue, and it was difficult to stretch out. A medical officer with a captain's epaulette walked out of the temporary operating room. He rubbed his red and sunken eyes and was about to light a cigarette to reward his tired body. The medical team he led had continuously performed more than 20 operations, both big and small. It was really very tiring. A cigarette was handed over. The medical officer raised his head in shock and saw a man standing in front of him. This man exuded a gentle and quiet aura from head to toe, but also contained a hint of coldness. What made him even more confused was that this person was not wearing a military uniform. "Thank you." The medical officer moved closer to the lighter of the other party and lit the cigarette. He took a deep breath. Bai Yulan smiled slightly and said, "I should be the one thanking you." He was originally a quiet, calm, and ruthless soldier. Whether it was in front of his former commanding officer or the manager of his company, he had never been so pleasant. However, as a veteran, he knew very well what it meant to be a medical officer on the battlefield. In a sense, the life and death of every soldier was in the hands of these comrades. Group 7 had their own medical officer, Monkey. Many of the veteran members, including Bai Yulan, were also proficient in battlefield first aid. However, if they really wanted to treat serious injuries, They really needed these medical officers. Moreover, looking at the tired expression of this medical officer, it was obvious how hard it was for them. Bai Yulan's thank you was very sincere. The troop on a meadow today was yours. The medical officer held the cigarette in his mouth and looked at Bai Yulan with interest. He said, "You guys are really unlucky. The military district scattered more than 30 teams on 163 to carry out the mission of the Bureau of Proclamation. Your team has the largest number of people, but your luck is so bad that you encountered the light armored formation of the Imperial people. It's not my team, it's my boss team. It's the guy you just treated," Bai Yulan explained in a soft voice, and then said with a bitter smile, "This is our first mission, and we are so unlucky. I can't explain it." The medical officer took the cigarette and patted Bai Yulan's shoulder casually. The blood on his thin gloves naturally stained them. He said, "Don't worry about these guys. Your bad luck ends on the battlefield. In such a terrible battle, no one died. However, there may be a few who need to be amputated." Whether it was the blood on his shoulder or the good or bad news, Bai Yulan didn't frown. He just nodded. The medical officer admired his reaction. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "With your equipment, it's not easy to hold off the Imperial people for so long. I heard that even the commanding officer of the base was shocked and cursed for a long time. Speaking of which team are you from?" "Whitewater Team 7, Bai Yulan answered concisely. "Whitewater people only smoke blue box 37. I always thought you guys were rich." The medical officer looked at the filter of the cigarette and said with a smile. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He looked at Bai Yulan and said, "Whitewater Team 7? Weren't you disbanded? I remember, you guys regrouped. So you guys are the legendary Team 7. No wonder you are so fierce." The medical officer slapped his head and said in shock, "So the guy lying on the operating table with small eyes? Is that guy?" Bai Yulan nodded. The medical officer's eyes lit up. He threw away the cigarette, and walked behind the curtain. "What's wrong?" Bai Yulan was shocked. The medical officer said, embarrassedly, "Bluegrass anesthesia is too expensive, and we don't have enough of it. So, I didn't use it before. He's probably in a lot of pain. I'm going to give him a shot and let him sleep. Ask him to give me an autograph while I'm at it." The medical officer said excitedly, "I'm going to say that I saved Jian Shui-er's boyfriend. How proud would that be?" Chapter 454. 2 hours later, the small-eyed man on the hospital bed, the man who had been shoved into the legend because of his scandal with the nation's girl, Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, finally woke up. In the dark of the night, on the lonely hospital bed, he opened his eyes. At first, he was confused, but after a moment of clarity, his eyes were as bright as yesterday. He looked down and found that his body was not missing any parts because of the last explosion. The stone in his heart fell to the ground with a thump. Therefore, he rejoiced and smiled happily. His neat teeth and bright smile were still clean and white, without a trace of the negative color of life and death on the battlefield. Rubbing his slightly swollen eyebrows, Sulu looked at his watch to confirm the time. He began to observe his surroundings. He found himself in a messy medical room. It was quiet and no one came. The number of needles on the white prescription beside the hospital bed fell into his eyes. He could not help but be slightly stunned. Bluegrass anesthetic was a new type of anesthetic developed by the 11th Research Institute of the Federal Academy of Science in the 61st year of the constitutional era. Its effect was amazing, and it was safe and reliable. It could be added to all the beautiful television shopping terms. However, just like the fact that the federal military only developed 3 ACWs proved that too perfect a thing would naturally be too expensive. They actually used so much. Sulu could not help but scratch his head. He wondered how generous the federal military was to the wounded. At the same time, he felt a bit of heartache. Then, he vaguely remembered that after returning to the camp, before the clear pain on the operating table turned into confusion, there seemed to be a medical officer who asked him to sign some form. Could it be a notice of critical illness? His injury was much more serious than he felt. "Your injury is not serious." Bai Yulan pushed open the door and walked in. In her hand was a Red West Woods serpent fruit. The water droplets on the fruit were clear. She passed the serpent fruit to Su Lu on the bed. She lowered her head and said softly, "When the last wolf tongue exploded, fortunately, your nerve reaction speed was faster than others. You threw to Xiong and to Lin far away and jumped up yourself. But you were still injured. The bulletproof boots were completely destroyed, and the muscles in your calf were torn." Su Lu took the serpent fruit and took a bite. He said, "Then I should be fine soon. How is the situation in the group?" In the words of the medical team, this time, Group 7's luck was so good that it defied the natural order. Many were injured, but not a single one was sacrificed. Su Li's fingers that were holding the serpent fruit were slightly startled, and he silently smiled. Immediately, he felt that today's white magnolia seemed to be a little different from usual. Although she was as gentle as usual, there was always a trace of autumn dryness in her tone. He did not understand why, but he was too lazy to think about it. He closed his eyes tiredly and began to review the course of this sudden battle. He thought about the calmness and tacit cooperation displayed by the veterans of Group 7 above the meadow. He thought about Xiong Linchuan's splitting of the gun and Gu Shifeng's terrifyingly accurate electric control methods. He could not help but sigh. After today, I finally understand that the Group 7 you brought up is indeed very fierce. No wonder the government had all those secret jobs that could not see the light of day and let you guys do them. Bai Yulan was silent. She was silent again and again. Finally, she broke the silence and said to Su Lu in an extremely serious tone, "I don't want what happened on the battlefield today to happen again. Is this an order?" Su Lu opened his eyes. It was rare to hear a maid or secretary speak in such a tone. He could not help but feel that it was somewhat interesting. There are 18 veterans in Group 7, including me. They are all people with experience and ability on the battlefield. Lan Xiaolong is also a wastrel. Boss, in the future, you need to learn to trust us on the battlefield. Although the Empire's light armored squad is indeed a little troublesome, we can still handle it. What is required on the battlefield is teamwork and teamwork. It is impossible to expect you to jump out and wear your underwear to play the role of a superhero every time there is a battle. You are a human, not a mecha. Any stray bullet could have taken your life. The fact that you were able to survive today only shows that you were lucky. Su Lu scratched his head again. He thought to himself that the superhero character in Master Schiller's early dramas was clearly not human. How could he be so fierce? Bai Yulan continued. Furthermore, since you temporarily gave me the command authority, you had to listen to my orders. Before I gave you clear instructions, you jumped out. This kind of personal heroism, other than being able to kill people and give the cameraman of the Venus documentary film studio a source of excitement, has no other use. Su Lu was silent for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "But in fact, you and I both know that in the situation at that time, there was no other way except for me to jump out. You and I know that you will never be able to order me to jump out. So, I had to jump out myself." Bai Yulan was silent again. She used her fingers to tidy up the fluttering hair on her forehead. "I know myself very well. I'm only suitable to be a small soldier." Su Lu looked at her and said seriously, "Group 7 has more than 100 people. If I want more people to return alive, I can only trust your command, but you must also treat me as an ordinary soldier and command me." Bai Yulan shook her head and said with an unquestionable tone, "No. You will be a teacher, a general, or even a marshal in the future. You must learn to command on the battlefield and have the courage to do so." Su Lu knew what to say. He silently placed the serpent fruit on the bedside table. Commanding on the battlefield may be an art, but in many specific combat situations, commanding was the art of killing. Not only did one have to kill the enemy, but they also had to kill one's own people and let one's subordinates carry out certain death missions. And this was a mentality that he could understand, but it was difficult for him to achieve. The base, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly erupted with loud cheers. Su Lu looked at Bai Yulan with a puzzled expression. Bai Yulan took out a red serpent fruit from somewhere and wiped it with a snow-white handkerchief. She softly explained, "Just now, everyone in the base was watching the live broadcast of the battle on the Federation's news channel." "Where is it from?" Su Lu asked. 5460, Bai Yulan said, 2 hours ago, 5 mechanists began to attack Glacier Stronghold in the Northern Hemisphere. Judging from the cheers, they probably made a decisive breakthrough. Then, she added in a serious tone, the main vanguard is Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division. Sulu opened his mouth slightly and sighed in disbelief. They even dare to broadcast a military operation live? Those big shots in the Department of Defense are too confident in Du Shaoqing. Do they really think that this person will never lose? In fact, the Iron 7th Division has already fought 6 tough battles and won all of them, Bai Yulan replied. Sulu was silent. He thought of the conversation with Bai Yulan and the so-called art of commanding. He naturally thought of Commander Du Shaoqing, who always wore sunglasses and dared to treat the lives of soldiers as numbers. However, the soldiers under this person were also willing to do those boring numbers for him. This was the terrifying part about him. Many people in the army knew about the rumors of Zhong Laohu suppressing Du Shaoqing. Not long after the war with the dynasty started, 2 generals from the West Woods military were severely punished by the Department of Defense for not being able to reinforce the Iron 7th Division in time. This only added to the authenticity of the rumors. Most of the Federation's main forces attacking the 3 fallen planets were from the West Woods military. More than 80% of the soldiers in the rhombus-shaped base on planet 163 were from the West Woods. Naturally, they did not have a good impression of Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division. However, they were all soldiers of the Federation after all. Watching the live broadcast of the first military operation in history, watching the inexplicably exciting battle scenes, watching their compatriots crush the defense line the dynasty had set up in the dangerous glaciers inch by inch, they still cheered for each other from the bottom of their hearts. The light screen gradually turned dark. The soldiers of the Federation discussed excitedly before they returned to their own barracks and began to prepare for the battle that might come tomorrow morning or perhaps later at night. Outside the barracks in the southwest corner, the 100 old soldiers from the 7th Division found it difficult to immerse themselves in such a crude and simple emotional reaction. They looked ahead with complicated gazes at the veterans who were talking and laughing, and subconsciously looked at their wounded troops and the boxes of biological materials wrapped in them. Their mood was low, but there was also an inexplicable change. These precious young masters from the capital ring, on their first mission and first battlefield, encountered the rumored ferocious people of the Imperium and encountered a sudden battle. In fact, many people, including the bodybuilders, were so scared that they could not even eat dinner. Although these old soldiers were not scared to the point of peeing their pants, there were countless people like Sheeping who could not tell north from south in the smoke. Well done! Xiong Linquan, whose voice was loud and clear, walked back with his cane and slapped the back of a recruit's head hard. He laughed and said, "You actually dared to stay at that time. You have guts." When he escaped in the end, he was already on the verge of collapse, and he was caught by Su Lu. Then he played a toss game in the end and narrowly escaped death. However, judging from his mood right now, he did not seem to be affected by the matter of life and death at all. The recruit who was slapped hard by him was Yin Bingyan. When they retreated on the meadow today, he bravely stayed and formed the last line of defense with the veterans of the 7th Division. Although he did not kill a single person of the Imperium, the feeling filled his heart with a solid aftertaste. Now that he was slapped hard by Xiong Linquan, he was a little confused. When he heard the other party's praise, he could only chuckle. Along the row of barracks, Xiong Linquan slapped one head after another. It was as if he was testing the ripeness of a watermelon. As he slapped, he praised loudly. However, those who were slapped by him did not have any trace of shame on their faces. Instead, they laughed foolishly like Yin Bingyan, because being slapped meant that they had bravely dragged on until the end today. Xiong Linquan stood in front of the crowd. Suddenly, his expression turned serious, and he said seriously, "You guys did not retreat first today. You have guts and courage, but you will have to listen to military orders in the future. After all, you are all rookies, and it will not be useful to stay there. On the battlefield, the old will lead the new, and the dead will lead the living. Once you have been trained, there will be plenty of time for you to put your lives on the line." At that time, this old bear, may have to count on you guys to save my life. Do you understand? The rookies were stunned for a long time before they reacted. Some of them replied loudly, understood. Chapter 455. Not everyone was in the mood to respond to Xiong Lin Xuan's boorish attitude. Shi Peng, Song Xiang, and a few other important people's young masters sat in the shadows in the corner. They avoided the strange moon above their heads and silently watched everything. Occasionally, they would lower their eyes. Shi Peng's face was a bit haggard and pale. Today, he was almost killed by the people of the Empire in the meadow. It was all thanks to Su Li's slap that he fell to the ground, that he luckily escaped with his life. Right now, when he recalled the dangerous scene, his body was still cold. He used his fingers to rub off the dried mud on his face. He lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of saliva. "Give me a cigarette." Song Xiang was slightly surprised. He turned around and went into the room. He took out a few boxes of cigarettes wrapped in pure white paper. After tearing them open, he gave one to Shi Peng. He held one in his mouth and threw the remaining boxes to his companions beside him. Smoke curled up in the night. A few red dots of light flickered in and out. Other than the occasional unaccustomed coughing, there was no other sound. No matter if they were born with a golden spoon in their mouth, a silver coin in their hand, or soil in their hands, as long as they entered the frontline battlefield and saw the real life and death around them, the young soldiers would begin to smoke, even if they were once staunch supporters of the Quit Smoking campaign. This was a cigarette specially provided by the Logistics Department of the Ministry of National Defense. There was no symbol on the white cigarette box or the cigarette itself. The specially provided cigarette contained mellowness within the spiciness. It was not bad. However, Shi Peng and the other young masters would never smoke something of this level before. However, today, for some reason, as they coughed and inhaled fiercely, they felt that this kind of spicy knife-like taste was really good. Shi Peng grabbed the butt and lit a second cigarette. It was not until his lungs were a bit sore from the smoke that he finally shook off the fear of the day. He furrowed his brows slightly. He looked at the room in the distance that was covered by the light, but filled with the thick smell of tobacco. He thought of the slap he received in the meadow and thought of Lieutenant Colonel Su, who was about the same age as him. No matter what this guy was thinking, he at least fulfilled the promise he made before the battle. He was the last one to leave point 5 days later. The night before the 7th Combat Team's second mission was still as silent and peaceful as the previous few nights. It was like a quiet night in a mountain village. One could faintly hear the sound of running water in the distance. Unfortunately, there were no golden wild rice fields around the base. On the training ground in front of the barracks, dozens of soldiers were working hard to learn how to operate some special precision tools and firearms. According to the arrangement in the manual, they were divided into several groups. Some groups held heavy manual air pressure valves and worked hard to dig into the ground. Some groups had to assemble various electronic parts according to the procedures in the shortest amount of time, and then put them into the small holes about 3 meters deep. Some groups carried out band monitoring and signal mixing and annihilation work, and some groups were responsible for the final disguise of the ground. A middle-aged man with curly hair stood in front of the barracks. Through the infantry communication system in his hand, he issued specific orders and operation corrections to the various groups. This was one of the most important tasks for the federal military on the 3 fallen planets. Under the watchful eyes of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, they had to quietly rebuild the electronic surveillance network so that the light of the charter could cover as much ground as possible as soon as possible. From time to time, a slight tremor could be heard from the ground, followed by low and concise calls. Although the cooperation between the teams was still a little rusty, their speed was clearly getting faster and faster. In order to infiltrate the no-man's land between the Federation and the Imperium to install the electronic surveillance network, the most important thing was secrecy and speed. It's probably because of what happened in the meadow that day that these princelings were stimulated. They now know what they have to do to survive. Bai Yulan stood beside Su Lu and said softly, from the second day onwards, they began to consciously increase their training. Of course, these kids are most concerned about firearms. De Xiong is now the most popular person in the military camp. Su smiled and lowered his head to look at the technical manual in his hand. In the past 5 days, he had been busy communicating with his colleagues in the Nutshell Engineering Department far away in the Capitol Ring about how to use the micro-turbine in the mecha. He also needed to master the extremely complicated technical procedures of the Bureau of Proclamation, so he really did not notice that the attitude of the recruits in Group 7 had changed. After putting away the technical manual, he glanced at the middle-aged official in front of the team. This person was a technical official specially assigned by the Bureau of Proclamation. He was in charge of guiding the installation and debugging of the charter network. Group 7 wanted to complete their mission, so they had to ensure this person's arrangement. Last time, when they retreated from the meadow, Bayulan also did not hesitate to arrange for this Bureau of Proclamation official to leave first. Seeing this silent Bureau of Proclamation official, he naturally thought of the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation and the Federal Central Computer under the Bureau of Proclamation. The Federation had made a great decision to reinstall the surveillance network. The Bureau of Proclamation had invested a lot of manpower and resources. Just on Planet 163 alone, there were many teams like Group 7 that were risking their lives to do this work. Once the various node areas were connected into a network, the glory of the Charter would return to the border planets, and the end of the Imperial Expeditionary Force would come. For Su personally, this matter had another important meaning, and that was that he could once again maintain contact with the old man with a mechanical mind and a human face. Thinking of this, he said to the existence in his mind, "Tomorrow, I have to help you reattach your severed limb. How do you feel?" A line of white words appeared in his left eye from the central computer. The Bureau of Proclamation's terminology is planting mushrooms. Sula almost laughed out loud. Tomorrow's mission will depart at 6 in the evening and will probably return in the wee hours of the morning. Let's move forward at night. The mid-range missiles that pose the greatest threat to the Imperium probably won't appear. It's just that our network is seriously damaged right now, so we can only rely on the shortwave GPS in our hands to locate the target area. Bayulan saw that his silent expression was a little strange. Thinking that he was worried about the mission tomorrow, she explained a few words. "Too bad we can't use mechas." Sulu came back to his senses and shook his head. "We can't let the Empire discover any traces, so we can't bring any heavy equipment. Our small groups are like little girls planting mushrooms in the dark. How long will it take to fill this planet with mushrooms?" Bayulan looked at him with a strange expression. Looking at Su Li's serious expression, she confirmed that he really did not know about the famous erotic joke, so she could only lower her head. "Although those extremely expensive drugs were approved by the medical officer in exchange for my signature, I still find it very strange. The equipment and supplies of this remote rhombus-shaped base seem to be much better than expected." Sulu turned his head to look at Bayulan and said, "Also, the air support on the meadow that day, don't you think it was a little strange?" "It was indeed strange," Bayulan replied succinctly. The fighter support that day came very timely. It even felt like it was a little too timely. Those all-terrain fighter jets seemed to be wandering in the stratosphere, not caring about wasting energy at all. They were just waiting for us to cause trouble. It's not that they were waiting for us to cause trouble, but that the command center dared not let us cause trouble. Sulu said calmly, "It's not just a matter of time. For a combat team that just reached 100 members, the command center actually sent over a dozen fighter jets. If the Federation really had such a luxurious combat ratio, why would the Bureau of Proclamation officials be so worried? They could just send the fighter jets and mechas over and flatten those Empire people's fortifications. It seems like there are people above us." Bayulan raised her head and looked at the night sky. The dark blue sky was filled with stars, but they were not dense. She thought with a calm expression, the President, the War God, the Minister of Defense, they were all people above Little Boss. As if guessing what she was thinking, Sulu smiled bitterly and said, "I don't think the Ministry of Defense's arrangement is against me. In my opinion, it's the President who doesn't want these old soldiers to really die." Bayulan was silent for a moment, then nodded. Group 7 came to the most dangerous planet in the Westwood's border, Fallen Star, not only because of the needs of the war itself, but also because of the political needs of the capital ring. President Pabre stood on the side of the people and sent these young masters to the front line to be bathed in blood. But if these young masters were really covered in blood and suffered heavy casualties, what would the anger of the upper echelons of the Federation twist the world into? Our mission period is at least 3.5 months. Bai Yulan turned to look at Su Lu and said seriously, "On the battlefield, the Ministry of Defense can't really send a squadron of fighter jets to babysit those young masters every day. We still have to be careful." Okay. Su Lu looked at the serious expression of the recruits, not far away. Looking at their increasingly skillful operation, he felt a faint sense of heaviness in his heart. He said, "Although I don't like these young masters, I don't want to see them die. But in fact, there will definitely be people who will fall. Maybe that will include you and me." In the night, this young man from Donglin had a rare moment of emotion in his life, but he was interrupted by a microphone that was passed to him. A reporter from the Ministry of Defense's Venus documentary film studio looked at Su Lu curiously and asked in a low voice, "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, regarding the second mission that will begin tomorrow, do you have any thoughts? I noticed that you have been watching the training of the recruits. Did you also notice the changes in their emotions these past few days? Do you think these changes can really transform into combat strength?" Seeing this reporter and the cameraman behind him, Su Lu quickly put on his sunglasses, frowned slightly, and said seriously, "My idea is that if you can stop following us every day, then these recruits should have a much higher chance of surviving." These were his heartfelt words. Under the strict orders of the Ministry of Defense, Group 7 could not get rid of this extremely simplified cameraman. During the battle, they still had to take care of these two non-combatants, which really made him and the veterans of Group 7 extremely unhappy. Also, don't forget the three-party agreement between Nutshell Headquarters, Venus Documentary Film Studio, and the Federation News Channel. Su Lu pushed the camera lens to the side and said, "Without my permission, no footage can be broadcast. I can understand this, but I don't understand why you refused the news channel's request for a live broadcast." This military reporter was very clear about the influence of the young lieutenant colonel in front of him, but he still did not understand why he refused such an excellent opportunity. Su Lu did not answer this question. He turned around and left. In his heart, he silently thought that he was not the invincible Du Shaoqing. He was just a combat director with the rank of lieutenant colonel. More importantly, people always died in war. It should not be filmed into something like a TV series for people to watch, get excited, scream, or grieve. Chapter 456. My name is Xiao Shizenlu. I'm 24 years old from Maine. My father is a worker at the Federation's three-dimensional irrigation farm. My mother? She stays at home all year round on government subsidies. I also have a younger sister who is in high school this year. Why is he called that? Because when my mother gave birth to me in the hospital, my father was watering the 13th floor of the farm, controlling the speed of the water droplets. I forgot to mention that this is the only job he has ever done in his life. He has spent most of his life on the 13th floor of the farm. On the TV screen, a young man with a dark complexion was talking to the camera. There was a hint of panic in his calm eyes. His skin was rough due to the torment of the strong winds and rays on planet Shalene, coupled with the crumpled cigarette between his dry lips and the light infantry uniform on his body. It fully displayed the image of a simple frontline soldier. "You don't know how many floors there are in the irrigation farm?" The soldier looked at the camera in surprise and scratched his head in confusion. He then laughed and said, "It's normal that you city people don't know about this." A voice outside the camera asked, "What do you want to say to the government or the Senate about your mother's situation of being unemployed for many years?" Xiao Shizenlu simply shook his head and said to the camera, "The government provides subsidies. Besides, I've been receiving quite a lot of subsidies over the years. My family's life is not a problem. My best weapon is the 21-26 long-range sniper rifle, but there are at least 3 people in our group who use it better than me. Lao Bai de Xiong, Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. I've never seen him use a sniper rifle, but I heard that it's awesome. I saw him play with the Qian light machine in battle. He must be awesome with a sniper rifle as well. There was no such thing as awesome in the Federation. The word awesome was automatically muted by the news channel. The mission is indeed a bit tiring. We've been on this crappy planet for more than a month and have only fought 1.5 battles. It's really boring, Xiao Shizenla said seriously. Of course, we all know that once we encounter the enemy of the Empire, if we are not well prepared, it will really be fatal. The camera was slightly tilted up at his dusty and tired face. Behind him was a messy bush. From the angle of the camera, the person holding the camera should be lying on the ground. This might be a break in the battle. You know that our mission is top secret. Then why ask? Is there a problem? I finally understand why Boss and Lao hate you guys so much. After a period of self-expression, 13th floor gradually got used to the feeling of facing the camera. The 7 groups of ruffians that were previously hidden by his simple and honest appearance finally revealed a little. All right. He waved his hand angrily at the camera and said, I knew I had to answer. Beep, beep, beep. If I had known, I wouldn't have made that bet last night. Lu Jiao and those bastards insisted that I accept your interview. Yes, I've been in the army for many years. I'm a veteran. What do you think of these new recruits? I have no opinion. That's right. This brat is now in the same dorm as me. You're asking me about my relationship with him? 13th Wang glanced to the left of the camera and smiled mockingly. These new recruits are much stronger than before. What I don't like the most about this kid is that he loves to bathe too much. He is clearly a man, yet he makes himself smell good all day. The camera shifted to the left, and a young man's face that was distorted due to anger entered the camera. After seeing the camera, the young man panicked and quickly said, Don't film me. The camera didn't move away. Unable to win against the persistence of the camera, the young man had no choice. After a moment of silence, he angrily explained, I only bathe once every 3 days. The frequency has decreased a lot. I don't understand why these old soldiers don't care about personal hygiene. What I care about is being alive. 13th floor's disdainful voice came from outside the camera. My name is Da Vinci. The new recruit was silent for a moment. A slight smile rose to his face. I'm 22 years old this year. Yes, my father is the governor of Xixia State, Chengren. I am now in the same dorm as the guy you just interviewed. Why did you choose this name? After Mother stopped performing at Xixia Theater, she fell in love with painting. On the day she gave birth to me, my father happened to be working at an excavation site before the catastrophe. Yes, it was the discovery that shocked the Federation 20 years ago. My father saw the archaeologists take out a pile of chains and watermelon knives with Da Vinci's name on them from the basement. Just wait. Junk. So he decided to name me Da Vinci. Da Vinci said with some sadness. Afterwards, it was proven that this was just another prank by Master Schiller. The voice outside the camera laughed and said, But this in itself is very valuable. Da Vinci chuckled and took a cigarette from 13th floor's hand. He lit it and said, Yes. After being on the front lines for more than a month, do you feel any different? The voice outside the camera asked. Da Vinci seriously thought for a long time. He took a deep drag on the cigarette and said, The freedom and peace of the Federation require blood and sacrifice. This isn't a cliché, it's a real feeling. What do you think of these old soldiers? Well, they taught us a lot, not just combat skills. The governor's son shrugged. And to be honest, without them, we might have died very easily. The weapon I'm best at? That must be DI, he said excitedly. However, it was a pity that this young master had spent countless nights mastering the manual air pressure valve. Because of the need to keep it a secret, he was forced to end up in the same pitiful state as the old soldier beside him. I can't accept that 13th floor doesn't wash his feet. His feet are very smelly. The sterile socks issued by the Ministry of Defense can't remove the smell. Da Vinci said seriously. Then he extended a fist outside the camera and hit him hard on the forehead. He rubbed his forehead, looked at the camera, and laughed. And 13th floor has a life dream that makes people want to vomit. As he said this, he forcefully pulled 13th floor's hand away from his mouth and said loudly, He wants to be a general, but he doesn't even look at himself. The camera turned to 13th floor again. The soldier's face which was red with anger, immediately became very serious. He said to the person behind the camera, "You also think that the son of a farmer can't be a general?" There was no answer. Di. Isn't President Pabre the son of a miner in Donglin? 13th floor spat out a mouthful of saliva with the smell of tobacco. He laughed and said, "Besides, my boss will definitely be a marshal in the future. What's the point of me being a general and then retiring?" The camera was obviously frightened by this arrogant declaration and turned to Da Vinci. "Is there anything you want to say to your family?" Da Vinci was already prepared. He smiled brightly at the camera and said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry about me." Suddenly, the smile gradually disappeared. The arrogant and childish face of the young master became more dignified and steady. He said slowly, "We will do well on the front line. Also, my dear Chiron, you have to wait for me to come back." The battlefield scene in the camera was gradually painted with a halo of homesickness. Just as some kind of warm thoughts were surging, 13th floor's dark face suddenly squeezed into the camera and said, "Governor, if I can't become a general, you have to find me a good job for the sake of taking care of your son." The expression on Da Vinci's face became very interesting. He pushed and kicked this guy out of the camera. Who knew that at this time? 13th floor looked at him seriously and said, "I remember that your parents and your fiancé would never allow you to smoke." Da Vinci, who had a cigarette in his thin lips, was stunned. His face was a little pale. He felt that the cigarette between his lips was like a thin and hot iron. His lips trembled and the cigarette but fell into the mud. A hand quickly covered the camera, leaving behind endless aftertaste for the hundreds of millions of viewers watching with relish in front of the TV. "My name is Xiong Linquan. I come from the small town of Greenbow County in the 37th state. I don't know where it is. If you don't know, can't you check it out? Why do you care how old I am? I can use any gun. These little bastards, well, they're really good. At least they are much better than I thought. My name is Tsong Xiang. I come from the university town of Linhai State. I am 21 years old this year. Does my father's identity have anything to do with our battle on the front line? Well, he is indeed the president of Yue University. My name is Bai Yulan, and then that's it. My name is Shi Peng. I was urgently called to the front line 71 days ago. At that time, no one knew the specific mission orders. The faces of the veterans and the new recruits kept appearing in the camera. It was obvious that the footage was not taken at the same time and place. After spending some time on the front line and experiencing the baptism of smoke and blood, it was difficult to distinguish the two completely different types of people from their appearance and temperament. However, whether it was the Venus Documentary Film Studios filmmakers or the hundreds of millions of viewers in front of the TV, after watching for a while, they could easily distinguish between the two types of people. The eyes of the veterans of Group 7 were even colder and more ruthless. There was also a kind of frivolous indifference. More importantly, in their short self-introduction, there were even more profanities and curses than the new recruits. Countless muted beeps that represented silencing entered thousands of households in a manner that created a broadcast record for the Federation's news channel. It shook the eardrums of many people. A burning cloud suddenly floated across the camera. Bullets whistled past, hitting the bodies of Federation soldiers. Some soldiers fell, dirt was kicked up, and there were angry and hurried shouts, and even more beeps. The camera began to shake violently. It was like the handheld camera technique that some movie directors deliberately used to create the atmosphere of a battlefield. However, all of this was real. There was not much blood that burst out, but it was particularly dazzling. The sounds of explosions were not really ear-splitting, but it seemed to make people feel the earth tremble. After 3 seconds of fading in and out, the camera returned to the military base. After the frantic medical treatment, it returned to the peace after the battle. This was a dusk that was as red as blood. The voiceover used a deliberately calm tone to slowly narrate everything that this team had experienced. The soldiers of Group 7, some of them came from poor families, some came from rich families, but they all had a common goal for the victory of the Federation, so they had to walk together. In the first episode, We once showed everyone the anger and conflict that was hidden in the beginning of this unit. However, a month and a half later, it seemed that some very wonderful and very good things were happening in this unit. We are very curious. If these very good things were happening in every corner of our society, what kind of positive power would that bring? This is the second episode of the Federation News Channel's documentary, Group 7. Thank you for watching. In the next episode, we will strive to have the highest commander of this unit, who has never spoken, talk about his legendary experiences and war stories. The camera focused on a figure in the twilight military base, and then gradually faded into darkness. Chapter 457. Amidst the swirling smoke, Sulu narrowed his eyes and sucked hard on the cigarette between his lips. He said vaguely, but with an exceptionally firm tone, "Even if you beat me to death, I will not go on camera and perform like these guys. What the hell is this? And that guy on the 13th floor, is there something wrong with his head?" He shouted in front of the entire Federation that he wants to be a marshal. In the dimly lit room, the TV screen was playing the end of the Federation's most popular reality documentary recently. The somewhat familiar figure in the twilight made Su Li's cheeks heat up. He did not understand how the cameraman had managed to capture the feeling of desolation when he was in a daze. He was even more annoyed by the way the cameraman had pretended to be lonely and imitated despair. Xiong Lin Quan chuckled and took a big gulp of the strong tea from the plastic pot in front of him. He pressed the remote control to change the channel and said, "I think it's pretty good." Beside him, Magnolia Bai also smiled and said, "Actually, with such a camera crew in the team, sometimes it can really adjust the atmosphere." However, after shooting for so long, in the end, only one episode can be filmed. I heard that the head of the Ministry of Defense's propaganda department and the news channel have a lot of opinions about you. Sulu licked his lips, lowered his head, and flicked the ash from his cigarette. He chuckled and said, "This is an agreement that was reached beforehand. Don't worry too much about it. I think their main headache is that you have to wear sunglasses before you are willing to appear on camera and that you're unwilling to accept a direct interview," Lan Xiaolong said with a shrug. Sulu shook his head, pushed open the door, and walked out. The fresh air of the military camp flowed in with the wind, making him feel refreshed. In the barracks, the soldiers of Group 7 were gathered in groups. Like Su Lu and the other officers, they had just finished watching the documentary. For many of them, when they first appeared on TV, they attached great importance to their own documentary. At this moment, many of them were reminiscing about how they looked on the camera and regretting that they spoke foolishly. From time to time, there would be bursts of laughter in the crowd. Further away, in the barracks of the ground team, Da Vinci and Xiao Shisan were having an exaggerated argument, which then turned into a wrestling match. In the end, without any suspense, the son of the governor was pressed down heavily by the son of the farmer, tossing and turning in pain. Looking at this scene, Sulu couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh. The anger he felt when watching the TV disappeared without a trace. The broadcast of the documentary series Iron 7 was another important move by the President's office, the Ministry of National Defense, and the Federation News Channel after the unprecedented live broadcast of the Iron 7 Division's military operations. Unlike the previous live broadcast of the Northern Expedition on Planet 5460, this series of documentaries focused on the lives of the frontline troops and some specific details. The complexity of the composition of Group 7, as well as the natural conflict between the fierce civilian veterans and the noble young recruits, naturally had some kind of inherent drama tension. After the first episode of the documentary series, Iron 7 was broadcast, it immediately received the attention of the people of the Federation. While easily winning high ratings, it also sparked a heated discussion among the people on the capital planet. For the people living on the Peace Planet, it was the first time they had a close understanding of the specific days in the military camp. They were curious about the negative effects of the social class differences in the troops. Tonight was the second episode. At this time, more than 2 months had passed since Group 7 arrived on Planet 163, and more than 20 days had passed since the Venus Documentary Film Studio finished filming. It was believed that after tonight, There would be a heated discussion in the entire Federation. As the person involved, as the commanding officer of Group 7, and as the person who specifically manipulated the will of the Federation government, Su Lu understood better than anyone else the deep meaning of this series of documentaries. The president and the military needed to use Group 7's movie-like experience on the front line to suppress the protests of some anti-war activists and to mend the huge gap between the rich and poor in the Federation. Based on this understanding, Su Lu had never been enthusiastic about this matter. It was just a theatrical performance for the political needs of the Federation. No matter how he looked at it, there was always a sense of unhappiness. But today, seeing the excited reactions of the members in the military camp, his attitude changed a little. He stood on the stairs and quietly watched the veterans and recruits mingling together. He felt a little satisfied. Dozens of days of life and death together on the battlefield could indeed change a lot. This kind of complete trust of entrusting one's back and life to one's companions could even change the attitude of many people for life. Just like how Bai Yulan sighed with emotion after the end of the first mission. Although the members of Group 7 had special identities, the President and the Department of Defense could not really send countless Iron Soldiers to babysit these over 100 people. But perhaps there was something in the unseen world that was protecting this group that carried too many missions and meanings. Perhaps the creator of the constellation could not bear to see this nominally mercenary group become a tragic symbol under the eyes of hundreds of millions of people in the Federation. Group 7 had been on planet 163 for 2.5 months and had carried out 11 Bureau of Proclamation missions. But miraculously, no one died. Only 6 recruits and 1 unlucky veteran who stepped on an anti-infantry mine buried by the Empire beside the Shy Tree were sent back to the main planet of the West Woods by the warship because their injuries were too serious. Among the 7 wounded, 4 of them had to be amputated. On a battlefield, someone could die at any time, but none of Group 7 was willing to die. These injuries and losses could not bring sadness to the team. On the contrary, because they felt the threat of death together, but no one really died, everyone in Group 7 was in an extremely harmonious atmosphere. "Good morning, Supervisor." "Good morning, Supervisor." In the corner of the living area of the military camp, the soldiers who did not sit on the chairs but insisted on squatting by the training ground were laughing and talking about yesterday's television. Suddenly, they saw 2 people walking towards them. They immediately sprung up like springs, saluted, and greeted them loudly. But their left hands were still holding lunch boxes, and some of them had their mouths full of food, making them look especially funny. Su Lu, who was wearing sunglasses, shook his head helplessly. He glanced at the film crew not far away and thought, if this continues, these soldiers in Group 7 will become natural comedians. According to military discipline, the soldiers who saluted by the roadside should respectfully call him sir. But for some reason, when Su Lu heard the word sir, he felt chills all over his body. His hair stood on end, and when he straightened his collar, he also felt a cold wind blowing at the back of his neck. After queuing up and taking his meal, Su Lu sat at the table under the sunlight and ate the standard meal consisting of 3 green vegetables, 5 servings of nutritious paste, a spoonful of rice, and a small string of salted vegetables. There was not a trace of disgust in his straight eyebrows. The soldiers in Group 7 subconsciously sat around him. No one dared to disturb him, but no one was willing to be too far away from him. He was like the center of a circle that did not know what to say. But because of a special trait that was difficult to describe with words, he attracted a lot of things around him. Probably only the soldiers in Group 7 could clearly describe what this special trait was. It was Su Li's brave and steady performance in every battle. It was because he saved the lives of many people, and it was because of his silent nature. At this time, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the living area. The team members who were eating turned their heads in shock and saw that under a wild tree, the delicate Gu Shifeng was arguing angrily with the curly-haired technical officer from the Bureau of Proclamation. Gu Shifeng was the best electronic technician in Group 7. All of the command and control system maintenance work was done by him. Group 7 was carrying out the Bureau of Proclamation's task of reconstructing the network on Planet 163. So he naturally had to represent Group 7 and cooperate with the technical officer from the Bureau of Proclamation. But for some reason, the usually calm Gu Shifeng was actually so angry. Sulu looked in that direction and put down the plastic spoon in his hand. He asked in confusion, "What's going on?" In the previous missions, the Bureau of Proclamation would always arrive at the target area before giving us the technical specifications and parameters. For the team members, not only do they have to avoid the eyes of the Empire's people, but they also have to take over at the last minute. This is too difficult. Bai Yulan glanced at him and explained, "This matter was mentioned in the last meeting. You asked Gu Shifeng to contact the Bureau of Proclamation official and try to obtain the specifications and parameters in advance. I think the other party's reaction will be very intense." Sula nodded and looked in that direction quietly. With his extraordinary hearing, he clearly heard the words of the Bureau of Proclamation official. The Bureau of Proclamation official used confidentiality rules to coldly reject Group 7's request, but what really made Gu Shifeng angry was that the Bureau of Proclamation showed no regard for the lives of the team members. In the social structure of the Federation, the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation was always at the top. Somewhere in the clouds, the officials who served the Bureau of Proclamation naturally had an unpleasant sense of superiority and indifference. Su Li's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just lowered his head and continued to eat. When Gu Shifeng walked into the cafeteria angrily, he gave her a comforting smile. He knew very well in his heart that a detached but extremely mechanical and bureaucratic organization like the Bureau of Proclamation, for the dozens of teams like Group 7 on this planet, was truly an unparalleled weapon that would make friends happy. However, even though he was the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation, in front of the Bureau of Proclamation, he still didn't have much power to speak. Under the gaze of the members of Group 7, he put down his plate and walked in front of the curly-haired Bureau of Proclamation official. After a moment of silence, he said in an extremely serious tone, "The Bureau of Proclamation has its rules, and the Army has its traditions. Since you are not willing to temporarily give up on those ridiculous confidentiality rules for the sake of the survival of your soldiers, then I must remind you that if my people pay the price of unnecessary casualties because of your stupidity and conservatism, I will seek justice from Director C." The official looked at Su Lu calmly. He didn't back down at all because of this threat, nor did he show any fear because he mentioned Director C. He was just as cold and rigid as the Federal Central Computer. Chapter 458. Cold and stubborn, like a stone thrown into the depths of Glacier 5460. Su Lu was not unfamiliar with this personality. After leaving Donglin, he had met many people like this. He had made some guesses about the personality of the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation official, but he did not expect such a cold and stubborn official with absolute power to be able to remain so calm and silent in the past few days of work. He was so calm and silent that he did not even have a sense of existence. Until this sunny lunchtime, Su Lu was shocked to find that he still could not remember the name of the person. It can't be a robot, right? He looked at the curly hair on the Bureau of Proclamation official's post with a bitter smile. There seemed to be no better way to deal with such a stubborn person other than to turn around and prepare for the mission in the afternoon. After lunch, the members of Team 7 who were already used to the mission process skillfully organized their light equipment and firearms. They divided into two teams, walked out of the gate of the military camp, and drove toward the relay base in military vehicles. The simple road outside the military camp was filled with all kinds of vehicles. On the hills in the distance, there were heavy military M52 mechas slowly moving forward. The speed of the fleet was much slower than usual. Su Lu sat in the passenger seat and said worriedly, "Is the general attack about to begin?" But the progress of laying the net is still a long way off. Since 6 days ago, the Federal fleet, suspended in the space of Planet 163, began to send combat personnel and heavy equipment to the ground at a frequency that was several times faster than normal. For a few nights in a row, the sky was brightly lit by the lights of the heavy transport ships. Under the cover of the fierce aerial firepower, at least 7 mechanists landed in various areas of the planet. Team 7 stopped at the side of the road and made way for the multi-axle heavy truck in front of them. The team members looked at the missile on top of the heavy truck in silence. They were slightly excited, but also a little nervous. The Westwoods Military District is under too much pressure. The ground military operations of Planet 163 and Planet 3320 have been stagnant for more than 2 months. The Federation Parliament has been impatient for a long time, and the President can't let Commander Zhong drag this out forever. Bai Yulan lit a cigarette and continued. This is a Hurricane 2 missile. The missile base behind the mountain should be on standby. The general attack will not be later than this week. Why are you in such a hurry? Sulu agreed and sighed. With so many groups laying the net, the longer the net is laid, the more protection the soldiers will have during the general attack. They can't bring it forward because of political pressure. Bai Yulan took a puff of her cigarette and sighed softly. They were just ordinary members of the army and couldn't influence the overall battle situation. More than a dozen multi-axle heavy trucks that stretched for several kilometers slowly drove toward the missile base behind the mountain. More than half an hour had passed since the convoy started moving again. However, not long after the convoy started moving, they were forced to stop again. Fuck! Tin Peng, who was sitting in the back seat, cursed angrily. After entering the front line, the nephew of the deputy speaker of the Federation was transferred to Su Li's side as a field commander and liaison soldier. It seemed that because of his identity, the people deliberately let him get close to the leaders of the army so that he would be safer. But in reality, everyone in Group 7 knew that this was not the case in the few battles that occurred. Sulu, as the highest military commander, would always appear in the most tense areas and be the last to leave the battlefield. Following behind this young master, not only did they not enjoy the treatment of the leader leaving first, but they also had to bear more dangers. Perhaps it was because of individual differences. Perhaps it was because he felt the hostility of the officers in Group 7, or perhaps it was because he thought that they were deliberately torturing him. Tin Peng's mood was not as good as his companions. On the contrary, he was somewhat depressed. After being blocked for so long, he finally couldn't help but curse. Shut up. Sulu turned around and glanced at him. He took off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, and a trace of anger and coldness flashed through his eyes. At the same time, the other people in the car also gave him a fierce stare. Tin Peng was stunned, but he didn't have the courage to refute. Group 7 was a strange team. Other than the direct military orders of the Ministry of Defense, all the rules were Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's words. This may be an unspoken rule, but it was an unspoken rule that no one in Group 7 dared to disobey. A lone military vehicle drove in front of the base. The body of the vehicle was old and shabby, and it was not eye-catching. However, including Group 7's fleet, hundreds of military vehicles stopped to the roadside at the same time, quietly and respectfully waiting for this military vehicle to pass. A trace of shock flashed through Tin Peng's eyes. He finally understood why the officers in the car looked at him with that gaze. The probing attack on the Rocky Mountain District began last night. Bai Yulan stared at the military vehicle and said in a calm voice, "More than 300 people died." After saying this, he pushed open the door and walked out. Sulu held his sunglasses tightly and also walked out. Then, everyone walked under the military vehicle and stood on both sides of the road. They took off the military hats on their heads and silently raised their hands in salute. On that lone military vehicle, there was a black coffin that only had a symbolic meaning. With the cruelty of modern interstellar warfare, it was very difficult to preserve the romantic scene of dying in battle. The federal military had always used this kind of simple ceremony to bid farewell to their comrades. The black coffin was covered with a bright Federation military flag. Countless bones were buried on this planet. In the back of Macho Mountain, Lady Tai turned off the television. She habitually picked up the moist and ancient fragrant agarwood and then put it down. She was silent for a long time. Tonight at the reception on Parliament Mountain, many people secretly cursed President Pabre for deliberately putting on this show in order to obtain political capital. Secretary Shen said calmly. Secretary Shen said calmly. There are also some people who have made presumptuous comments in private. If His Excellency the President is truly a selfless person, he should throw the crown prince to Celine if he has the ability. Thinking of a news she had just received from the front line in the West Woods, Lady Tai's expression changed slightly, revealing a trace of mockery and tiredness. Her only son, who had an incomparably honorable status, had officially resigned from his position as the confidential secretary of the West Woods Commander's Staff Department 7 hours ago. He had landed on the planet's surface and entered the most dangerous Chiolin base. The circle that she represented was indeed filled with incompetent fools and fools who had no foresight. However, as the head of the Tai family, she could never completely cut herself off from that circle, because that circle was her circle to begin with. At this moment, Butler Jean quietly walked in from the side and took out a few thin sheets of plant fiber paper. He placed them on the table and said softly, "The Federation Investigation Bureau has sent a message that several very professional people have illegally entered the West Woods from Bermuda. Their target may be Su Lu." Lady Tai's expression was calm. She did not even look at the file. Instead, she directly asked Shenli, "What do you think?" Secretary Shen was a person who was qualified to enter the Trinity Association. He did not spread the bloodshed in the West Woods like Du Shaoqing, nor did he do those terrible things like Shi Qinghai. Since he graduated from number 1 hospital, he had been living peacefully in the Xioshu Foundation until he was promoted to Lady Tai's confidential secretary a few years ago. When he heard his wife's words, he was slightly stunned. His lips were dry, and he knew that he was finally going to enter the real decision-making circle of the Qianshi Tai family. After a moment of silence, Secretary Shen seriously replied, "At this time, the people who dare to have the idea of killing Su Lu must be crazy but powerful. Su Lu has offended many people, but within this circle, it should be named Mingxiu, Lin Dohai, Zhong Ziki, and Li Xiuzhu. The eldest son of the Li family has been very quiet recently." Butler Jean said in an old voice. Even after the scandal about Jian Shui'er came out, he did not do anything strange. After the presidential election, Li Xiuzhu has become more honest and has improved a lot. Even if he hates Su Lu to the core, he would not dare to interfere in this matter. Lady Tai looked at the agarwood and gently rubbed her soft fingertips. She said, "Although the 2 most useless juniors of the 7 major families and the son of a bumpkin, although they are a bunch of useless people, they still have a strong background. When their anger is gathered together, it should be able to bring some warmth." She slowly closed her eyes. After a long silence, she sighed and said, "Even Tai Ziwan could not persuade him. Does this little guy really think that he is the second old man? This kind of stubborn little guy who does not see the big picture and only knows how to ruin things should not exist in this world. Although he rejected the young master, this is after all the president's plan. It has little to do with him." Secretary Shen hesitated for a moment and bravely expressed his opinion. "He is the successor chosen by the military god. After the victory of the military operation, he will return to the capital ring. I am afraid that he will face the anger of many people. At this time, if we help him, we are actually helping ourselves." Secretary Shen didn't say it explicitly, but he had clearly expressed the meaning of providing timely help and a rare commodity that could be hoarded. "What do you mean by help? He will not appreciate it, and I am not in the mood for it." Lady Tai opened her eyes and looked at the ice lake. With the military's efforts to cultivate him, the news that someone wants to kill him will not be hidden for long. While the old man is alive, I will maintain my respect for him and see what kind of future Su Lu will have. Of course, I will not think highly of those stupid young masters, but I am very curious. If someone comes to stroke the tiger's whiskers, what kind of intense reaction will Su Lu, this little tiger, have? Of course, the prerequisite is that he can come back alive from the front line. She had seen through the ups and downs of the Federation in the past few decades. She knew very well that anything could happen on the battlefield. A stray bullet or a rock could kill a future famous general of the Federation. During the war between the Federation and the Empire that lasted for many years, how many talented and strong-willed young people like Su Lu were mercilessly cut down like countless trees. The madam silently recalled the past. After a moment, she slowly stood up and walked out of the balcony. Chapter 459. Secondly, I'm taking leave today. It's not that I'm tired, it's not that I don't have time. I'm not tired at all today. I even went out to play for a while in the afternoon. I definitely have time to write. Even if I start writing now, I'll definitely be able to write 3,000 words by tonight. It's just that my mood isn't right. In the evening, I drank 2 glasses of wine with my father and chatted for a while. I suddenly remembered that when I was young, I often heard my father talk about his old days as a soldier in Tibet. There's nothing to be sentimental about. It's just that the story of the spy is about to enter a more hot-blooded phase. I can't find a point where I feel that way. My life has been joyful and trivial for too long. I sat in front of the computer for a while. I even thought about spelling with my friends, but I still wrote and deleted it. I have to write well. I have to write something slightly better. I didn't give myself enough psychological preparation at the beginning today. This is a serious problem with my writing attitude recently. I sincerely apologize to everyone. And then there's the most important thing. Ever since I got my license, I've never stopped writing. I've stopped writing countless times. Although it's true that the fatigue of being a middle-aged man has played a major role, when you think about it carefully, it's ultimately because I haven't given myself enough pressure. My attitude isn't correct enough like what I said earlier. I've said in the past that my work is my interest. It doesn't necessarily have any meaning. It's just to entertain everyone. It's to help you pass the time of your precious or leisurely time. But when you think about it more deeply, life is actually all about using various methods to pass the time. So the method is actually very important. In other words, we writers of stories are also very important in a certain sense. Since it's important, we have to have an attitude towards major events. For example, the 60th anniversary celebration, the Olympics, a house, or a marriage. After clenching my fist for a long time, I hereby solemnly promise to all of you, from tomorrow onwards until the end, this story of the spy, which I like very much, will never stop writing that in the past, I've always been a man of my word. Everyone knows that, so I rarely dare to make any promises. Haha, the little things under my pajamas are indeed wretched. But since I've made this promise today, I'll naturally fulfill it seriously. I'll use this to correct my attitude, to enjoy my work, and to entertain everyone. Chapter 460. The convoy left the base and passed through the Golden Forest. Everyone got off the vehicles and equipped themselves with individual weapons. They carried light work equipment and entered the long-awaited light battleships. They charged into the clear sky and glided toward the dark red sunset in the distance. They landed in a remote corner of the Rocky Mountain Range. Throughout the entire process, Team 7 was silent. The lone military vehicle that entered the base and the black coffin on the vehicle seemed to be still in the eyes of all the members. Their minds were heavy and cold. The high temperature and terrifying destructive power of modern warfare made it difficult for the brave soldiers to keep their dignity intact after death. Most of the soldiers' bodies would not be brought back to the main planet of the West Woods or the Capital Ring. Instead, they would be buried on these remote planets. This was the usual practice of the federal military. From a marshal to the ordinary soldiers, all the people of the Federation firmly believed that the place where they finally fell and died was the land of the Federation. After leaving the light battleship, the 100 or so people rested for a while. Then, they began to follow the mission details they had just received. Under the cover of the twilight, they walked toward a deep valley in the Rocky Mountain Range. A slightly strange atmosphere still shrouded the silent Team 7. Along the way, only the sound of military boots stepping on fallen leaves and the soft chirping of birds and insects could be heard. Shipeng carried the heavy workbench and followed the team with difficulty. His gaze passed through the transparent infantry helmet and fell on Su Li's back. After staying on the front lines for so many days, he could already erase the cold arrogance and tyrannical attitude of the speaker's son. However, he still kept a lot of it in his bones. But for some reason, when he looked at Su Lu now, it was very difficult to summon the hatred that could spontaneously arise at any time. There was indeed nothing to hate. In these days of missions and battles, Sulu had kept his promise and always stood in the most dangerous place. Thinking of the black coffin ceremony he saw on the road, Xipeng's expression became slightly solemn. The troops had a probing attack last night, and hundreds of comrades had died. Compared to the field troops, Team 7, who had not lost a single person until today, was really very relaxed and lucky. Because of the military vehicle and the black coffin, there were many new recruits who felt emotional and inferior like Xipeng. That was why the team in the valley was so silent and calm. Sulu turned his head to look at his teammates at the woodlands. He noticed that many of them were breathing heavily, but their expressions were more relaxed. He couldn't help but feel a little more relaxed. After going through 10 days of brutal training in the West Woods military camp, these guys also knew that they had taken the initiative to train more in the past 2 months. Their military qualities had improved a lot. These young men who were still young soldiers 2 months ago could now carry the technical components of the Bureau of Proclamation that weighed dozens of kilograms and march for 1.5 hours on foot. This kind of progress not only won the silent praise of the veterans, but would also become a beautiful memory in their own lives in the future. The temporary resting area was a gentle slope with trees covering the top. The sunset on the horizon had long been blocked by the mountains, and the world was filled with a slightly gloomy atmosphere. Sula knew why such a remote place would become one of the areas selected by the Bureau of Proclamation to reconstruct the surveillance network. No matter whether it was in terms of geography or the military arrangements between the Federation and the Empire, this should be a forgotten area. The only exception was the simple and ancient road by the woodlands that seemed to explain some problems. Curly Hair just gave us the details of the mission at the top level. Gu Shifeng walked over and picked up the mini electronic booklet. 284, 822, 13 square kilometers of the axis to lay a network over a 3 square kilometer area. It's a Type 3 composite surveillance network. It won't be difficult to install it, but the key is that there are a few spots that might need to be installed on the rock walls. Just treat it as a vacation. Lan Xiaolong held a cigarette in his mouth and shrugged. In this kind of place where birds don't shit, even if we go rock climbing naked, the Empire's patrolling soldiers probably won't see us. No one paid him any attention. Bai Yulan took the electronic booklet from Gu Shifeng's hands. A second ago, Xipeng had quickly turned on the workbench and then obediently retreated to the woodlands in the distance. Only Su Lu, Bai Yulan, and a few others were qualified to access the specific mission details of the Bureau of Proclamation's 7 groups of soldiers. He wasn't included. The electronic booklet was connected to the workbench. Su Lu and the others huddled together and looked at the display on the screen. They couldn't help but furrow their brows. It wasn't because the mission today was too heavy or because they had to take risks behind enemy lines. On the contrary, it was because the mission this time was so simple and easy that it didn't seem to require all 7 groups to be mobilized. Sula narrowed his eyes and looked at the flashing dots on the screen. His finger tapped lightly to enlarge the field of view of the map. At the same time, he silently moved the fixed areas of the previous missions that he had stored in his mind through the back door. He gradually outlined a more complete map. It was indeed the back door. After every mission, the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation would destroy all the records left on the workbench of 7 groups. The complicated data couldn't be remembered through the human brain. Sula went through the back door, through the old man. He used the first sequence authority that he didn't even understand to ask the central computer in the distant capital ring to send the data back through the back door of the chip behind his neck. Just now, they said that the general attack should be within a week. I think it will be earlier than we thought. He pursed his dry lips and forced a smile as he voiced his judgment. In fact, the Federal Army had already gained an overall advantage on Planet 5460. On Planet 163, they had also begun to take the initiative. However, it was said that on Planet 3320, the troops of both sides were still fighting fiercely. It's been more than 2 months. There are many teams like 7 groups on this planet. I've calculated carefully. At least 70% of the surface area has been successfully rebuilt. But why hasn't the charter been used in the recent military operations? Lan Xiaolong said with a frown. Sulu glanced at the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation who were smoking silently by the rock in the distance and said, "If the electronic surveillance network is used in a small-scale battle, the people of the Imperium will monitor it. As long as the location of the equipment we buried is confirmed, they will destroy it at all costs." The idea of the Ministry of Defense and the Bureau of Proclamation is very simple. They will slowly arrange the net neatly and fully activate it during the general attack. He smiled, held the cigarette in his mouth, and ignited the windproof lighter with a snap. There was a slight light in the dark mountain forest. When the time comes, the Bureau of Proclamation will say, "Let there be light." Then this planet will have light, and the evil ghosts of the Imperium will die when they see the light. In the last twilight, in the beginning of the night, between the slightly bald cliffs on both sides of an old road, the faint sound of drilling machines could be heard from time to time. Rocks were drilled away, soil was turned over, and trees were cut down. In the distance and near, if one looked carefully with the naked eye, one could see many Federation soldiers in colorful military uniforms silently, but quickly. They were installing the electronic equipment of the Bureau of Proclamation, which was originally as strange as a monster, but was now as familiar as a first love, into this 7-square-kilometer area. The infantry suits on them had an automatic cooling camouflage effect. They could effectively hide from the Imperial Expeditionary Force's high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft that rarely escaped Federation's destruction. The team members were divided into many groups. They meticulously carried out the installation work in the cliffs, valleys, and forests according to the complicated and even tedious requirements of the Bureau of Proclamation. At the outermost edge of the mission operation area, Xiong Linquan and a few other veterans were leading Yin Bingyin and the others. They vigilantly watched the movements in the distance. At the same time, they continuously send out folding signal interference through the equipment to block the signal that might overflow later. Sulu sat under a large rock. With his sharp eyesight, he observed the image of the team members working furthest away. His fingers occasionally lit up the dense steel windproof lighter in his hand. In the legends of the military camp, many veterans had their heads blown off by the Imperium snipers because they lit up cigarettes at night. However, the Federation soldiers, including him, did not seem to believe in this legend. This was because this was a war that started within the Federation. The Federation had the absolute advantage in this war. All the mission operation areas were filtered countless times by high-altitude satellites to eliminate most of the dangers. Done. Prepare to debug. Gu Shifeng's calm voice sounded in his earpiece. At the same time, the curly-haired Bureau of Proclamation official not far away turned on his mini workstation. Today's mission was completed very easily. Sulu patted his butt and stood up. He looked at the team members who were busy with debugging and physical concealment work. He took a deep breath and realized that it was already midnight. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that year 68 of the constitutional calendar had already ended a few days ago. Right now, he was standing in the spring of year 69 of the constitutional calendar, in a place incomparably far away from his hometown. When the troops returned to the safe zone transit base in the light battleship, Sulu had just started to feel a faint sense of homesickness when he was successfully turned into silence by an email from his second hometown, S1. This was an email that the Internal Affairs Department of the Federation of Defense had specially forwarded to him. The email said in a serious tone that 2 exceptionally fierce and powerful experts had snuck into the West Woods in the 100 Mustar region. After a serious investigation, the Bureau of Investigation of the Federation determined that the target of these 2 experts was most likely him. Experts were naturally experts in killing people. Sulu silently finished reading the email and then destroyed it. The powerful departments of the government were currently investigating this matter, but he knew very well that the people in the Federation who wanted to kill him and dared to kill him definitely had a way to help the 2 experts find a way to exist in the Federation. Although the only loopholes in the glory of the Charter were the uncle and himself to this day, those who lived in Bermuda did not necessarily have no chips behind their necks. Someone wanted to assassinate him, but Su Lu did not have a trace of fear in his heart. During the war, it was impossible for the two supposedly very powerful killers to enter the military camp and come to his side. The strength of the military and the professionalism of the Bureau of Investigation of the Federation were his safety barrier. Group 7 was a group of experts who were used to killing and arson. With a delicate man like Bai Yulan and a dozen or so men by his side, even the most powerful killers would pale in comparison. Most importantly, Su Lu had to admit without humility that it was very difficult to kill someone like him. But when he thought about how he had risked his life for the Federation on the front lines, and how there were still some big shots behind the scenes who wanted to kill him, this feeling did not make him sad, but angry. What made him angrier was what happened next. Chapter 461. It was 6 in the morning, and the white willow trees on the horizon were beginning to fill the sky. Most of the world was still in darkness. The Federation's lightest feather model warship, which was still incomparably large compared to a human's body, blocked out the daylight and sunk the darkness, reflecting Su Li's unconcealed anger on his face. The Bureau of Proclamation had unimaginable high-level authority, even on the battlefield. This mysterious organization had assigned Group 7 a new mission. From a certain perspective, it was a military order. As a soldier, Su Lu had no reason to refuse, let alone be angry. However, after a night of high-intensity network installation, the members of Group 7 were already quite tired, and they hadn't made any preparations for the Bureau of Proclamation's sudden mission. In addition, it was already daylight, so the new mission would have to be carried out during the day. The level of danger would increase by a lot, and there might be serious casualties. And from the cold attitude of this curly-haired Bureau of Proclamation official, it was obvious that he didn't care about the lives of his team members, so Su Li's anger was undisguised in his eyes. The curly-haired Bureau of Proclamation official ignored the anger on Su Li's face. He took out a miniature workbench from his black overalls, opened a top-secret electronic map, and said coldly, "The time of the general attack is set for this evening. The installation of the electronic surveillance network has been basically completed. Your mission is to head to the central junction and carry out the final test of the net-like data connection." Su Li didn't reply. He slowly put his hands behind his back, and his straight, thick eyebrows raised slightly, but he stubbornly refused to say a word. The central junction is at 832, 113, 47. It will take 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 34 seconds to get there from the central base. I request that you complete the final test mission before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Under the shadow of the warship, only the two of them were there. The soldiers of Group 7 looked at them from afar, and their eyes gradually became suspicious. The officer from the Bureau of Proclamation could clearly sense the conflicting emotions hidden in the silence of the lieutenant colonel in front of him, but he did not care. He lowered his head and quickly demonstrated the operations that Group 7 would need to perform later. In his opinion, he was only representing the Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense to issue orders, and all military personnel had to obey orders. Su Li looked at him and suddenly said, "Fuck you, the most advanced technological civilization in the entire universe. Do you still need someone to personally activate it? Although I'm not a technical officer of the Bureau of Proclamation, don't forget that I'm still an engineer from Nutshell, not a university graduate from liberal arts." The official was slightly startled. He slowly raised his head and looked at Su Li's face. Only then did he remember the background of the officer in front of him. His heart twitched a little. An unnatural smile appeared on his face as he explained, "The glory of the Charter has returned to the fallen star. Of course, it is impossible to manually activate it. However, before the final activation, a certain operation needs to be performed." Su Li didn't answer. He just looked at him coldly. After a moment of silence, the curly-haired officer forced a smile and said, "You understand." If it wasn't for the fact that Su Lu had several backers behind him, all of whom were the most magnificent scenery in the Federation, a high-ranking officer from the Bureau of Proclamation would never speak softly like this and take a step back. However, Su Li didn't appreciate his kindness. He stared into his eyes with a serious expression and scolded softly, "What do you know? Don't tell me you still expect this young master to leave you an email address so you can send me a few pornographic videos? Group 7 will definitely accept the mission, but you have to tell me the truth. Su Li's voice was full of undisguised depression and threat. Although he didn't know what would happen to him after the war if he didn't tell him the truth, for some reason, this Bureau of Proclamation official really did open his mouth after a moment of silence. Since the end of the last Great War, the Bureau of Proclamation hasn't carried out any work of laying a network on the surface for more than 10 years. In particular, the installation of a network that covers the entire surface of a planet like 163 and 3320 is something that hasn't been done in several hundred years. The officer said with a trace of awkwardness and silence. Although the Bureau has a complete installation manual, there was still a problem. What problem? Sulu asked nervously with a slightly hoarse voice. Last night, when the command ship and the Bureau of Proclamation were doing signal debugging, they discovered that there might be a data error in the linked chipset installed at the central junction. The officer saw Su Li's expression become extremely ugly and immediately continued to explain, but the Bureau has already given me full authority. The relevant technical operation procedures and important parameters are all on the workbench. We only need to carry out some repair work. It won't be difficult. Su Li's expression gradually returned to normal, but he couldn't stop sucking in cold air inwardly. The Federation had already decided to launch a general attack on the planet today, but the most important all-around surveillance and command network was in danger of not being able to be activated. The date of the general attack involved many complicated aspects such as command, combat force deployment, logistics planning, and many others. If the date was changed or delayed, not to mention whether the Empire would find out, the self-destruction of the huge project of war would cause the Federal Army to pay an even heavier price. He took off his sunglasses and rubbed his aching forehead. He looked at the high-end workbench in the officer's hand and said, "Give me the operation specifications and parameters." "No, this is top-secret data. Only I can keep it." Once it involved the regulations related to the charter, the curly-haired officer returned to his rigid and unyielding attitude. Sulu was silent for a moment. He knew that there was no point in arguing over this matter. He gave Bai Yulan, who was under the shadow of the battleship, a look. The next moment, Bai Yulan, Lan Xiaolong, and the other officers of Group 7 gathered around Sulu. Everyone gathered around the workbench and listened carefully to the mission description given by the Bureau of Proclamation official. Everyone's expression became more and more serious. Sulu didn't look at them. He put on his sunglasses again and stood outside the crowd with his eyes closed. He looked like he was resting, but in fact, he was secretly communicating with the old man to confirm whether what the Bureau of Proclamation said was true. In the end, he received confirmation from the flashing light in his left eye. Without any hesitation, Group 7, who were filled with astonishment and anger at the noble and mysterious Bureau of Proclamation for making such a childish mistake, boarded the battleship again and headed toward the target area. Before leaving, Su Lu asked the Bureau of Proclamation official a question. "Why Group 7? The Bureau of Proclamation official replied, "The Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense only trust you and your team." The bright sun was suspended above the bright atmosphere. The silent soldiers who were carefully advancing along the outer edge of the smooth river kept wiping the sweat from their foreheads. The team was deliberately stretched into a long line like a gray snake. Under Su Li's request, the team members who were carrying out the last mission before the Federation's general attack were reduced to 40 people. The rest of the recruits were led by Lan Xiaolong and returned to the base. "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, thank you for supporting our work." The curly-haired Bureau of Proclamation official had already unbuttoned his collar. He stood beside a smooth rock and said seriously, but his hand was tightly holding the top-secret workbench. He absolutely refused to put it down. Sula didn't pay attention to him. He frowned to prevent the sweat from seeping into his eyes. He cautiously scanned the surroundings. He felt that both sides of the river were too quiet at the moment. He didn't know if it was because the sun was too hot, but there were no traces of animals. A dozen steps away, Xiao Shursan and Da Vinci were using their eyes to ask if they could smoke. However, their leader didn't light the cigarette between his lips for a moment, so they couldn't make any unnecessary movements. The cigarette between Su Li's lips swayed up and down, but he didn't light it. This was the best time to have a good line of sight. No one could estimate the risk of maneuvering along the river. Lieutenant Colonel Su, my surname is Xie. My name is... The Bureau of Proclamation official seemed to want to ease the tension between himself and Group 7. I don't want to know your name. Sulu took the cigarette from his lips and stuffed it into his pocket. He looked at the other party and said directly. The curly-haired official was slightly stunned. An unnatural smile appeared on his face, but then his smile disappeared. This was because a white bird flew out of the riverside forest in front of them. Group 7 immediately became alert. The white bird landed on the shallow sand of the river as if there was no one around. It began to peck at the food with its head lowered. It ignored the scorching sun and ate to its heart's content. No wonder the bird's body looked a little bloated. The members of Group 7 relaxed. They found this rare moment of leisure and smiled as they watched this scene. The Bureau of Proclamation official awkwardly wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was about to turn around and say something to Su Li. At this moment, Su Li's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly reached out and tried to push the official to the ground. His movements were fast, but he was still too slow. An invisible killing bullet flew from afar. It cut through the air and hit the chest of the Bureau of Proclamation official. Then, a fierce rain of bullets hit his body accurately and terrifyingly. Together with a workbench in his hand that contained extremely important data, this body of flesh and blood was instantly torn apart into countless pieces of flesh and blood, collapsing on the bank of the river. At this time, the dense and terrifying sounds of guns and cannons on both sides of the river rang out. Boom! The fierce sound of cannons instantly covered the entire area of the river. Countless amounts of soil were lifted up. The unclear trajectories of the bullets penetrated the hard terrazzo stones and the trees on the riverside. In the scene of flying tree barks and smoke filling the sky, there were members of Group 7 who were hit and fell from time to time. Pieces of their hard bulletproof vests burst out, and the parts that were hit spurted out blood. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Find cover. Spread out in a star formation. A series of fierce orders sounded in the communication system of Group 7's individual helmets. Dozens of members retreated into the forest behind the river as fast as they could. With a poof, Da Vinci, who was charging forward with a pale face, had blood spurting out from his knees. He fell heavily to the ground. Without making a sound, he grabbed the rocks with both hands and tried to crawl away from the dense firepower of the Empire on the other side of the river. Sulu hid under a large rock to avoid the rain of bullets above his head. He didn't notice that his left arm had been shot to the left. He only stared at the body of the official not far away. Chapter 462. The sky was filled with guns and cannons. Countless bullets hit the boulder, splashing countless sharp shards that scattered like flowers. Sula hugged his gun and leaned against the boulder. His eyes looked at the forest diagonally above him. It seemed like he was ignoring the whistling bullets that were extremely close to him, as if he was on a small boat cruising through the waves. In reality, his body was already tense. Then he inserted the black wire on his left wrist into the back cover of the Qian light machine. Almost at the same time, his left hand that was holding the gun shook, and the Qian bent down in the middle. After aiming the barrel at the boulder, the scene on the riverbank appeared on the helmet's holographic screen through the optical fiber. Tut, tut, tut. The Qian next to the boulder spat out flames and shot toward the opposite side of the river. However, a moment later, his right hand shook violently, and the semi-metal gun that he was holding was shattered by the Empire's gunfire. The boulder behind him was also shaking nonstop, and the tremors made his back feel numb. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the Empire's firepower was. Amidst the smoke and the mournful sound of the rain of bullets, he said something loudly into the communication system. From the corner of his eyes, he couldn't help but glance at the mangled body not far from the boulder. The official was already dead. He still didn't know his name. Right now, he could only see the curly hair that was plastered in blood. Sulu quickly made his own judgment. This couldn't be an ambush set by the Empire because the enemy couldn't have predicted that this was a top-secret mission for the Bureau of Proclamation. However, the enemy's firepower was so strong that they didn't know how many people were on the other side of the river. It can only be said that Team 7's luck was extremely bad. Looking at the tattered miniature workbench next to the Bureau of Proclamation official's body, he made the most important judgment in annoyance. The charter network repair data inside was useless. 32 degrees west. Yulan's voice rang out in the battlefield system. His voice was still calm, but he spoke much faster than usual. Faced with the sudden and violent firepower of the Empire, Group 7 was instantly stunned. However, the veterans and the well-trained new recruits reacted in the most professional manner. In the shortest amount of time, they found cover that was reliable and unreliable. As they dodged, they began to counterattack. However, at this moment, several members had already fallen by the riverbank. Terrifying gunshots rang out continuously on both sides of the riverbank. Occasionally, tree trunks would be hit, emitting a trail of smoke and countless pieces of hard bark. Da Vinci fell into the sand beside the riverbank. His left knee was hit, and he tried his best to use his elbow to crawl to the side of the forest. Whoosh whoosh. Amidst the crisp but monotonous gunshots, there were bullets that brushed past his body from time to time. White spots appeared on the round rocks and then exploded. The shrapnel began to jump irregularly. In just an instant, there were a few more holes in his hard ceramic bulletproof vest, and there were a few more bloody holes in his legs. Da Vinci's eyes widened as he looked at the forest that was right in front of him. It seemed so far away. It represented temporary safety, and a strong sense of unwillingness and fear rose in his heart. He used his hands to grab the sand, elbows to the hard rocks, and crawled desperately, but he was suppressed by the rain of bullets on the other side of the river. His facial features became pale and distorted due to the pain, but this son of the governor of Shixia State clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. He bravely and valiantly remained silent, unwilling to distract his comrades who were organizing a counterattack. Su Li's face was also very pale, but his eyes were very bright, brighter and brighter. This was because he realized that he and his team had entered a desperate situation. In the distant forest, there were shadows moving. It should be the Empire's soldiers who had crossed the riverbank from downstream and were preparing to flank their escape route. A fierce expression flashed across his face that was full of smoke and dust. He fiercely tore off the data cable connected to the back of the Kia machine gun. With a click, he mechanically loaded the gun and pulled the trigger. Amidst the bursts of gunfire, leaves flew up and shadows fell. Just as Su Lu had predicted, the desperate battle by the riverbank was not an ambush by the Empire. Since the beginning of the war between the Federation and the Empire, Planet 163 had always maintained a large scale of peace. However, the Empire's people could clearly smell the sinister and terrifying smell under the peace. Especially in the past few days, the glory of the Charter was like a noose. Although they couldn't see where this black noose would land, they could feel that this noose was getting tighter and tighter. On this planet, there were dozens of teams like Group 7. They abandoned heavy equipment that could expose their location and silently and cautiously carried out the surveillance network repair work like ants. How could the Imperial Expeditionary Force not notice and be vigilant? It was just that they couldn't find these guys who suddenly appeared and disappeared like wandering souls. The Empire's soldiers wanted to know where the damn surveillance equipment was, but the Federation had never activated it. Fortunately, they had soldiers who were not afraid of death and were not afraid of hard work, so they used the simplest and most primitive method, which was the human wave tactic. On both sides of the Rocky Mountains that span the north and south of the planet, the Imperial Expeditionary Force sent out countless small teams to the dangerous forests, rivers, and plains. It was like gambling with their lives, and they hoped that they could win this gamble. During this process, most of the Empire's teams either waited for more than 10 days and nights until their supplies were exhausted, or they were discovered by the Federal Army and attacked to death. However, the Empire's team by the riverbank was obviously luckier. They just waited there helplessly, but who knew that they would really encounter a Federation team? and this team had an official from the Bureau of Proclamation. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? After half a minute of silence, the Empire's mobile mountain grenades started to bombard again. The ground on the riverbank began to tremble, and a loud noise almost covered the command in the communication system. Broken limbs flew on the sand, and explosions sounded in the forest from time to time. The dry leaves under the hot sun began to burn vigorously. Screams of Group 7's team members could be heard occasionally in the forest, and the counterattack gunshots kept ringing. A team of Empire soldiers was approaching from the forest downstream, and Group 7 was in danger of being pincered from the front and back. A sharp beeping sound rang in the earpiece. Fortunately, there was no mission area at this time, so the signal connection was not cut off. Group 7 had been desperately calling for air support from the Federation. After killing the two closest soldiers of the Imperium and suppressing the soldiers of the Imperium downstream with the firepower on the right, Su Lu breathed quickly and leaned against the trembling rock again. Feeling the numbness on his back, he lowered his head and began to count seriously. 7, 6. He was calculating the firing interval of the Empire's Sharp Rabbit Mountain Cannon. As a professional engineer, he had been on the front line for a long time and learned a lot from the old members of Group 7. When he heard the sound of the Empire's cannon and the bullet tracks, he confirmed the model of the enemy's main firepower. When he counted down to 3, his pupils suddenly shrank. He knew that this was the time, so he shouted into the communication device, "Big Bear, West 32, look up 3 degrees and shoot horizontally." Almost at the same time, Magnolia's voice quickly added, 15 degrees to the left and right. In the woods on this side of the riverbank, there was a sudden burst of popping sounds. A burst of bright flames, like a shooting star, tore through the air in this area, carrying the smell of burning and death, and blasted into the dense woods on the other side of the riverbank. Darren's autocannon finally unleashed its might. Within a 50-meter radius of the forest opposite the river, countless trees cracked and crumbled, slowly falling down. Those ferocious bullets exploded with a loud bang, like white clouds of smoke. These clouds of smoke swept from left to right, forming a straight white line. The firepower on the other side was instantly suppressed by this fierce barrage. Who knew how many Empire soldiers were torn apart and turned into flesh and blood? Just the heavy trees that fell and burst apart crushed more than 10 Empire soldiers to death. Xiong Lin Quan crouched behind a horizontal tree in the forest, his eyes wide open. His entire body trembled along with the vibration of Dalin's autocannon. However, his powerful arm strength and shooting ability allowed Dalin's 6 lines of fire to not deviate from the direction that Su Lu and Magnolia were pointing at. The 3 old members of Group 7 crouched beside him, quickly and continuously supplying the chain magazine. At the same time, they used their own bodies to protect Xiong Linchuan's safety. From time to time, stray bullets would hit their helmets or bodies, causing them to tremble. However, in the next moment, they would fearlessly crouch back up and continue with their work. Their faces were cold and incomparably silent. The firepower of the Empire soldiers on the other side was suppressed. Taking advantage of this short period of time, Su Lu was like a stone. He suddenly shot up from behind the large rock and rushed into the forest. While escaping into the forest, he stretched out his right hand and tightly grabbed onto a wounded soldier that he had been observing for a long time. He brought that person along and quickly left the exposed riverbank. He didn't pay attention to who the wounded soldier was. He only knew that at the beginning, that person had been hit by the Empire's armor-piercing bullets and couldn't move due to his heavy injuries. Using the same simple reason, he escaped the shooting range of the Imperial Army like a cheetah and ran into the forest. He didn't notice that his butt had gone numb for a moment. The forest was filled with smoke and gunfire. Su Lu stared in the direction of the riverbank. He knew that Group 7 had to retreat immediately. However, the problem was that compared to escaping danger, his first priority should be to complete the Bureau of Proclamation's mission. It had nothing to do with repairing or many other things. He was very clear that if Group 7 couldn't complete this mission, then the Federation's reconstruction of the glory of the Charter would have a huge problem. Perhaps the fluttering flag of the Federation wouldn't be able to fly at all. Instead, the black hibiscus flag of the Empire would be dazzling and eye-catching. The person who was carelessly rescued by Su Lu was Lu Jiao. She had been shot in the abdomen, and there was a terrifying wound in the blood. He turned around and was about to brace the rain of bullets from the Empire to rescue the wounded soldiers of Group 7. However, in front of him on the right, a veteran arched his body and quickly rushed out. He rushed towards Da Vinci, who was in the sand and didn't dare to raise his head due to the rain of bullets. That person was Xiao Shizenliu. Chapter 463. Seeing Xiao 13th Lu rush out, Su Lu immediately stopped and hid behind a large tree. He stretched out his right hand and pressed hard on the bloody wound on Lu Jiao's abdomen. He didn't look at the slightly black blood flowing out from between his fingers. He stared at Lu Jiao's pale face and said loudly, "Hold on." The Imperial troops on the other side of the river were temporarily suppressed by Darren's rotary autocannon, but the Imperial soldiers coming from downstream finally broke through the line of defense of Group 7. Sula looked back at the vague figures of the Imperial soldiers at the edge of the forest and felt a chill in his heart. He wasn't the best military commander, but he knew that the only thing Group 7 could do now was to retreat. However, the problem was that they had to retreat cleanly. They couldn't let the Imperial soldiers bite their tails because Group 7 still had to complete the last mission of the Bureau of Proclamation. If they couldn't fix the stupid mistake of the Bureau of Proclamation, the glory of the Charter wouldn't be able to return to Planet 163. The Federation's general attack that was scheduled to be launched in the evening would have a huge problem. The bright Federation flag might be forced to sleep again. Just as he was thinking of a way to retreat, he suddenly heard Magnolia's angry roar from the forest. 13th. His pupils shrank as he turned his head to look. Xiao 13th Lu's thick legs moved quickly. He bravely rushed to the open area of the river and grabbed Da Vinci, who was in a pool of blood. He turned around and rushed into the forest. However, less than 5 meters away from the edge of the forest, the Imperial soldiers launched a barrage of bullets. Bang! 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 His body was knocked off the ground by the powerful bullets. Just as he was about to lose control in midair, he bravely used his waist and abdomen to throw Da Vinci into the forest. Because of this action, his body was dragged by inertia and turned half a circle in the direction of the river. The bullets hit the hard ceramic bulletproof vest, and a few burnt holes appeared on the military uniform. Bang! 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 A few more Imperial bullets hit his helmet, and the transparent infantry helmet instantly cracked like a spider web. At this time, Xiao 13th Lu was still alive. The members of Group 7 in the forest could even see a trace of a farmer's unique smile with a hint of fear on his pale face. This was the last time everyone saw the farmer's son smile. In the next moment, the high-speed Empire's sharp rabbit grenade exploded in front of his feet. The air around the riverbank suddenly vibrated and exploded. Xiao 13th Lu's strong body was like a cloth bag filled with red paint. He was blown away by the explosion and landed heavily on a huge rock, making a muffled sound. Blood spurted out from his facial orifices and hit the helmet of the infantryman that was about to shatter, spreading along the spiderweb-like cracks. The hard ceramic bulletproof vest was shattered, and the dark military uniform was blown into pieces. The small Federation flag on his left shoulder was cut by the shrapnel and blown away by the flames and air, dancing lightly in the smoke. Then, it landed on his helmet. Inside the blood-soaked helmet, Xiao 13th Lu's face still maintained the weird smile from before. His eyes were still wide open, as if he was not dead yet. He was seriously looking at the burnt fragments of the military flag outside the helmet. Skyscraper. Da Vinci, who had fallen heavily on the gravel in the forest, saw this tragic scene not far away as soon as he woke up. He cried and stood up. Dragging his heavily injured left knee, he limped over like a madman. At the same time, he lifted the Qian light machine gun with his right hand and madly opened fire at the opposite side of the riverbank. By Magnolia, who was not far from him, kicked him to the ground without hesitation. She dragged the struggling and crying Da Vinci along the uneven ground and quickly retreated into the forest. The imperial royal family's black hibiscus flag was already fluttering on the riverbank. The densely packed imperial soldiers were yelling excitedly as they charged towards Group 7's forest from both the opposite bank and the downstream. Looking at the number of people, it was at least an Empire infantry battalion. Sula no longer looked at the black hibiscus flag that symbolized death. He also didn't look at the ice-cold bodies of Xiao Shizenlu and the other team members who were submerged in the water. He turned around too quickly, and his neck actually hurt a little. He stuffed the first aid kit into the arms of the semi-conscious Lu Jiao and let a passing recruit drag Lu Jiao to the back of the forest. He stood up and shouted at Shi Peng, who had been crouching behind a bush, "Retreat." The gunshots on both sides of the riverbank were too loud. The pale Shi Peng looked at Su Lu absent-mindedly. He did not hear what Su Lu said clearly, but Su Li's command made him suddenly wake up. His whole body trembled. He immediately used the secret battlefield command system and quickly shouted to all the team members, 3 seconds of map transmission, time synchronization, regroup at the old location. Everyone retreat quickly. Blazing plan, cover the rear. The wristwatch beeped lightly. The synchronization before the retreat was completed. According to the orders issued by the higher-ups, the members of Team 7, who were scattered in the riverbank forest, quickly took out the high-efficiency explosives from their waists and threw them at the person who was crouching in the forest. Then, they used silence to suppress their sadness and anger. They carried or supported their injured comrades and quickly retreated to the depths of the mountain behind the forest. Shi Peng did not retreat. As the messenger of Team 7's commander, Su Lu, he had gotten used to his role in the past 2 months. He issued clear orders according to Team 7's battle arrangements. According to his gloominess, cowardice, and selfishness, he should not have stayed. But he felt that his legs were a little heavy today. The lives and blood of too many comrades made his lips dry. The anxious fire in his chest burned his body and made his body tremble slightly. There was a feeling of disdain when he first joined the army that rushed into his brain. "Ah!" He screamed crazily with a trembling voice. He followed behind Su Lu and rushed to the edge of the forest. He raised his gun and fiercely opened fire, killing the Empire soldier who was charging at the front. Su Lu saw Shi Peng's figure from the corner of his eyes. But at this time, he did not have time to express his surprise and admiration. He silently rushed over. Then, his feet were cast in the gap between a big tree and a strange rock. He calmly picked up the 21-26 that by Magnolia just threw at him. Poof! A clear and muffled gunshot sounded. An Empire soldier who rushed into the forest bled between his eyebrows and fell to the ground. He stood next to the tree, holding the rifle level. His eyes were aimed at the optical scope. He quickly panned his view again. Almost at the same time, when he moved to his position, his index finger pulled the trigger. Another clear gunshot sounded. Another Empire soldier was knocked to the ground with his limbs facing the sky. Shi Peng was lying on the rock, howling crazily while spraying bullets with all her might. Su Lu, on the other hand, stood silently and calmly at the front. He didn't look for any cover. He held his long rifle and quickly aimed. Then he mechanically pulled the trigger. The slender 21-26 long sniper rifle in his hands had become a sharp weapon for close combat. A moment later, 6 Empire soldiers had already died under his gun. He could not retreat. He had to buy time for that guy who had been squatting in the forest and muttering. Only in this way could the army that was retreating deeper into the mountains survive the pursuit of this empire. He did not look like Song Shua. He was still like that stubborn rock, a rock covered in moss, a rock that had been immersed in the river for hundreds of millions of years. He was not afraid of the Empire's bullets. But was he not afraid? The Empire soldiers who bravely charged at the front were knocked to the ground. However, more and more Empire soldiers behind them fearlessly charged into the dark forest. In the direction of the river, they could already hear dense shouts and footsteps in the Empire's language. Once the Empire soldiers charged into the forest, it would only take a moment for them to completely devour Su Lu and Shi Peng. How much longer do we have to hold on? Sulu held the rifle and fired horizontally. His face was silent. He seemed to be inhumanly calm amidst the smoke, but in reality, only he knew the burning anxiety in his heart. His eyes were already filled with blood red. It was not the blood red of fatigue, but the color left behind by killing. With a click, he knocked down the Empire soldier in front of him. However, a tongue of fire suddenly shot out from the forest in front of him. The rapid bullets hit the tree trunk on the ground, causing Shi Peng's left eyebrow to hurt. She subconsciously fell to the ground. The bullets hit the upper half of Su Li's body. It was as if his entire body was forcefully pulled by someone from behind. He slammed violently into a tree 3 meters away. A few more small holes appeared on the hard ceramic bulletproof vest, and a 2-centimeter-long wound appeared on the transparent helmet. With a crash, the leaves on the tree were shaken to the ground. Just as the leaves danced in the air, he, who had his back miserably hit the tree, bounced up with an unimaginable reaction and speed. Using the momentum, he returned like a wisp of smoke. His trembling legs left behind a faint trail on the ground, and with a boom, he entered the shrubbery. There was an Empire soldier behind the bush. This Empire soldier with a full beard stared in horror. He could not believe what he had just seen. He clearly had his index finger on the trigger, but he did not have time to pull it down. With a crack, Su Li's palm chopped down like lightning. He avoided the defensive measures and ruthlessly chopped off the soldier's throat. Blood, mixed with bone fragments, splattered everywhere. The one who had been squatting in the forest the entire time was Gu Shifeng. He was the most outstanding electrical control expert in Group 7, as well as the most ferocious explosives expert and environmental expert. He was squatting on the ground. Of course, he was not helplessly drawing circles because of the cannon fire. Instead, he was collecting the high-efficiency explosives his comrades had thrown to him before they left. His 10 stubby fingers were like the hands of a pianist at this moment. Gu Shifeng only used his left hand to electrically connect the scattered explosives around him. At the same time, his left hand was quickly calculating on the workbench. He calculated the depth of the forest, the angle of the mountain, the thickness of the rock, the hardness of the rock species, and the related mechanical calculations. As he calculated, he habitually muttered to himself. However, today, he did not have the usual carefree and evil smile on his face. There was only a faint haggard and nervousness. There was too little time, so he only had a 30% chance of success. However, this was worth the gamble. Using the shortest amount of time, he completed the installation of the explosives. His left hand's round fingers had just left the electrode when Gu Shifeng hurriedly shouted into the forest, "Go!" Chapter 464. When he heard Gu Shifeng's roar, Su Li's pale face moved slightly. A burst of bullets swept over. In front of the beautiful gunfire, the leaves in front of him were cut into pieces and shrapnel flew everywhere. The Imperial soldiers who had just charged into the forest were all forced to the ground. He released a muffled groan. His military boots dug deep into the earth. The countless pairs of muscle fibers on his legs suddenly collapsed and loosened, erupting with powerful strength. He turned into a gray shadow as he retreated backwards. While he was retreating, his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Shi Peng's neck. Like a hunter carrying a rabbit, he charged into the gloomy forest. With just a few leaps, his figure already rushed out of the dense forest by the river. Carrying a few slightly curled leaves, he charged like a storm into the rugged mountain rocks, immediately catching up to Gu Shifeng. Gu Shifeng, who had already thrown away all of her equipment and even her heavy helmet, looked at the gust of wind that rose around her. She looked at her boss who had passed her. She gasped for breath and cursed. Her fingers spun the wrist watch in a complete circle, and then she suddenly threw herself into a crack on the side of the mountain road. Pooh! An extremely weak explosion sounded from the forest not far below. Immediately after, a second explosion that was slightly louder, a third. In a short second, the 11 bullet burying points between the forest and rock quickly exploded one after another. Like firecrackers, not a single gap was left. In the end, that string of explosions condensed into a fierce and deafening noise. The entire riverbank was shaken up. It was as if a powerful gust of wind had swept up from this place. The dense forest by the riverbank suddenly collapsed, collectively bending over. Some of the thinner tree trunks were even directly blown apart, revealing the fresh but ugly tips of the tree hearts. The crushed rocks that were blown up were like bullets, not distinguishing friend from foe, not distinguishing between friend and foe, shooting in all directions. It was like a torrential rain hitting a wide leaf, making pop-ha sounds. It was unknown how many layers of smoke were scattered, how many layers of bloody earth were penetrated. After an unknown amount of time, the aftershock of the explosion gradually subsided. The cries of countless Imperial soldiers in pain echoed in the woods. 2 burning bodies fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Gu Shifeng removed her hands from the back of her head and wiped away the dust on her face. She widened her eyes and quickly swept her gaze down the mountain. After confirming the aftermath of the explosion, a trace of joy and fear appeared in her eyes. She did not notice that the back of her hand was already drenched in blood. It was a hasty explosion, but the explosion produced a perfect result. This kind of luck that he didn't dare to believe before made him sigh with emotion. Were the souls of his companions who had died by the river blessing him? The forest between the rocks in front of them became much sparser, and a sharp whistle faintly sounded. Gu Shifeng lowered her head and used the remaining smoke to quickly climb up. Dozens of meters behind her, the rugged mountain path that was difficult to traverse had already been completely covered by the collapsed rocks. The bullets fired by the Imperial soldiers whistled past the shattered rocks, but they were no longer a threat to the retreating Group 7. The mountain collapsed, fiercely blocking the path of the Imperial soldiers pursuing them. This explosion cut off Group 7's path of retreat, and also left behind the corpses of their comrades by the river, in the battle command room of the Federation battleship in outer space of planet 163. The situation on the surface of the planet was constantly changing on the huge holographic screen. The senior officers of the Federation were in a hurry, and their expressions were solemn. A sense of urgency, like an arrow on a bowstring, silently filled the huge space. On the screen, the outer armor bunker of the missile base had already been moved away, and the sharp missile body pointed straight at the sky. The fighter jets on the simple military airport had already slowly taxied out of the hangar and were preparing to enter the runway, ready to take off at any time. Countless heavy armors were silently parked in the valley, waiting for the last shadow of the setting sun to cover their bodies. 350 heavy M-52 mechas coldly walked through the forest, startling the birds. There were also dozens of the latest black MX models silently traversing through all kinds of complicated terrain, taking the lead step by step to approach the defense line of the Empire. The Federation's general attack on Planet 163 would begin in full force in the evening. A total of 14 armor divisions would launch a fierce attack from 4 directions. However, at this time, the atmosphere in the command room of the battleship was a bit strange. The generals with golden stars on their shoulders and the young staff officers didn't have much of the excitement before the big battle. They only silently stared at the screen in the middle of the light screen. The surveillance satellite had just transmitted a battle that happened on the 2 sides of an unknown river. The Federation and Empire didn't have many soldiers involved in the battle, and the battle wasn't very intense, but everyone in the hall knew what this battle meant. The deputy commander of the Federation's 1st Military Region, enchanting, was specially sent from the capital ring to the West Woods to be in charge of the general attack plan on Planet 163 because of the Victory military operation. This highly respected general silently stared at the light screen. His hand didn't habitually stroke his white hair, and his calm facial features didn't reveal any of his true emotions. Even though he had already cursed all the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation and their ancestors in his heart. After closing his eyes and thinking for a moment, he walked into a secret meeting room next to the command room. Looking at the 9 Bureau of Proclamation officials wearing black uniforms, he said in a deep voice, The team that the Ministry of Defense and you jointly recommended was attacked on the river bank earlier. We haven't been able to contact them for the time being. According to the analysis of the satellite images, the data has been destroyed. The walls of the battleship room, made of high-energy plastic mixed with alloy, gave off a trace of a cold feeling. The 9 Bureau of Proclamation officials in the room were male and female, but they were all relatively young. When they heard this, they all stood up in shock. Looking at the expressions of these Bureau of Proclamation officials, Deputy Commander Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He sighed in his heart. Who would have thought that when the Federation's general attack was imminent, the Empire would suddenly go crazy? They didn't care about the loss of lives at all and sent countless guerrilla battalions into the Rocky Mountain region. In the end, it was that team that had extremely bad luck. General, you also know that the Federation hasn't entered a large-scale network like this for many years. I'm not defending the Bureau of Proclamation's mistake, but since a problem has appeared, we must immediately solve this problem. A female Bureau of Proclamation official said coldly. She had a face that could be considered pretty, but because the outline of her face was too obvious, she appeared a little stiff. Even with a pair of round glasses, there was no way to improve her appearance. This wasn't a defense, but this cold and matter-of-fact tone showed the Bureau of Proclamation's extraordinary position in the Federation structure. Facing an important general of the military, the Bureau of Proclamation official was still so unyielding. Right now, the network is already 86% complete. Once it is activated, this general attack will definitely be victorious. This female official frowned and said, "We need to fix that small problem. The problem right now is that the only team that can make it to that area is that team." She stared into Deputy Commander Yi's eyes and said seriously, "The data is destroyed. We can apply for permission to transmit it again, but that team must continue to move forward and complete the mission." Deputy Commander Yi was silent for a few seconds. He reached out and pulled up the holographic screen on the table. Looking at the video of the previous battle on the screen, he said, "This team has already suffered heavy losses." The 9 Bureau of Proclamation officials in the room didn't say anything. They just looked at him quietly, using this silence to express some kind of firm attitude. A bitter smile appeared on Deputy Commander Yi's lips. As a soldier, he had seen too many Federation soldiers die, but Group 7 was different. In this group that suffered heavy losses, there were many children of important people in the Federation, and that Su Lu, it wasn't that the general didn't dare to take responsibility, but after all, he was a person with feelings, not a cold organization like the Bureau of Proclamation that only followed logic and regulations. "Connect me to 3320. I want to talk to Commander Zhong," the general said in a deep voice. A trace of confusion appeared on the face of the Bureau of Proclamation official. He didn't understand why a simple mission would alarm the highest commander on the front line of the Westwoods. A moment later, Ning He, the second-class staff officer of the headquarters, walked in quickly and said quickly, "Group 7's signal has been connected. Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu wants to talk." Deputy Commander, he had just finished a call with the Tiger of the Westwoods. Hearing this, the corner of his eye twitched. He connected the line and said in a deep voice, "Report the status of your group." Su Li's hoarse and tired voice sounded from the communication device. 11 dead, 4 seriously injured. Our group is located at 12 bases to the right of the Chiqiao mountain range. The geographical deviation is 300 meters. We urgently need backup and medical assistance. The screen on the table immediately showed the satellite map of Group 7's location. However, due to the electronic interference of the Empire, the real-time image was a bit blurry. One could only vaguely see some gray rocks and green plants with some black dots scattered in between. Ning He stood quietly behind Deputy Commander. His eyes fell on the screen, but his right hand was clenched tightly behind his back. On that bald mountain were his closest friends and comrades, but now he couldn't help them. He even had to send them to a more dangerous place. Deputy Commander, he thought of the previous phone call and the opinion of the Bureau of Proclamation. Without hesitation, he ordered, "I order you to continue to the designated operation area to complete the mission." Before entering the signal isolation area, the Bureau of Proclamation will send the relevant data. Please keep the signal channel open. The other side of the communication device was silent for a moment. Then, Su Li's tired and slightly mocking voice sounded again. That's the data of Level 2 clearance. Given the rigidity of the Bureau of Proclamation, will they be able to apply for clearance in time? Hearing this, the expressions of the Bureau of Proclamation officials in the room turned a bit ugly. One of the officials who was constantly exchanging information with the Bureau of Proclamation in the Capitol Ring raised his head and said, "There shouldn't be a problem." Everyone in the room sighed in relief. However, at this time, Su Li's tired voice sounded from the communication device again. "Many of my people have died." Before Deputy Commander E could say anything, the female Bureau of Proclamation official with a poker face pressed the call button and said coldly and forcefully, "I don't care how many of your people have died. You must arrive at the designated location in 47 minutes. Chapter 465. The sun was setting. On this planet that was neatly divided into two halves by land and sea, the land once again welcomed the beginning of darkness. The low-lying plains were already extremely dark, and only the higher Rocky Mountain range was still bathed in the redder and redder light of dusk. Probably because of the unique geographical structure of this planet, most of the base points of the charter network that the Federation reconstructed were also set up in the mountains. Between the mountains and giant rocks that were gently brushed by the magnificent dusk, the members of Group 7, who had just escaped death, silently relaxed their tired limbs, enjoying the air without the smell of gunpowder and the environment without flying bullets. However, even though they were resting after being tired and nervous, they still did not let down their guard. They stretched their bodies facing the sky, but they used the rocks next to them to block the detection of the people of the Empire who might be on the other side of the mountain. Almost every member of Group 7 had injuries of varying severity, especially Lu Jiao and a few others who had basically lost the ability to move. If it weren't for the strength of the members of Group 7, it was hard to imagine that they could carry their heavily injured comrades to the top of the mountain. Medical Officer Ho Xiandong had been busy until now. He finally had the time to lower his head and take a sip of water from the water bag on his left elbow. Hearing the sound coming from not far away, he could not help but look up. A trace of confusion and anger flashed in his eyes. The confusion and anger were not directed at Su Lu, but at the officers and the Bureau of Proclamation who were remotely controlling the battlefield from the Bureau of Proclamation. If it weren't for the stupid mistake that the Bureau of Proclamation made, how could Group 7, who had already worked for a whole night, continue to take the risk? Su Lu sat next to a hard gray rock and stared at the satellite phone in his hand. He then glanced at the data cable connecting his watch and the phone to make sure that there was no problem. "I don't care how many of you died. You have to get to the designated location in 47 minutes. A woman's voice came from the satellite phone. She said a very bastard sentence. This sentence made Su Li's straight and thick eyebrows frown. Then, he stretched them out in a very indifferent manner. He asked in a low and hoarse voice, "Who are you?" "I'm Deputy Director of the 3rd Department of the Bureau of Proclamation." On the other end of the phone, the female official from the Bureau of Proclamation said in a cold and forceful voice, "Time is tight. You must depart immediately." Sula took a deep breath. A trace of suppressed anger could be seen on his cheeks that were covered by black ash. In the twilight, his bright eyes were like a fire burning in the wilderness. As a soldier, a nutshell engineer, and a human being who was closest to the Federal Central Computer, he knew better than anyone how important it was for the Federation to restart the charter network on this fallen planet. In fact, he had accepted the order from the curly-haired official of the Bureau of Proclamation without hesitation in the wee hours of the morning because of this understanding. Su Lu wanted very much to complete this important mission of the Federation, but the losses of Group 7 today were too heavy. The bodies of 13th Floor Zhao's comrades were still soaked in the river, and a few more members had stopped breathing on the mountain road while they were escaping. He was only 22 years old this year. He used to be a young man with integrity, ability, and responsibility. Later, he was molded by the cruel reality of the Federation into a slightly silent, cheerful, and ruthless guy who could no longer trust the law wholeheartedly. He believed in his own judgment more than the law. He was not afraid of killing or being killed. But he was not a qualified commander after all. He could not learn 1/10,000th of the true coldness of people like Du Shaoqing, even if he wore sunglasses. He could not treat the loss of every life on the battlefield as a chess piece on the chessboard and temporarily leave. Looking at the tired members lying between the rocks, looking at the wounded soldiers who were bandaged and full of the smell of medical glue, looking at the silent and uneasy expressions on their faces, Su Lu could not bear to part with them, so he remained silent. The silence between the limestone peaks made the officials waiting anxiously in the battleship feel a trace of uneasiness and anger. The female official's sharp questioning and urging voice rang out from the satellite phone again. Su Li's fingers gripped the high-strength plastic case of the phone tightly. He did not frown again, but the emotions in his eyes became somewhat indifferent. As the highest commander of Group 7, he had not made an accurate judgment about the current situation, but the rude questioning and urging from space made it difficult for him to calm down. At this critical moment, the encrypted communication between space and the ground was directly covered by contact requests from further away with a higher authority. A deep, calm, and dignified voice came from the other end of the phone. Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, I am the highest commander of the Westwoods Theater of Federation. According to the federal military's plan, tonight's general attack would be launched in the evening. The evening referred to here was the time zone where the diamond-shaped base group on the ground was located. At this time, Group 7 was alone on the rocky peak, enjoying the sunset. In reality, there was still some time before the Federal Army's general attack. At this time, Su Lu spoke to the famous Westwoods Tiger for the first time. Since the autumn of the 65th year of the constitutional calendar, when the ancient bell from the West Woods bombarded Green Hill on the outskirts of Hushi State with its cannons, the black M52 and the uncle in the Mecca turned into dust. Then, when he met the cute little girl on the spaceship escaping from Donglin, there were many more hidden connections between him and Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region of the Federation. It was just that he had never met this powerful overlord, not even through the phone. The members of Group 7 looked tiredly at Su Lu not far away. Looking at him silently talking on the phone, they did not know what their team, which had already suffered heavy casualties, would face next. Understood. Su Lu held the satellite phone and answered mechanically. At this time, the wound on his left arm was still bleeding. Because he was worried that the medical glue would affect the battle later, he refused Ho Xiandong's intensive treatment. He only used a white cloth to bandage the wound. The night in the mountains further away was almost full, and the flames in his eyes were extinguished. He said to the big shot on the other end of the satellite phone, "If you believe me, I could try myself, but my people are still trapped in the mountains. The Empire has sent too many scattered soldiers in the mountains. You must immediately send a helicopter to pick up my people and leave." The person on the other end of the phone was the Supreme Commander of the Federation's Victory military operation. He was just a small lieutenant colonel with hundreds of people under his command and hundreds of guns. The difference in military rank was huge, but at this moment, he was bravely bargaining with the other party. It was unknown what was said on the other end of the phone. After Su Lu hung up the phone, he directly put the heavy satellite phone into the military backpack behind him. Then, he took off his watch and exchanged it with Magnolia's watch. "You take these guys and wait here. The higher-ups have promised me that they will send a helicopter to support you in half an hour." Su Lu tidied up the tools he needed to bring. He lowered his head and whispered to Magnolia, "The general attack is about to begin. We are the only team that is still trapped in the war zone. It is already good enough that they are willing to send a helicopter." Magnolia looked at him silently. She could easily tell what this little boss was going to do from his movements. She smiled and said, "Why don't you just send a helicopter to repair that base? The Empire is going crazy today. Sending a helicopter is too big of a target. If the enemy finds that important base, the Federation can't bear the risk." Su Lu used his fingers to quickly calculate the number of tools he had and casually explained, "You're going crazy, and the headquarters also agrees with you? Magnolia asked immediately. It's just some simple repairs. As long as the Bureau of Proclamation can send the data to the ground in time, it shouldn't be a big problem. Sulu raised his head and said, Today's mission is not to spread the net. It won't make much difference if I go alone with everyone. The problem is that you may run into the Empire's people on the way. That's why I have to go alone. You know how good I am at running away. Sulu smiled. His face was covered in dust, and his teeth were extremely white. Personal heroism will get you killed. Magnolia took out the empty blue box of 377 cigarettes from his jacket pocket. He subconsciously took out 2 cigarettes, but he suddenly thought of the battlefield record. His fingers that were covered in black dust froze in front of him. Sulu took a cigarette from his fingers and held it between his dry lips. He raised his eyebrows and said seriously, Promise me that you will bring these guys back alive. Magnolia tore open the cigarette paper and put a pinch of tobacco into his mouth. He moistened it with his saliva and carefully savored the spicy taste. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Big Bear, Sulu called out to Xiong Linquan and tossed the 2126 sniper rifle over. Xiong Linquan was stunned for a moment. He silently checked the rifle and prepared the ammunition. At this time, the team members on the cliff could vaguely guess what Sulu was going to do. Their expressions suddenly became stiff. The members of Group 7, regardless of whether they were rookies or veterans, all knew very well what kind of person their commanding officer was. That was why no one stepped forward to persuade him angrily or beg him to stay. They just looked at him quietly. Gu Shifeng came over and helped Sulu check the satellite phone and military watch. After confirming that there shouldn't be any problems with the data transmission later, he softly said, If you want to fix these things, you should at least bring me along, right? I'm also an awesome engineer. Sulu patted him on the shoulder. He suddenly turned his head and squinted his eyes at Magnolia. If there's a problem, when you go back to the planet, help me do a few things. What things? Magnolia listened carefully. Tell Zhou that Qinghai is not bad. Tell Jian Shuer that I'm sorry. I can't help you with the investigation of Uncle. You don't have to say anything to Tai Ziyuan. Tell Li Xiaodong to tell Li Wei to be careful over there. Remember to go to Parliament Mountain and tell Zhang Xiaoming. She doesn't need my permission to find a man in the future. A very relaxed smile flashed across Su Li's face. He suddenly thought of something and said seriously, Tell Nan Xiangmei, I also like her. A suicide note is inauspicious. Magnolia carefully chewed the tobacco in her mouth and said emotionally, I really didn't expect that a stone could become so emotional. Bullshit. I've read a lot of books. I'm full of literature, but I don't want to let you guys know. Sulu carried his military backpack and picked up the 2126 long sniper rifle that Xiong Linquan passed to him. He buckled the magazine on his bulletproof vest and waved at his team members. Then, he ran along the slender mountain ridge. Even though he was slightly injured, he was still very fast when he ran. He was like a nimble mountain antelope. With a speed that shocked the members of Group 7, he gradually disappeared into the burning twilight. Chapter 466. The sun had already set in the west, and the thin air was slightly cold, but Sulu always felt that the air in front of him was so hot. Every time he breathed, his lips would burn and his lungs would hurt. He ran madly through the mountains on the other side, a pained expression flashing across his dusty face from time to time. From afar, he saw a marker on the ground that he remembered in his mind. He saw a few solitary conifers standing there and quickly ran over. Under the pine trees was a pile of fallen leaves, rotten fruit, and rotten matter that had accumulated for countless years. It was very soft. He sat down and slowly calmed his breathing with difficulty. He let the maddening soreness in his body gradually dissipate. At the same time, he confirmed that this was the place he had been searching for through the GPS system on his wristwatch. The valley was dark, and only the branches and leaves at the top of the trees could occasionally reflect a few rays of golden light in the distance. He did not rest at all. He pulled out the military knife from his waist and narrowed his eyes to stare at the weak electronic signal on his wristwatch. He wiped the sweat on his face with his sleeve. His dark face showed the pale color of exhaustion. He still had the dry and ugly cigarette between his lips. His dry lips had already cracked, and the blood oozing out mixed with dust was smeared on the filter. He looked very pathetic. He had never run so recklessly before. This race against time in the Rocky Mountains had drained all of his spirit and strength. What was even more frightening was that the Imperial Expeditionary Force that was originally suppressed by the Federation to the east suddenly mobilized countless troops and searched everywhere in the mountains like crazy. They knew that the Federation was preparing for a big move, but they could not find a clue. They knew that the noose that was the charter network was slowly falling, but they did not know the location of the gallows. The commander and soldiers of the Imperial invaders had already gone crazy. They were like poor women who could not find the ghost in the house and could only hear the ghost howling. They nervously held the scissors and waved wildly in the air, but they could only hit the air. The Imperium had sent out the few remaining reconnaissance aircraft, and the last of the electronic surveillance troops were scattered in the mountain range that pierced through the planet. The final struggle of a dying man was incomparably ferocious. It was this kind of all-out search that made it impossible for the Federation to send out troops to repair the base point again. Sulu, who was like a silent beast walking in the mountains, was a much smaller target, but he still encountered 4 waves of Imperial troops in a row. The Bureau of Proclamation's stupid mistake needed the frontline soldiers to make up for it. If it failed, the Federation's countless days of preparation would be forced to postpone the general attack. Who could bear this responsibility? The problem was that the mission to make up for this mistake was really a damn mission. Sulu should have died today. If it wasn't for the strange and powerful power in his body, he definitely wouldn't have been able to make it to these pine trees alive. In fact, the fact that he was able to make it here alive was mostly due to his luck. The bulletproof vest that was already riddled with holes, and the infantry helmet that was directly thrown into the valley after being shot into pieces, proved this point. In the darkness, Sulu squinted his eyes, which were unusually bright. He didn't have the time to feel the danger and fear of the previous journey. He quickly used his military knife to push away the decaying leaves and entered the control code on the high-strength alloy panel. The physical cover of this base should be the work of another team. Although they were very experienced, they couldn't hide it from his eyes. He even found the target one step earlier than the wristwatch. Taking out all kinds of tools from his military backpack, Sulu took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He began to operate the complex components that he had never seen before. The satellite phone's light screen flipped through pages of top-secret blueprints at a constant speed. Sulu quietly and quickly followed the blueprints. The mechanical engineering genius that he had shown when he was young and the skills that Feng Yu had taught him were fully displayed at this moment. The repair tools that seemed more complex than the underground components were as obedient as chopsticks in his hands. The low hum of the motor could be heard from time to time in the quiet forest. With a light click, the core section of the base equipment surrounded by fallen leaves opened. Sulu looked at the exposed chip circuits in front of him. He looked at the extremely thin channels that glowed with a faint metallic light. He subconsciously put down the tools and touched the bracelet on his left hand that he was so familiar with that he had almost forgotten it. He carefully looked at the Level 2 verification chip in the middle of the system. He took out a connector and carefully connected it. He was very clear about the importance of this chip. Although it was far inferior to the chip that he had planned to steal from the Empire, if it was burned by the current. Even if he possessed the uncle's soul and his genius brain, there was no way he could fix it in a short time. The other side of the connector was connected to the satellite phone by a data cable. Sulu looked at his watch and waited for the number to jump to a certain predetermined number. Without hesitation, he pressed the phone button and said, "Begin data transmission." In order to prevent the Empire's electronic control forces from monitoring abnormal signals and to ensure the safety of this base point, he only opened communication with the Spaceship Bureau of Proclamation team once every 5 minutes, and the duration of each communication was strictly controlled within 1 minute. The data reception progress bar on the screen slowly moved to the right. It did not take long for it to reach 1/3. Sulu closed his eyes and felt a trace of fatigue and relaxation. After experiencing the battle at the riverbank, the death of his comrades, and running for his life in the forest, he thought that he had enough patience to wait for some things to happen. And from the looks of it, the error in this base point's core was not serious, and the data used to cover it was not large. The communication channel closed and opened again. 21 minutes later, all the data was sent. Next was the technical operation manual. However, Su Li's pupils suddenly shrank because he realized that the transmission speed of the last document was extremely slow. What's going on? Why is it so slow? He asked in a low voice. There was a slight noise in the phone. A slightly panicked female voice replied, "Be patient. It should be in time. It's just the operation manual. Why is it so slow? Are you stupid enough to package all the documents and send them over? Hurry up and split them," Su Lu said angrily. The deputy director of the Bureau of Proclamation, who was far away in the spaceship, became angry. She said coldly, "This is a Level 1 document. The network control is only a temporary part of the authorization. We don't have the authorization, so we can't even look at it. Of course, we can't split it." Idiot! Su Lu did not have time to curse because the 2 minutes were up. The satellite phone fell into silence, and the progress bar that only moved a little bit froze at the front. He stared at the progress bar, and, after a little calculation, he knew how long it would take to finish the transmission of the damn technical manual and complete this damn mission. A cold emotion occupied his heart. Group 7 had sacrificed so much. If they still failed, he would not be able to forgive himself. This kind of depressed emotion made him have the urge to smash the satellite phone on the tree. But in the end, he did not do anything. He just silently fell into deep thought. At this time, an ominous sound faintly came from the forest in the distance. He suddenly got up, put on the night vision goggles, and looked into the distance. He vaguely saw a group of Imperial soldiers. At the same time, he heard a series of chattering sounds. This group of Imperial soldiers did not seem to be afraid of exposing their tracks. They were very arrogant, but in fact, it was a kind of last madness before despair. He did not understand the Imperial language, but he knew that the countless ant troops that the Imperial people desperately scattered in the mountains were really effective. What was even more troublesome was that the time of the Federation's attack was approaching step by step. If only the old thing was here. Su Lu once again lay back on the ground. Like a biologist observing the daily life of a cave animal, he stared at the motionless progress bar and thought in his heart. It was a pity that the charter network on this fallen star had not been activated yet. Even the lowest level of the monitoring network did not exist. At this time, even if there was an electronic wall that surrounded the bison in the East Forest region, Su Lu believed that he could still contact the omnipotent central computer. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his tired face. With a whoosh, he took out the spare Serene Farmer energy bar from his backpack and connected it to the satellite phone. It took more than 10 seconds to open the back of the phone. With a few simple wires, Su Lu forcibly increased the power of the satellite phone. The message segment forcibly passed through the thick atmosphere and came to the space battleship in space. It opened the channel in reverse and began to contact. At this time, there was still more than 3 minutes before the agreed 5-minute signal annihilation period. On the other side of the phone came the screams of the people on the battleship, and the annoying female official nervously and angrily rebuked. "You will expose your position. I order you to close the channel immediately." Even if Su Lu actively closed the channel, the command ship in space could forcibly close the channel. He stared at the phone and said in a calm voice that made people's hearts palpitate, "Keep the channel open. If you close it, I will give up this mission." The other side of the phone fell into silence. The progress bar on the satellite phone slowly increased, but Su Lu did not care about this at all. He stared at the phone and silently shouted in his heart, "Old thing, find me." After about a moment, like a star blinking, a white light that appeared in the vision of his left eye. Here, it seemed that in the military satellite phone, there was indeed a verification chip that could monitor the chip of a human. Su Lu knew that he had one half the bet. He forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly said in his mind, "The problem with the network base points, you check it yourself and then give me the technical manual. Use the fastest way." The Federal Central Computer quickly showed a line of words in his left eye. "This is a top secret document with level 1 clearance. You know, I am just a poor computer. Without the authorization of a human, I can't take the initiative to do anything. You said that I have level 1 clearance. I will authorize you. This seems to work, but the problem is that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't you want to talk first? Get lost. Su Lu gave a concise and powerful reply with a hint of Zhou Yu's unique charm. In the time it took for a simple conversation, the central computer had completed the work that countless humans could not complete after years of work. It found a reason, intercepted the most concise and correct relevant technical specifications, and transmitted them to the planet's surface through the battleship. The drawing paper and the operation flow were quickly transmitted to the chip behind Su Li's neck through the verification chip in the satellite computer, and then into his brain. Chapter 467. Inside the spaceship. In the room next to the command hall, the Federation officers and members of the Bureau of Proclamation watched the holographic screen and the slow movement of the data bar. They were so shocked by what had just happened that they didn't know what to say. They didn't know who the officer carrying out the mission on the ground was, but in such a tense moment, when the lives of countless Federation soldiers were at stake, that person actually dared to threaten the command center and the Bureau of Proclamation with the threat of terminating the mission. He was truly crazy and deserved to die. I don't care if this officer can survive this time. After the mission is over, he must be punished according to military law. Deputy Director by the Bureau of Proclamation's poker face was flushed with anger as he slammed the table in anger. Su Li's actions had seriously violated military discipline and even the first charter of the Federation. But right now, the big shots on the spaceship had no choice but to accept his threat. They didn't know why Su Lu wanted to keep the channel open, but according to the current data transmission speed, such a long transmission time would definitely expose the location of the Bureau of Proclamation's base. The people in the room were silent, nervous, and angry as they guessed what would happen next. They were extremely worried that the network that the Federation spent countless manpower, resources, and time to reconstruct would collapse because of this officer's crazy actions. But right at this moment, another accident happened. With 2 soft beeps, the blue light of the data transmission device on the table disappeared. The data channel was suddenly cut off by the ground. A cold light flashed through Deputy Director Bai's glasses. He couldn't suppress his anger and said loudly, "What is he trying to do? The progress is only at 13 points." Deputy Commander, he put his palms on the table and stared at the holographic screen in silence. As an important military officer, he didn't show the anger and helplessness of the Bureau of Proclamation officials, but his mood was just as heavy. Whether or not the Federation's general attack could be launched on time depended on Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu on the ground. But right now, this young man that the Federation military had placed high hopes on unexpectedly cut off the data transmission again. Right at this moment, a burst of enthusiastic cheers suddenly sounded from the command hall outside the door. The cheers were so loud that even the sealed door of the spaceship couldn't block them out. Deputy Commander, he suddenly straightened his body and looked into the hall through the one-way glass wall. At first glance, his slightly tired eyes suddenly shrank, revealing a trace of unbelievable ecstasy. The Bureau of Proclamation did not know what had happened. They stood up in confusion and walked out of the hall. On the wide holographic screen in the command hall was a precise electronic map of Planet 163. Amidst the ecstatic cheers of the staff officers, a faint white of light gradually rose in the eastern 9th district of the Rocky Mountain Range. Then, around this white dot of light, more dots of light lit up. White spots of light appeared in the mountains, plateaus, primeval forests, coastlines, and knee-high grasslands. They gradually spread out and occupied every corner of the map. In the end, they formed an extremely complex ring network that was completely incomprehensible to the human eye. This was a very beautiful process. It was as if a great creator had suddenly created a star, then 2 stars, until the sky was filled with stars. Their radiance extended far and wide, enveloping all directions. Deputy Commander, he calmly looked at the map on the holographic screen and the beautiful network of light dots. His slightly twitching lips revealed his true excitement at this moment. He ordered in a hoarse voice, scan from east to west. Do a comprehensive scan. Yes, sir. The cheers in the command hall stopped. The staff officers operated the workstations in front of them as fast as they could. Following their operation, the images on the planet below the spaceship quickly appeared on the holographic screen one after another. Those images penetrated into the Imperial Expeditionary Forces control area and clearly showed the distribution of military forces and the electronic signal strength of the Empire. The Bureau of Proclamation team, standing at the door, looked at each other in confusion. Deputy Director, by especially, opened her mouth wide. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She couldn't understand how that damned disciplinary officer had completed the mission when the technical manual had not been sent to the ground. What made her and the other Bureau of Proclamation officials feel even more cold was why the monitoring network on the planet had automatically activated before they had even entered the top-secret activation command. The inspection ended very quickly. Deputy Commander, he was finally completely relieved. He sat in the big chair in the front of the hall and quickly said, "Send the message to the base and the troops on the ground. Ask the command departments at all levels to immediately synchronize the data. We are ready to begin." "Yes, sir," the staff officers replied. Deputy Commander, he took off his military cap and rubbed his white hair that was wet with sweat. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, "Begin the calculation and draw up the battle plan." A mechanical and electronically synthesized voice sounded in the command hall. "Yes, sir." After decades of being occupied by the Empire's invaders, the glory of the Charter had finally returned to this remote, fallen planet. "Actually, what we did was wrong. Although you have the First Order access, you are not the commander of the Federal Army. I always felt that we should wait for the order from the spaceship before activating the monitoring network on the surface." When the Federal Central Computer communicated with Sulu, it was obviously much more talkative than when it was on the spaceship. Sulu had no time to pay attention to the long speech that flashed in his left pupil. Forcing his tired body, he reinstalled the external protection device of the base and then carefully redid the physical disguise. According to the First Order of the Charter, the Federal Central Computer could never perform any direct physical operations. It could only play the role of a server and a tool. But Sulu didn't care about this. He stared at the appointed time on his wristwatch and used his authority to directly order the central computer to activate the monitoring network on the planet. He couldn't see the countless light spots lighting up in the dark sky like the people on the spaceship. He couldn't see the silent information fragments and fierce data streams. But vaguely, he always felt that the air around him had a lot more existence that made him feel warm. After finishing the disguise work under the pine, Sulu gently fanned his cheeks to wake himself up a little. From last night to tonight, the continuous fighting and running, coupled with the wounds on his body, made his body on the verge of exhaustion. The sound of the woodland Empire soldiers in the distance became clearer and clearer, and the distance was getting closer and closer. He took a deep breath, picked up the backpack and long sniper beside him, and moved a dozen meters away with difficulty and slowly. It was only a very short crawl forward, but it made his breathing rapid again. The reason he could hold on until now was all because of the magical power in his body. However, at this time, the power was already exhausted. All the injuries and exhaustion seemed to erupt at the same time, making it difficult for him to even move a finger. The final battle? Leaning against the slightly wet bark, he casually grabbed a handful of wet, rotten leaves and wiped his face carelessly. Listening to the approaching footsteps of the Empire soldiers, he converted the despair in his heart into a last-ditch effort. He slowly raised the 21-26 long sniper rifle in his hand, put on the night vision goggles, and aimed in the direction of the soldiers. At this time, a few rows of clear characters appeared in his left eye again. 17 people, no heavy firepower, no strong colonization armor. The 2126 long sniper is the best choice. Su Li's body suddenly stiffened. He suddenly remembered that the old man had already come to this planet. Although the Empire people did not have chips behind their necks, their bodies emitted heat. His eyes became extremely bright. He took off the night vision goggles with trembling fingers, and then found that virtual, three-dimensional images from different perspectives quickly flashed in his left eye. In these images, the reddened bodies of the Empire soldiers were so clear. 32 degrees to the left, 73, 44 meters, same height. Without hesitation, Sulu suddenly raised the long sniper in his hand and aimed in that direction. It was clearly dark in that place, and he could not see anyone, but he still pulled the trigger with force. With a dull click, the long sniper equipped with a silencer sprayed out a fine bullet tail fire, and somewhere in the night, there was the sound of a human body falling heavily. 29 degrees to the left, 74. 21 meters, tilt down. Notifications appeared in his left eye again, and those clear infrared images also provided powerful assistance for his aim. Turning his left arm slightly, still facing the darkness, Sulu pulled the trigger again. Unsurprisingly, another Empire soldier fell to the ground and died. Only now did the small group of Empire soldiers notice the abnormality, but then another person fell to the ground while clutching his bleeding throat. %yen hashtag % yen. The small group of Empire soldiers screamed in fear and scattered in all directions, searching for a place to hide. They did not know how many Federation soldiers were ambushing them, and they did not know how those bullets from the darkness would accurately hit their companions. It was extremely difficult for Sulu to change the shooting position. He was still facing the dark night. Slightly at a loss, he pulled the trigger resolutely. The bullets from the long sniper rifle were like killing intent from the netherworld. They danced in the air, ignoring the fear of the people and mercilessly reaping lives. There was no twilight in the forest, only darkness, but the three high moons in the sky illuminated the sky at the same time. Sulu sat on a protruding rock halfway up the mountain and looked up at the night sky. He realized that the night at this time was like a slightly dark day, clearer than the twilight. He did not know if the Federation's choice of a general attack tonight had anything to do with the three bright moons, but he felt that the clouds in the sky were exceptionally clear and beautiful. In the forest, all 17 Empire soldiers died under his blind shots, just like in the S2 Foundation building. The killing on the battlefield seemed to have become a game. Until now, he was still a little confused about what had happened, but the feeling of happiness that occupied his entire body and mind made him know how wonderful it was to survive a disaster. Suddenly, the quiet moonlit night was broken by a loud roar. Countless missiles came from the west, dragging a mournful line, and attacked the position of the Imperial Expeditionary Force with incomparable terror. Then, a dense group of Federation fighters appeared in the night sky and attacked with a roar. The Federal Army's attack officially began. Sulu knew that in places where he could not see, there were countless Federation tanks and mechas rumbling and crushing the trembling earth. A trace of true relief flashed across his pale and black cheeks. In the silver moonlight, he turned his head to look at the Empire's position in the east. Looking at the explosions that were like fireworks, he was silent for a long time before softly cursing with a hoarse voice. His body was a little cold. He trembled as he took out a lighter and lit the dry cigarette between his lips that he had been holding for a long time, stained with traces of blood. The spicy smoke poured into his lungs, choking him and making him cough a few times. He could not help but rub his eyes, and then looked at the sky full of bullets and fire, silent. Chapter 468. There was a lot of mud on his rough fingers, and they were a bit wet after he rubbed his eyes. Suli's lungs hurt. He did not know if it was because the bullets of the Imperium did not penetrate his hard bulletproof vest, but broke his ribs. He also did not know if the wetness on his fingers was because of the pain or because of something else. The dry cigarette between his dry lips swayed softly in the night wind. Looking at the trembling cannons in the sky, he asked silently, "You should be calculating the massive data on the command starship, making suggestions, and controlling the overall situation. But instead, you came to chat with a lone ghost like me. Will anything go wrong? I'm everywhere. One of them stopped by your side and saved your life. Are you grateful?" The Federation's central computer answered the question in a mechanical manner. The latter half of the sentence was boring. Sulu took off the burning cigarette. This inadvertent action cut off a piece of his lip. He frowned in pain and said angrily, "Go to hell." The silver light on the rocks was beautiful, and the night wind was cool. He sat on the rocks alone and watched the magnificent war like a spectator. It was hard for him to feel proud of himself for causing all this. Instead, he felt a bit lonely. Fortunately, there was a boring but interesting program chatting with him. A self-mocking smile appeared on his face. He sighed in his heart. "If you couldn't find me today, I would have been dead. I've always been curious. You should be deep underground in the Bureau of Proclamation. Even if the information passed through the mini twisting hole, it would take at least 2 to 3 minutes to reach you. How could you be so fast?" "I am not afraid of time," the old guy answered philosophically with a light talisman. "I am everywhere I can. Returning to this planet again, I feel that I am full of strength." Sulu had been used to the more and more nonsensical expressions of the supposedly cold central computer. He was never bothered by the state that he could not explain, so he did not feel scared or frustrated. On the contrary, he understood the answer easily. After a moment of silence, he said mockingly, "Won't you be schizophrenic if you have thousands of incarnations?" The fierce battle occupied every inch of land on the east side of the planet. Every second, soldiers fell and died, turning into mindless flesh and ashes. The battle was too intense. Sulu hid alone in the rocky peak until noon the next day. The federal military finally pulled out a combat helicopter and picked him up from the mountain. The loud roar of the helicopter covered the loud question of the pilot. The pale-faced Sulu was half-leaning in the cabin full of the smell of engine oil, looking at the mountains and grassland below. The closer they got to the Federation base in the west, the more troops they saw on the ground. Looking down from the sky, countless torrents of steel occupied all the space in their field of vision. They were slowly but firmly pressing toward the territory controlled by the Empire. It was a magnificent sight. The helicopter stopped about 10 kilometers away from the rhombus-shaped base and immediately took off again to join the tense battle. At the airstrip, there were already military vehicles waiting for Sulu. The violently shaking military vehicle drove along the quick-solidifying cement military road toward the base. Along the way, Sulu saw many small troops, like himself, moving against the torrent of large troops and converging toward the base. These small troops were like Group 7, special teams that carried out net-laying work on the planet. Looking at the tanned and haggard faces of his comrades, Sulu quickly recognized that this included most of the combat teams of the 3 major security companies of the Federation. The combat experts of Whitewater, Black Hawk, and Bluebird seemed to have all gathered on this planet. Although these net-laying teams retreated earlier than Group 7, in the end, under the crazy scattered attacks of the Empire, they still suffered heavy casualties. What shocked him was that among these combat teams carrying out dangerous missions, there were also many soldiers in ragged clothes. These soldiers had obviously risked their lives and worked in the Empire's territory for a long time, but they still maintained an upright state of mind. It was just that their firearms and equipment were obviously a bit outdated. His eyes fell on the tattered military uniforms of these soldiers and the somewhat painful formation of wounded soldiers. His eyes narrowed, and his right hand gripped the handle of the military vehicle tightly. The anti-government forces of Green Dragon Mountain had finally arrived. The military road was filled with the second wave of federal military forces. The Federation soldiers on the armored vehicles and mechas looked at these bumpkins of Green Dragon Mountain with complicated expressions. They knew very well that although these heavily injured troops were retreating toward the base, they were definitely not deserters. On the contrary, they were all warriors worthy of respect. It was just that a few years ago, both sides were sworn enemies, but today they were comrades in the trenches. For many people in the government forces, it was very difficult for them to adapt to this change. A shout came from who knew where. The soldiers of the main force slowly raised their right hand and saluted the mercenaries of the 3 major security companies and the anti-government forces of Green Dragon Mountain. At the same time, they cast looks of trust and gratitude. The military vehicle quickly drove to the front of the barracks. Sulu leaned on the 21-26 long sniper rifle and limped out of the military vehicle with difficulty. He smiled and said a few words to the soldier driving and patted the soldier's shoulder. A member of Group 7 who was the first to retreat in the early morning had been waiting outside the barracks all night. At this time, when he saw Sulu come out of the military vehicle, his face showed a trace of shock and ecstasy. He screamed and rushed into the barracks. "Boss is back." "Really?" A burst of exclamations and footsteps came from Group 7's barracks. Dozens of members rushed out of the barracks at the same time. Except for the members who were seriously injured and were receiving treatment, all of them rushed out to welcome Suli's return. Even Da Vinci, who was seriously injured in the leg, jumped out with crutches. Sulu grinned and looked at the members in front of him. He wanted to say a few words, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He silently walked forward and handed the rifle to Magnolia. Then he took a whole pack of cigarettes from Lan Xiaolong and opened it. He dragged his injured and tired body and seriously gave cigarettes to each member. After a pack of cigarettes was finished, Song Jinzi patted his head and quickly ran into the barracks to take half of the stock and handed it to him. Sulu continued to seriously give cigarettes to each member and then lit them up. At the same time, he sincerely said in a hoarse voice, "You worked hard. You worked hard." Yesterday morning, Lan Xiaolong had led the dozens of new members to retreat first, and their faces were filled with shame and unwillingness. As for the members who had followed Sulu to kill their way to the peak of the green-gray rock, their faces were filled with excitement and excitement. Then, Sulu walked to the somewhat familiar tree next to the barracks. He put 3 cigarettes between his lips and lit them up. He took 2 puffs and seriously inserted them into the loose soil under the tree. Bursts of smoke, there was a deathly silence. Many people's eyes were red. It was not necessarily sadness, but mixed with some kind of complicated emotion. On this planet, Group 7 had not lost a single person for more than 2 months. However, in the last mission before the Great Counterattack, they were ruthlessly slashed by the Imperium. In the riverbank and the subsequent retreat, more than 10 of their brothers fell into eternal slumber. In this deathly silent atmosphere, some new members could not help but cry. Immediately, they were fiercely yelled back by their companions. The team members fiercely smoked one cigarette after another, like burning paper rolls between their lips. This was the life of the Empire people. The entire barracks was shrouded in silence and the pungent smell of 37 brand cigarettes. Da Vinci smoked the most fiercely. He silently squatted under the eaves of the barracks. He thought of the big guy who lived in the same room, the farmer's son. He thought of the helmet sprayed with blood on the riverbank. He thought of not being able to smell the smell of that guy's feet in the future. His eyes had long since turned red. There was a hint of viciousness in the scarlet red that was hard to describe. At this time, the camera crew of the Venus Documentary Film Studio of the Ministry of National Defense quietly appeared in the barracks. The buzzing sound of the equipment operating woke up the team members who were immersed in the sad atmosphere. There were only 2 people in the camera crew. Yesterday, they withdrew halfway through the mission, so they did not film the fierce battle on the riverbank. At this time, of course, they did not want to miss the scene that was enough to move all the people of the Federation. "Stop filming." Sulu stood up with the help of a tree trunk. He glanced at his left arm that was bleeding and said to the cameraman. The cameraman hesitated and looked at the host next to him. "Fuck, I told you to stop filming." Da Vinci stared with his bloodshot eyes and rushed over like a tiger. He kicked the cameraman away, grabbed the camera, and slammed it on the ground, shattering it into pieces. Sulu lowered his head and waved his hand. Lan Xiaolong and Xiong Linquan rushed up and blocked Da Vinci behind them. Bai Yulan used her sharp and cold eyes to force the cameraman and the host out of the barracks. The doctor, Ho Xiandong, shook his head and gave Da Vinci a sedative injection. As veterans of Group 7, they had all experienced the emotions of these rookies when they first encountered life and death. At this time, looking at Da Vinci, who was gradually relaxing and sleeping in their arms, they also felt depressed. The military camp prohibited alcohol and cigarettes. In the face of a life and death situation, soldiers all needed the stimulation of cigarettes. In the legends of the military camp, there was naturally a reference to this. That was a fire. A fire was a reference to when a soldier woke up early in the morning and went to the toilet. Then, he would light up one cigarette after another and smoke until he went to sleep. In the first 3 days after the mission, Su Lu and many people in Group 7 lived a life that was similar to a fire. The laughter of their dead comrades, the exhaustion after the fierce battle, and the trembling of surviving a disaster could only be slightly relieved by the company of cigarettes. Sulu also hid a fire in his heart. If it wasn't for the stupid mistake made by the Bureau of Proclamation, Group 7 wouldn't have had to take that last risk. Those men would have been happily chatting in the barracks and smoking like him. Sula knew his weakness. If he couldn't avenge his comrades who didn't deserve to die, the fire in his heart would never be extinguished. It would only burn more and more fiercely. However, the opponent was the mysterious and indifferent Bureau of Proclamation. Before he had time to write a report to the Ministry of Defense, the Bureau of Proclamation had found him first. Chapter 469. During the mission to repair the base, Sula knew that his actions had violated many military rules. For example, disobeying military orders was a serious offense, especially when he forcibly went through the underground tunnel to communicate with the base at the end. It was a very serious offense. However, it had been 3 days since he returned to the military camp. The white ash from his cigarette was spread 3 feet under his feet, but the higher-ups of the military did not say anything. He thought that the mission was successfully completed. The higher-ups glanced at the mountains behind him and were ready to leave the matter unsettled. Who would have thought that there was actually a secret investigation targeting him? Interesting. Sulu began to pack his luggage with a calm expression. He followed the officer from the Bureau of Proclamation and walked out of the barracks. The military vehicle was waiting for him at the gate. The members of Group 7 who had just received the news immediately went into a frenzy. They wore their hats askew, wore military shoes, and had cigarettes in their mouths. They looked like gangsters from Bermuda. They grabbed all kinds of guns and rushed out of the barracks, blocking the military vehicle that was just about to leave. Looking at the black muzzles, the faces of the officers from the Bureau of Proclamation and the military police in the vehicle became extremely ugly. They tried to intimidate them with military rules, but it was to no avail. The members stared at these people with eyes that were about to spit out fire. Although not everyone knew the truth of the last mission, they knew what kind of price Group 7 had paid and how much risk their leader had taken to successfully complete the mission. But in the end, these fucking higher-ups still wanted to investigate. Sula looked at Bai Yulan through the glass. Bai Yulan understood what he meant. She threw the cigarette but on the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. She said to the members blocking the gate in a deep voice, "Are you crazy? Put down your guns." The members looked at each other and slowly put down their guns. However, they still stared at the people in the military vehicle with cold and ruthless expressions. It seemed that if the officers from the Bureau of Proclamation did not immediately let Sulu out, countless bullets would be fired at the vehicle in the next moment. The dark glass slowly fell down. Sulu looked at these people and said, "Disperse. I'll be back in 2 days." Among the new and old members of Group 7, Bai Yulan was the one they had the most interaction with. They were also most in awe of this seemingly unparalleled beauty, but in reality, she was a ruthless and cunning veteran. On the contrary, in the past few months of military life, Sulu did not spend a lot of time with his team members. He spent most of his time buried in his office and rarely worried about the cruel training and the bustling life. He was not like an excellent general who would undress and push food to maintain his authority and degree of respect in the team. What was amazing was that once Su Lu spoke, no one in Group 7 dared to disobey him. This was because he had perfectly fulfilled his promise before the battle. As the saying went, charge at the front, retreat at the back. I'll be the scapegoat, but I'll still be the one to face the mountain of knives. He didn't say much, but he did a lot. A commander like this was like a big rock under their buttocks. It was very easy for his team members to feel at ease and trust him completely. So at this time, when Sulu asked everyone to disperse, although the members of Group 7 were very unwilling, they still quickly dispersed and made way for the military vehicle to move forward. Then they fiercely spat countless mouthfuls of thick spittle in the direction of the fleeing military vehicle. Staff Officer Ning, I want to see Deputy Commander E. I don't understand why that officer clearly violated so many military rules, but the command center is still unwilling to come up with specific punishment measures. In my opinion, a rogue officer like this who has no regard for military rules should be removed from our team. Deputy Director of the Bureau of Proclamation adjusted the square glasses on the bridge of her nose. A trace of coldness flashed across her poker face. Her angry voice sounded particularly rigid. Ningyi glanced at her and calmly and politely said, Director Bai, the commander has been in command for 3 consecutive days and is now resting. As for the matter you mentioned, the commander has said that since the Bureau of Proclamation is strongly requesting to investigate this matter, then please investigate thoroughly first before the military takes over. Deputy Director Bai was stunned. Thinking of the infuriating officer in the room and the command center that had always maintained a strange attitude, a trace of anger appeared between her brows. She coldly snorted and turned to leave. Ningyi watched her disappear into the corridor, and the smile on his face disappeared. He gently knocked on the door and walked into the room. He said to the general beside the wide porthole in a deep voice, The Bureau of Proclamation's investigation seems to have made no progress. Deputy Director Bai is here again to request for a military discipline review. As a former member of Group 7, Ningyi naturally couldn't bear to see Su Lu and Group 7 being humiliated and investigated. Although he knew that Su Lu and Group 7 had outstanding backgrounds, this investigation was conducted by the Bureau of Proclamation. He was only a mid-rank staff officer and couldn't do more. Deputy Commander E slowly turned around with no expression on his face. As one of the big shots in the military, he didn't need to care about this investigation at all. However, since it involved Su Lu and Group 7, he had been maintaining a calm attitude and watching the show. Punishment by military law? The general's face was full of ridicule. Not to mention that Su Lu and Group 7 had completed their mission beautifully. Even if there really was a problem, would there really be anyone in the military who dared to conduct an internal investigation on their own? Deputy Commander, he was a little angry at the thought of the fierce battle still going on the planet, and the Bureau of Proclamation couldn't wait to capture their officers back to the warship. But the Bureau of Proclamation's position in the Federation was too high, so he couldn't stop it. After a moment of silence, Deputy Commander E opened his mouth and said, Keep an eye on the situation in the interrogation room. We must ensure the personal safety of Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. What if a conflict arises? Ningyi asked. Deputy Commander E said with slight ridicule, Of course we'll snatch him and send him back to the capital. Are we going to let him eat with the poker faces of the Bureau of Proclamation? On the other side was the Bureau of Proclamation, but behind Su Lu was the entire federal military. If both sides were said to be the most powerful thugs in the Federation, then at the end of the line, the thug with the gun would ultimately be more vicious. In the quiet interrogation room, an officer from the Bureau of Proclamation was recording with his head down. Su Lu lowered his head and slowly sipped on his coffee. The investigation team didn't take any coercive measures against him, and they even provided him with delicious coffee. However, after answering countless questions in the past hour, even someone as stoic as him began to feel irritated. The Bureau of Proclamation's investigation was in an awkward situation. Whether it was Su Lu obeying the military order, forcibly opening the communication channel, or something else, this was a matter of military discipline. However, at this moment, the frontline command was not willing to interfere with this investigation at all. Therefore, no matter how Su Lu answered, the Bureau of Proclamation couldn't come to the conclusion they needed. The door was pushed open, and Deputy Director Bai walked in with a sullen face. He slammed the table in front of Su Lu and reprimanded him with a sharp and rigid voice. You continuously disobeyed military orders. Do you know that at every step you may have caused irreparable losses? Su Lu put down his coffee cup, lowered his head, and answered in a hoarse voice. But the fact is that I succeeded. I didn't cause any losses. Have a proper attitude. Raise your head. Deputy Director Bai reprimanded him angrily. Sula didn't raise his head. Instead, he picked up his coffee cup again and took a tasteless sip. I know that you are Minister Zhou's future son-in-law, a reserve military officer that the war god has focused on training. After a moment of silence, Deputy Director Bai said, I know that you have a powerful background, a powerful backer. I and all the staff in the Bureau respect the war god and Minister Zhou very much. The female official's voice was sharp and sarcastic again. But you have to understand that this is an investigation by the Bureau of Proclamation. I'm already being very polite to you because of some important people. Otherwise, I would have already arrested you and all your useless team members a long time ago. Hearing the words, useless team members, Sulu suddenly raised his head and stared into the woman's eyes. He knew very well the position of the Bureau of Proclamation in the Federation. If he really offended them, the Bureau of Proclamation didn't need to give face to the military. However, the mockery and contempt in the woman's words towards his team members was something that he couldn't accept. Do you know why I refused to raise my head? He looked at Deputy Director Bai and said, because I like to look at girls who wear glasses, but I'm really afraid that I'll vomit when I see this pair of glasses on your ugly pig face. Deputy Director Bai was stunned. Her square face flushed with anger, and her whole body trembled. She pointed at Sulu but couldn't say anything. Such a low-level personal attack shouldn't have been enough to make her lose her composure. But ever since she started working, she had never met anyone who dared to be so disrespectful to an official of the Bureau of Proclamation. Sulu ignored her. He put the coffee cup on the table, stood up, straightened his military uniform, and walked out the door. Stop. You want to go against the investigation? You asked me to help with the investigation, so here I am. Sulu turned around to look at her and the stunned Bureau of Proclamation official and said, You've been asking for so long, and there's nothing wrong. Why should I not leave? Deputy Director Bai was truly angered by Su Li's calm and contemptuous attitude. She took a deep breath and ignored the man's background. She said in a low voice, You opened the channel on your own, and that has already violated the Bureau of Proclamation's rules. Sulu interrupted her and said, Those are the internal rules of the Bureau of Proclamation. I've studied them, so you don't have to scare me. I'm not a member of the Bureau of Proclamation, so these rules can't control me. Is that so? The Bureau of Proclamation would like to know how you managed to activate the surveillance network on the planet. Deputy Director Bai laughed, but there was coldness and viciousness in her smile. I think it will be difficult for you to explain this question. Maybe you will need to come back to the Bureau of Proclamation with us for a few years to explain. Su Li's body stiffened. He finally understood why the Bureau of Proclamation officials did not care about the attitude of the Department of Defense in Philadelphia, and why they wanted him on the warship to help with the investigation. An ordinary officer of the Federation had the ability to activate the surveillance network before the Bureau of Proclamation team. This was definitely something that would shock the Bureau of Proclamation. He pondered in silence for a long time, and found that some of the things that he wanted to keep in his mind could not be hidden in the bottom layer of his hard drive forever like porn movies. My name is Su Lo. You should have my citizen ID. I suggest you check the authority given to me by the charter. He looked at Deputy Director Bai and said calmly, like the director of the Bureau of Proclamation giving orders to his subordinates. After you check it, remember to keep it strictly confidential. Only the two of you know my authority level. If the Bureau of Proclamation has any internal investigation, I allow you to report it to Director Bai. Deputy Director Bai definitely did not understand this sentence. She looked at him coldly, as if she was looking at a crazy person. But then a muffled sound came from behind her. The Bureau of Proclamation official in charge of recording fell to the ground heavily. Out of curiosity, the Bureau of Proclamation official really checked the charter authority of citizen Su Lu. The official was shocked by the level that appeared on the light screen and lost his ability to move. Deputy Director Bai walked to the workbench uneasily. She took off her glasses and looked at the light screen. Her right hand trembled, and she could no longer hold the legs of the glasses. Chapter 470. Deputy Director Bai had a square and old-fashioned face, and her life was also very square and old-fashioned. However, when she saw the authorization number on the screen today, she suddenly thought of herself before she entered the Bureau of Proclamation. She was in the prime of her life in the Department of Mathematics of Capital University, guiding stars and lamenting about her life. She also thought of the poem that was engraved in her heart during her youth. A black flower bloomed on a pale mountain. The petals were engraved with years of dust to show the ruthless time. Time flowed in the woman's eyes. With a blink of her eyes, she shattered the forever pale cliff. It was very inexplicable and indescribable. However, at this moment, she remembered this poem that had nothing to do with the current situation. Her gloomy and angry square face suddenly became as pale as the cliff in the poem, as cold as the great computer in the underground of the building. Her heart, which believed in order and rules, could no longer be controlled and beat violently. Her whole body was cold as she realized that the years had passed, and the black flowers were covered in dust. Things in this world were already like the ignorant little poem, which was too abstract and absurd. The first order of authorization? What was the level of authorization of President Pabre? What was the level of authorization of Director Pai and Assistant Shui? What was the level of authorization of military godly Pifu? This was not a routine internal examination of the Bureau of Proclamation, and the level here was not the stairs of the Bureau of Proclamation building. It represented power that was more dazzling than the stars. This matter is confidential. Sulu silently requested the Federation's central computer to seal his authority level as he spoke to the two officials in the room, who were so shocked that their faces were about to become paralyzed. The uncle gave him the burning and sour magical power in his body. The Federal Central Computer gave him the high-level authorization. His body was about to become a powerful machine. He chatted with the old man like a friend in the Charter Square. He faced the dazzling sun directly. A lot of things that happened to him made him feel ridiculous. He felt that he was a monster. Therefore, in his daily life, he contacted the old man less and less, and he did not want people to be able to touch the edge of his monster. If it were not for the sharp investigation of the Bureau of Proclamation, which could not explain the activation of the entire Planet 163 network, he certainly did not want the Bureau of Proclamation to know his authorization level. His temperament did not like to play low-key glamour, pretending to be some kind of docile animal to bite a seemingly majestic beast. It was only for the aforementioned reasons that he needed the Bureau of Proclamation to keep his identity a secret. Following his request, or rather order, the light screen of the Bureau of Proclamation's workbench on the table quickly turned dark. From this moment on, it would be very difficult for anyone to check his level of authority. This scene shocked Associate Chief Physician Bai, who had not done anything, and the official who was crawling up from the ground. After the initial shock, most of their natural suspicion disappeared. "Can I go now?" Sulu asked, but he felt that he still had some things to do. Deputy Director Bai wanted to adjust his glasses to dispel the shock in his heart, but he found that he was holding nothing. He nodded subconsciously, seeing Sulu leave without looking back. She quickly said to her subordinates with a pale face and hurried to catch up with his footsteps. Her slightly high imitation leather shoes stepped on the broken glasses on the ground, making a clattering sound. Outside the quiet interrogation room was a long corridor with a metallic luster. At the end of the corridor was the busy but not noisy command hall. On the right side was a scanning channel. At the end of the branch channel was the Joint Data Processing Center of the Bureau of Proclamation and the Command Center. The center was responsible for all the data feedback of the monitoring network of the planet below the battleship, as well as the complex tactical deduction conclusions made by the Federal Central Computer to the Command Center for reference. It was very important. Su Li's body paused for a second. He suddenly remembered what he was going to do. He turned around and walked towards the quiet and serious room. 3 light blue waves of light shot out from the scanning door and scanned his body. The door opened with a beep. Deputy Director Bai, who was following closely behind him, changed her expression again. She knew better than anyone else the level of authority required to enter the data center. Even the high-ranking officers in the headquarters needed temporary authorization from the Constitutional Bureau. However, the lieutenant colonel in front of her walked in boldly and decisively. What this meant was already very clear. The triple door opened. Sulu walked into the room. Looking at the busy officers and the indifferent black-clothed officers of the Bureau of Proclamation, he directly asked, "Who is in charge of the processing of the G2337 base point?" Inside the room, countless high-performance computers were performing parallel calculations. The air was filled with an indescribable smell, as if countless pots of cactus were mutilating themselves at the same time, releasing a faint but sharp smell. The officers of the Bureau of Proclamation were commanding the officers to perform the operation. The quiet environment was instantly destroyed by Su Li's question. His question was not rude, but it was too concise and direct. So in the ears of these high-ranking officers of the Bureau of Proclamation, it sounded a bit sharp and rude. "Get out." A middle-aged officer of the Bureau of Proclamation, wearing glasses, scolded him with a dark face. Since this young officer was able to enter the room, he was naturally granted temporary authority. However, this officer's mood had been somewhat depressed and indignant for the past few days. Especially when he heard the serial number of that base point, his mood was extremely bad. After returning to the Bureau, he still had to write an inspection report, and he might even be demoted and have his pay cut. Just because of a small mistake? The Bureau had not done such a large-scale project for many years. He had no experience at all. Was he to be blamed? The officers of the Bureau of Proclamation in the room glanced at Su Lu and shook their heads. They wondered what kind of medicine this officer had taken. He dared to mention the thing that old Neo did not want to mention the most in front of him. No wonder old Neo's attitude was so bad. No one paid attention to Su Lu. He stood alone at the door. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned to Deputy Director Bai and asked, "I want to know who is in charge of the G2337 base point." At this time, the people in the room saw clearly that their immediate superior, Deputy Director Bai, was following behind this officer. They all stood up in shock, not knowing what had happened. Deputy Director Bai had a strong premonition that if he said it, something very bad might happen. But facing Su Li's persistent and firm eyes, and thinking of this officer's shocking level of authority, he hesitated for a moment and finally said in a hoarse voice, "Neo Delu." "Who is Neo Delu?" Su Lu turned to look at the officers of the Bureau of Proclamation and asked. No one answered him, but he followed their gazes and narrowed his eyes. He stared at the middle-aged officer not far in front of him. It was this officer who had angrily yelled at him to get out. "I am in charge of that base point." Neo Delu looked at the young officer in front of him. His thoughts were slightly chaotic because of the arrival of Deputy Director Bai, but his voice still showed the unique coldness of the officers of the Bureau of Proclamation. "What's wrong? What's the matter? If there's nothing, then hurry up and leave. I'm not in the mood to talk about this nonsense right now." Su Lu looked at the face full of indifference in front of him without blinking. It was as if he wanted to remember every detail of this face. He was a Federation officer. Even if he had many opinions about that stupid Bureau of Proclamation official, he only wanted to follow the established procedures and report to his superiors. When he walked into the data center, he only wanted to see which stupid bastard had killed so many of his brothers. He didn't plan to do anything directly. But now that he looked at this official's face, he knew that he was wrong. The Bureau of Proclamation was the Bureau of Proclamation. The officials under the protection of the Great Radiance did not care at all how many Federation soldiers their mistakes would kill. There was no regret, sorrow, or guilt in their hearts. On the contrary, they were angry at the loss of face brought by their own small mistakes. So, the heat from the countless cigarettes that had been lit for several days finally began to boil in his chest. It burned his heart until it became hotter and hotter, and his narrowed eyes became brighter and brighter. "Are you a pig? How could you make a mistake with a technical manual?" He looked into Neo Delu's eyes and said with an indifferent tone, "The Federation spends so much money to support people like you. Can't you be a bit more professional?" The room was silent. The Bureau of Proclamation officials and officers looked at this person who suddenly appeared in the anger they could not understand. "What did you say?" Neo Delu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was about to sneer out of anger. Su Lu ignored him and said, "We are soldiers. It is our duty to obey orders. My team members have never been afraid of death, but we should not pay such a terrible price for your stupidity. Do you know how many people have died because of your stupidity? You are Su Lu from Group 7? Neo Delu finally reacted. His expression changed slightly, and then he said in a furious and angry voice, "This is a standard error. It is the allowable error in the manual. What does a soldier like you know? You are under investigation. What right do you have to question me?" Deputy Director Bai felt that the situation was about to get out of control. He hurriedly walked behind Su Lu and said uneasily, "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, we have sent the relevant report back to the Bureau. There will definitely be a solution that you will be satisfied with. I believe that the Bureau will definitely inform you and your unit at the first moment." Neo Delu and the officials of the Charter Bureau, who had also begun to feel indignant, looked at their superior in astonishment. They thought to themselves, "These days, you are the one who is angry at this officer for not following military discipline and his undisciplined behavior, and strongly demanded an investigation. Why did you suddenly change your mind?" "I originally only wanted to report to the Ministry of Defense and complain about Xiaohe, but now I suddenly understand. Your Bureau of Proclamation is used to being the biggest in the world. How will this officer be dealt with? Write a sincere self-criticism, or be sent to a mineral planet to check the equipment for 2 or 3 months. Su Lu said calmly with no fluctuation in his voice, "But many of my people have died." After saying this, he fell silent. His fist, which was as hard as a rock, moved and smashed viciously in front of him. The fist smashed into the face of the Bureau of Proclamation official, sending another pair of glasses flying. A stream of blood flew angrily onto the roof. The man fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Then he kicked heavily again. The clear sound of bones breaking echoed cruelly in the quiet room. No one knew how many of the Bureau of Proclamation officials' ribs were broken. Chapter 471. Although Su Lu expressed his anger through his sarcastic, mocking, and vulgar words, his expression remained as calm as a rock. No one would have thought that, without any warning, he would suddenly attack. He knocked Neo Delu to the ground like a madman and then stomped on him countless times with his military boots so that he could not turn around. Su Li's fists and feet were like mechanical arms with rigid springs installed. They came crashing down with a whoosh, as calm as hitting a sandbag during training. The storm-like fists and feet attacked Neo Delu until blood flowed out from his face. His bones and flesh cracked. The scene looked extremely cruel. Neo Delu howled miserably. His terrified and shrill voice filled the data center. However, he only cried for less than 3 seconds before he fainted. Shock, bewilderment, fear, and anger. Countless complicated expressions appeared on the faces of the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation. Everything happened too fast. So fast that they could not react at all. Their colleague was already beaten beyond recognition. Even the officials who reacted faster were intimidated by Su Li's crazy attacks and the cold calmness that was the complete opposite of the crazy. They felt cold all over and did not dare to move forward. It was not until Neo Delu fainted and Su Lu gradually straightened his slightly bowed body that the officials in the data center began to shout angrily. They were used to being accompanied by the data, regulations, and logic of the Bureau of Proclamation. When faced with this inconceivably savage and violent scene, they naturally did not dare to move forward. They could only angrily order the officers in the room to attack. The reaction of the Federation officers was not fast enough. They were soldiers and naturally stood on the side of Su Lu and Group 7. In addition, they knew very well what kind of price the Bureau of Proclamation officers had to pay for the stupid mistakes of their comrades, so they were not willing to interfere at all. On the contrary, when they saw Su Lu beat up the Bureau of Proclamation officer, they felt some indescribable excitement and comfort in their hearts. But after all, this was a time of war. This was a glorious command ship. The officers could not just stand by and watch Su Lu beat Neo Delu to death. At such a time, an active military officer killed an official of the Bureau of Proclamation in broad daylight. No matter how strong his background was, it was impossible for him to escape the punishment of military discipline and imprisonment. Neo Delu was unconscious on the ground. The officers walked forward and blocked in front of Su Lu, at the same time calling for the warship's medics to come and save the wounded. Associate Chief Physician Bai narrowed his eyes and watched as Sulu straightened his slightly hunched body. He was so angry that his entire body trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. She wasn't imitating Su Li's unique expression when he was angry or nervous. Instead, her glasses had been shattered into pieces, and her myopia made her vision a little blurry. If she didn't squint her eyes, she wouldn't be able to see what was happening in front of her. Su Li's merciless and fierce attacks on his subordinates, and the blood on the ground still pierced through her eyes and pierced her heart. The pride and dignity of the Bureau of Proclamation temporarily overcame the confusion, doubt, and fear of Su Li's authority. She looked at Su Li's blood-stained right hand and said angrily, "Are you satisfied now?" Su Li didn't turn his head. His tense body rose and fell slightly under his dark military uniform. He wasn't panting because he was tired, but because his emotions were fluctuating. "Yes, I'm satisfied." These two lines of dialogue seemed to have a strange style unique to Schiller's absurd comedies, but everyone in the room knew that this was not a comedy, but a tragedy, a play that no one dared to guess the outcome of. The officers blocked in front of Sulu because they didn't want him to really kill Nyodelu, but they couldn't really arrest him either. They were just a little worried. The glory of the Charter had protected the Federation for countless years. The Bureau of Proclamation was an extremely special organization in the Federation. The government and the Parliament couldn't order the building at the end of the road around. Even the successive presidents and the war godly Pifu had to give the Bureau of Proclamation due respect. More importantly, the Bureau of Proclamation's authority and the unspeakable connection it had with the chips on the back of the people's necks made everyone subconsciously fear or forcibly forget the existence of the Bureau of Proclamation. Once they met, even the 7 great families had to temporarily avoid them. The people in the room had never seen or heard of anyone. In fact, no one in the Federation had ever heard of anyone like Sulu challenging the Bureau of Proclamation's position in such a bloody way, humiliating the Bureau of Proclamation's glory in such a violent way. "You dare violate the first charter." Nyodelu was carried out of the room by the medics. The people in the room calmed down a little, but it wasn't because they were calm. Instead, they began to have time to think about the next problem. A delicate and pretty female official of the Bureau of Proclamation stared at Sulu and said those words with an incredulous tone, as if she had naturally sentenced him to death. The officers looked silently and worriedly at Sulu. They thought to themselves, even if you have the Lees of Philadelphia and the Department of Defense behind you, who can save you after violating the first charter? After all, you're still not the new war god of the Federation. From the time of the catastrophe until now, in countless years, no one had been able to challenge the Bureau of Proclamation and win. In fact, basically no one had ever dared to challenge the Bureau of Proclamation. But Sulu happened to know a certain person who had once done such a thing in a carefree and unrestrained manner. Moreover, he could drink red wine and eat beef by the mines and visit prostitutes in the sanatorium in his spare time. Enjoying life, Sulu was an uncle type of person. He had brothers, friends, beautiful girls, and comrades. He was very satisfied with days like this. So he wasn't prepared to abandon everything for no reason and rebel against the glory of the Charter. But in his opinion, the glory of the Charter and the Bureau of Proclamation were two completely different things. The Bureau of Proclamation was, after all, just a secret organization that served the central computer. He had bathed in that light countless times and chatted and joked with that existence. How could a person who had swum the sea be afraid of crossing a small ditch? His mentality was different. He couldn't be like the average person who revered the Bureau of Proclamation. When he heard the beautiful female official say those words, he was not afraid. He just silently put on his military cap and raised his blood-stained middle finger to the ceiling of the warship that glowed with a metallic luster, as if he was facing the radiance of the Charter that enveloped countless galaxies, and said, "I'm not afraid. Fuck the first Charter." This young officer was crazy. Whether it was the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation or the soldiers who were emotionally inclined toward Sulu, their expressions became extremely ugly. The same thought appeared in their minds. But Sulu wasn't done yet. He continued to raise his indecent middle finger and said to the row of high-end computing terminals and the wide holographic screen by the wall, "Old thing, this is for you." Hearing the words, "old thing," the expressions of Deputy Director Bai and the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation changed slightly. They had worked in the Bureau of Proclamation building for many years, so they were very sensitive to these seemingly ordinary words. But when these words came from Su Li's mouth, they were even more shocked. The military police finally arrived. They were armed with live ammunition and made a please gesture to Su Lu. Although they didn't use high-strength plastic ropes, it still represented some kind of mandatory requirement. Su Lu walked out under escort. At this moment, a line of white light flashed in his left eye. It was the Federal Central Computer's fastest and most innocent reaction to his middle finger. "What does this have to do with me?" Seeing the old thing's answer, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly at himself. But before he walked out the door, he stopped and looked back at the people in the room. The officials of the Bureau of Proclamation suddenly became nervous when he turned around. They didn't know if this crazy man would jump up and hit them again. The military police who came under orders subconsciously raised their guns slightly. "What's the name of the curly-haired official in our group?" He looked at Deputy Director Bai and asked. Deputy Director Bai was stunned. He said a name, narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, "Why do you ask this? He's already dead. Do you want him to take responsibility? He died with us on a mission, so I have to know his name. His name will appear in the sacrifice list of the 7th group." After Su Lu finished this sentence, he saluted Deputy Director Bai and left. During the battle, a Bureau of Proclamation official was beaten to the brink of being crippled. Countless people witnessed this violent scene with their own eyes. Even if the federal military wanted to find a way out for Su Lu, they couldn't bear the anger of the Bureau of Proclamation and leave the matter unsettled. On one hand, the frontline command reported this matter to the Ministry of National Defense as quickly as possible. On the other hand, they had no choice but to issue disciplinary measures to Su Lu. At the same time, they anxiously waited for the attitude of the Bureau of Proclamation in the capital ring. Su Li's military punishment was to be confined until the Bureau of Proclamation made a decision. This seemed to be a very harsh method, but he didn't care. After all, after killing Macklin, he was imprisoned in the Fox Fortress for a few months, but he still survived. At most, he would let the old guy make a few more movies to watch. He could face all of this calmly, but the members of the 7th group couldn't. Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu wanted to seek justice for them and their dead comrades, so he beat up an official of the Bureau of Proclamation. As a result, he was confined by his superiors. For a time, the entire barracks was filled with the sound of guns being loaded. Other than that, the camp was deathly silent. But for some reason, the other groups that passed by the barracks felt that there were countless roaring beasts hiding inside, ready to rush out at any moment. Bai Yulan, who looked docile on the surface but was actually sharp and bloodthirsty, could intimidate these men, but she remained silent. On the surface, she was full of sarcasm, but in reality, the smooth and cunning Lan Xiaolong also remained silent. From a certain perspective, they were even allowing the members of the 7th group to brew up this violent emotion. This was because Bai Yulan and Lan Xiaolong knew very well what Su Li's actions meant and what it meant to offend the Bureau of Proclamation. If they didn't cause a big commotion, they were afraid that the small-eyed man they were determined to follow would really be in big trouble. The abnormal emotions in this ordinary barracks finally broke through the atmosphere and reached the Federal Fleet among the stars. The Federal Military 163 Frontline Command Center finally made an exception and made some kind of response after a long time of deliberation. The next day, a light battleship landed in the rhombus-shaped base. Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, who was temporarily stripped of his military position, was escorted back to the 7th Group barracks. An additional military police was sent to the barracks, but he was still confined, but in a different place. They still had to wait for the reaction from the capital ring. Chapter 472. 3 moons climbed up and shone on the wild vegetables in Little Sister's basket. 3 moons fell and ate up the wild vegetables Little Sister made. 3 moons disappeared. Little Sister also disappeared. 3 moons rose. Little Sister, when will you come back? In the night sky, 3 moons of varying sizes shone on the quiet barracks and plated a bright silver light on the continuous roof. A few hoarse voices softly hummed a simple ballad, providing a discordant accompaniment to this beautiful night scene. This was a West Woods ballad about the lives of the Federation citizens who were lost on planet 163 after it was occupied by the Imperial Expeditionary Force a few decades ago. The Federation Society had deliberately forgotten about the 3 fallen planets, including this planet, but the natives of the West Woods region could not forget. This song had spread far and wide. Although there were no members of Group 7 who were originally from the West Woods, after being on the front line for a long time, everyone could sing this song. Sulu sat on a green bench behind the door, a cigarette in his mouth as he looked up at the moon in the sky. The astronomical phenomenon of 3 moons existing together was said to continue for 46 days. How many more days would he have to be locked up? I say, boss, how is this singing? You have to give me an opinion. Xiong Linquan asked in a hoarse voice. The diamond-shaped base was set up on a plateau. Although the sea was not too high, the air was particularly dry. In addition, these soldiers were used to smoking without leaving their lips, so their voices were rougher than usual, and their lips were full of thin cracks. Well, to be honest, it's not that great, Sulu, who was sitting behind the door, said with a smile. He knew very well that these guys were afraid that he would be too bored in the confinement, so they found a way to accompany him to pass the time. Group 7, who was originally extremely angry and ready to roar at any moment, had already calmed down. Because of what happened next, they could not find any reason or excuse to fly into a rage. The Federal Military Command noticed the strange phenomenon in the barracks and made a very wise decision to transfer Su Lu from the warship to the ground and lock him up in Group 7's barracks. Was this still considered confinement? Other than not being able to walk out of the room freely, there was no problem with his life. Of course, there were 2 more statue-like gendarmes outside the door. Over the past few days, Su Lu had been staying in his room obediently and did not cross the line at all. It was just that he had yet to receive any specific punishment from the capital ring. Whether he was officially arrested, brought back for trial, or directly locked up in the military prison of Qingsheng, no matter how bad the result was, it was still better than waiting for the worst result. In these boring days, he often moved a bench to sit by the door, enjoying the cigarettes that the team members handed him with flattering expressions, chatting with them, listening to them sing terrible songs, telling good jokes, and then laughing. He felt as if he had returned to Donglin and had become an old, unemployed miner. He sat silently by the side of the street and watched the children play. His face was filled with the marks of time in the mines, and his face was filled with wrinkles that were as tough as iron. Just like the 7 groups of small folk music concerts in the middle of the night, the sun was dazzling, the air was dry, and the smoke was pungent. Su Lu threw away the remaining half of the cigarette in his hand, pursed his cracked lips, and suspiciously took the miniature data storage box from Lan Xiaolong's hand that reached in through the door. He connected it to his phone. Looking at the images that appeared on the screen, he could not help but frown. The gendarmes guarding the door without any expression finally frowned. These days, they were really tired from the various activities of Group 7. At this time, seeing that the other party seemed to be violating the confinement regulations and was secretly transmitting information, they finally could not help but want to stop it. At this time, Magnolia, who was leaning against the wall in a traditional posture with her head lowered, suddenly raised her head and glanced at the 2 gendarmes. Her gaze was as cold as a knife drawn from ice. The 2 gendarmes looked at each other and stood back to their original positions. Su Lu turned off the images on the screen of his phone and looked at Lan Xiaolong angrily. You think that when a person is bored, they should watch porn? Lan Xiaolong shrugged and said matter-of-factly, Are boring literary films better to pass the time? Su Lu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He thought to himself that if he wanted to watch porn, he could just ask the old man to send a few over and directly see the 3-dimensional effect in his mind. What kind of enjoyment was that? At this moment, he saw a soldier wearing the military uniform of an armored division peeking in from the front door of the barracks. He chatted with the members of Group 7 who were guarding the door in a low voice for a while. Then, he took one last look at the room where Su Lu was locked up and left reluctantly. Sula laughed. These days, the number of troops that often passed by the barracks of Group 7 had suddenly increased. They used all kinds of reasons and methods to stay at the door for a while longer. They curiously looked at the members of Group 7 and their director, who was already very famous and now even more famous, as if they were looking at gods. The soldiers in the base found out about the conflict between the Constitutional Bureau and Group 7 through various channels. If this kind of roar between an elephant and an ant could be considered a conflict, then there was no conflict. The explosive news of Su Lu beating up an official of the Bureau of Proclamation on the warship had already spread throughout the base. The soldiers of the Federation, who had always disliked the Bureau of Proclamation but were still afraid of them, and the net-laying teams that had just retreated from the mountains, all secretly applauded this matter. While they were rubbing their palms, they also began to worry about the fate of Su Lu and Group 7. Now that there were suddenly so many people passing by, other than curiosity and excitement, it was actually the grassroots soldiers using their own methods to express some kind of powerless but particularly interesting support. Can you let us talk to the boss alone for a while? We don't have anything else to say. We just want to have a quiet chat. Bai Yulan withdrew her right leg from the wall and took out a pack of cigarettes from the pocket of her military uniform. She gave 2 cigarettes to the 2 military policemen responsible for guarding Su Lu and then gently patted their shoulders. She looked at their slightly young faces and spoke softly. "This is not in accordance with the rules," one of the military policemen replied with some hesitation. "You should be very clear about our boss's personality these past few days. He won't run. Of course, if he wants to run, you definitely won't be able to stop him." Bai Yulan lit the cigarettes for them. The military policemen held the lit cigarettes as if they were holding a red-hot iron bar. Their expressions were abnormally nervous. Although the other party did not threaten them, they still felt a little uneasy when they saw the men fiddling with the chain magazines under the tree not far away. More importantly, the higher-ups of the military used this kind of childish method to imprison Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, which already represented a certain attitude. After a moment of silence, the military policeman who had been like a statue for the past few days finally loosened his body and resentfully left the door. He was warmly and happily welcomed by Gu Shifeng and the other team members into the room next door. Then there was the sound of beer being opened in the room. Su Lu sat inside the door and looked at Bai Yulan's glowing face under the scorching sun outside the door. He quietly waited for her to speak. Right now, a lot of people in the base are saying that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu is a dog that bites without barking. Bai Yulan smiled and said, "Of course, it's a compliment. I didn't hear it." Su Lu replied. He knew that the soldiers in the base probably thought of his quiet and somewhat wooden personality and his sudden outburst of events. After a moment of silence, he said thoughtfully, "Actually, I haven't always been this quiet. When I was young, I actually often said some sharp and unkind words. I wasn't any worse than Lan Xiaolong." At this moment, Lan Xiaolong was much quieter than usual. When he heard this sentence, he only shrugged to express his disdain. Bai Yulan thought to herself, "Your youth has always been a mystery. For so long, no one in Group 7 knew about it. Later, I realized that fists are more powerful than words. So now, I'm not willing to say anything. I'm only willing to use my fists. I understand, but when I heard that you beat up an official from the Bureau of Proclamation on the battleship, I was still a little shocked." Bai Yulan lowered her eyes slightly and said, "In the past, Group 7 took on undercover work for the government and cooperated with the Bureau of Proclamation many times. I know that the Bureau of Proclamation is not to be trifled with. Not to be trifled with. The Constitution is dead, but people are alive. But the officials in the Bureau of Proclamation are really like dead people. Although I heard that in that building, they would also tell some unfunny jokes like these brats in Group 7. Bai Yulan raised her head, looked into Su Li's eyes, and said, "But last night, news came from the battleship. The official, surnamed Nyo, who was knocked out by you, was taken back to the main planet for treatment. However, The Bureau of Proclamation did not come up with any specific disciplinary measures against you. There's also something very puzzling. I heard that the Bureau of Proclamation team was severely criticized by the Bureau. Su Li's expression was calm. Even if all the friends around him and far away were worried about his safety, he was not too worried. He said, "In fact, I've been thinking for the past few days. The Bureau of Proclamation actually values Group 7 very much. Other than us, look at the other groups in the company, including Blackhawk and Green Dragon Mountain. Which one of them would have a technical official from the Bureau of Proclamation?" Bai Yulan said the news she just found out because she wanted to see Su Li's reaction and see if this matter had anything to do with him. At this time, Su Li's answer did not solve her question at all. In the federal fleet that was patrolling outside the planet's atmosphere, the body of the command ship was not the largest, nor was it the most conspicuous. In a command hall on the second-last floor, the Supreme Commander of the Theater of Operations, Deputy Commander E, sat silently in a large restraint chair. The cup of coffee next to his hand was already cold, but the general's mind could not be completely calm. As a senior commander who had experienced hundreds of battles, the fierce battle on the planet below could not affect his mood too much. Instead, the reaction of the Bureau of Proclamation yesterday had deeply shocked him. Confining Su Lu in the barracks of Group 7 was a military order that he personally signed. This was to protect the future of the young military. It was natural for the military to protect its own people. However, in his opinion, it would be difficult for Fei City and Zhou Yingxing to directly exert influence on the Bureau of Proclamation. The only person who could save Su Lu from the first charter was probably Mrs. Macho. After all, the Tai family had a close relationship with Su Lu, and the director of the Bureau of Proclamation just happened to have the surname of Macho. Macho Yingxing had not done anything in the past few days, but Su Lu was still safe and sound. He was so comfortable in confinement. Chapter 473. Macho didn't do anything at the back of the mountain, but there was no strong wind coming from the Bureau of Proclamation building. This fact surprised many people, and even made Deputy Commander E feel waves of coldness coming from the back of his head. Although he, like many senior military officers, watched Su Li's every step on the front line as if they were looking at a newborn beast, and he also knew the expectations that old Commander Fei Chang had for this young man. The scene that happened in front of him was really hard for him to understand or even to imagine. The Bureau of Proclamation official who was knocked unconscious by Su Lu was taken back to the main planet of the Westwoods. What shocked everyone was that the Bureau of Proclamation not only did not immediately come up with a proposal to punish Su Lu, but also severely criticized the three groups of officials at the front line. The fierceness of the criticism was beyond people's imagination. What did this mean? The Bureau of Proclamation did not intend to hold Su Lu accountable, but instead showed a cold face to its subordinates because of the anger of this young lieutenant colonel. No one dared to believe this inference, including Deputy Commander. Through the floor-to-ceiling porthole, he looked at the line-shaped radar on the gray-white battleship shell and the planet that was blue and gray-yellow. He fell into silence that S1 Capital Special District, at the end of the dead-end road, inside the gray Bureau of Proclamation building under the shade of green trees, an in-depth conversation about this matter was taking place. They only know how to stick to the dead rules all day long, and they still have to play the role of judge and guide in front of the troops. If I were not an officer at the front line, I'm afraid I would have already picked up the Qian and swept all these guys to death. The old director, he stared at the holographic screen that rose above the table, and a trace of deep mockery appeared on his slightly drooping lips. He continued in a light voice, "They can always act as harmonious and peaceful as a family comedy actor in this building, as if everyone is a changed or uglier Jianshi, telling witty jokes and filling the office and underground with warm laughter forever. I always thought that a group of officials like this would not immediately turn into robots once they were released." After a moment of silence, Cui Zhedong uneasily smiled and replied, "The officials who left the Bureau of Proclamation will always have some sense of superiority in their bones. Besides, after all, the business we are engaged in involves the safety of the Federation, So in addition to having a high level of authority, the staff must also have the sincere cooperation of the other troops of the Federation. Director Yi waved his hand to stop Shui Judong's explanation and said, "If you have the authority and want to cooperate sincerely, then don't always think of using your authority to oppress others. As for the sense of superiority, they are just a group of service staff. I really don't know where this bullshit sense of superiority comes from." The smile on the old director's lips became more and more unfathomable. He said, "The safety of the Federation will always be related to the old guy, and it has nothing to do with us extension programs and cleaners." Shui Judong was silent and smiled bitterly. He knew that the director was telling the truth, but the ordinary people in the various departments of the Federation did not know the internal workings of the Bureau of Proclamation. Glory shrouded everywhere, and the sense of mystery grew deeper because of the strict charter discipline, which was why the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were so respected and revered. If there were no major accidents, such as the sudden opposition of 2/3 of the members of the Federation in the Parliament, Assistant Shui Judong would be the next director of the Bureau of Proclamation. However, in front of the old director, who had raised him single-handedly, he could not express any more persuasion or opposition. Last night, the director had personally signed a written document and scolded all the officers of the Bureau of Proclamation on the front lines. He did not know if this would improve the cooperation between the officers and the front lines. What I'm most worried about now is Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's authority level. He looked at the director's slightly tired face and uneasily brought up another topic. Right now, we can't find out his exact authority level through various methods. However, according to Baiji's report and the testimony of another officer, he does indeed have the first sequence authority. In that case, the final activation program of the 163 network was indeed issued by him. 3 questions. Director Yi's expression became serious. First, when did he have this authority level? Second, why did he have this authority level? Third, in that base in the wilderness, there was no activation program in his hands. What method did he use to order the central computer to activate the entire network? Director Yi slowly closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "We all know that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu is the 72nd anomaly. We have been paying attention to him, but who can explain these 3 questions? Especially the last question. The data monitoring channel on the warship did not capture his communication with the central computer at all. Who can explain this problem?" "There is no explanation," Shui Judong answered seriously. Director Yi was silent for a long time. Then he opened his eyes. With a slightly cloudy gaze, he looked at the continuously flashing white mechanical characters on the light screen in front of him, and then fell like a waterfall. His voice was extremely calm. "Old man, can you answer these 3 questions?" The continuously pouring white mechanical characters on the light screen suddenly stopped and condensed into a line of clear human words. Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's acquisition of the first sequence authority is completely in accordance with the first charter. Other than this sentence, the cold and mechanical Federal Central Computer did not give any additional explanation. This was the umpteenth time the 2 leaders of the Bureau of Proclamation in the room had tried this kind of inquiry. They were extremely familiar with the Central Computer's answer. They knew that this meant that the granting of the authority level was a top secret. A top secret that even I do not have the authority to know. What kind of top secret is it? The beautiful scene before the catastrophe, or the promiscuous private life of the 5-man team? Director Yi's slightly drooping lips were once again filled with mockery, but this time it was self-mockery. From a certain perspective, this office of the Bureau of Proclamation was even more important than the president's official residence. The dead silence at this moment clearly showed how Su Li's level of authority troubled the 2 people in the room. After a long silence, a faint light suddenly flashed through Director Yi's cloudy eyes. He said, "When was the authority level given out?" This time, the Federal Central Computer did not hesitate and gave a very specific date, down to the second. At that time, Su Lu had already escaped from Donglin and was in the capital ring. He was the leader of Team 7 before the assassination. Chui Zedong had been secretly observing Su Lu for more than a year. As one of the very few people who knew Su Li's true identity, he warily and uneasily weaved the events that had happened to Su Lu into a deep time chain in his mind. That was why he blurted it out at this moment. Director, he was silent for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and said with a sigh condensed from decades of work, "Humans will never be able to understand the thought pattern of this computer underground." "Old man, don't you think so?" The characters on the light screen condensed again. "I don't know. Since you don't know, then what are you doing?" "I don't care anymore." Director, he stood up shakily and took out the golf club that he had used for many years from the back of his office chair. He smiled at Chui Zedong and said a few words before walking out of the door. Chui Zedong watched his back and could not help but bitterly laugh. The director had played golf for 30 years, but he still stubbornly refused to distinguish between iron and wooden clubs. Perhaps only such a powerful person with obsessive-compulsive disorder was qualified to be in charge of the Bureau of Proclamation. However, even the old director had left with a sigh in front of the lieutenant colonel named Su Lu twice in a row and did not ask again. He looked at the white mechanical characters that poured out like a waterfall on the light screen again, and the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. In the end, it turned into a sigh. Was the first charter of the Federation 700,000 or 1,700,000 words? How much storage space would it take to put all those documents with additional annotations that were like a vast ocean? During his life as a fugitive, Su Lu was extremely afraid of the first charter that covered countless aspects of life in the Federation, but was invisible to him like air. Therefore, he did not dare to say that he completely understood the first charter even after studying it for a long time in the gatehouse and library of Yue University. From this perspective, should the military police be the soldiers that protect the dignity of the first charter? Su Lu sat inside the door, while Bai Yulan leaned against the door. 2 cigarettes were enough to send the other party away, but they did not have much confidence in their hearts. Even the former who had the ultimate weapon of mass destruction was the same. Other than the news from last night, the most important news right now is that this morning, the general attack on Planet 3320 has officially begun. Bai Yulan took a drag of the cigarette and said softly. Su Li's eyes lit up. Planet 3320 was the most important military operation for this victory. The main forces of the Imperial Expeditionary Force were stationed here. The federal military had also invested the most powerful forces on this planet. The enemy's headquarters was placed on the battleship above the planet. The Tiger of the West Woods, who led the frontline forces, had also been eyeing this planet covetously. This is a truly important matter. How can our small matter compare to it? He shook his head and said, but no one answered. Because of the pressure of the invisible existence and the unknown feeling of not knowing what the outcome would be, the conversation inside and outside the confinement room was particularly dry. The expressions of several people were somewhat dull. Not far away, under the shade of a tree, the members of Group 7 also appeared somewhat powerless because of the dry air and stifling temperature of the plateau. They lowered their heads and silently carried out gun maintenance. They no longer had the energy to chat or sing unpleasant folk songs. If the headquarters really gave a cold and cruel punishment to Su Lu, they would certainly be hot-headed, flipping out, and mutiny. No matter how bleak the final outcome, they would still seek revenge. However, the cold treatment of this matter by the higher-ups made them unable to use their strength. They were extremely depressed. Just as this seemingly endless, dreary life that seemed to go on day after day and seemed to go on for countless days made their bodies dry and weak, a military vehicle suddenly drove to the front door of the barracks, and an officer walked out. The members of Group 7 all stood up and looked at him with vigilant eyes. However, no one would have thought that this officer would silently walk to the front of the confinement room, wave his hand, and call 2 military police away. Without saying a word to the members in the barracks, he got on the military vehicle and left. The members were stunned.